Hello, everyone. Today, I will tell you three stories about dangerous criminals. The first story will be about a dangerous car hijacker in America. Before we start, please subscribe to the channel and like the video. This will help me continue to upload more videos. Enjoy watching. In a poor area of New York in 1985, a boy named Benjamin Reynolds was born. His family lived in a small old house that required constant renovation. Benjamin's mother, Linda, worked as a cleaner in one of the local office buildings, and his father, James, worked as a truck driver. The family struggled to make ends meet, and Benjamin realized the severity of life in poverty from an early age. Benjamin was an inquisitive and smart child. From early childhood, he observed life around him, absorbing every detail. He often walked the streets, exploring the shops and banks that were located in the city center. He was always interested in how these institutions worked and asked many questions. One day, walking past a large bank, he thought about how much money was stored inside and how he could get to it. At school, Benjamin showed himself to be a capable student, but his mind was often used not for the best purposes. He became a leader among his classmates, organizing petty pranks and practical jokes. His charisma and ability to persuade attracted other children to him, and he soon became the center of a small group that engaged in petty thefts and pranks. One day, during recess, Benjamin saw one of the students showing off his new toys. At that moment, he had the idea to steal these toys. He came up with a plan and, together with his friends, successfully carried out the theft. This first success inspired him and made him realize that he had the gift of planning and organization. Living in a disadvantaged area, Benjamin often encountered criminal elements. He watched as local bandits quickly became rich through robbery and theft. Despite his parents' attempts to keep him away from this environment, the streets of New York were themselves a school of life, where the fittest survive. One evening, while returning home, Benjamin witnessed a robbery at a local store. He carefully followed the actions of the robbers, remembering every detail. This incident left a deep imprint on his mind, and from that moment on, the thought of easy money and the adrenaline of robbery did not leave him. Every year, Benjamin's interest in the criminal world only intensified. He began studying books and films about famous bank robbers, dreaming of one day repeating their exploits. In high school, he already knew exactly what he wanted to do in the future. Benjamin did not strive to obtain a higher education or find an honest job. He believed that his destiny was to become a legendary bank robber. A plan gradually matured in his head, which was supposed to bring him the wealth and fame that he had dreamed of for so long. Thus began the journey of Benjamin Reynolds, a future serial bank robber who would forever change the criminal history of America. After graduating from school, Benjamin decided not to waste time and began to bring his plans to life. He found a job in one of the large banks in New York, getting a job as a security guard. This job gave him a unique opportunity to study the inner workings of a bank, including security systems, employee routines, and customer habits. Benjamin carefully studied every aspect of the bank's work. He memorized the collection schedule, observed how and where the money was stored, and analyzed all possible escape routes. He made himself duplicate keys to various rooms and secretly copied the access codes. During this time, he also strengthened his physical fitness and learned to move stealthily so as not to leave traces. In parallel with his work at the bank, Benjamin began to train in the art of breaking and entering. He bought several books and studied every detail, from picking locks to cracking safes. In the evenings, he practiced his skills, turning his small apartment into a training ground. He knew that only careful preparation and absolute confidence in his abilities would allow him to achieve success. Benjamin decided to carry out his first robbery in a small bank branch on the outskirts of the city. He chose a night when security was minimal and entered the building through a ventilation shaft. His heart was pounding, but he acted calmly and methodically. Using his knowledge and skills, he quickly opened the safe and took the money. Benjamin left the bank as quietly as he entered it. This first success inspired him and gave him confidence. He realized that his plan was working and that he was capable of more. Benjamin soon began carefully planning his next raids. Each time he chose new targets, studied them to the smallest detail, and acted with impeccable precision. Over time, his robberies became more and more daring. He infiltrated the largest banks in New York, leaving the police in confusion. Benjamin acted alone, relying only on his skills and sharp mind. He never left a trace and always went unnoticed, making him a real mystery to law enforcement. Benjamin Reynolds became a legend in the criminal world. His name aroused fear and admiration, and the New York police put him on the wanted list. But despite all their efforts, they were never able to catch him. Benjamin continued his journey, proving that he was capable of the impossible and that his genius knew no bounds. Benjamin realized that with each successful robbery, the pressure on him increased. The police and FBI began an intensified search for the unknown robber. They created a special working group to study each of his crimes, analyze his methods, and look for any possible clues. But Benjamin was always one step ahead. He began to change tactics to make their job more difficult. Instead of operating at night, he began committing robberies during the day when the bank was full of people. This required more careful preparation and incredible composure. He entered banks under the guise of an ordinary client, studied the situation, and waited for the right moment. Then, quickly and decisively, he would get down to business, using his skills and charm to avoid suspicion. Benjamin also began using disguises. He bought different costumes and wigs, changing his appearance to make him harder to recognize. This helped him remain unnoticed and leave without a trace. He became a master of disguise, and the police could not find a single description of his appearance. One day, when Benjamin was preparing for another robbery, he noticed that he was being followed. He realized that one of the bank employees might have suspected something was wrong. Benjamin changed his plans and decided to act differently. He went to another area of the city and chose a new goal, completely changing his usual routes. This incident made him even more careful. He began using technology to track police activity and avoid traps. Benjamin studied how surveillance cameras worked and found blind spots to stay undetected. He also began using fake documents to confuse those who were trying to track him down. Benjamin knew that sooner or later his luck might run out. But every time he committed another robbery and walked away with the loot, he felt that his skill was only growing. He liked to be the center of attention, even if it was from the police. With each new success, Benjamin became more and more daring. He didn't just steal money. He left behind himself peculiar signatures, small notes with riddles that further confused the police. These notes became his calling card, and people began to talk about him as a legend. However, despite all the precautions, Benjamin understood that the game was becoming more and more dangerous. He was at the top, but he also knew that every wrong step could lead to his fall. So he continued to act cautiously, always preparing for the next step and never forgetting that his freedom and life were at stake. Benjamin continued to operate with unprecedented dexterity, improving his skills and strategies. Each new day was an opportunity for him to improve his techniques and learn new ways to bypass security systems. He became a technology geek, learning how to hack alarm systems and forge digital traces. One of the most complex and ambitious robberies for Benjamin was the penetration into the central branch of one of the largest banks in New York. This department was equipped with the latest security systems, including biometric scanners, laser sensors, and continuous video surveillance. But for Benjamin, this was a challenge he couldn't miss. For months, he carefully planned every detail. He learned the security shift schedule, studied all the entrances and exits, and also found a way to bypass the biometric scanners using fake fingerprints. He was even able to access blueprints of the building, allowing him to study the ventilation system and find possible escape routes. On the day of the robbery, Benjamin, dressed in an elegant suit, entered the bank as an ordinary customer. He looked impeccable and did not attract attention to himself. Stealthily bypassing several guards, he walked to the service door and, using a fake pass, entered the restricted area. There he began to implement his plan, disabling the security systems one by one. When he reached the main vault, the last obstacle awaited him, a safe with a combination lock. Benjamin used a stethoscope to hear the lock's mechanisms and, after several minutes of hard work, was able to open it. Inside, bags of money and securities were waiting for him. He quickly grabbed everything he could carry and headed for the exit, carefully keeping track of the time. But this time, something went wrong. A security guard who happened to be passing by noticed something suspicious and raised the alarm. The bank began to panic, and Benjamin realized that he had only minutes to get out. He rushed to the ventilation hatch, which he had prepared in advance, and literally disappeared from the field of view of his pursuers. Pursued by the police, he ran across the roofs of neighboring buildings, using previously prepared routes. After a few blocks, he changed clothes and mixed with the crowd, heading towards a previously prepared shelter. When he was finally safe, he realized how close he had come to failure. This experience was a lesson for Benjamin. He realized that he could not afford the slightest mistake. He began to act even more carefully, planning each robbery down to the smallest detail. His name became synonymous with elusiveness, and each new successful operation strengthened his reputation in the criminal world. Meanwhile, the New York police and the FBI did not give up trying to catch him. They stepped up surveillance of banks, checked all suspicious persons, and analyzed every little detail that could lead to his capture. But Benjamin was always one step ahead, playing cat and mouse with them and enjoying every moment of his dangerous life. With each new robbery, Benjamin improved his methods and strengthened his reputation in the criminal world. He became a legend, talked about throughout the country. Meanwhile, the police and FBI intensified their efforts to capture him. They collaborated with top security experts and analysts to try to predict his next move. Benjamin realized that each new robbery became more and more risky. He began looking for ways to leave New York and start a new life, perhaps even abroad. But his passion for adrenaline and thirst for new challenges did not allow him to stop. One of these challenges was the decision to rob the Federal Reserve Bank in New York. This bank was one of the most secure places in the city, and even the thought of robbing it seemed crazy. But Benjamin saw this as an opportunity to prove to himself and the whole world that he was capable of the impossible. This heist took months to plan. Benjamin studied every aspect of the bank's security system, analyzing employee routes and studying the building's ventilation layout. He also monitored how and when money was delivered to and collected from the bank. On the day of the robbery, Benjamin acted with incredible precision. He entered the bank under the guise of a maintenance contractor using false documents and forms. He bypassed the security systems and entered the vault, taking advantage of the time when the guards were busy with other matters. When he reached the main vault, he had to overcome several layers of defense. He used his technological training to disable alarm systems and bypass laser sensors. Finally, he found himself in front of a giant safe, which was to be his last obstacle. Opening the safe took longer than he expected. His hands shook with tension, but he continued to work methodically and calmly. At that moment, he realized how close he was to his goal. When the lock finally gave way, he opened the safe and saw mountains of cash and gold bars in front of him. Benjamin began loading the loot into the bags he had prepared. Suddenly, he heard the sound of footsteps. The guards returned earlier than he expected. His heart beat faster, but he kept his cool. He had to act quickly and decisively. He took as much as he could carry and headed towards the exit. This time, the path to salvation turned out to be more difficult. The guards noticed him and raised the alarm. Benjamin rushed to the ventilation hatch, but one of the guards managed to see him. A chase began through the corridors of the bank. Benjamin used all his skills and experience to escape his pursuers, but he realized that the situation was getting out of control. He got out of the building and headed towards a previously prepared shelter. At that moment, he realized that he could no longer continue to live like this. He decided that this would be his last robbery. But thoughts of a new life and freedom were overshadowed by the realization that he was now being persecuted with redoubled force. Benjamin hid in one of his hideouts, watching the news. He saw police and the FBI intensify their search, launching a massive operation to capture him. He needed to decide how to proceed. He knew that every step now had to be thought out to the smallest detail in order to avoid capture. The situation was heating up, and Benjamin realized that the game had become even more dangerous. His freedom hung in the balance, but he was ready to take on the challenge. He continued to develop a plan that would allow him to escape forever, leaving behind his legendary criminal career. Benjamin knew his time in New York was coming to an end. His latest operation caused a huge outcry, and the police increased patrols of the city, blocking all possible escape routes. However, Benjamin was always one step ahead. He knew he needed to think through his next move even more carefully to avoid the inevitable arrest. Benjamin decided that he needed to get as far away from New York as possible, but this required preparation. He created several false leads to confuse the police. He began spreading rumors and fake documents that indicated his possible presence in different parts of the country. His plan was to travel in a private vehicle, avoiding major roads and highways. One night, Benjamin secretly left his hiding place and set out on the road. He chose an old SUV that didn't attract attention and headed west. His path ran through forest roads and sparsely populated routes, where the chances of stumbling upon patrols were minimal. He understood that every kilometer removed him from danger, but he also knew that it was too early to relax. At one of the stops, when Benjamin was resting on an abandoned farm, he heard news on the radio about his capture. Police said they were on the verge of arresting him, but he had a plan. He continued to move, trying not to leave any traces. He changed cars from time to time, buying old cars for cash in small towns. After a few days of travel, Benjamin reached his goal, a small town on the Pacific coast. Here he found a secluded place where he could hide and start a new life. He changed his appearance, giving himself a new haircut and dyeing his hair, and also began using fake documents to avoid recognition. Benjamin got a job at a local restaurant where no one knew about his past. He lived a modest life, enjoying every day of freedom. Deep down, he knew that his criminal career was behind him, and that now his main task was to remain unnoticed. However, Benjamin could not completely abandon his past. He continued to follow the news, studying how the search was progressing. He knew that the police and the FBI would not give up trying to find him, but he was prepared for any development of events. Time passed, and Benjamin became more and more convinced that he had made the right choice. He began to make plans for the future, dreaming of a life free from crime and danger. He hoped that one day he could disappear completely, leaving behind only the legend of the elusive bank robber. Benjamin knew that his story was not over yet, and that a new chapter awaited him, full of unexpected turns and challenges. Benjamin enjoyed his new life in Mexico. He changed his name to Miguel and settled in a small town where no one knew about his past. He found work on a local farm, which gave him a sense of peace and security. But he understood that his past could return at any moment. One day, while Miguel was working in the field, a local policeman approached him. Miguel froze, but the policeman only asked for help in repairing the tractor. This incident reminded him that he must always be on alert. Despite the risk, Miguel made several friends among the locals. He became part of a small community, and people valued him for his hard work and kindness. Sometimes in the evenings he sat by the fire with new friends, telling them stories from his past life that were invented on the fly. One day, a stranger came to the town. He stopped at a local hotel and began asking residents about Miguel. Upon learning of this, Miguel realized that he had been found. He knew that there was no time to waste and began to prepare for another escape. At night, when the town was sleeping, Miguel packed his things and left the house. He headed towards the border with Belize, hoping that there he would be able to get lost among tourists and local residents. The road was dangerous, and he crossed paths with patrols several times, but each time he managed to escape. When Miguel finally made it to Belize, he felt like he could start over. Here he found work in a small restaurant on the seashore. He changed his name and appearance again, trying not to attract attention to himself. Life in Belize was calm and regular, and Miguel enjoyed every day. But despite his apparent calm, he knew that his past would always haunt him. He continued to live with alertness, ready to flee at any moment. Every night as he fell asleep, he thought that one day he would be able to find a place where no one would find him and begin to live truly freely. So continued the life of Miguel, the man who was once known as Benjamin Reynolds, the legendary bank robber. His story is not over yet, and new challenges and adventures await him. Despite his quiet life in Belize, Miguel, or Benjamin Reynolds as he was once known, could not shake his adrenaline rush and the excitement he felt during robberies. Thoughts about New York and his fame as a legendary bank robber haunted him. He decided that he had to return and carry out one last robbery, the most daring and large-scale in his career. The plan was thought out to the smallest detail. Benjamin chose a target, the largest bank in Midtown Manhattan, where huge amounts of cash and securities were stored. He knew that for such a robbery he would need to return to New York unnoticed, avoiding old connections and places where he might be recognized. He arrived in New York under a different name and rented an apartment in Brooklyn. The first few weeks he did reconnaissance. He watched the bank, studied the security schedule, the security systems, and the daily routine of the employees. He also purchased advanced hacking equipment and fake documents. The day came when everything was ready. Benjamin decided to act on a weekend when there were fewer people in the bank. He put on a suit that hid his face and headed towards the bank. After going through the back entrance, he used counterfeit keys and codes to gain access to the office premises. Entering the vault, he encountered a system of laser sensors and biometric protection, but Benjamin was ready. Using special glasses and devices, he bypassed lasers and forged fingerprints to fool the system. Soon he found himself in front of the main safe. Using a stethoscope and his skills, he began to pick the lock. His heart was pounding, but his hands were confident. When the safe opened, Benjamin saw mountains of money and jewelry in front of him. He began quickly filling the bags, trying not to waste a second. Suddenly, he heard a noise. Someone noticed his presence. Benjamin knew time was short. He took as much as he could carry and headed towards the exit. At that moment, the security system was activated and panic began in the bank. The alarm went off and the guards headed to the vault. Benjamin used a smoke bomb to escape and ran out the back door. The chase was close, but he was ready for it. A motorcycle was waiting for him on the street and he quickly drove off, leaving his pursuers behind. He managed to hide in an abandoned building nearby, where he hid his loot. Benjamin knew that now he needed to leave the city as quickly as possible. He changed his clothes and appearance, blending in with the crowd on the streets of New York. The police and FBI were furious. A robbery of this magnitude could not go unnoticed. The news discussed the audacity and professionalism of the robber, but no one knew that the legendary Benjamin Reynolds was behind it. He crossed the border again, this time heading to South America. There, he decided to start a new life, away from old enemies and memories. However, he knew that his story was not over yet, and that every new day could bring new challenges and adventures. In South America, Benjamin Reynolds found temporary refuge in a small village on the banks of the Amazon River. Here, Far from civilization and under close police surveillance, he tried to adapt to a new life. He used false documents to settle in the village and took any job that would allow him to remain in the shadows. However, the thought of returning to New York and his latest robbery continued to torment him. He knew that his legend lived on in people's minds and that he couldn't just disappear. Benjamin felt that his destiny was connected with the city where he became famous. He understood that sooner or later he would have to return. Several months later, Benjamin began preparing for his return. He knew he had to be more careful than ever. He contacted several old acquaintances who could help him with fake documents and logistics. They arranged for him to have a safe passage back to the U.S. so he could get back to New York. Returning to New York, Benjamin acted with extreme caution. He rented a small apartment on the outskirts of the city and carefully concealed his identity. He began to study the city again, its changes and new security measures. He understood that the police and FBI had not forgotten about him and that he needed to be one step ahead. This time he chose one of the oldest and most guarded banks in the city as his target. The bank was a symbol of New York's financial power, and robbing it would be the greatest achievement of his career. He began collecting information using his old connections and new technologies. Benjamin carefully studied the bank's security system, collector routes, and security shift schedules. He developed a detailed plan that included breaking into the bank through the sewer system, bypassing laser sensors, and opening the safe using state-of-the-art tools. The day came when everything was ready. At night, Benjamin entered the sewer system and, using a map he had made in advance, reached the bank's basement. There he carefully made his way through narrow corridors, avoiding security cameras and laser sensors. He acted methodically and quickly as always. When he got to the safe, the most difficult part awaited him. Using his skills and the latest gadgets, he began to pick the lock. Time passed, and he felt the tension growing. Finally, the safe opened, revealing money and securities. But this time Benjamin decided not to take everything. He left a symbolic amount to show that what was more important to him was not wealth, but the process itself. He quickly left the bank, again using the sewer system, and headed towards his hideout. The police discovered the robbery only in the morning, and it caused a huge outcry. Everyone was talking about the return of the legendary robber and discussing his audacity and skill. But no one knew where he was now. Benjamin disappeared from New York again, this time heading to an unknown location. He knew that his story was not over yet and that new adventures awaited him. He relished the thought that his name would remain in people's memories as the name of a man who never gave up and continued to play his dangerous game until the very end. After successfully returning to New York and daringly robbing one of the city's oldest banks, Benjamin knew he had to keep moving. He knew that the police and FBI would not give up trying to catch him, and he decided that the next city for his great final heist would be Chicago. Chicago, with its rich history of organized crime and financial institutions, seemed an ideal place for the next strike. Benjamin carefully studied the city, its largest banks and security systems. He chose a target, one of the most prestigious banks in the city center, with a long history and a reputation for invulnerability. He arrived in Chicago under a different name, rented a small apartment, and began scouting. For the first few weeks he observed the bank, studying security schedules, security systems, and employee work schedules. He also looked at different escape routes to ensure he had multiple options in case of unforeseen circumstances. One of the main tasks was to enter the building undetected. Benjamin found a solution. He got a job as a technical specialist in one of the companies that maintains the bank's security system. This gave him access to important information and allowed him to plan his actions with maximum precision. Benjamin thought through every step. He knew that mistakes would not be tolerated and acted with the utmost caution. Finally, the day came when everything was ready. He chose a night when the bank was empty and security was minimal. Using his knowledge and fake passes, he entered the building through the service entrance. Having entered the bank, Benjamin bypassed the security systems and reached the main vault. He used modern technology and tools to break the locks and disarm the alarms. Soon he found himself in front of the safe, which was the last obstacle on his way. Benjamin began to open the safe, listening carefully to every click of the mechanism. His hands acted confidently and quickly. When the lock gave way, he opened the door and saw in front of him huge amounts of cash and securities. He began filling the bags, trying not to waste time. However, at this moment something went wrong. One of the security guards patrolling the building noticed the stranger and raised the alarm. Benjamin realized that he had only minutes to leave the building. He quickly collected everything he could carry and headed towards the exit. A car was waiting for him on the street, which he had previously parked nearby. Benjamin rushed to the car, hearing the guards chasing him. He started the engine and took off, leaving his pursuers behind. Soon he found himself on one of the central routes, heading towards a previously prepared shelter. Chicago woke up to news of a daring robbery. The police and FBI were furious, and the city began to search for a mysterious robber who managed to bypass all security systems and escape with the loot. But Benjamin was already far away. He left behind another legend, adding a new name to the list of his successes. Now his path lay further, to new challenges and adventures. Benjamin understood that his story was not over yet. Each new robbery brought him closer to his final goal, to become the most famous and elusive bank robber in history. And he was ready for new challenges, knowing that many interesting things awaited him ahead. After a daring robbery in Chicago, Benjamin found his reputation as an elusive bank robber had reached new heights. The police and FBI redoubled their efforts to find him, but he had already left town, leaving them confused. Benjamin headed west, deciding to lay low for a while and plan his next great heist. He chose Los Angeles as his next destination. The City of Angels, known for its luxury and wealth, provided many opportunities for the ambitious robber. Benjamin knew that this city was home to some of the largest banks and financial institutions in the country. He decided that his next target would be a bank known for its strict security measures and large cash reserves. Benjamin arrived in Los Angeles under a new name and rented an apartment in the suburbs. He spent the first few weeks again on reconnaissance, studying bank security systems and security patrol routes. He established surveillance of the bank and its employees, collecting all the necessary information for his plan. Benjamin knew that for a successful heist he needed to use the latest technology. He purchased electronic lockpicking equipment, signal jamming systems, and other devices that could help him bypass the bank's security system. He also began working out to maintain his fitness and sharpen his skills. The day came when everything was ready. Benjamin chose a night when the bank was closed for maintenance and the number of security guards was minimal. He entered the building using forged documents and key cards obtained through his job as a technician. Entering the bank, he carefully avoided security cameras and laser sensors as he approached the vault. Having reached the safe, Benjamin began his work. He used the latest devices to hack electronic locks and disarm alarms. Soon the safe opened to reveal millions of dollars in jewelry. He quickly filled the bags, trying not to waste time. But just as he was ready to leave the building, the security system was activated. The sirens started blaring and the bank filled with red alarm lights. Benjamin knew he only had a few minutes to escape. He rushed to the exit, moving along a pre-planned route. A motorcycle was waiting for him on the street, hidden in the alley behind the building. He quickly started it up and rushed away, escaping his pursuers. The city was filled with the sounds of sirens, but Benjamin was already far away. He navigated the streets of Los Angeles using his driving skills to escape pursuit. A few hours later, when everything had calmed down, he reached a previously prepared shelter in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. Benjamin knew that he now needed to leave Los Angeles as quickly as possible. He left the motorcycle and got into another car, which he had previously parked nearby. This morning, the news reported a daring robbery in Los Angeles. The police and FBI are once again left in disarray, not knowing who is behind this crime. Benjamin continued his journey, heading to a new location where he could lay low and plan his next heist. He knew that his story was not over yet. New challenges and dangers awaited him ahead, but he was ready for anything. Benjamin Reynolds, the legendary bank robber, continued his game, never resting and always staying one step ahead of his pursuers. Benjamin Reynolds decided to lay low after a daring robbery in Los Angeles. He realized that the FBI and police were intensifying their pursuit, and he needed time to prepare for the next step. He moved to a quiet town on the coast, where he rented a small house and started a new life under the name Mark Winters. Mark enjoyed the sea air and long walks on the beach. He made acquaintances with local residents, tried to fit into their circle and not attract attention. As time passed, he began to feel that he might have found a place where he could spend the rest of his life in peace. But his inner craving for adrenaline and thrills did not allow him to forget about the past for long. One evening, while sitting in a local bar, Mark overheard a conversation about the largest bank in Chicago, which was famous for its invulnerable security system. Something clicked inside him. He understood that this information was not accidental. This was a sign. It was time to act again. Returning home, he began preparing for a new robbery. He carefully planned every step, recalled old skills, and developed a strategy. He had to become Benjamin Reynolds again and commit his most ambitious crime. Benjamin knew Chicago didn't forgive mistakes. He rented an apartment near the bank and began surveillance. He spent every day on the streets, studying the routes of the guards, the bank's work schedule, and the habits of its employees. He created a false identity, Jacob Martinez, an IT specialist working for a company that services banking systems. Time passed, and Benjamin prepared carefully. He installed hidden cameras to monitor everything happening inside and outside the bank. Finally, the day came when he was ready. Dressed in a work uniform, he entered the bank under the guise of a technician, ostensibly to check security systems. His heart was pounding, but he kept his cool. Benjamin began to bypass the security systems one by one, disabling cameras and alarms. He knew he had limited time and acted quickly and decisively. When he reached the vault, he was greeted by a massive safe that required not only skill, but also patience. Using modern tools and his skills, he opened the lock. Inside, millions of dollars in cash and securities were waiting for him. Benjamin quickly filled the bags and prepared to leave. But at that moment, he heard footsteps. Someone was approaching. His heart began to beat faster, but he didn't let panic take over. He hid in a dark corner, watching the guard who passed by without noticing him. Benjamin took advantage of the moment and left the vault, moving towards the exit. When he went outside, a car parked in the alley was waiting for him. He got behind the wheel and, without looking back, left the crime scene. The news reported a daring robbery in Chicago, and Benjamin Reynolds' name was back on the front pages. But he was already far away, heading towards a new shelter. New challenges and adventures awaited him ahead, but he was ready for them. Benjamin knew that his story was not over yet and that new challenges lay ahead. Several months have passed since the successful robbery in Chicago. Benjamin Reynolds, hiding under the name Mark Winters, moved to Europe. He knew that the persecution by the American authorities continued unabated, but the change of continent gave him temporary refuge. Mark settled in a small town in the south of France where life moved slowly and calmly. However, despite the tranquility of the new place, Benjamin was again drawn to his old habits. He began to take an interest in the large banks of Europe, realizing that the European banking system could offer new challenges and opportunities. He was particularly interested in one of the largest banks in central London, known for its huge reserves and the latest security technologies. Mark started planning again. He spent several weeks exploring the city and the bank, creating a new identity for himself. Now he was John Smith, a security expert for an international company. This allowed him to access the necessary information and study all aspects of the bank's work. John got a job at a bank security company and began preparing for the robbery. He examined the guards' routes, shift schedules, and any weaknesses in the system. The day came when everything was ready. John entered the bank under the guise of an ordinary employee. He acted confidently, disabling surveillance cameras and alarms, using his knowledge and experience. When he got to the vault, he had to use all his skills to pick a complex electronic lock. When the safe door opened, not only money appeared in front of him, but also valuables that he had never seen before. John filled the bags with money and jewelry and headed out. He knew he had little time and acted quickly. But this time, everything did not go so smoothly. One of the security guards noticed the cameras were turned off and raised the alarm. John realized that he only had a few minutes to get out. He rushed to the emergency exit, which he had prepared in advance, but met several guards on his way. The chase began. John ran through the hallways, dodging guards and using his skills to stay one step ahead. When he ran outside, a motorcycle hidden in an alley was waiting for him. He started the engine and took off, leaving his pursuers behind. London was shocked by the news of the daring robbery. Police and international security services launched a large-scale operation to catch the robber, but John was already far away, heading towards a previously prepared shelter. Realizing that London was now dangerous for him, he decided to change his place again. This time his path lay in Asia, where he hoped to find a new refuge and new opportunities. Benjamin Reynolds, again changing his name and appearance, continued his dangerous game, remaining one step ahead of his pursuers. He knew his story was not over yet. New challenges and adventures lay ahead of him, and he was ready for them. Benjamin knew that every new city and every new robbery brought him closer to his ultimate goal, to become the most famous and elusive bank robber in history. Benjamin Reynolds decided to hide in one of the largest cities in Asia, Tokyo. This city attracted him with its combination of ultra-modern technology and ancient traditions. Here, among the skyscrapers and narrow streets, he hoped to find temporary shelter and prepare for the next, even more grandiose robbery. With a new name and a new appearance, Benjamin settled in a neighborhood where culture and innovation mixed. He rented a small apartment and got a job at a company developing and implementing security systems. This allowed him to study the latest technologies that were used in the largest banks in Tokyo. He devoted several months to observing and studying the security system of one of the largest banks in Japan. This bank was located in the heart of Tokyo's business district and was considered one of the most secure institutions in the country. Benjamin carefully planned every detail, developing a plan that was to be the pinnacle of his career. Finally, the day came when everything was ready. He chose a night when the bank was undergoing maintenance work and the number of security guards was minimal. Dressed in the uniform of a technical service employee, he entered the building using fake documents and equipment. Benjamin disabled the alarm system and surveillance cameras, then began to crack the safe. This time he had to cope with a multi-layered security system, which included biometric data, laser sensors, and complex mechanisms. But his skills and experience allowed him to bypass all obstacles. When the safe door finally opened, he was faced with billions of yen, jewelry, and securities. Benjamin quickly filled the bags, knowing that every second counted. He was about to leave the bank when he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. A security guard patrolling the building noticed something was wrong and raised the alarm. Benjamin realized he had to act quickly. He rushed to the prepared exit, but the guards had already begun to tighten the ring around the building. A tense chase began. Benjamin rushed along the narrow corridors, trying not to fall into the hands of the guards. Using smoke bombs, he created a curtain to hide from the line of sight of his pursuers. When he ran outside, a motorcycle hidden in an alley was waiting for him. He started the engine and took off, leaving chaos and sirens behind. The night was dark, and he moved through the narrow streets of Tokyo, trying to avoid police patrols. Soon he reached an abandoned warehouse, where he hid his loot and changed his clothes. The next day, news of a daring robbery in Tokyo shocked Japan. Police and international security services launched a large-scale operation to catch the robber, but Benjamin was already far away, preparing for the next stage of his journey. He knew that now he was being pursued not only by American and European services, but also by Asian law enforcement agencies. This made his situation even more dangerous, but also added adrenaline and excitement. Benjamin decided to move on, this time heading to Singapore, a city famous for its financial institutions and high technology. New challenges and new opportunities awaited him ahead. He continued to play his dangerous game, staying one step ahead of everyone who tried to catch him. Benjamin Reynolds, changing his name and appearance, continued his legend, never resting and always ready for new challenges. After a successful robbery in Tokyo, Benjamin Reynolds decided to change things up and headed to Singapore. This city, known for its cutting-edge technology and strict security measures, seemed like the perfect place for a new challenge. However, this time he planned not just a bank robbery, but something more ambitious, the theft of an important artifact, which was kept in a high-tech museum in the city center. Benjamin knew that this artifact was a point of pride for Singapore, and its theft would be a big deal. He began studying the museum, its security system, and employee work schedules. Attention has been drawn to the latest technologies using biometrics, laser systems, and artificial intelligence to ensure security. He carefully thought out a plan that included the use of drones, fake biometric data, and hacking artificial intelligence systems. It was risky, but Benjamin was confident in his abilities. He began to prepare, gathering the necessary equipment and working out the details of the operation. The day came when everything was ready. At night, Benjamin entered the museum building using forged documents and his burglary skills. He disabled the alarms and surveillance cameras, then used drones to bypass the laser systems. Having reached the hall where the artifact was kept, he used his knowledge of biometrics to fool the scanners. When he finally stood in front of the artifact, a feeling of triumph washed over him. But at that moment something went wrong. The security system activated and the museum filled with red alarm lights. Benjamin realized that he only had a few minutes to escape. He quickly took the artifact and headed towards the prepared exit. But this time, a surprise awaited him. The guards were already on the spot and began to pursue him. A tense chase began through the corridors of the museum. Benjamin used all his skills to elude his pursuers, but he realized that the situation was getting out of control. At the last moment, he ran to the roof of the building and used a grappling hook to get down to the street. A motorcycle was waiting for him on the street, on which he quickly drove off, leaving chaos and pursuers in his wake. The city was plunged into panic, and news of the daring kidnapping spread throughout the world. Benjamin went to a previously prepared shelter, where he hid the artifact and changed his clothes. He knew that he was now being pursued not only by Singaporean law enforcement agencies, but also by international security services. This made his situation even more dangerous, but also added excitement and adrenaline. He decided to lie low for a while, hiding from his pursuers. In his hideout, he began to analyze the past operation, studying his mistakes and developing new strategies. Benjamin knew that his story was not over yet, and new challenges and adventures awaited him. Now his goal was not just to rob banks, but to leave his mark on history as the most daring and elusive criminal. He understood that each new step would require even greater caution and skill from him, but he was ready for it. Benjamin Reynolds, changing names and appearances, continued his dangerous game, always remaining one step ahead of his pursuers. Benjamin Reynolds, now known as Richard Stone, sat at a table in a luxurious Macau casino. That evening he was a model of calm and confidence. His eyes closely followed the dealer's movements, but his thoughts were far from the card table. He was preparing for the most daring robbery of his career. In Richard's head, every action was calculated down to the second. He knew the guard schedules. He knew when the security cameras were changing, and he knew that every second would be worth its weight in gold. He had become a regular visitor to the casino in recent months, carefully studying the behavior of the staff and finding weaknesses in the security system. The evening was noisy, as always in Macau. Casino visitors were enjoying the game, not suspecting that at this time one of them was preparing to pull off the robbery of the century. Richard knew now was the perfect time. He stood up from the table, apologizing to the dealer, and headed towards the elevator leading to the underground floor. As soon as the elevator doors closed, he quickly changed his clothes to the security uniform he had prepared in advance. In his pocket were counterfeit key cards and a device for breaking electronic locks. He was ready. The elevator doors opened and Richard found himself in the corridor leading to the vault. He moved forward, confident and calm. Guards met him at every step, but the fake uniform and confidence in his eyes did not allow them to suspect anything was wrong. He walked up to the vault doors and used a fake card to gain access. The door opened with a slight click. The vault was protected by several layers of security, but Richard was prepared for this. He began disabling alarm systems using his hacking device. The tension grew with every minute. It seemed to him that time had slowed down. Finally, he reached the safe. At this moment, his breathing quickened. He knew that every step could be his last. Richard used a stethoscope to hear the locking mechanism, and within minutes, the safe gave way. Millions of dollars in jewelry were waiting for him inside. He quickly filled the bags with money and jewelry. Time was running out. Richard left the vault and headed back to the elevator, trying not to attract attention. As soon as the elevator doors closed, he changed out of his uniform into regular clothes and took his bags with him. When he returned to the casino floor, everything was as calm as before. Richard smiled as if nothing had happened and headed towards the exit. His heart was pounding, but he maintained his outward calm. As he walked out of the casino and into his rental car, he felt the tension subside. He knew that he now needed to leave Macau as quickly as possible. Richard headed to a private airfield where a plane was waiting for him, ready to take him to his new country. He knew that every second counted, but he knew that he did everything he could. The plane took off and Richard sat back in his seat with relief. He did it. New adventures and new challenges awaited him ahead, but now he could enjoy the moment of victory. Benjamin Reynolds, or Richard Stone as he was known in Macau, continued his legend, leaving behind another heist in another city. A few months later, as Benjamin Reynolds was beginning to get used to his new life as Richard Stone, the FBI was finally able to catch a lead leading to him. It all started with one seemingly insignificant mistake. One of the FBI agents, Jennifer Miller, who had been working on the Reynolds case for several years, came across traces of unusual transactions in Macau. After carefully analyzing bank data and monitoring suspicious transactions, she noticed regular large transfers that connected seemingly unrelated events. Each time a robbery occurred, it was followed by large transfers to unknown accounts registered in false names. Jennifer began to dig deeper and discovered that these transactions had similarities to those carried out in other countries following the robberies attributed to Reynolds. She theorized that Reynolds used these accounts to move stolen funds. This gave her her first real mark in years. She shared her findings with the team, and they began tracking down any transactions that might match the pattern. They soon came across transactions leading to one specific account in Switzerland. The FBI contacted Swiss authorities and gained access to information about the account owner. Swiss authorities provided information about a client registered under the name Richard Stone. This information attracted attention because it matched Reynolds' description. Agent Miller and her team realized that they had finally found the real Reynolds. They began to monitor his movements using Swiss resources and international connections. They managed to track him to one of the luxurious villas on the French coast, where Richard was hiding after his last robbery. The FBI decided to act carefully so as not to scare him away. They sent a small team of agents to watch the villa and record all his movements. For several days, they carefully monitored Richard, recording his every meeting and movement. One morning, when Richard went shopping in a nearby town, the agents decided to act. They were waiting for him near the supermarket. When he left the store, he was surrounded by several agents. Richard, realizing that he had no choice, decided not to resist. He was arrested and taken to the local police station, from where he was to be extradited to the United States. During the interrogation, he remained calm and confident. The agents asked questions, trying to find out all the details of his crimes, but Richard was persistent and said only what he considered necessary. However, the evidence collected was undeniable, and he was charged with multiple charges. The news of the capture of Benjamin Reynolds, the legendary bank robber, spread throughout the world. His name was again on the front pages of the newspapers, but now in the context of his arrest. People reacted differently to this news. Some admired his skill, others rejoiced at his capture. Richard was taken to the United States, where a long trial began. The FBI and prosecutors prepared carefully for this case, collecting all possible evidence and testimony. Richard knew that a harsh sentence awaited him, but he did not lose hope. He understood that his legend would live on, regardless of the outcome of the trial. Behind bars, he remained calm and confident. He knew that his story was not over yet. Perhaps new trials and challenges awaited him ahead, and he was ready for them. Benjamin Reynolds, or Richard Stone, continued his game, remaining true to himself and his principles until the very end. The trial of Benjamin Reynolds, or Richard Stone as he was known in recent months, has proven to be one of the most talked about events in the world of forensics. His name again appeared in newspaper headlines and on television screens. Many were waiting for a fair trial, and some hoped to see him behind bars for many years. However, fate prepared an unexpected twist. One morning, prison guards discovered the body of Benjamin Reynolds in his cell. He was dead. Death came unexpectedly and for no apparent reason. Soon, rumors of his death began to spread throughout the prison and beyond. Prison doctors said the cause of death was a heart attack, but many doubted this version. There was talk among prison guards and prisoners that the FBI might have been involved in his death. Some argued that a dangerous criminal like Reynolds could pose a threat even behind bars, and that authorities chose to eliminate him to prevent possible escapes or further crimes. These rumors intensified when it became known that, shortly before his death, Reynolds met with FBI representatives for another interrogation. Witnesses said he appeared tired and depressed after the encounter, and that FBI agents left the prison with their faces covered. The medical examination could not definitively confirm the version of a heart attack, leaving many questions unanswered. Journalists, criminologists, and the public began to build their theories about what really happened. Some speculated that Reynolds might have been poisoned, others that his death was staged and that he might still be alive and under government protection. Meanwhile, the FBI categorically denied any involvement in Reynolds' death. Officials have said they are interested in a fair and just trial and that any suggestions that the agency was involved in his death are false and baseless. However, doubts remained. For many, Reynolds was not just a criminal, but a legend who was able to deceive the system and remain free for so long. His death gave rise to even more myths and rumors about his life and crimes. Sometime later, on one of the independent internet forums, information appeared from an anonymous source claiming that Reynolds was indeed killed on the orders of high-ranking officials in order to cover up the traces of some of his affairs that could expose corruption in high circles. This information caused a wave of discussions and controversy, but was not confirmed. One way or another, the death of Benjamin Reynolds left a deep mark on the history of the criminal world. His name continued to inspire admiration and fear, and his legend lived on. For many, he remained a symbol of audacity and elusiveness, a man who played by his own rules until the very end. The death of Benjamin Reynolds left behind many questions and theories, but life went on. His legend, as one might expect, took on a new twist. People discussed his possible death, built conspiracy theories, and searched for answers. Meanwhile, his story has inspired numerous films, books, and articles. Benjamin became a symbol of insolence and rebellion. But among all the rumors and speculation, one theory stood out in particular. Some claimed that his death was staged and that Reynolds was able to negotiate with the authorities to start a new life under a different name. These rumors were supported by secret reports and anonymous sources claiming to have seen Reynolds in different parts of the world. A few years later, in a small town in southern Italy, a mysterious man opened a cafe. He called himself Luca Ricci and was friendly and welcoming to his visitors. No one knew about his past, and people respected him for his hard work and good nature. However, some noticed that a shadow of the past sometimes flashed in his eyes, and there was amazing dexterity and precision in his movements. One day, while Luca was sitting at the counter enjoying a cup of espresso, a young woman entered the cafe. She was a journalist who came to the town looking for inspiration for a new article. She started talking with Luca, and her attention was drawn to his hands, strong and skillful, but with thin scars that spoke of a difficult past. The journalist began to ask Luca about his life, but he only smiled and answered in vague phrases. She felt that there was something more behind his goodwill. Curious, she decided to do her own research, but found no trace of his past. Time passed, and Luca Ricci continued his life in a small Italian town. He became a respected member of the community, and people valued him for his kindness and help. But those who knew him better sometimes noticed how he, sitting over a cup of coffee, looked into the distance as if remembering something from a past life. Benjamin Reynolds may have actually died in prison, as authorities claimed. Or maybe he started a new life, leaving behind his past and the legend of the elusive bank robber. Be that as it may, his story remained alive in the hearts of those who remembered his daring robberies and elusive nature. While the truth of his fate may never be known, his spirit lived on, inspiring new adventurers and reminding him that sometimes to be free, you have to risk everything. Second story of the criminal. Since childhood, Johnny Walker has felt a certain dark force within himself. Born in a poor area of New York, he grew up surrounded by cruelty and violence. His father was an alcoholic, and his mother worked 2 jobs to make ends meet. School for Johnny was a place of bullying and fighting. He often got into trouble and was soon expelled for his constant conflicts with his classmates and teachers. Over the years, his ability to fight and desire to protect himself led him into the world of crime. At the age of 15, he became involved with a local gang, where he quickly established himself as a fearless and merciless fighter. Soon he was noticed by more influential criminal structures. Johnny quickly grew in their eyes, and he was invited to join the dangerous mafia, where he began to carry out the dirtiest assignments. His first assassination order came when he was only 18 years old. No doubts or remorse. Johnny completed the task calmly and ruthlessly. This was only the first victim of many, and with each new murder his reputation became more and more terrifying. For a long time, the police could not understand who was behind the series of brutal murders. Traces were always carefully covered, and witnesses disappeared. However, as the number of victims grew, law enforcement began to suspect the existence of an elusive killer who acted without the slightest trace. Johnny Walker stopped at nothing. Every step he took was carefully thought out, and he never left evidence. He had a clear methodology that made his murders virtually unsolved. However, despite all the precautions, the fame of his crimes grew, and Johnny's name became known in criminal circles as the most dangerous and unpredictable. Investigators began to find connections between his victims. They found out that most of them were related to criminal organizations and were probably part of some major conflict. With each new murder, the picture became clearer. Johnny did not just kill for money. He eliminated competitors and traitors. More than 10 years have passed since Johnny began his bloody career. During this time, he left behind more than 20 victims. His name became a legend among criminologists and police officers who never stopped trying to catch him. But Johnny Walker was always one step ahead. Over the years, Johnny Walker became more and more sophisticated in his methods. He didn't just kill. He studied his victims, their habits, roots, and weaknesses. Each murder was carefully planned, like a chess game in which Johnny was always several moves ahead. The NYPD was desperately trying to find any leads. The best detectives and analysts were involved in the investigation, but Johnny continued to remain elusive. His underground name became synonymous with fear and inevitability for everyone who crossed paths with him in the criminal arena. One day, a few years into his career, Johnny received an order that changed everything. The target was a high-ranking member of the mafia, known for his brutality and influence. This order promised not only a huge amount of money, but also significant growth in the hierarchy of the criminal world. Johnny began to carefully prepare to fulfill the order. He watched his target, studied its weaknesses and habits. Finally, choosing the perfect moment, he committed one of the most daring and difficult murders of his career. This murder became a sensation in the criminal world, and the name of Johnny Walker became even more famous. However, success brought not only glory, but also new dangers. Johnny's competitors and enemies began to unite to eliminate him. The hunt for the most dangerous killer in America has begun in the criminal world. But Johnny was ready for this. He knew that sooner or later his pursuers would try to strike. Meanwhile, the police intensified their efforts to capture Johnny. New evidence discovered at the scene of the latest murder has allowed investigators to get closer to the solution. They began to connect the threads between various crimes and realized that one person was behind all these murders. The war between Johnny and his enemies has reached its climax. He faced betrayal and danger at every turn, but his composure and prudence always helped him emerge victorious. Johnny knew that the only way to survive was to stay one step ahead of all his enemies. Years passed and Johnny became a legend in the criminal world. His name evoked fear and respect. But despite all the efforts of the police and his enemies, he remained elusive. Each new order, each new murder confirmed his status as the most dangerous killer in America. The story of Johnny Walker continued, and no one knew when or where he would strike next. But one thing was clear: he would never stop and would go to the end, defending his reputation and life. Despite all the difficulties, Johnny continued to commit murders with impeccable accuracy. His life turned into an endless game of cat and mouse, where the stakes became increasingly higher. The police increased their pressure, and his enemies looked for any opportunity to eliminate him. One day, Johnny received an unusual order. He needed to eliminate a high-ranking politician who was planning to expose corruption schemes connecting the mafia and the government. This order was complex and dangerous, since the target was under 24-hour security. But Johnny loved a challenge and knew this order would take his reputation to the next level. He began to prepare for the murder with unprecedented care. Weeks of surveillance, analyzing routes and security, developing the perfect plan. All this became part of his daily life. Johnny understood that any mistake could cost him his life, but that didn't stop him. On the day the murder was planned, he was ready. Johnny infiltrated a secure building using his skills and cunning. He moved like a shadow, avoiding cameras and guards. Having found his target, he committed the murder in cold blood and also left the building unnoticed. The whole operation went perfectly, and Johnny once again confirmed his reputation as the best killer. However, this murder caused an unprecedented stir. The police and intelligence agencies intensified their efforts to capture Johnny, using all possible resources. The operation to capture him became priority number one, and a real hunt began on the streets of the city. Johnny realized that his situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. He began to change his habits and places of residence, avoiding any permanent connections. At the same time, his enemies were also not asleep. Crime bosses, fearing for their lives, banded together to strike against Johnny. Despite all these difficulties, Johnny continued his activities. He became increasingly secretive and unpredictable. Each new order was carried out with the highest precision, and his name continued to evoke fear and respect in the criminal world. One day, after another successfully completed task, Johnny received information that shocked him to the core. It turned out that his mother, whom he had not seen for many years, was seriously ill and needed help. This made Johnny think about his past and how his life could have turned out differently. Despite all the dangers, he decided to visit his mother. It was a risky decision, but he couldn't do otherwise. Having found a safe path and protection, Johnny went to the small town where his mother lived. The meeting was touching and emotional. The mother, having learned who her son had become, tried to convince him to change his life. Johnny began to think that it was time to change his destiny. But he knew it wouldn't be easy to get out of the game. His enemies won't let him just leave, and the police will continue the hunt. However, he began to look for ways to find a way out of this endless cycle of violence. The story of Johnny Walker continued, and no one knew how it would end. He was at a crossroads in his life, and his future depended on every next step. But one thing was clear: Johnny would never give up without a fight. Returning to his mother changed Johnny's inner world. Her words that life can always be changed hooked him. He began to think about the future, but his past would not let him go. Soon after visiting his mother, he received an unexpected proposal. Johnny contacted a former member of his gang, who now worked for a large international corporation. He offered Johnny a job to eliminate a dangerous competitor who threatened the corporation's business. In return, they promised big money and the opportunity to disappear from the radar for some time. Johnny took on this order, considering it his last before starting a new life. He began collecting information about his new target, a businessman named Victor Novak, who conducted illegal operations around the world. Novak was well protected and extremely cautious, but Johnny was confident in his abilities. Following his usual pattern, Johnny began to carefully plan the operation. He studied every aspect of Novak's life, his movements and security. However, this time things did not go so smoothly. One night, while making his way to Novak's hideout, he was ambushed. This was the first serious failure in a long time. In the ambush, Johnny realized that someone had leaked information about his mission. He miraculously escaped death, but now he knew that not only the police and the mafia were hunting him, but also new, more powerful enemies. He was betrayed, and he decided to find out who was behind it. Johnny began his investigation, following the trail of those who set up the ambush. He learned that among the members of his former gang there was a traitor who was leaking information to competitors. Johnny decided to find and punish this man. At the same time, he began to develop a plan for revenge against Novak, who not only turned out to be his target, but also the employer of the traitor. Johnny went on the offensive. He used his skills to gradually eliminate everyone who helped Novak and the traitor. His actions became even more ruthless and precise. He regained control of the situation while simultaneously thwarting the plans of his enemies. One night he entered the house of the traitor, where he was hiding, and finally met him face to face. The traitor tried to justify himself, but Johnny didn't give him a chance. This was a warning to anyone who would dare betray him. With his revenge complete, Johnny turned his attention back to Novak. He learned that he was planning to leave the country and decided that he would not allow him to escape. Johnny organized a complex operation to intercept Novak at the airport. Everything was ready for the final meeting. That day, Johnny entered the closed area of the airport. He used all his cunning and skill to sneak up on Novak's private jet. The moment Novak approached the ramp, Johnny struck his killing blow. However, after killing Novak, Johnny realized that now he had no way back. He is too deeply mired in a world of violence and betrayal. Despite his desire to start a new life, he realized that his shadow would follow him everywhere. Johnny disappeared from the radar again, knowing that his enemies would be looking for him. But now he had a goal: to find a way to get out of this game without being noticed. Johnny Walker's story continued, and his future remained uncertain, but he was ready for whatever challenges fate would bring. Johnny Walker lurked in the shadows, continuing his life on the run. He knew that now he was being pursued not only by enemies from the criminal world, but also by intelligence agencies who wanted to catch or eliminate him. Johnny decided to change his strategy. He no longer sought new orders, but focused on protecting himself and his family. After Novak's murder, Johnny went to South America, where he had old connections. He knew that there he could find refuge and help in creating a new identity. Hiding in a small town, he began to plan his future life. He had to be extremely careful not to attract attention. Meanwhile, investigators and intelligence agents have stepped up their efforts to find him. They understood that Johnny would not stop, and every mistake could be his last. In a desperate attempt to find him, they began tracking down all possible contacts and connections that could lead to his location. One night, Johnny received a message from an old friend who worked in intelligence. He said that he was being hunted and that he urgently needed to disappear. Johnny knew he needed to leave South America and find a safer place. Using his old connections, he arranged false documents and a ticket on a cargo ship bound for Asia. Johnny planned to start a new life in Hong Kong, where he hoped to get lost among millions of people. Upon arrival in Hong Kong, Johnny quickly adapted to his new environment. He found work in a small auto repair shop where his skills were useful. Under a new name and with a changed appearance, he tried not to attract attention. But despite his quiet life, he always remained on guard, ready for any turn of events. However, the past would not let him go. One night, while returning home, he noticed that he was being followed. Johnny realized that he had been discovered. He quickly developed an escape plan using his skills and knowledge. He managed to escape his pursuers, but this incident reminded him that he would never be able to completely get rid of his past. Johnny began to look for a safer shelter. He turned to old contacts who could help him hide in more remote and less controlled places. He was advised to go to a mountain village in northern Vietnam, where there were few people and virtually no strangers. He accepted this advice and went on his way. The road was long and difficult, but Johnny knew that this was his only chance for a quiet life. Vietnam greeted him with silence and solitude. In the village, he was mistaken for a stranger who wanted to find peace and quiet. Johnny started a new life working on a farm and helping local residents. He learned to speak the local language and gradually became part of the community. Here, far from the hustle and bustle, he found what he dreamed of: peace and the opportunity to start over. But despite all this, Johnny knew that his story was not over. He was ready for any turn of events and was always on the alert. His life became an endless game of survival, where every new morning could be the beginning of a new challenge. Johnny Walker's story continued, and no one knew where his next step would lead. But one thing was clear: he would never give up without a fight and would always be ready for new challenges. Living in a mountain village in northern Vietnam became a kind of refuge for Johnny Walker. He found peace and stability, but his instincts were always on guard. It seemed that here, in silence and distance from his former life, he could finally forget about the past, but the shadow of his crimes continued to haunt him. One evening, as the sun was setting behind the horizon, Johnny was approached by a young local guy named Lon. He said that strangers had appeared in the village asking about the recently arrived foreigner. Johnny realized that he had been found again. He thanked Lon for the information and quickly began to prepare for another escape. That same night, he packed his things and left the village, leaving behind everything that he had managed to create during this time. His path lay deep into the jungle, where he hoped to hide from his pursuers. Johnny knew that this time he needed to find a place where neither people nor modern technology could detect him. Making his way through dense thickets, he came across an old, abandoned base from the war. This place was so secluded and forgotten that Johnny decided to stay here for a while. He equipped himself with a shelter and began to settle down, hoping that this place would become his new refuge. However, despite all his caution, his enemies did not give up trying to find him. Soon he noticed traces of strangers near the base. Johnny realized that someone had managed to track him even here. But now he was ready for the meeting. He set traps around the base and prepared for defense. One night, when a barely audible rustling sound broke the silence of the jungle, Johnny knew it was time to act. The strangers came closer, and soon a fight began. Thanks to his training and skill, Johnny was able to defeat his enemies and remain unharmed. But he understood that this was only a small part of those who wanted him dead. After that night, Johnny decided to change tactics. He realized that constant flight would not give him peace and decided to go on the offensive. He began to collect information about his pursuers, trying to understand who was behind all this. He soon learned that he was being hunted by an international criminal organization interested in his elimination. Johnny decided to strike first. He began his hunt, using his skills and experience to eliminate key members of the organization. Each successful operation brought him closer to the leaders who were behind this whole hunt. He moved quickly and silently, like a shadow, leaving only fear and destruction in his wake. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Vietnamese jungle, he found a new ally. Lon, the same guy from the village who warned him about the strangers, decided to help Johnny. Lon was young but brave, and his knowledge of the area and culture proved invaluable. Together, they became a team that challenged a powerful organization. In one of the operations, Johnny and Lan stumbled upon information that pointed to a hidden enemy camp, where important data about all the organization's operations was stored. Johnny knew this was his chance to deliver the killer blow. They planned a raid on the camp, hoping not only to destroy their enemies, but also to gather information that would help them get rid of their pursuers forever. The operation was to take place at Carter's mansion, where he planned to host a reception for his business partners. The evening of the event arrived and Michael and the team were ready. Anna sneaked inside under the guise of maintenance personnel, monitoring Carter's movements and relaying information to Michael and Marcus. Johnny Walker's story continued, and his path became more and more dangerous. But now he had an ally and a goal worth fighting for. He knew there were many challenges ahead, but he was ready for them, determined to end this game on his own terms. With important documents in hand, Johnny and Lan began their campaign to destroy the international criminal organization. The documents contained detailed information about key figures, their locations, and operations. Johnny decided to act quickly and decisively, striking his enemies before they had time to recover from the last attack. The first step was to eliminate one of the leaders of the organization, based in Bangkok. Johnny and Lon carefully prepared for this operation, studying the routes and daily routine of the target. Using their camouflage and stealth skills, they infiltrated the guarded building and neutralized the enemy. This strike caused panic among other leaders, and they began to take additional security measures. The next target was Li Chen, the second most important leader who was in Shanghai. Johnny and Lon decided to take advantage of the chaos created by the previous attack and struck Li Chen in his own mansion. This operation was particularly difficult as security was tight, but Johnny and Lan pulled it off thanks to their training and tactical thinking. At this time, Vietnamese intelligence services began to receive reports of strange events and deaths of key criminal figures in Asia. They could not understand who was behind these attacks, but began to suspect that it was the work of one person. Johnny knew his time was limited, and he needed to act quickly. With each new blow, their mission became more and more dangerous. The organization realized that an experienced and ruthless enemy was acting against them. They launched a counteroffensive, sending their best men to find Johnny and Lon. But Johnny was always one step ahead, using his skills and knowledge to avoid traps and counterattacks. Their campaign culminated in a strike against the leader of the organization, a man known as Master Shadow. This mysterious leader ran the entire network from a hideout in Hong Kong. Johnny and Lon collected all the information to infiltrate this heavily guarded hideout. They knew that this would be their most difficult and dangerous mission, but they were ready for anything. At night, when the city was asleep, they entered the Shadow Master's hideout. They moved quickly and silently, eliminating guards and avoiding traps. When they reached the main hall, an unexpected turn awaited them. Master Shadow was not alone. His best fighters were with him, ready for battle. The fight was brutal and life or death. Johnny and Lan fought with all their might, using all their experience and skills. Finally, after a long and grueling battle, they defeated all their enemies. Johnny found himself face to face with Master Shadow. This man was old and wise, but no less dangerous. In the last fight, Johnny won, putting an end to the terror that this organization spread. The death of the Shadow Master meant the end of an international criminal network. Johnny and Lon knew that now even more enemies would be hunting them, but they also realized that they had made the world a little safer. They decided to hide for a while to wait out the wave of retaliation. Together, they went to remote corners of Asia where no one could find them. Johnny continued to look for ways to start a new life, but always remained prepared for any surprises. He knew that his story was not over yet, and the future would bring new challenges and adventures. After the destruction of the international criminal network, Johnny and Lon were able to hide and relax for some time in one of the remote corners of Thailand. But their peace did not last long. One night, Johnny received a message through an old contact, a new order. This was an unusual order that required his specific skills and experience. The order concerned the elimination of one of the most powerful criminal leaders in the world, Ivan Romanov. Romanov was the leader of the Russian mafia, which controlled a huge network of illegal operations around the world. He was known for his cruelty and elusiveness, and until now, no one had been able to get close to him. Johnny realized that this would be one of the most difficult and dangerous orders of his career. But he also realized that successful completion of this task could give him and Lon freedom from persecution and the opportunity to start a new life. They began preparing for the new mission, gathering information and developing a plan. The first step was to find out where Romanov was. Through his connections, Johnny learned that Romanov was hiding in London under the guise of a legal business. He lived in a luxurious mansion in the heart of the city, surrounded by guards and modern security systems. Johnny and Lan traveled to London using false documents. They began to monitor the mansion and study all possible ways of entry. At this time, they also assembled a team of several trusted people who could help them in this complex operation. The operation began at night. Johnny, Lan, and their team infiltrated the mansion, neutralizing security and avoiding surveillance cameras. They moved quickly and silently, like shadows, approaching their target. They soon found themselves inside the mansion, where they met unexpected resistance. Romanov was not just a criminal leader. He was an experienced fighter surrounded by the best bodyguards. A fierce battle began, in which Johnny and his team showed all their skills. Lon fought alongside Johnny, protecting his back and helping him defeat his enemies. Finally, Johnny found himself face to face with Romanov. It was a brutal and intense fight in which both opponents used all their experience and strength. Johnny was able to defeat Romanov, but it cost him a lot of effort. He understood that with each such order his life became more and more dangerous. After successfully completing the task, Johnny and Lan decided that it was time to disappear completely. They used the money and resources they received from the mission to change their identities and hide in one of the small coastal towns of South America. There they began a new life, hoping that they could finally leave their bloody past behind. Johnny opened a small workshop where he repaired old cars, and Lan took up fishing. They lived quietly and peacefully, trying not to attract attention to themselves. But despite this, Johnny always remained on guard, knowing that his enemies could find him at any moment. The story of Johnny Walker continued. His life became an endless game of survival, where every mistake could cost him his life. But he was ready for any test, because he knew that this was the only way he could protect himself and his friend. Life in a small coastal town in South America seemed calm and measured to Johnny and Lan. They found their place in the sun, hiding from their pursuers and enemies. But despite his outward calm, Johnny was always on his guard. His killer instincts never let him relax completely. One day a stranger came to his workshop. The man was dressed simply, but in his eyes Johnny saw something familiar, determination, and hidden threat. The stranger introduced himself as Jorge and asked him to fix the old car. During the conversation, Jorge hinted that he knew about Johnny's past. He didn't threaten, but made it clear that he didn't come by chance. Johnny realized that this could be a signal for a new round of events. He did not show his worries and agreed to fix the car. The next day, Jorge returned and they started talking. It turned out that Jorge was working for one of Johnny's former enemies, who now needed his help. The enemy turned out to be Raul Morales, a powerful drug lord who controls most of the drug trade in the region. Raul was in despair. Another criminal leader had invaded his territory and started a war for control of the business. Raul knew about Johnny's reputation and wanted to hire him to eliminate a new competitor. Johnny knew that accepting this task could return him to the world he was trying to escape from. But refusal could lead to Raul starting a hunt for him and Lan. After much thought and discussion with Lan, they decided to agree, but on their own terms. Johnny insisted that this would be his last task, and that after completing it, Raul would have to leave them alone. They began to prepare for the mission. Johnny learned that his target was Victorio Santana, a former military man turned criminal leader. Santana was known for his cruelty and skill in war. His base was deep in the jungle, and reaching him was extremely difficult. Johnny and Lan gathered all the necessary information and began to develop a plan. They decided to strike at night, when security would be minimal. Using their skills and knowledge, they made their way into Santana's camp. Johnny, as always, acted quickly and silently, eliminating the guards and paving the way to the main goal. When they reached Santana, a fierce fight began. Santana turned out to be a worthy opponent, but Johnny was more experienced and cunning. After a long and intense fight, Johnny was able to defeat Santana, completing the task. However, despite the victory, he realized that the return to the world of violence left a deep mark. After completing the task, Johnny and Lan returned to the town. Raul kept his promise and left them alone. But Johnny knew that the world of crime would not let him go so easily. He decided that he needed to look for an even more remote and safe place to live. Together with Lan, they went to the mountains, to the border between Argentina and Chile. There, they found a small village, hidden from prying eyes. Johnny decided that here they could finally start a new life. He built a house and started farming, and Lan helped him and fished. But despite his quiet life, Johnny was always ready for new challenges. He knew his story was not over yet and was ready to face whatever challenges the future might bring. The story of Johnny Walker continued, and his life remained full of dangers and adventures. but he was confident in himself and his friend, and knew that together they could overcome all difficulties. Living in a small mountain village on the border between Argentina and Chile was a new beginning for Johnny and Lon. They lived peacefully, far from the old world of violence and crime. However, despite his outward calm, Johnny always remained on his guard. He knew that his past could catch up with him at any moment. One day, news came to the village about mysterious incidents in the region. Several local farmers have disappeared, and residents have become afraid to go out into the streets after sunset. Johnny decided to find out what was going on and help the locals. He knew his skills could come in handy. After starting an investigation, Johnny and Lan discovered that behind the disappearances was a group of armed men who were trying to seize control of the region. These people worked for a former military man known for his cruelty and mercilessness. Johnny realized that he would have to face danger again to protect his new life and friends. He gathered a small group of locals who were willing to fight for their homes. Together, they began to develop a plan to drive the invaders out of the region. Johnny used his tactical knowledge and combat experience to train the locals, and soon they were ready to fight. One night they ambushed one of the groups of invaders. The fight was quick and decisive. Johnny and his team were able to defeat their enemies, capturing one of them for interrogation. Under torture, the captured confessed that their leader, Colonel Sergio Mendoza, was planning a large-scale operation to capture the entire region. Johnny realized he had to act quickly. He decided to strike Mendoza's camp before he could implement his plan. With the help of the locals and Lan, he developed a daring plan of attack. They knew that the success of this operation would depend on their ability to act covertly and quickly. On the night of the attack, Johnny and his team infiltrated Mendoza's camp. They moved silently, eliminating the guards and paving the way to the main goal. Johnny and Lan found themselves face to face with Mendoza and his closest henchmen. A fierce battle began in which every battle was worth its weight in gold. Mendoza turned out to be a strong opponent, but Johnny was not inferior to him in skills and experience. After a long and grueling battle, Johnny was able to defeat Mendoza, ending his plans to take over the region. The victory was difficult, but local residents felt relieved and grateful. After this operation, Johnny and Lan became local heroes. The villagers respected and valued them for their protection and help. But despite this, Johnny understood that danger could come at any moment. He decided to continue to live quietly and secretly, not drawing attention to his personality. The story of Johnny Walker continued. He knew that new trials and challenges awaited him, but he was ready for them. Together with Lan, they continued to build their new life, finding peace and happiness in simple things. But the past was always there, and Johnny was ready to face it if necessary. After defeating Colonel Mendoza, Johnny and Lon received a short break. But Johnny knew that calm could be deceptive and was always ready for new challenges. Life in the village improved, people returned to their usual activities, and it seemed that the danger had passed. However, Johnny never ceased to be on guard. One morning, a stranger arrived in the village. He was dressed in expensive clothes and looked like a businessman. The stranger introduced himself as Diego Alvarez and said that he came with peaceful intentions. He announced that he represented a large mining corporation and that his company was interested in developing local lands. The villagers greeted Diego with wariness, but not hostility. Johnny, sensing something was wrong, decided to keep an eye on him and his people. He knew that beautiful words often hide dangerous intentions. He soon learned that Alvarez was connected to an international criminal organization that wanted to use local resources for its illegal operations. Johnny knew he had to act quickly. He gathered local residents and told them about his suspicions. Together, they decided to confront Alvarez and his men. They began to prepare for a possible confrontation by fortifying their homes and establishing surveillance. One night, while Johnny was patrolling the area, he noticed several of Alvarez's men sneaking into the village. He realized that this was the beginning of hostilities. Johnny quickly gathered his men and they prepared for defense. The fight began suddenly. Alvarez's men tried to capture several key points in the village, but the locals, under the leadership of Johnny and Lon, were able to repel the attack. Johnny has personally fought several mercenaries, using his skills and experience to protect his friends. After several hours of fierce fighting, Alvarez's men retreated. Johnny and his team won, but they knew that this was just the beginning. Alvarez wasn't going to give up that easily. He sent an ultimatum to the village, demanding submission and threatening destruction. Johnny decided to strike back. He, along with Lon and several of the bravest local residents, went to Alvarez's base. Using guerrilla warfare tactics, they entered enemy territory and began to destroy the corporation's infrastructure. They destroyed equipment and supplies, disrupting Alvarez's plans. During this operation, Johnny encountered Alvarez himself. It was an intense and deadly battle in which each of them used all their strength and skills. Johnny, despite being tired and wounded, managed to defeat Alvarez, delivering the decisive blow. After defeating Alvarez and his men, Johnny and Lon returned to the village. Residents greeted them as heroes, but Johnny knew that this victory did not mean the end of danger. His past continued to haunt him, and he was ready for new challenges. Now the village lived in peace, but Johnny always remained on his guard. He continued to train local residents, preparing them for possible new threats. He knew that peace and security are not a given, but the result of constant struggle and preparation. The story of Johnny Walker continued. His life was full of dangers and challenges, but he was ready for them. Along with Lan and his new friends, he continued to seek ways to a peaceful and quiet life, but was always ready to face any challenge that the future might bring. Several months after defeating Alvarez, life in the village gradually returned to normal. Johnny and Lon became local heroes, but they knew that peace could be imaginary. Johnny continued to train locals in self-defense tactics and intelligence to prepare them for any eventuality. One day, Johnny received a letter. The letter was signed by a man named Victor Marquez, who claimed to know a secret from Johnny's past that could ruin his new life. Marquez was a well-known international smuggler and information broker, and his name often surfaced in criminal circles. He invited Johnny to meet in a small cafe on the outskirts of the nearest town to discuss the terms. Johnny decided to meet with Marquez, but he was not naive. Together with Lan, they carefully prepared for the meeting, taking with them the necessary equipment for reconnaissance and defense. At the appointed time, they arrived at the cafe and took a table from where they could watch the entrance and exit. Marquez turned out to be a charismatic and cunning man. He started the conversation with hints about Johnny's dark past, mentioning affairs that Johnny hoped to forget forever. Marquez then proposed a deal. Johnny would help him in one risky operation, and in return, Marquez would promise to destroy all incriminating materials and leave Johnny alone forever. The operation involved the theft of valuable artifacts from a heavily guarded museum in Buenos Aires. Marquez explained that these artifacts have enormous historical and financial value, and their sale will bring in millions. Johnny understood that this task was dangerous, but he had no other choice. He agreed to help Marquez, but on his own terms. The operation had to take place with minimal casualties and without disturbing public order. Johnny and Lan began to prepare for the operation. They carefully studied the museum's layout, security system, and security guard schedules. Marquez provided the necessary equipment and information, but Johnny remained cautious and always had a plan B in case of betrayal. On the night of the operation, Johnny and Lan infiltrated the museum using all their skills and knowledge. They moved quickly and silently, disabling security systems and avoiding cameras. Soon they reached the hall with artifacts. But as soon as they started packing the valuables, the alarm went off. Marquez apparently betrayed them, hoping Johnny would fall into the trap. The situation quickly got out of control. Johnny and Lon found themselves surrounded by security and police. They fought with all their tactics and skills, but knew that their chances of escape were diminishing. Johnny decided to use his last trump card. He activated a previously prepared distraction device. An explosion in one part of the museum created chaos and panic, giving Johnny and Lon a chance to escape. They managed to take away some of the artifacts and disappear into the night. Returning to safety, Johnny contacted Marquez. He realized that he now had leverage, the artifacts that Marquez wanted to get. Johnny arranged a meeting with Marquez on his own terms. He returned some of the artifacts to him, but kept the most valuable at his disposal. Marquez, seeing that his plan had failed, agreed to Johnny's terms. He destroyed all incriminating materials and promised not to interfere in Johnny's life anymore. Now that the danger was over, Johnny and Lan returned to their village. They knew the calm might be temporary, but they were prepared for anything. Johnny continued to teach and help local people, knowing that his life would always be full of surprises and challenges. Johnny Walker's story continued, and his path was full of dangers, but he was ready to face any challenge. Together with Lan and new friends, he continued to look for ways to a peaceful and calm life, but was always ready for new challenges. Life in the village returned to normal after the incident with Marquez. Johnny and Lon continued to set up their new hideout, enjoying the peace and quiet. But Johnny's past wouldn't let him go. One evening, as they sat by the fire, a stranger approached them, dressed in simple but high-quality clothes. He introduced himself as Carlos Morales, brother of the murdered Colonel Sergio Mendoza. Carlos said that he learned about Johnny's role in the death of his brother and came not for revenge, but for help. He explained that Sergio's former men now controlled a large part of the drug trade in the region and terrorized the local population. Carlos wanted to put an end to this, but he lacked the resources and skills. Johnny listened carefully to Carlos's story. He understood that intervention in another conflict could be dangerous, but he saw this as an opportunity to atone for his past sins and help people. After much thought and discussion with Lon, Johnny agreed to help Carlos, but set the condition that they act on their own terms and with minimal civilian casualties. They began to prepare for a new mission. Carlos provided information about the location of drug traffickers' bases and their numbers. Johnny and Lon developed a plan using their skills and experience. They decided to start by destroying key enemy infrastructure to weaken their position and cause panic. This was only the first step in their campaign. With each new blow, the positions of the drug traffickers weakened. Johnny and his team acted decisively, using guerrilla warfare tactics. They attacked at night, disrupting supply chains and eliminating key leaders. Carlos and Lon proved to be excellent allies, and their work together brought results. However, the enemies were not going to give up without a fight. They began hunting Johnny and his team using all available resources. One night, when Johnny and Lan were returning from another mission, they were ambushed. A fierce firefight ensued, and Johnny had to use all his skills to get his team out of danger. After this attack, they realized that the enemies were becoming more and more dangerous. Johnny decided it was time to strike the finishing blow. He developed a plan to capture the main base of drug traffickers, where the remaining leaders were hiding. This operation was supposed to be the final chord in their struggle. On the night of the decisive attack, Johnny, Lon, and Carlos made their way to the main base. They moved like shadows, avoiding traps and neutralizing guards. A fierce battle ensued, in which each of them fought to the limit of their capabilities. Johnny and Carlos were able to sneak into the main hall where they met the last leader of the drug traffickers. The fight was brutal and intense. Johnny and Carlos fought the enemy using all their experience and strength. Finally, after a long battle, Johnny struck the decisive blow, ending the drug traffickers' reign in the region. After the victory, Johnny and his team returned to the village. The locals greeted them as heroes, and Carlos thanked Johnny for his help. Johnny knew that his path was difficult and dangerous, but he also knew that he made the right choice. Life in the village has improved again. Johnny and Lon continued to help local residents and build their new life. But despite all the trials and dangers, Johnny always remained on his guard. He knew his story was not over yet and was ready to face whatever challenges the future brought. A few months after the successful operation against drug dealers, life in the village became calm and measured. Johnny and Lon helped local residents, spent time in friendly conversations, and enjoyed a peaceful life. However, Johnny knew that peace could not last forever. One morning, Johnny received an unexpected message through an old communication channel that he had used in the past. It was a coded message from an old ally in the world of crime, whom Johnny thought was long dead. The message contained coordinates and a request for a meeting. Johnny decided he couldn't ignore it and went to the meeting, taking Lan with him. The coordinates led them to an abandoned factory in the mountains. There, they met their old friend and ally, Mark. He was greatly changed, but Johnny still recognized him. Mark said that he survived the attack in which he was believed to be dead, and that he now works for an international organization involved in the fight against terrorism and large criminal networks. Mark said he had important information. He spoke about a new threat, an international terrorist group that is planning a series of major attacks around the world. This group seized control of Johnny's old network and used its resources and contacts. Mark asked Johnny to help expose and destroy this organization. Johnny and Lan accepted the offer. They knew that this mission would be dangerous, but they also knew that they could not refuse. Together with Mark, they began to develop a plan to destroy the terrorist group. The first step was to find out who was behind this group and where they were located. They began with an investigation using Johnny's old connections and contacts. They soon learned that the leader of the group was a mysterious man named Elias, who was known for his cruelty and cunning. Elias planned to use Johnny's network for his own purposes, and his base was located in one of the most fortified buildings in Eastern Europe. Johnny, Lon, and Mark went to Eastern Europe. They began with reconnaissance, studying all aspects of the defense and security of Elias's base. It was difficult, but Johnny used all his experience and skills to find weak spots. One night they snuck into Elias's base. Using guerrilla warfare tactics, they began to destroy infrastructure and eliminate key members of the group. This caused panic and chaos among the terrorists. However, Elias turned out to be much more cunning than they expected. He prepared in advance for a possible attack and activated the base's self-destruct system. Johnny and his team realized that they only had a few minutes to get out of the base. They fought with enemies, making their way to the exit. At the last moment, they were able to leave the building when it exploded, destroying all evidence and resources of the group. After this operation, they returned to a safe place and began to analyze the data obtained. It turned out that Elias had survived and was now planning to strike back. Johnny knew that the fight was not over yet, and they must prepare for the final fight. They began to assemble a team of the best specialists who could help them in the fight against Elias. Johnny used his old connections to find people who were willing to fight for what was right. Soon they had a team ready for new challenges. The final battle was approaching. Johnny, Lon, Mark, and their new team prepared for the final blow. They knew that this mission would be the most difficult and dangerous, but they also understood that the safety of many people depended on its success. Johnny and his team knew that the final battle with Elias would be the most difficult and dangerous mission of their lives. They carefully prepared for this operation, collecting information, developing strategies, and training to the point of exhaustion. Johnny understood that their success depended on the precision and coordination of all actions. Elias took refuge in a high-tech bunker deep underground in the Carpathian Mountains. Access to the bunker was severely limited, and the guards consisted of elite mercenaries equipped with the most modern weapons. But Johnny and his team were up for the challenge. They began the operation at night, using all available means to penetrate enemy territory. The first task was to neutralize the external guards and penetrate the bunker. Johnny and Lon moved like shadows, eliminating guards and bypassing security systems. Mark coordinated the team's actions, providing them with information support. When they reached the entrance to the bunker, the real battle began. Elias was ready for their arrival and set a trap. A fierce firefight ensued, in which each team member used all his skills and experience. Johnny and Lon made their way inside the bunker, leaving the guards behind. New challenges awaited them inside the bunker. Elias activated the defense systems, and they had to fight not only people, but also high-tech traps and automatic turrets. Johnny and his team moved forward slowly but surely, destroying all obstacles in their path. Finally, they reached the central hall of the bunker, where Elias was located. He greeted them with mockery, confident in his invincibility. The final battle ensued. Elias was a skilled fighter and used every trick he could to defeat Johnny. But Johnny was no less prepared. The battle lasted a long time and each of them received many wounds. But in the end, Johnny prevailed. He was able to defeat Elias and put an end to his plans. Elias died and his terrorist group was destroyed. After the victory, Johnny and his team returned to the surface. They knew their mission was successful, but the cost was high. Many of them were wounded, and they understood that such operations leave deep marks on the soul and body. Returning to the village, Johnny and Lon decided that it was time to finally leave the past behind. They decided to build a new life by helping local residents and teaching them self-defense. Mark, who was also seeking peace after years of struggle, joined them. Johnny began to build a school for children where they could learn and develop. Lan took up farming and helped his neighbors. Together they created a new, peaceful life, finding joy in simple things and mutual assistance. The story of Johnny Walker continued. His life had been full of dangers and trials, but now he knew that he had found his place. Along with his friends and associates, he was ready to face whatever challenges the future might bring. But now, his heart was filled with peace and hope for the best. A few months later, when life in the village had returned to normal, Johnny, Lan, and Mark began to think about new projects to improve the local community. Their school for children flourished, their farms produced ample harvests, and the people felt safe. But one day they received news that alarmed Johnny again. A group of scientists and researchers arrived in the village to study the local natural resources. They were led by Dr. Allison Keene, a renowned ecologist and geologist. They claimed to have found unique minerals in the surrounding mountains that could change the course of scientific research. However, Johnny was wary. He knew that any major discovery could attract unwanted attention. Dr. Keene invited Johnny to a meeting to discuss her research and plans. She said minerals found in the mountains could be used to create new energy technologies that could bring huge benefits to the local economy. But Johnny felt there was something more behind it. Several weeks passed, and Johnny began to notice that strangers began to appear around the village. They explored the area and took photographs of the surroundings. Johnny decided it was time to do his own investigation. Together with Lan and Mark, they went to the mountains to find out what was happening. They discovered that a group of unknown people were building a hidden base in the mountains, equipped with advanced technology. Johnny realized that this might be due to newly discovered minerals. He decided to infiltrate the base and find out what kind of people are behind this project. At night, they sneaked into the base. Inside, they found laboratories and equipment for mining and processing minerals. Johnny found documents confirming that a large international corporation, known for its shadow operations and connections with crime, is behind the project. The corporation planned to use the minerals to create new types of weapons and technologies, which could lead to catastrophic consequences. Johnny and his team decided they had to stop this project. They collected evidence and headed back to the village to discuss their next course of action. Johnny contacted his old allies in government agencies and journalists to bring attention to this threat. The operation to expose the corporation has begun. Johnny, Lon, and Mark, together with local residents and their new allies, prepared a series of actions to attract the attention of the world community. They organized peaceful protests, press conferences, and meetings to tell the truth about what was happening in the mountains. International media began to cover the situation and, under public pressure, the government launched an investigation. The corporation tried to hush up the matter, but thanks to the efforts of Johnny and his team, the truth came out. The base in the mountains was closed and the minerals were recognized as a national treasure. After a successful operation, Johnny and his team returned to their peaceful lives. Dr. Keene joined their efforts to develop the local economy by using her knowledge for environmentally friendly and sustainable projects. Johnny realized that his fight for justice could take many forms, and that he would always be ready to protect his new family and friends. The story of Johnny Walker continued. His life was full of new challenges, but now he knew that he could cope with any threat. Together with Lan, Mark, and new allies, he continued to build a better future for his community, knowing that peace and justice always require effort and courage. Despite his success in exposing the corporation and finding a new life in the village, Johnny knew that he still had many enemies around the world. The people he once crossed never forgot him. One such enemy, Viktor Kowalski, a former Russian oligarch with criminal connections, began plotting revenge. Viktor lost a lot because of Johnny: money, power, and influence. He decided it was time for payback. Viktor hired a group of mercenaries to find Johnny and destroy him. These mercenaries were professionals of the highest class, and their goal was clear: to destroy Johnny and everyone dear to him. One evening, as the village settled into its usual calm, Johnny received a warning from one of his old allies that Viktor was preparing an attack. He realized that they had little time to prepare. Johnny gathered his friends and villagers, explaining the situation to them and proposing a defense plan. They fortified the village, created hidden shelters, and prepared traps for the mercenaries. Lan and Mark helped organize the defense, and Dr. Keene took care of medical supplies and shelter for the women and children. Johnny knew the battle would be tough, but he was ready to protect his new family. The next day, the mercenaries launched an attack. They were well equipped and prepared, but Johnny and his team were ready. The battle was fierce and intense. Johnny and Lan fought side by side, using their skills and tactics to fend off their enemies' attacks. The mercenaries were surprised by the resistance they encountered. Johnny and his team used every means possible to protect the village. Traps, hidden shelters, and coordinated attacks by the locals allowed them to hold their own against a numerically superior enemy. At the climax of the battle, Johnny found himself face to face with the mercenary leader. He was an experienced and brutal fighter, but Johnny was not inferior to him in skill. A fierce battle ensued, in which each of them fought to the limit of his strength. Finally, Johnny was able to defeat the mercenary leader, but it cost him a lot of effort and wounds. After the death of their leader, the mercenaries began to retreat. Johnny and his team were victorious, but the village suffered significant losses. Several houses were destroyed and many local residents were injured. However, they were able to protect their village and save their new life. After the battle, Johnny realized that his enemies would not stop as long as he lived. He decided it was time to end the threats for good. He contacted his old allies around the world and began planning an operation to eliminate all remaining enemies. He knew it would be a long and dangerous journey, but he was willing to do anything to protect his new family and friends. Johnny, Lon, and Mark began traveling around the world, destroying threats one by one. They acted quickly and decisively, leaving no chance for their enemies. In every country, in every city, they faced new challenges, but always emerged victorious. Johnny used all his experience and skills to protect those he loved. And although the road was difficult and dangerous, Johnny knew that this was the only way he could ensure peace and security for his village and his new family. Johnny Walker's story continued, and his life was full of adventures and dangers, but he was always ready to meet any challenge. In the end, Johnny and his team were able to destroy all of their enemies. They returned to the village knowing that they could now live in peace and security. Johnny knew he had found his place in this world and was ready to begin the next chapter of his life, surrounded by friends and family. After Johnny and his team successfully eliminated all their enemies, a long-awaited calm reigned in the village. People began to restore destroyed houses and return to normal life. However, Johnny felt that his mission was not yet completed. He wanted to do something more for his new home and its inhabitants. One day, Johnny received an unexpected visitor, an old friend and former intelligence agent, Michael Green. Michael told Johnny is about a large international criminal organization called Phoenix, which has begun to expand its influence in South America. This organization was known for its ruthless methods and cruelty. Michael offered Johnny help in the fight against Phoenix, knowing that his experience and skills could be decisive in this fight. Johnny agreed to help. He understood that fighting the Phoenix would not only protect his village, but also prevent the further spread of evil. Together with Michael, Lon, and Mark, they began planning an operation to destroy this criminal network. The first step was to gather information about the Phoenix. Johnny and Michael traveled to major cities in South America to meet with informants and gather intelligence. They learned that the organization had several key bases scattered throughout the continent and that its leader was a mysterious man named Rafael Cortez. Rafael Cortez was a former military man known for his brutality and tactical genius. Johnny realized that to successfully complete the mission, it would be necessary to neutralize all bases and eliminate Cortez. They started from the weakest points, destroying one base after another. Each mission was carefully planned. Johnny and his team used all their skills and resources to infiltrate bases, neutralize security, and destroy Phoenix infrastructure. With each new victory, their confidence grew, but they also realized that the final battle with Cortez would be the most difficult. Finally, they received information about the location of Cortez's main base, an abandoned military complex in the Amazon jungle. Johnny and his team began preparing for the decisive operation. They knew this mission would be dangerous, but they were willing to risk everything to win. The operation began at night. Johnny, Lon, Michael, and Mark made their way through the dense jungle, avoiding traps and patrols. When they reached the base, a fierce battle ensued. Cortez's security was well prepared, but Johnny and his team were determined. Once inside the complex, they found that Cortez was awaiting their arrival. The final battle began in the central hall. Cortez turned out to be a strong and experienced fighter, but Johnny was ready for this. The battle was long and grueling, but in the end, Johnny was able to defeat Cortez, ending his criminal empire. After the victory, Johnny and his team returned to their village. Residents greeted them as heroes. At that moment, Johnny realized that his mission was truly complete. Now he could devote himself to restoring the village and creating a bright future for its inhabitants. They began working on new projects such as improving infrastructure and building new schools and hospitals. Johnny and his team became leaders in their community, helping it grow and prosper. Together with friends and new allies, they created a safe and happy future for everyone. After defeating the Phoenix organization, Johnny Walker, Lan, Mark, and Michael returned to their village, hoping that they could now live a quiet life. Johnny decided that it was time to finally leave crime and devote himself to ordinary life. He wanted to be useful to his community, help people, and build a peaceful future. But Johnny's past did not leave him alone. Despite his best efforts to start a new life, many enemies from his past continued to haunt him. Each of them had their own reasons for revenge and were ready to do anything to destroy Johnny. One night, as Johnny and Lon were sitting by the fire, they heard muffled sounds in the distance. Johnny immediately realized that these were not ordinary sounds of the forest. He got up and went to investigate. Soon he discovered traces of a group of armed men heading towards the village. Johnny realized that his enemies had found him. He immediately returned to the village and gathered all the inhabitants. They began to prepare for defense, strengthening their positions and setting traps. Johnny knew that the enemies would not stop until they reached their goal. At night, the village was attacked. They were a group of mercenaries hired by one of Johnny's old enemies, Ricardo Santos, a notorious crime boss who had lost power due to Johnny's actions. The fight was brutal and intense. Johnny and his team fought to protect the village and their people. Thanks to preparation and tactics, they managed to repel the attack, but this was only the first step in a long struggle. The next morning, Johnny realized that if he wanted to protect his new life and his friends, he needed to take drastic action. He contacted Michael to get information about other enemies who might threaten them. Together, they compiled a list of Johnny's most dangerous enemies. Johnny, Lon, and Mark began their actions to neutralize these threats. They went to different parts of the world to find and eliminate those who tried to destroy them. Each new enemy was more insidious and dangerous than the previous one, but Johnny was determined. He knew that this was his only chance to find a peaceful life. During these operations, they faced many challenges. In Paris, they encountered a mafia boss who controlled the illegal arms trade. In Tokyo, they neutralized the Yakuza, which was planning large-scale crimes. In Moscow, they exposed a network of human traffickers. Each mission was dangerous and required maximum concentration and skill. But Johnny and his team acted quickly and decisively, eliminating the threats one by one. Despite all the difficulties, they always emerged victorious. However, every new success brought new challenges. Johnny began to realize that his enemies would not disappear completely while he was alive. He made a decision. He needed to fake his death in order to get rid of persecution forever and give his village and friends a chance at a peaceful life. Johnny, Lon, Mark, and Michael carefully planned the operation. They staged an explosion at one of the enemy bases, leaving traces indicating Johnny's death. This operation was successful, and the world believed that Johnny Walker was dead. After faking his death, Johnny and his team fled to a remote corner of South America, where no one knew them. They started a new life under new names. Johnny became a farmer, Lan opened a small craft shop, Mark began teaching martial arts, and Michael began working in the security industry. In his new life, Johnny found peace and quiet. He knew that his past would never completely disappear, but now he was ready for any challenge. He built a new future for himself and his friends, free from fear and violence. The story of Johnny Walker continued, but now it was the story of a man who found his true purpose and was able to find a peaceful life, despite all the trials and dangers that came his way. Despite his newfound peace and new life, Johnny Walker's past comes back to haunt him. One of his close comrades, Michael, turned out to be a traitor. Tempted by a large sum of money offered by Johnny's enemies, Michael gave up their location. Johnny's enemies, having learned that he was still alive, decided to strike to get rid of him once and for all. One evening, as Johnny, Lan, and Mark gathered for dinner, they heard the drone of helicopters and the muffled sounds of approaching equipment. Johnny immediately realized that they had been found. He quickly stood up and gave orders. Lan was to ensure the evacuation of the villagers, and Mark was to defend the perimeter. Johnny and Mark took up positions, preparing to defend. At this point, Johnny noticed that Michael was missing. His suspicions were confirmed when he saw Michael next to the enemies who surrounded the village. Johnny realized that they had been turned in by someone he considered a friend. The enemies turned out to be a group of mercenaries led by Johnny's old enemy, Victor Kowalski. Victor wanted to personally verify Johnny's death. The battle has begun. Johnny and Mark fought fiercely to protect the village and their friends. Lon successfully evacuated the residents, but the danger did not diminish. Johnny and Victor came face to face. Victor taunted Johnny, claiming that no one can hide from their fate. The battle between them was fierce and intense. Johnny knew this was his last chance to end the threat once and for all. At this time, Lon returned to help Johnny. They fought together against superior enemy forces. Michael, seeing how his betrayal led to destruction, began to doubt his choice. He understood that money was not worth betraying his friends. At a time when the situation seemed hopeless, Michael decided to correct his mistake. He secretly approached Victor and suddenly attacked him, diverting his attention. Johnny took advantage of this. He reacted quickly and dealt Victor a fatal blow. Victor fell, and his mercenaries, seeing the death of their leader, began to retreat. Johnny, Lon, and Mark, along with Michael, who realized his mistake, were able to defeat the remaining enemies and protect the village. After the fight, Johnny approached Michael. There were tears of remorse in Michael's eyes. He apologized to Johnny and admitted his mistake, realizing that he could never fully atone for his guilt. Johnny, despite the betrayal, could not leave his friend in trouble. He forgave Michael, but said that trust would need to be restored long and hard. Johnny's enemies were destroyed, but he knew there would always be new threats. He decided that it was necessary to further strengthen the defense of the village and train all residents in self-defense. Together with Lan and Mark, they began working on creating a security system that could protect them from any future attacks. Several years have passed since Johnny, Lan, Mark, and Michael successfully defended their village from attack. During this time, they strengthened their community, trained locals in self-defense, and created a security system to prevent future threats. Johnny seemed to have finally found peace and stability. However, despite all their efforts, Johnny's enemies have not forgotten about him. On the other side of the world, in Moscow, was one of the most powerful criminal leaders, Dmitry Ivanov, known as the Shadow. Ivanov lost a lot because of Johnny's actions and decided it was time for revenge. Ivanov hired a group of elite mercenaries, led by an experienced assassin named Alexei Volkov. Volkov was known for his ruthlessness and ability to find the most elusive targets. Ivanov gave him one task: to find and kill Johnny Walker. Volkov began his search with thorough reconnaissance. He studied all the available data, used old contacts, and was eventually able to find out Johnny's location. He knew that Johnny now lived in a fortified village and that approaching him would not be easy. One night, Volkov and his team infiltrated the village using modern technology to bypass security systems. They knew that their target was Johnny Walker and that they would have to act quickly and decisively. Johnny woke up from a strange noise outside the window. He immediately realized that something was wrong. Rising to his feet, he took the weapon and headed towards the door. At that moment, Volkov and his men burst into the house. A fierce firefight began. Johnny, despite his age, was still an excellent fighter and managed to fight off the first attack. Lan and Mark, hearing the shots, quickly arrived to help. The situation was critical, and each of them understood that their lives were hanging by a thread. They fought desperately to protect each other and their home. Michael, feeling guilty for his past betrayal, fought with particular rage. Volkov, seeing the resistance, realized that there would be no easy victory. He decided to use intimidation and distraction tactics. He ordered his men to set a fire on the outskirts of the village to cause panic among the villagers and distract Johnny and his team. The plan worked. Johnny, seeing the fire and hearing the screams of the residents, realized that it was urgent to save people. He divided the command. Lan and Mark went to help evacuate the residents while Johnny and Michael remained to fight Volkov and his men. The situation was heating up. Volkov used the chaos to get closer to Johnny. In the end, they found themselves face to face. The fight was unequal, and despite Johnny's best efforts, Volkov turned out to be too strong and prepared. In the last, desperate battle, Johnny was mortally wounded. Michael, seeing Johnny falling, rushed to help, but it was too late. Volkov, having completed his mission, ordered his men to retreat. He knew that he had completed the task and that Ivanov would be pleased. Johnny, dying, looked at Michael and said his last words, "Defend the village. Don't let them. Destroy our home." Michael, holding back tears, vowed to carry out his will. Lan and Mark returned to see their friend on the ground and realized that their lives had changed forever. Johnny's death was a huge loss for the village. Residents gathered to honor the memory of their hero. They decided to continue his work, strengthen the community, and protect it from any threats. Lan, Mark, and Michael became the new leaders, following Johnny's precepts. And although Johnny Walker left this world, his legacy lived on. The story of his courage, dedication, and fight for justice inspired people around the world. He became a legend, a symbol of perseverance and hope in a world full of danger and injustice. Third criminal story. Michael Johnson was born into a poor family in the suburbs of Detroit. Since childhood, he was surrounded by crime and violence. His father was often absent, and his mother worked several jobs to support the family. Michael began to face difficulties early on and had to learn to survive on the streets. Already at school, Michael showed himself to be a complex and problematic child. He often got into fights and clashed with teachers. Despite his talents in sports and academics, his irrepressible nature and penchant for violence drove many people away from him. Michael was caught by the police more than once for minor offenses, but each time he managed to avoid serious consequences. As a teenager, Michael joined a street gang. At first, he carried out small assignments, but quickly established himself as a brave and ruthless fighter. His ability to plan and calmness in difficult situations made him indispensable to the gang. Over time, Michael began to rise through the ranks, gaining respect and fear among his comrades. The first serious crime in which Michael took part was the robbery of a jewelry store. He was only 17 years old, but he was already ready to do anything to achieve his goal. The robbery was successful, but the police quickly got on the trail of the gang. Michael was arrested and sentenced to 5 years in one of the state's toughest prisons. However, the prison walls did not break Michael. On the contrary, he became even stronger and more dangerous. In prison, he made useful contacts and learned many tricks for surviving in harsh conditions. Michael began to develop escape plans using his connections and skills. 3 years later, thanks to a carefully planned operation, he managed to escape from prison, which became a real sensation. Now Michael Johnson was not just a street thug, but the most dangerous fugitive in America. His story was just beginning, and new trials and crimes awaited him that would make his name a legend in the criminal world. After escaping, Michael Johnson was free, but he knew he couldn't stay in one place for too long. Police forces across the country were mobilized to capture him. Michael went to his old acquaintances, who helped him hide and provided him with forged documents. His new name was James White. While hiding from justice, Michael began to make new plans. He understood that he needed to strengthen his reputation in the criminal world and assemble a team that would be loyal to him. Michael turned to his contacts and began collecting information about the most reliable and skilled criminals who could help him. Soon he found such people. Thomas, a former safe-cracking specialist, Lucy, an experienced con artist and master of disguise, and David, a former soldier skilled in tactics and weapons. Together they formed an invulnerable team, ready to do anything for a big jackpot. The first thing Michael decided to do was organize a series of bank robberies. He understood that for this, he needed to carefully think through every step in order to avoid mistakes. Their first target was a bank in Chicago, one of the largest and most secure in the city. Michael studied all the security details, shift schedules, and possible escape routes. The plan was simple. Quickly and quietly enter the bank, break into the main safe, and leave unnoticed. The day of the robbery arrived. Michael and his team were ready. Thomas entered the bank under the guise of maintenance personnel. Lucy pretended to be a client, while David and Michael remained outside to monitor the situation and be on the backup. When Thomas reached the safe, he quickly neutralized the security system and began hacking. Lucy diverted the attention of the guards, while David and Michael watched for possible interference. Everything went according to plan. Thomas opened the safe and they took a large amount of money. Michael knew that now they had to go their separate ways so as not to attract too much attention. Each team member received his share and went in different directions to hide and lie low. But Michael was not going to stop. His success and audacity attracted the attention of not only the police, but also other crime bosses. Some saw him as a dangerous competitor. Others wanted to use his skills for their own purposes. Michael decided to use this to his advantage. He began to play a double game, manipulating different factions, pitting them against each other and taking advantage of each situation. His criminal career developed rapidly. Michael and his team carried out several more successful robberies, and their names became known throughout the country. But fame and money brought not only success, but also new threats. Michael knew that sooner or later his luck might run out. However, he was ready for any challenge because his goal was not only survival, but also proof that he was the most dangerous criminal in America. Michael Johnson always carried a knife and a gun in his pocket. It was part of his style and a precaution. He knew that the world in which he lived did not forgive mistakes, and he was always ready for the unexpected. The weapon became an integral part of his image, a symbol of his strength and determination. After a series of successful robberies, Michael and his team decided to lie low for a while. They understood that their fame attracted too much attention, and any wrong step could be fatal. They dispersed to different cities, each continuing their activities undercover. Michael, now known as James White, went to New York. This city, with its endless possibilities and diversity, has become the perfect place to get lost in the crowd. But Michael had no intention of hiding. He began to study the city, looking for new opportunities for a big business. In New York, he met Elliot, a former detective who now worked for the dark side. Elliot had an extensive network of contacts and information that could be useful to Michael. One evening, while walking along one of the dimly lit alleys, Michael noticed that he was being followed. He quietly clenched the handle of the knife in his pocket, preparing for a possible attack. Suddenly, two men emerged from the shadows. Their looks were full of determination and anger. They recognized Michael and planned to eliminate him. He instantly assessed the situation and a knife flashed in his hands. The attackers did not have time to react before Michael had already neutralized the first of them. The second tried to attack, but the gun in Michael's hands stopped him. This incident reminded Michael that his dangerous past would always follow him. Returning to Elliot, he reported what had happened. Elliot confirmed that it was people from the Black Crows group who were hunting him. Michael realized that he had to be even more careful. To divert attention from himself and protect his future actions, Michael offered Elliot a deal. He would provide information about his enemies in exchange for participation in a major robbery. Elliot agreed. They began planning to rob the most secure bank in Manhattan. Days passed in preparation. Michael carefully studied security routes, staff schedules, and possible escape routes. The knife and pistol were always with him, ready to be used at any moment. The night before the robbery, Michael and his team got together, discussed the details one last time, and set off for their target. The robbery began exactly as planned. Elliot neutralized the security system, Thomas opened the safe, and Lucy distracted the guards. Michael and David provided cover. Everything was going smoothly until the alarm sounded. Suddenly, the building was surrounded by police. Michael knew this might be the end, but he wasn't about to give up. Grabbing a knife, He slipped through the back door, leaving behind several defeated opponents. David covered his retreat using his military experience. Going outside, Michael realized that the police had already surrounded the block. He rushed into the nearest alley, contemplating his next steps. He knew that new challenges and dangers lay ahead, but his determination to remain free and continue his criminal career was unshakable. Michael Johnson was ready for anything, and his story continued. Michael Johnson was always one step ahead of his pursuers. His ability to plan ahead and quickly adapt to changing conditions allowed him to evade capture. After a robbery in Manhattan, he realized that he needed to change tactics and act more covertly. After leaving New York, Michael headed south to Miami. The city, with its crowded streets and vibrant nightlife, offered plenty of opportunities to disappear into the crowd. Here he began a new chapter of his criminal activities, using fake documents and a new name. In Miami, Michael created a new team consisting of the most tried and true people. Among them were Carlos, an expert in hacking electronic systems, Anna, a master of disguise and forgery of documents, and Marcus, a former Special Forces soldier with excellent weapon skills. Together, they developed a plan for a series of robberies of jewelry stores distributed throughout the city. Michael always carried a knife and a gun with him, ready for any eventuality. The entire team was armed and prepared for the most extreme situations. They carefully studied each object before the robbery, analyzed security routes, and planned escape routes. Their goal was simple: to carry out the operation as quickly and silently as possible, leaving no traces. The first object was a large jewelry store in the center of Miami. Carlos hacked the security system, Anna distracted staff by pretending to be a client, and Michael and Marcus controlled entry and exit. Everything went smoothly, and the team walked out of the store with millions of dollars worth of jewelry. The success of this operation inspired Michael and his team. They continued their heists, moving around the city, avoiding repetition and leaving a minimum of traces. However, Miami police could not ignore such activity for long. Investigations began, and detectives were soon on Michael's trail. One of the city's best detectives, John Harris, took on this case. Harris was a seasoned professional who knew how to think like a criminal. He began to carefully study each robbery, comparing facts and analyzing the actions of the criminals. He understood that an organized group was behind all this and was confident that he could catch them. Michael learned that Harris had contacted him. He understood that this was a serious challenge and that he needed to act even more carefully. He and his team developed a diversion plan. They decided to stage several minor crimes to confuse the police and buy time to prepare the next big case. At the same time, Michael began to look for new connections and opportunities. He made contact with international criminal networks to expand his activities beyond the United States. Miami became the starting point for new adventures and bold plans. However, pressure from the police continued to grow. Harris was relentless and methodical in his actions. He did not miss a single detail, and his investigation gradually approached the solution. Michael felt that their game of cat and mouse was becoming more and more dangerous. Michael Johnson remained one step ahead, but knew he needed something more to evade pursuit. His criminal career was gaining momentum, and new challenges and dangers awaited him. His story continued, and he was ready for any challenges that fate threw at him. After a series of daring robberies in Miami, Michael Johnson realized that the pressure from the police had become too great. He decided that he needed to go into hiding and start all over again somewhere else. Texas seemed like an ideal choice, a large state with many cities where you could get lost and continue your criminal activities. Michael and his team moved to Houston, a major city that offered them new opportunities and challenges. In Houston, Michael took on the role of head of a large construction company, using false documents and a new identity. His team set about laundering money from robberies through real estate investments and other legitimate businesses. This allowed them to hide their true activities and provided reliable cover. Michael and his men continued to carry weapons, always prepared for the unexpected. They carefully planned their every action, avoiding mistakes that could give them away. Soon they began to look for new targets for robberies, choosing the most profitable and well-guarded objects. One of these objects was a large jewelry store in the center of Houston. Michael conducted a detailed study of the security system and staff work schedules. Carlos hacked the security system. Anna again used her disguise skills, pretending to be a wealthy client, and Marcus and Michael provided security and control. The robbery went off without a hitch. They left the crime scene, leaving a minimum of traces and providing themselves with an alibi. Their success in Houston strengthened their confidence in their strengths and abilities. However, despite all precautions, the investigation of John Harris continued. The detective did not give up and followed the slightest clues that could lead him to Michael. He knew that Michael was a master at hiding his tracks, but his intuition told him that sooner or later he would find a weak spot in Johnson's plans. Michael felt the threat approaching. He began to prepare a backup escape plan in case the situation got out of control. He carefully thought out escape routes and possible hiding places in order to always be one step ahead of his pursuers. Meanwhile, Michael's team continued its operations, expanding to other cities in Texas. They robbed several banks and jewelry stores in Dallas and Austin, each time increasing their wealth and reputation. But along with the successes, the attention to them from law enforcement agencies also grew. Michael understood that the more they risked, the greater the likelihood of error. He began to consider the possibility of temporarily stopping active activities and switching to legal businesses to ease the pressure. However, his thirst for adrenaline and passion for risk did not allow him to completely abandon criminal activities. Soon after another robbery in Dallas, Michael felt that their usual tactics were beginning to fail. The police stepped up security at banks and jewelry stores, and Detective John Harris was getting closer to the solution. Michael realized that it was time to radically change his approach. He decided that their next step would be to rob one of the largest museums in Texas, where unique jewelry and works of art were kept. This step was risky, but promised enormous profits and the opportunity to go into the shadows for a while, dissolving among the wealth that they could acquire. Michael and his team began carefully planning the operation. They spent several weeks studying the museum, its security system, security patrol routes, and possible escape routes. Carlos devised a plan to disable the surveillance systems. Anna again used her camouflage skills to sneak in under the guise of a museum employee, and Marcus and Michael provided security and control of the operation. The night of the robbery arrived. Everything was going according to plan until one of the guards noticed something was wrong and raised the alarm. The emergency locking system was activated, and Michael's team was locked inside the museum. Michael quickly assessed the situation and made a decision. They must find another way out. Using his knowledge of the building and skills, Michael led the team through the underground tunnels that led to the old exit. While Carlos tried to pick the lock, Michael and Marcus kept the guards at bay using their pistols. Anna, being in the shadows, signaled that the lock was almost broken. When the door finally opened, the team slipped out, leaving chaos in their wake. They escaped in pre-prepared cars, skillfully eluding pursuit. The operation did not go as smoothly as they had planned, but the loot was enormous. They took with them priceless artifacts and jewelry that could provide them with a comfortable life. Meanwhile, Detective Harris, while investigating the case, came across an unexpected piece of evidence. One of Michael's team members accidentally left a trail that Harris was able to follow. This was a breakthrough in his investigation. He began to realize that the same group was behind all these robberies, and now he had evidence linking them to Michael Johnson. Michael learned that Harris was close to a solution. He realized that now they were in even greater danger. But instead of lying low, Michael decided to launch a preemptive strike. He and his team developed a plan to distract the police and eliminate key witnesses who could give them away. They started by committing a series of petty crimes, diverting the attention of the police from themselves. Then, using their contacts, they found and eliminated those who could testify against them. Michael knew it was a dangerous game, but he had no other choice. Michael's team continued to act cautiously but decisively. They knew that every step they took brought them closer to the final outcome. Michael Johnson was ready for any challenge, and his criminal career continued to gain momentum, presenting him with more and more new challenges. Michael Johnson and his team continued to fugitive from justice when suddenly an influential and wealthy man named Victor Reynolds came to him. Victor was known for his shady dealings and the enormous wealth he accumulated through criminal activity. He knew about Michael's reputation and decided to use his services to solve his problem. Victor offered Michael a significant amount of money to eliminate his rival, another wealthy man named Jonathan Carter. Carter was known for his strong business acumen and influence in financial circles. Victor saw him as a threat to his business and wanted to eliminate him in order to strengthen his position. Michael understood that this task was extremely risky, but also profitable. He agreed, but put forward his own conditions: complete anonymity and support from Victor in case of complications. Victor accepted the terms and provided Michael with all the necessary information about Jonathan Carter. Michael and his team began carefully planning the operation. They studied Carter's daily routine, his habits and travel routes. Carlos hacked the security system of Carter's home and office. Anna began collecting information about his inner circle, and Marcus prepared weapons and equipment for the mission. The operation was to take place at Carter's mansion, where he planned to host a reception for his business partners. The evening of the event arrived and Michael and the team were ready. Anna sneaked inside under the guise of maintenance personnel, monitoring Carter's movements and relaying information to Michael and Marcus. When Carter went into his office for an important telephone conversation, Michael and Marcus, hiding in the shadows, entered the house. At the right moment, they entered Carter's office. Carter didn't even have time to understand what had happened before he found himself at gunpoint. Michael acted quickly and decisively, leaving Carter no chance of salvation. The whole operation took no more than a few minutes. After eliminating Carter, Michael and his team quickly left the mansion using previously prepared escape routes. They left a minimum of traces, and the police who arrived at the scene could not find any clues for a long time. Victor Reynolds was pleased with the work done and thanked Michael generously. But Michael understood that now they were in even greater danger. He knew that such a move would attract the attention not only of the police, but also of other criminal groups who might try to use him or eliminate him as a dangerous competitor. Michael decided to lay low for a while and carefully consider his next steps. He and his team moved to a remote area of Texas where they could safely plan their next steps. The time spent in shelter allowed them to recuperate and prepare for new challenges. But their calm did not last long. John Harris, getting closer and closer to the solution, did not give up. He continued his investigation, collecting information bit by bit. Michael knew that sooner or later Harris would be on his trail again. But he was ready for this and planned to use his skills and connections to once again evade justice and continue his criminal career. Michael Johnson and his team, holed up in a remote area of Texas, enjoyed temporary peace. They carefully considered their next steps, realizing that every mistake could be fatal. However, the calm was short-lived. John Harris was inexorably approaching the solution to their location. One night, as Michael and his team were discussing new plans, an alarming call came in. One of their informants said that Harris was able to get on the trail. This meant that they had limited time to prepare for a possible attack. Michael decided that they needed to change location again and develop a new plan that would allow them not only to hide, but also to neutralize Harris. He knew that without eliminating the detective, their chances of long-term survival were extremely low. They began preparations for the move. Carlos checked all possible routes. Anna collected all the important documents and fake ID cards, and Marcus prepared weapons and equipment. Michael devised a plan that involved a series of diversions to throw Harris off their trail. The move was difficult, but they successfully reached a new shelter in a desert area on the border with Mexico. Here they could plan their actions without the risk of being detected. Michael decided that the next step would be to create false leads that would lead Harris in the other direction. Michael and his team staged several staged robberies and attacks, which attracted the attention of the police and Detective Harris. These actions allowed us to gain time and strengthen our cover. But Michael understood that this was only a temporary measure, and the real threat had not disappeared. Meanwhile, Harris, exploring new leads, began to notice inconsistencies and realized that he was being led by the nose. He knew that Michael was smart and cunning, and so he decided to use cunning. Harris introduced an undercover agent into Michael's circle to find out their plans and get important information from the inside. Michael, although cautious, soon noticed strange behavior in one of his men. He began to suspect that there was a traitor among them. To test his suspicions, he set a trap by giving the agent false information. When the agent gave this information to Harris, Michael confirmed his suspicions and eliminated the traitor. However, Michael now knew that Harris was becoming more and more dangerous. He decided that it was time to take decisive action. Michael developed a plan to eliminate Harris, which included detailed reconnaissance and preparation. He and his team infiltrated Harris's home using their skills and experience. The night when they decided to strike was calm and moonless. Michael and his men moved like shadows through the detective's house, avoiding cameras and security systems. They found Harris in his office, where he was working on more case files. Michael knew this was their chance to end the threat once and for all. Michael entered the office and, seeing Harris, took out his knife. He approached the detective, who, sensing someone else's presence, turned around. Their eyes met, and at that moment Michael realized that Harris was ready for such a turn of events. Harris quickly pulled out his gun and opened fire. Michael managed to dodge and rushed at the detective, but Harris was faster. A fierce struggle ensued in which both opponents showed all their skills and abilities. In the end, Michael managed to wound Harris, but he realized that this was not the end. Harris was seriously wounded but still alive. After leaving Texas and crossing the border into Mexico, Michael Johnson and his team found temporary refuge in a small town, but they knew that they could not stay in one place for long. Michael understood that something big needed to be done to provide himself with security and resources for the rest of his life. Michael decided that their next step would be to rob a major Mexican drug cartel. It was extremely risky, but promised huge profits. They began collecting information about the cartel, studying its structures and sources of income. Soon, Michael learned about a large shipment of drugs that the cartel was going to send to the United States. He decided that this would be their goal. Michael and his team developed a detailed plan to seize the cargo. They studied transportation routes, times and places of departure, as well as security systems. Carlos hacked the surveillance system, Anna conducted reconnaissance on the site, and Marcus prepared all the necessary equipment and weapons. The night of the operation arrived. Michael and his team took up positions in an abandoned warehouse where the transfer of cargo was to take place. They awaited the arrival of the convoy, carefully monitoring the situation. As the trucks arrived, Michael gave the signal for the operation to begin. Carlos turned off the surveillance and communication systems. Anna provided a diversionary maneuver, creating the illusion of an attack on another object. Michael and Marcus attacked the convoy, neutralizing the guards and capturing the trucks. Everything went at lightning speed and without unnecessary noise. They quickly loaded the drugs into their cars and left the crime scene, leaving behind a minimum of traces. However, they soon realized that not everything went as smoothly as it seemed. One of the guards managed to transmit an alarm signal, and the cartel began pursuit. Michael knew he had to act quickly and decisively. He decided to use an old mine in the mountains as a temporary shelter. The team headed there, avoiding the main roads and trying not to attract attention. They hid the cargo in the mine and prepared for defense. The cartel did not have to wait long. Soon, several SUVs drove up to the mine, and armed people got out. A fierce firefight ensued. Michael and his team used all their skill and experience to keep their opponents at bay. They knew they had to hold out until the help that Victor Reynolds had promised arrived. At the height of the battle, helicopters appeared on the horizon. This was help from Victor, who sent his people to support. Together, they were able to push back the attackers and force them to retreat. Michael understood that they now had the opportunity to safely leave Mexico and take their loot. After this incident, Michael and his team decided to go into the shadows for a while, using their new wealth to legalize and strengthen their positions. They knew that their criminal careers continued, and new challenges and adventures awaited them. Michael Johnson was ready for any challenge, confident in his abilities and the support of his faithful people. After successfully fighting off the cartel and receiving help from Victor Reynolds, Michael Johnson and his team decided to temporarily lie low and consider their next steps. They chose a small town on the Mexican coast where they could remain hidden and use their new wealth to strengthen their position. In this town, they purchased several properties, opened a small restaurant and several shops, which they used as a cover for their activities. Michael understood that a legal business would help them launder money and provide cover for their real activities. However, the calm did not last long. Michael received information that one of the senior members of the cartel, Javier Mendez, began gathering people for revenge. Javier was known for his cruelty and unforgivingness. Michael knew he had to be proactive or their lives would be in jeopardy again. Michael decided to launch a preemptive strike and neutralize Javier before he could launch an attack. Together with Carlos, Anna, and Marcus, they developed a plan that included reconnaissance, diversions, and a surgical strike. Carlos took it upon himself to hack Javier's home security systems. Anna sneaked in under the guise of a housekeeper, and Michael and Marcus prepared for the final blow. The night of the operation arrived. Carlos successfully hacked the security system. Anna installed hidden cameras and motion sensors to track the movements of Javier and his guards. Michael and Marcus infiltrated the compound using their stealth and camouflage skills. They approached the house when Anna signaled that Javier was in his room. Michael and Marcus quietly sneaked inside, avoiding the guards. They found Javier sitting at his desk talking on the phone. Michael waited a moment so as not to arouse suspicion, and with one precise blow he neutralized him. However, at that moment the alarm went off, and the security began to run towards the office. Michael and Marcus took up defensive positions, preparing for battle. Carlos, observing the situation through the cameras, gave the signal to begin the diversionary maneuver. An explosion on the other side of the house distracted the guards, giving Michael and Marcus a chance to get out. They fought their way through security and left the house using a previously prepared escape route. The operation was successful, and Javier was neutralized. Michael knew that they had dealt a serious blow to the cartel, but he also knew that this would attract even more attention and revenge. Returning to their hideout, Michael and his team began preparing for possible retaliatory measures. They strengthened the security of their facilities, acquired new weapons, and expanded their network of informants. Michael also began looking for new opportunities to expand his operations outside of Mexico to reduce risks. But their peace was disturbed again. Victor Reynolds got in touch with a new request. He invited Michael and his team to participate in an international operation to seize a large shipment of weapons that were to be transported to South America. This operation promised huge profits, but was also extremely dangerous. Michael realized that this was an opportunity to strengthen his influence and earn funds for further expansion. He agreed to Victor's proposal and began preparations for a new operation. Their criminal career continued, and new challenges and dangers awaited them ahead, which required the utmost determination and caution. Michael Johnson and his team, having gained courage and experience from recent operations, accepted Victor Reynolds' offer. They knew that this mission to seize a shipment of weapons would be extremely dangerous, but they also understood that the success of this operation would strengthen their position in the criminal world. The plan began with thorough reconnaissance. Victor provided them with information about the smugglers and the routes the weapons would take. Michael and his team spent several weeks studying every step of the operation. Carlos worked on security hacking, Anna worked on obtaining false documents and intelligence, and Marcus provided weapons training and tactical maneuvers. On the day of the operation, Michael and his team arrived at the site, an abandoned port in Colombia, where the transfer of weapons was to take place. They entered the territory using fake passes and disguises. Carlos quietly turned off the security cameras, Anna monitored the movements of the guards, and Michael and Marcus took positions to control the situation. Everything was going according to plan until one of the guards noticed a suspicious movement. A shootout began. Michael and Marcus immediately sprang into action, using their skills and experience to neutralize the threat. Carlos and Anna worked in sync to provide support and control of the security system. In the midst of the firefight, it became clear that their position was becoming critical. Enemy reinforcements began to arrive, and the situation could get out of control. Michael decided to use his last trump card, explosives planted at strategic points in the port. He signaled to Carlos, who activated the explosives, creating chaos and distracting the enemy. Using the explosions as cover, Michael and his team infiltrated the cargo ship where the weapons were hidden. They quickly loaded the containers and left the port on a pre-prepared boat. The gunfire and explosions attracted the attention of local police, but Michael and his team escaped before they arrived. Carrying a load of weapons and heading to safety, Michael felt that this operation was a turning point in their careers. They have proven their strength and ability to cope with the most difficult tasks. But they also understood that their actions would not go unnoticed and the hunt for them would soon begin. Returning to his hideout, Michael met with Victor to hand over the cargo to him and discuss further plans. Victor was impressed by their success and proposed new, even more ambitious tasks. Michael knew that every step forward brought them closer to greater risk, but he also knew that stopping was now impossible. While Michael and his team enjoyed the temporary respite, they continued to prepare for new challenges. Their criminal careers continued to develop, and new operations, dangers, and challenges awaited them. Michael Johnson was prepared for any challenge, knowing that his skills and loyal teammates would help him overcome any obstacles. After successfully completing the weapon seizure, Michael Johnson and his team realized that their reputation in the criminal world had increased significantly. However, this has also attracted the attention of not only law enforcement agencies, but also competitors who want to eliminate dangerous rivals. Michael decided to lay low temporarily and use his new resources to strengthen his organization. He began to build a network of contacts throughout South America, finding reliable partners and allies. Carlos began expanding their technological capabilities, creating new surveillance and defense systems. Anna worked on creating false documents and legends for the entire team so that they could easily move between countries. Marcus, in turn, was responsible for training new recruits and ensuring security. However, the calm did not last long. One night, Michael received an anonymous message containing information about a large shipment of gold that was being transported across the border into Brazil. This was a great opportunity for Michael and his team to not only make money, but also strike at their enemies. Michael and his team began carefully planning the operation. They studied the convoy route, time and place of departure, as well as security measures. The plan was ambitious: intercept the convoy, seize the gold, and disappear without a trace. Michael understood that to succeed he had to act quickly and decisively. On the night of the operation, Michael and his team took up positions along the route. Carlos used his skills to hack the convoy's communication systems to prevent reinforcements from being called. Anna and Marcus took up positions on a nearby hill, ready for any developments. Michael directed the operation from the command center, observing the action through drones and cameras. As the convoy approached their position, Michael gave the signal to begin the operation. They blocked the road, forcing drivers to stop. Marcus and Anna quickly and silently neutralized the guards while Michael and Carlos picked the truck's locks and began loading the gold into their vehicles. Everything went according to plan, but suddenly an unexpected factor appeared. One of the guards managed to transmit an alarm signal. Within minutes, reinforcements began arriving at the scene. Michael and his team realized that there was very little time left. Michael decided to speed up the operation. They loaded the remaining gold and quickly left the scene using a previously prepared escape route. A shootout with the arriving guards was inevitable, but thanks to the preparation and skill of the team, they managed to avoid serious losses. Returning to their hideout, Michael and his team began dividing up the loot and planning their next steps. They knew that their actions would not go unnoticed, and they needed to be prepared to retaliate. However, the success of the gold operation strengthened their resolve and self-confidence. While Michael and his team enjoyed temporary success, they continued to prepare for new challenges. Their criminal career was gaining momentum, and new operations, dangers, and challenges awaited them. Michael Johnson was prepared for any challenge, knowing that his skills and loyal teammates would help him overcome any obstacles. After successfully capturing a shipment of gold, Michael Johnson and his team became legends in the criminal world. Their reputation grew, and with it came increased attention from competitors and law enforcement. Michael understood that they needed to move on and look for new opportunities to make money and strengthen their influence. One day, when the team was discussing their future plans, Michael received an unexpected message from an old acquaintance working for a major drug lord in Colombia. This drug lord, Pedro Alvarez, was interested in working with Michael. He invited them to conduct a series of operations to transport drugs across the border, in return promising a significant share of the profits and protection from competitors. Michael knew that working with a man like Alvarez could be dangerous, but he also saw it as a chance to significantly increase his influence and income. He discussed the proposal with the team, and everyone agreed that it could be a profitable move. The first task was to organize the transportation of a large shipment of cocaine from Colombia to Mexico. Michael and his team began careful preparations. Carlos developed a route plan, avoiding major roads and checkpoints. Anna began creating fake documents and preparing vehicles. Marcus, as always, was in charge of security and weapons. The operation began at night. Michael and his team took up positions along the route, awaiting the arrival of the drug trucks. Carlos hacked the surveillance and communication systems, ensuring the safe movement of the convoy. Anna and Marcus monitored the situation, ready for any surprises. The first part of the operation went without a hitch. The trucks crossed the border and headed to the transfer point. However, information suddenly arrived about an ambush staged by Alvarez's competitors. Michael knew they had to act quickly and decisively. He gave the order to change the route and head to an abandoned warehouse, which they had prepared in advance. At the warehouse, the team quickly unloaded the drugs and prepared for defense. Soon, armed competitors arrived and a fierce firefight began. Michael and his team used all their skills and experience to repel the attack. They knew that their lives and the success of the entire operation depended on this battle. In the end, they were able to neutralize the attackers and safely deliver the cargo to their new destination. After the successful completion of the operation, Michael met with Pedro Alvarez to discuss further cooperation. Alvarez was impressed by their professionalism and offered new assignments. Michael realized that this was only the beginning of their work together, and even more dangerous and profitable missions awaited them. After successfully completing the operation with Pedro Alvarez, Michael Johnson and his team realized that they needed something big to not only strengthen their reputation, but also to move several steps ahead of their competitors and law enforcement agencies. They decided to develop a plan that would be the most ambitious and risky of their careers: the robbery of the central bank vault in Mexico City. Michael understood that for such an operation they would need not only skill and ingenuity, but also serious preparation. The team began a detailed study of the bank, its security system, security routes, and all possible routes of entry and exit. Carlos hacked into the bank's internal systems to gain access to building plans and security guard schedules. Anna collected information on the spot, pretending to be a bank employee, and Marcus trained the team, preparing them for any unforeseen situations. The operation began on Friday evening when the bank closed for the weekend. Michael and his team entered through the ventilation system, avoiding cameras and sensors. Carlos hacked the security system, disabling all the alarms and locks on the vault doors. Anna monitored the movement of the guards, coordinating the team's actions through an earpiece. When they reached the vault, Carlos used sophisticated devices to break into the safe while Michael and Marcus kept watch. Opening the safe, they discovered a huge amount of money and jewelry. They began quickly packing the loot into their bags, when suddenly a hidden alarm went off that they had not been able to detect in advance. The police began to arrive at the bank, and Michael knew they were running out of time. They quickly completed loading and began to retreat along a pre-planned route using the city's underground communications. Anna organized a diversion by setting up an explosion in one of the buildings nearby to divert the attention of the police. The team safely reached the surface and headed to their shelter on the outskirts of the city. They knew the police would begin a search, but they were confident in their preparation and knew how to cover their tracks. For several days they remained in hiding, dividing the spoils and discussing their next steps. Meanwhile, Mexico City police, together with international law enforcement agencies, launched a large-scale investigation. They understood that the robbery of the central bank was organized by professionals and began to collect information in all possible directions. Michael and his team decided to lay low for a while and reconsider their plans. They knew that their last move had brought them a lot of attention, and now they had to tread more carefully. Michael began planning new operations outside of Mexico, looking at options in Europe and Asia. However, unexpectedly for them, a new player entered the game. One of the competitors, the leader of a large crime syndicate in Europe, became interested in Michael's success and offered them cooperation. This could open up new horizons for them, but it also carried new risks and dangers. Michael understood that this proposal could become a new round in their career. They decided to take on the challenge and begin a new chapter of their criminal history, preparing for new operations and cooperation at the international level. New challenges awaited them, but Michael was confident that with his team they would be able to overcome any difficulties and continue their successful and dangerous career. Michael Johnson and his team were preparing for a new chapter in their criminal career when suddenly their plans were disrupted. One night, as they were about to discuss their upcoming collaboration with a European syndicate, their hideout was attacked. Enemies they did not expect broke through with incredible speed and brutality. Carlos and Anna found themselves in the very center of the attack. Carlos, despite his skills as a burglar and hacker, did not have time to defend himself and was mortally wounded. Anna, trying to cover the retreat of the rest of the team, was killed in a shootout. Michael and Marcus barely managed to escape through the secret exit, leaving the bodies of their friends behind. This tragedy shook Michael to the core. The loss of Carlos and Anna not only caused him personal pain, but also seriously weakened their team. Now Michael was faced with the task of not only avenging his dead comrades, but also surviving in a world where his every step could be his last. Michael and Marcus took refuge in a safe house on the outskirts of the city, where they began to consider their further actions. Michael was determined to find out who was behind this attack. He suspected that it could be one of the competitors, perhaps even the European syndicate itself with which they planned to cooperate. The first step was to contact Victor Reynolds and see if he had any information. Victor, having heard about the attack and death of Carlos and Anna, promised his help. He provided Michael with several agents and resources to conduct his own investigation. Michael and Marcus began to carefully study the scene of the attack, collecting all possible evidence. They found traces that pointed to a group of mercenaries known for their cruelty and ruthlessness. These mercenaries often worked for the most powerful criminal organizations, which only confirmed Michael's suspicions. They soon followed a trail that led them to one of the European crime bosses named Ivan Petrovich. This man was known for his ruthlessness and enormous influence in the criminal world. Michael decided it was time to strike back. Michael and Marcus developed a plan that included several steps. First, they had to find out the location of Ivan and his closest associates. They then planned to launch an attack on his headquarters to avenge the death of their friends and show that they did not intend to give up. At night, Michael and Marcus entered Ivan's territory, using all their skills and experience. They acted quietly and decisively, eliminating the guards and making their way to the main office. When they reached Ivan's office, a fierce firefight began. Michael confronted Ivan personally. Their fight was short but intense. In the end, Michael gained the upper hand but was wounded. Marcus helped him get out of the building while explosions and gunshots were heard around him. They left Ivan's territory, knowing that they had dealt a serious blow to his organization. However, Michael understood that this was just the beginning. He and Marcus decided that their path now lies in Europe, where they will continue their fight, avenging Carlos and Anna and strengthening their position in the world of international crime. Their criminal career continued, and new dangers and challenges awaited them ahead. But Michael was determined to continue the fight, knowing that behind every step they took was the memory of their fallen comrades and the desire to make their sacrifice not in vain. Having left Ivan's territory and escaped persecution, Michael and Marcus began planning their move to Europe. Their next goal is to eliminate the remaining threats and build a new network that will help them not only survive, but dominate the international criminal world. They soon contacted Victor Reynolds to get support for the move and to learn more about their new enemies. Victor provided Michael and Marcus with fake passports and financial assistance to cross the border safely. They went to Germany, where Victor arranged for them a meeting with trusted partners who could help them gain a foothold in Europe. In Germany, Michael and Marcus met with a former military specialist named Oliver Schmidt. Oliver had extensive experience in tactical operations and intelligence, as well as extensive connections in the European criminal world. He offered his help in exchange for a share in future operations. The first step was to gather information about Ivan's closest associates in order to launch surgical strikes and weaken his organization. Oliver used his contacts to find out the whereabouts of key figures. Michael and Marcus, along with Oliver, began planning a series of attacks that would destabilize Ivan's structure. The first target was in the suburbs of Berlin. It was a warehouse where money and weapons belonging to Ivan were kept. Michael and Marcus entered the warehouse at night, using the skills they had acquired over years of criminal activity. They quickly neutralized the guards and blew up the warehouse, destroying all valuable resources. They then headed to Amsterdam, where one of Ivan's key lieutenants was hiding. The operation was complex but carefully planned. They infiltrated the lieutenant's mansion and set up an ambush, quickly and effectively eliminating their target. These blows caused serious damage to Ivan's organization, and Michael knew that this was only the beginning. They continued to methodically destroy their remaining comrades, spreading fear and chaos among their enemies. However, with each successful strike, the risk increased. Michael knew that sooner or later Ivan or his remaining allies would try to take revenge. Soon, Michael received information that Ivan had taken refuge in one of his secret hideouts in the south of France. It was a well-guarded villa, equipped with the latest security systems. Michael and his team began planning the final blow that would put an end to Ivan and his organization. They spent several days studying the villa and its security measures. Oliver used his contacts to obtain blueprints of the building and security shift schedules. Michael, Marcus, and Oliver prepared everything necessary for the operation: weapons, explosives, and hacking equipment. On the night of the operation, they entered the villa, avoiding patrols and cameras. Carlos, although dead, left behind knowledge and devices that helped Michael and his team disable the security systems. They got inside the building and began to methodically move towards Ivan's office. A fierce firefight ensued. Michael and Marcus, using their tactical training, quickly eliminated the guards. They burst into Ivan's office and took him by surprise. Ivan tried to resist, but Michael was determined. With the last shot, Ivan was defeated. Michael and Marcus left the villa, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. They knew that they had destroyed one of the biggest threats, but they also knew that their fight would not end there. Now they were ready for new challenges and adventures in the world of international crime. They continued to strengthen their positions, build new connections, and prepare for new operations. Their criminal career was gaining momentum, and new challenges and dangers awaited them. Michael Johnson was determined to continue the fight, knowing that the memory of Carlos and Anna would inspire him to new feats. After successfully eliminating Ivan Petrovich, Michael Johnson and his team felt short-term relief. However, they realized that their success had attracted the attention of many competitors, and they now became a prime target for many criminal groups in Europe. They continued their operations, but each time they had to be more and more careful. Soon they began working on a new project, a major robbery of one of the most secure banks in Switzerland. Michael knew that the success of this operation would provide them with enormous resources and further strengthen their influence. They began to prepare carefully, studying every detail of the security system and developing an infiltration plan. However, their plans were disrupted. One night, as the team discussed the final details of the operation, they received a disturbing message. Marcus, one of the most loyal and reliable members of the team, had been killed. The attack occurred while he was returning from a reconnaissance mission. His car was attacked by unknown assailants, and despite his skills, Marcus was unable to cope with the numerical superiority of his opponents. This loss was devastating for Michael. He lost not only a comrade in arms, but also a friend who was always there in the most dangerous situations. Anger and a thirst for revenge filled his heart. Michael decided that he needed to immediately find out who was behind this attack and eliminate those responsible. Using his contacts and connections, Michael discovered that a new, ambitious group from Eastern Europe, led by a ruthless leader named Sergei Kozlov, was behind Marcus's murder. Kozlov wanted to expand his influence and saw Michael's team as a threat to his plans. Michael decided that he would no longer wait or hesitate. He developed a plan to attack Sergei's headquarters in Prague. Together with Oliver, who had now become his closest ally, Michael began preparations for the operation. They collected information about Kozlov, his security, and possible weak points in his defense. The night of the decisive blow arrived. Michael and Oliver infiltrated Sergei's territory using their experience and skills. They acted quickly and decisively, eliminating the guards and advancing towards the main office. A fierce firefight ensued inside the building, but Michael was adamant. He knew he had to avenge Marcus and show his enemies that he wasn't worth messing with. Michael and Oliver burst into Sergei's office. A fierce battle ensued, during which Michael, despite being wounded, was able to neutralize Sergei and his entourage. This blow not only avenged the death of Marcus, but also seriously weakened Kozlov's group. After leaving Prague, Michael and Oliver knew that their situation remained extremely dangerous. However, they were not going to give up. Michael decided that their priority would now be not only survival, but also creating a network of allies to help them fight their enemies. Returning to base, Michael began rebuilding his team. He brought in new people, trained them, and prepared them for future operations. Michael's every action was now aimed at strengthening their position and eliminating those who dared to stand in their way. Their criminal careers continued to develop, and new trials and challenges awaited them. Michael Johnson understood that every day could be his last, but his determination and self-confidence did not allow him to retreat. He knew that the memory of Marcus, Carlos, and Anna would inspire him to new exploits and help him overcome any difficulties. With a new team and renewed determination, Michael began planning his next big thing. His target was Europe's largest diamond transporter, known for its incredible security. The robbery operation was supposed to be not just a robbery, but a real work of art that would shock the whole world. Michael and his team spent several months preparing. They studied transportation routes, security company schedules, and all possible loopholes. Oliver, with his wealth of military experience, developed a strategy for capturing the convoy, which included several diversionary maneuvers and precision strikes. The night of the operation was filled with tension. Michael and his team took up their positions along the transport route. They used new technologies to hack into communications and surveillance systems provided by Victor Reynolds. Everything was ready to begin. As the diamond convoy approached the ambush site, Michael gave the signal to begin the operation. They quickly and silently neutralized the guards using gas grenades and communications jamming devices. The operation went according to plan until an unexpected factor appeared. One of the guards managed to call for reinforcements. Michael and his team knew they only had a few minutes before help arrived. They acted quickly and decisively, loading the diamonds into their vehicles and fleeing the crime scene at high speed. The pursuit began immediately. Michael and Oliver drove their cars through narrow streets and abandoned roads, skillfully avoiding police roadblocks. Thanks to their preparation and skill, they were able to evade pursuit and hide in a pre-prepared shelter. The operation was successful, and the diamonds were in the hands of Michael and his team. This success not only strengthened their financial position, but also further increased their reputation in the criminal world. However, Michael knew that with each successful operation the risk increased, and they needed to be more and more careful. Michael decided that the next step would be to create a network of safe houses and shelters throughout Europe that would help them hide and plan new operations. He began to establish contacts with other criminal groups, offering mutually beneficial cooperation and support. After successfully robbing a diamond convoy, Michael Johnson and his team became legends in the criminal world. Their reputation grew, but so did their threat. Michael understood that they needed to strengthen their position and look for new, innovative ways to increase their influence and income. Michael soon learned of an international auction network that conducted secret auctions of rare artifacts and works of art. These auctions took place in the most elite and protected places in Europe, and only a select few could attend them. But Michael saw this as an opportunity not only to make money, but also to penetrate the upper echelons of the criminal world. Michael decided that their next step would be to rob one of these auctions. He and his team began preparing for this ambitious operation. They collected information about the upcoming auction in Paris, which was to take place in one of the old mansions owned by an influential collector. The first step was to find a way to get into the auction undercover. Oliver, thanks to his connections, managed to obtain fake invitations and provide the team with access to the event. Anna, a master of disguise, created new images and legends for everyone, which helped them mingle with the elite public. The day of the auction arrived. The mansion was full of rich and powerful people willing to spend millions on rare artifacts. Michael and his team acted cautiously, observing what was happening and studying the security systems. Carlos, using his experience, hacked into internal surveillance systems to ensure the team could operate without interference. When the bidding began, Michael and his team were ready. They waited until bidding began for the most valuable lot, a rare diamond, whose value was estimated at tens of millions of dollars. At the climax of the auction, when everyone's attention was focused on the diamond, Michael gave the signal to begin the operation. Anna used smoke grenades to create panic and distract the attention of the guards. Oliver and Michael quickly and silently neutralized the guards, and Carlos broke into the safe where valuable lots were kept. The entire operation took a few minutes, and the team managed to leave the mansion before the police arrived. However, their adventures did not end there. As they were leaving the crime scene, their car was ambushed. It turned out that the information about the auction was a leak caused by one of their competitors, the leader of a large criminal network named Dmitry Volkov. Volkov wanted to eliminate Michael and his team in order to strengthen his influence. A fierce firefight ensued. Michael and his team, using their skill and experience, managed to fight back and evade pursuit. They realized that Volkov was becoming a serious threat and decided that the next step would be to eliminate this dangerous competitor. Michael and Oliver began collecting information about Volkov and his organization. They learned that Volkov had several bases in Eastern Europe and decided to strike one of them in order to destabilize his operation and force him to come out of the shadows. They carefully prepared for the operation, developing a plan of attack and gathering all the necessary resources. The night of the decisive blow arrived. Michael and his team infiltrated Volkov's base using all their skills and experience. They acted quickly and decisively, eliminating the guards and making their way to the main building. A fierce firefight ensued inside. Michael and his team, despite the numerical superiority of the enemy, won. They captured important documents and Volkov's resources that could help them in the future. Michael knew that this victory was only the beginning. Volkov will not give up so easily, and new battles and trials await them. But he was confident in his abilities and his comrades, knowing that together they could overcome any difficulties and continue their criminal career at a new level. Over time, Michael Johnson's team began to shrink. The FBI did not give up trying to catch them, and some members of the team fell into the hands of justice. Others, tired of the constant danger and stress, decided to leave and start a new life. It was a hard blow for Michael, but he knew he needed to move on. One of the first to leave the team was Carlos. The FBI got on his trail and he was arrested in Spain. Carlos stood firm and did not betray his comrades, but the loss of such an important member of the team was noticeable. Anna, tired of constant stress and life on the run, decided to leave and start a new life in South America. She left the team, leaving Michael and Oliver alone. Michael and Oliver continued their operations, but each time they had to act more and more carefully. They knew that the FBI would not give up and would continue the hunt. Michael knew he needed to find new allies and expand his network to continue his criminal career. One day, during one of the bank robberies in Germany, Michael and Oliver encountered a new obstacle. The FBI and local police coordinated their efforts and set up an ambush. The operation did not go according to plan, and Oliver was seriously injured. Michael barely pulled him out of the building and managed to escape before reinforcements arrived. Hiding in an abandoned house on the outskirts of town, Michael and Oliver discussed their next steps. They understood that it would be too risky to continue in the same spirit. Oliver, weakened and wounded, suggested that Michael find a new shelter and reconsider his plans. Michael made the decision to go to Russia, where he had old connections and the opportunity to create a new base of operations. They moved to Moscow, where Michael began to build new contacts and look for new allies. He soon met several former military personnel who became new members of his team. Among them were Sergei, a master of explosives, and Ivan, a specialist in tactical operations. With their help, Michael began planning new, more ambitious operations. They decided to focus on major thefts and smuggling, avoiding petty crimes that attracted too much attention. Operations in Russia were complex and dangerous, but they promised big profits. One of the most ambitious operations involved the smuggling of rare and valuable artifacts from museums and private collections. Michael and his team have developed a complex plan to steal several ancient artifacts from a museum in St. Petersburg. They carefully studied the security system and developed an infiltration and escape plan. The operation was successful, and they were able to remove several priceless artifacts from the museum. This success strengthened their position and allowed them to earn a significant amount of money, which Michael used to further expand his network. One morning, as the sun was just beginning to rise over Moscow, the body of Michael Johnson was found in his room. He was lying on the floor, and a pistol was found next to him. The wound on his head left many unanswered questions. No one could figure out whether it was murder or suicide. Michael's team, the remaining loyal comrades, were shocked and confused. Oliver, Sergei, and Ivan couldn't believe their eyes. Michael, who had always been the epitome of strength and determination, now lay dead. Their leader, a man who always found a way out of the most hopeless situations, now found himself a victim. The police quickly arrived at the scene. An investigation began, but answers were difficult to find. There were no obvious signs of a struggle, fingerprints, or other evidence indicating the presence of strangers. It looked as if Michael himself had decided to take his own life, but those who knew him could not believe it. Oliver, who had been with Michael since the beginning of their criminal career together, refused to believe in the suicide theory. He knew that Michael was full of plans and ambitions, despite all the difficulties and losses. Oliver decided to conduct his own investigation to find out the truth. Sergei and Ivan supported him. They began to study Michael's last days, his contacts and affairs. They knew that Michael had many enemies, and each of them could have a motive for killing him. But the evidence was scant, and finding anything concrete was extremely difficult. Meanwhile, rumors of Michael's death began to spread throughout the criminal world. Many saw this as an opportunity to strengthen their positions, knowing that Michael's team was now weakened. Oliver and the remaining members of the team knew that they had to be especially careful not to become the next victims. During his investigation, Oliver came across several strange coincidences. On the eve of Michael's death, he received a message from an unknown sender that contained threats. This message was the only clue, but it was impossible to trace its sender. Oliver began to suspect that someone close to him might have betrayed Michael. He checked everyone who had access to their hideout, but every time he found himself in a dead end. Questions remained unanswered, and anxiety and tension grew. Meanwhile, the police closed the case, declaring it a suicide, but Oliver and his team did not give up. They continued to search for the truth, hoping to find the one key that would solve the mystery of Michael's death. Their investigation led them to an unexpected discovery. One of Michael's former allies, a man named Dmitri, who was kicked off the team for betrayal, may have had a motive for revenge. But when Oliver found Dmitri, he was already dead, which only added to the mystery of this story. Every day brought new questions and few answers. But Oliver knew one thing: Michael couldn't just give up. His death was the result of someone's calculations and intrigues, and until the truth is revealed, he will not calm down. After weeks of investigation and setbacks, Michael's team finally got the answer they were looking for. Oliver and his men found important evidence: a hidden camera installed in Michael's room. The recording showed that, on the night of his death, a stranger entered the room and shot Michael, simulating suicide. This man was a professional, acted calmly and methodically. Oliver, Sergei, and Ivan were shocked by what they saw. They vowed to avenge Michael's death and find the killer, whoever he was. Their search led them to Dmitry Volkov, an old enemy of Michael and the leader of a powerful crime syndicate. Oliver and his team began preparing for their final operation. They studied all of Volkov's possible hiding places, his security and movement schedules. This mission was not just a matter of honor, but an act of justice for their fallen leader. Night fell when they decided to strike. Oliver, Sergei, and Ivan entered the territory of one of Volkov's hideouts. They acted smoothly and quickly, eliminating the guards and paving the way to the main building. A fierce firefight awaited them inside, but the team's determination and skill helped them prevail. When they reached Volkov, he was ready to fight. A fierce fight ensued, during which Oliver was able to gain the upper hand. Volkov, on his knees, admitted that Michael's murder was part of a plan to eliminate all his enemies and strengthen his power. Oliver, holding the gun aimed at Volkov, said, "This is for Michael," and he fired. The team then left the scene knowing their mission was accomplished. They avenged the death of their leader, but at the same time realized that their time as a united team had come to an end. The losses and stress of the past months have left an indelible mark on each of them. Sergei and Ivan decided to start a new life, leaving the criminal world behind. Oliver, although not ready to leave completely, knew that the team would never be the same. They said goodbye, realizing that their paths would now diverge. Michael Johnson's team disbanded, leaving behind a legend about the most daring and successful operations in criminal history. Each of them went their own way, but the memory of Michael and their common struggle remained with them forever. They knew that new challenges awaited them in the future, but the lessons and experience gained as a team would always help them cope with any difficulties. After the collapse of Michael Johnson's team, each of the remaining members went their own way, but the memory of the deceased leader continued to live in their hearts. They knew their lives would never be the same, but they sought to use the lessons and experiences they had learned to build a new future. Sergei, leaving his criminal career, moved to a quiet town in the south of Russia. He opened a small business repairing and servicing cars. Sergei's life became calm and measured, but he never forgot his comrades, and especially Michael, to whom he owed a lot. Ivan decided to use his military skills for more noble purposes. He joined a private security firm providing services to protect VIPs and facilities. Ivan often recalled Michael and their team, applying the knowledge and experience gained during those turbulent times. Years have passed, and only the legends of Michael Johnson's team remain in the criminal world. People told stories about the most daring robberies and elusive criminals who became real legends. Michael Johnson's name became a symbol of determination and courage, and his legacy continued to inspire new criminal leaders. But in the hearts of each of his former comrades there remained deep gratitude and memory of Michael. They knew that their lives were different because of this man who taught them to fight and not give up, even when everything seems lost. Thus, the story of Michael Johnson ended, leaving a mark in the hearts of his team and in the criminal world. His life was full of adventure, danger, and determination, and his legacy lives on in those who knew and loved him. Michael Johnson will forever be remembered as one of the most legendary criminal leaders, whose story will long be passed on from mouth to mouth. The story of the fourth criminal. Robert Miller was born in a small town in Oklahoma. His childhood was far from easy. His father left the family when Robert was just 6 years old, leaving his mother, Helen, to struggle to survive alone. Helen worked several jobs to support her son, and Robert learned early on that if he wanted to get anywhere in life, he had to rely on himself. At school, Robert stood out among his peers for his construction skills. He could fix almost anything he could get his hands on, and often helped his neighbors with minor repairs. These skills proved useful as he grew older and began working on a local construction site. Robert was a hard worker and reliable employee, and his superiors valued him for this. However, life at a construction site did not bring satisfaction to Robert. He dreamed of more, but did not know how to achieve it. One day, returning home after a long day at work, he saw a report on TV about a daring bank robbery. Something clicked in his head. An idea quickly took hold of his thoughts. He could use his skills not only to build, but also to plan and execute the perfect crime. Robert began studying bank robberies, analyzing every case that came his way. He carefully studied the methods used by other robbers, noting their mistakes and weaknesses. Robert was confident that he could do it better, and the most important thing was not to get caught. He began training, honing his skills in picking locks and breaking into buildings. His craftsmanship and attention to detail gradually improved. Robert planned his first robbery with the precision of an architect. He chose a small bank on the outskirts of the city and carefully studied its layout and security system. At night, he entered through the basement, using his construction skills to open the door without being noticed. The safe succumbed to his dexterity and patience, and Robert walked away with a decent amount of money, leaving minimal traces behind him. Thus began a new chapter in the life of Robert Miller. He continued to work in construction during the day, remaining in the shadows, and at night he turned into one of the most skilled robbers in America. No one suspected that behind the mask of an ordinary builder was hiding a person capable of such daring crimes. With each new robbery, Robert became more and more confident in his abilities. He carefully planned each crime, paying special attention to detail. He never repeated himself, each time choosing different banks and changing penetration methods. Robert studied patrol routes, security systems, and the habits of bank employees to avoid any surprises. In one of his robberies, he encountered a particularly complex security system. The bank in downtown Houston was equipped with the latest technology, including security cameras and motion detection systems. But that didn't stop Robert. He spent several weeks studying the system, developing a plan that included turning off the power at the right time and using special tools to bypass the alarm. The robbery went smoothly. Robert entered the bank by disabling the security systems and opened the safe in a matter of minutes. He left the crime scene before anyone noticed anything was wrong. This success attracted the attention of the police and the FBI, but they did not have a single lead that could lead them to Robert. Despite the increased attention from law enforcement agencies, Robert was not going to stop. He understood that each subsequent robbery would have to be even more carefully planned. Robert began to lead a double life with even greater caution, avoiding any suspicious activities. He continued to work at a construction site, communicated with colleagues and friends, remaining in the shadows. Meanwhile, rumors of a mysterious robber who acted alone and always escaped without a trace began to spread throughout the criminal world. Robert received offers from various criminal groups who wanted to get him into their ranks, but he rejected all offers, preferring to act alone. He liked to feel completely in control of the situation and know that no one could betray him. One of his most ambitious plans was to rob the Federal Reserve Bank in New York. It was the largest and most secure facility, and Robert knew that this would be the pinnacle of his career. He began his careful study again, devising a plan that had to be flawless. Robert collected all the necessary tools, studied every detail of the security system, and planned his penetration to the smallest detail. The day of the robbery has arrived. Robert, as usual, looked like an ordinary construction worker as he walked to work. But in fact, he was heading for his most risky and daring robbery. That day, Robert was more focused than ever. He knew that even the smallest deviation from the plan could turn into a disaster. But he also knew that his plan was perfect. Robert entered the underground tunnel leading to the Federal Reserve Bank vault, using his construction skills to avoid attracting attention. He made his way to the wall of the vault, where he used sophisticated drilling and prying equipment. Every step he took was thought out and calculated in seconds. He knew he only had a short window of time before the security system detected the breach. When he reached the vault, His heart beat in unison with the quiet sounds of the tools. Opening the safe required maximum concentration and precision from him, but after a few minutes the safe door gave way. Inside were millions of dollars, neatly folded into packages. Robert acted quickly. He took as much money as he could carry and carefully sealed the safe back so that no one would immediately notice the robbery. His way back was as flawless as his entry. He left the bank through the same tunnel, avoiding cameras and sensors. Returning home, Robert felt euphoric. He had just pulled off one of the most daring robberies in history, and no one suspected that an ordinary construction worker was responsible for it. But he knew that now he had to be even more careful. Attention to his actions will increase, and any delay or mistake could cost him his freedom or even his life. Robert spent the next few weeks in hiding, avoiding unnecessary attention. He did not spend the stolen money immediately, preferring to keep it in secret caches. He returned to his normal life as a construction worker so as not to arouse suspicion. However, the thought of the next big heist was already beginning to form in his mind. Over time, Robert realized that he needed something more. He wanted to go beyond bank robberies and try his hand at other, equally daring crimes. He began studying ways to hack corporate systems and penetrate highly secure facilities. His goal was simple: to become the greatest criminal in history, acting alone and leaving only a clean trail behind him. Robert continued to improve his skills and plan his next moves. He remained unpredictable and elusive, and his story became legendary in the criminal world. No one knew his real face, and this gave him an advantage. Meanwhile, police and FBI investigations into his cases continued, but Robert was always one step ahead. He knew his greatest game was yet to come, and he was ready for whatever challenge fate had in store for him. Robert understood that he needed to constantly improve in order to stay out of reach of justice. He began learning new technologies and hacking techniques, taking cybersecurity courses under false names. His knowledge grew, and he soon became a master not only of physical hacking, but also of cybercrime. His next target was a high-tech research center in Silicon Valley. Robert knew that not only financial resources were stored in this center, but also confidential data of large corporations. He decided that hacking such an object would raise his reputation to a new level. The plan was complex and multi-stage. Robert purchased the necessary equipment in advance and prepared several false documents in order to enter the center under the guise of a contractor. In the evening, when the center closed, he activated his fake passes and began his journey to the target server. Once inside, Robert used his cyber hacking skills to gain access to secure systems. He managed to bypass complex security algorithms and get to the data storage. He copied all the necessary files to an external drive, and then, to cover his tracks, launched a virus that destroyed all traces of his penetration. Having successfully completed the operation, Robert left the center as quietly as he entered. He knew that this hack would attract the attention of the most powerful people, and that he was now a target not only for law enforcement, but also for the corporations whose data he had stolen. Robert spent the next few months moving from place to place, hiding from possible persecution. He did not immediately use the stolen data, but carefully analyzed it to understand how best to monetize it. In the process, he learned about various secret operations that were carried out under the guise of major corporations. Using the information he received, Robert began to blackmail some of the most powerful people in the country. He demanded a ransom in exchange for silence, and his terms were carried out without hesitation. Money flowed like a river, and Robert became one of the richest criminals in America. His life was full of dangers, but also incredible opportunities. Robert was aware that his every action brought him closer to possible exposure, but adrenaline and excitement did not allow him to stop. He enjoyed the game at which he was an unrivaled master. Meanwhile, law enforcement agencies continued their investigations. The FBI created a special group whose goal was to catch the mysterious criminal. They studied every trace, every little detail, hoping to find at least some clue that would lead them to Robert. But he was always one step ahead, anticipating their actions and avoiding traps. Robert knew his greatest triumph was yet to come. He continued to plan and dream of new, even more daring crimes that would make the world talk about him. He became a living legend, a ghost that no one could catch. And perhaps this is how he wanted his story to continue. Endless, full of risk and opportunity without a final outcome. Robert remained in the shadows, continuing to carefully plan his next steps. His reputation grew, and rumors of his incredible skill and courage spread not only among criminal circles, but also among ordinary people who began to perceive him as a modern-day Robin Hood. However, for Robert himself, this was not a game of heroism, but a complex chess game where every move could be decisive. One day he learned about a new project to build the largest and most high-tech casino in Las Vegas. This casino was planned to use the latest security and money storage technologies. Robert realized that robbing this facility would be his greatest achievement. He began preparing with incredible care, studying construction plans, security plans, and patrol routes. For several months, he secretly visited Las Vegas, preparing everything necessary for penetration. He installed hidden cameras to monitor the movements of casino security and employees, and studied the behavior of the people working there. Robert also collected security information, including combination locks and biometric scanners. Finally, the day arrived for the casino to open to the public. Robert chose this moment because he knew that during the opening, all attention would be focused on the holiday and security would be relaxed. He entered the casino under the guise of a VIP guest, using fake documents and an elaborate cover story. Inside the casino, he acted quickly and decisively. Using his knowledge of the security system, he broke into a vault where huge amounts of cash were kept. Robert knew he had limited time before security noticed his absence from the hall. He opened safes with the precision of a surgeon, taking away millions of dollars. But instead of immediately leaving the crime scene, Robert left behind several fake clues pointing to other criminal groups. This was meant to confuse investigators and divert their attention from his real identity. When Robert left the casino, he disappeared into the crowd again, becoming an ordinary passerby. He knew that now all the police and FBI forces would be thrown into finding the culprits, but his plan was so perfect that no one could suspect him. Robert spent the next few months hiding in different parts of the country, changing his appearance and identification documents. He enjoyed his success, but did not forget about the possible danger. New plans were already brewing in his head, and he knew that the next step had to be even more ambitious. Meanwhile, investigations in Las Vegas have reached a dead end. The police and FBI could not find any real evidence pointing to the real culprit. Robert remained a ghost, elusive and mysterious. Every new day was a challenge and an opportunity for him. He understood that his game had no end, and that this was its essence. Robert continued on his way, remaining a consummate master of the underworld, and the world watched with bated breath his incredible adventures, not knowing what was yet to be seen. Robert enjoyed his success in Las Vegas, but knew that sooner or later he would have to come up with something new and even more impressive. He began exploring international heist opportunities, looking at banks and targets in Europe and Asia. He was attracted by the idea of committing a series of robberies that would surpass all his previous achievements. One of his targets was the most guarded bank in Switzerland, known for its impenetrable security systems and huge reserves of gold and precious stones. Robert realized that if he managed to rob this bank, his reputation would rise to unprecedented heights. He began studying the bank, spending months preparing. Robert learned that the bank had hidden vulnerabilities that could be exploited. He developed a complex plan that involved forging documents, using high-tech devices and carefully coordinating his actions. Finally, the day came when Robert decided to put his plan into action. He arrived in Switzerland under an assumed name and with a carefully prepared legend. Robert used his connections and skills to get inside the bank. His goal was clear: open the vault and leave with as much money and jewelry as possible. Having entered the bank, Robert disabled the security system using devices that he developed specifically for this case. He acted quickly and confidently, opening safes and taking the contents. When he reached the gold bullion vault, he had to use all his skills to bypass the last line of defense. The robbery went smoothly. Robert managed to escape without leaving any traces. He left Switzerland that evening, disappearing into the crowd. His success was stunning, and news of the daring robbery quickly spread throughout the world. The police and security services were shocked by how carefully and professionally the crime was planned and executed. After the robbery, Robert understood that his life would become increasingly dangerous. He decided to lie low and not attract attention to himself for a while. Robert moved to South America, where he started a new life under a different name. But plans for the future were already forming in his head. Robert was not just a robber, he was a criminal genius. His skill and ability to remain elusive made him a living legend. He knew his game was on and that there were still many opportunities and challenges ahead. While Robert pondered his next steps, the world followed his story with bated breath. No one knew where he was or what he was planning next, but everyone expected new, incredible robberies from the greatest criminal of his time. Robert settled down in a small village in Argentina where no one knew him. He lived modestly, not drawing attention to his person. However, he continued to follow the news and develop, studying new technologies and methods that could be useful to him in the future. Time passed, and Robert felt it was time to go on stage again. His next target was ambitious and challenging: the largest bank in Tokyo, known for its advanced security technology. Robert knew that robbing this bank would be a real challenge, and that was what attracted him. He began to prepare by studying Japanese language and culture so as not to arouse suspicion when traveling to Tokyo. Planning took several months. Robert developed a detailed plan, taking into account all possible risks and escape routes. He knew that the bank's security system included not only physical barriers, but also complex cyber defenses. So he combined his skills in physical and cyber hacking to develop a unique strategy. When everything was ready, Robert went to Japan. He rented an apartment in Tokyo and began to implement his plan. Disguised as a security engineer, he infiltrated the bank, using false documents and charm to avoid arousing suspicion. He installed several hidden devices that were supposed to disable the security system at the right time. At night, when the bank was closed, Robert activated his devices. He entered the building through an underground tunnel that he discovered during his research. The security system was temporarily disabled, and he was able to reach the vault without much trouble. Robert opened the safes and took millions of yen, as well as valuable documents and jewelry. But this time, something went wrong. The bank's security system went off faster than Robert expected, and he heard the sound of sirens. He knew he had only minutes to leave the bank. Using his escape plan, Robert quickly and deftly made his way out of the building, avoiding cameras and guards. But the alarm was raised and police soon began combing the area. Robert knew that his position was now extremely dangerous. He managed to leave Tokyo and hide, but he understood that this robbery had attracted the attention of not only the Japanese authorities, but also international organizations. He again changed his appearance and documents to avoid capture. Despite the difficulties, Robert did not give up. He returned to Argentina, where he hid part of the loot. There he began to develop new plans, knowing that he would have to be even more careful and inventive. He continued to improve his skills and learn new technologies to stay one step ahead of his pursuers. The world still didn't know where Robert was or what he was planning next. His robberies became legendary, and no one could predict what his next move would be. But one thing was clear. Robert Miller, America's greatest robber, was not going to stop there. His story continued, full of risk, excitement, and elusive skill, making his name synonymous with genius and daring in the world of crime. After returning to Argentina, Robert realized that his last operation in Tokyo was too close to failure. He decided to step away from major robberies for a while and focus on less visible but still profitable targets. Living under his new name, Robert began working on his next move with the care and thoroughness that became his trademark. Instead of focusing on one large target, Robert decided to attack several banks in different countries in Latin America. This allowed him not only to spread the risks, but also to stay one step ahead of the authorities. He began by studying banks in Chile, Peru, and Brazil, noting vulnerabilities in their security systems. First up was a small bank in Santiago, Chile. Robert got inside under the guise of a client who wanted to open an account. He installed several hidden cameras to study the inner workings of the bank and the behavior of the guards. Then, using his cyber hacking skills, he infiltrated the banking system and gained access to deposit data. The plan was simple but effective. He hacked the system overnight, redirecting funds from several large accounts to his own dummy accounts. This allowed him to take millions without having to physically enter the vault. Robert knew that such operations would attract less attention, and he would have more time to plan his next move. After a successful robbery in Chile, Robert headed to Lima, Peru. Here he used similar tactics, but added a few new elements to make things more difficult for investigators. He faked his identity and got a job at a bank under the guise of an IT specialist. This gave him access to internal security systems and allowed him to study them from the inside. Robert spent several weeks preparing everything necessary for the break-in. On the night of the robbery, he used his position to disable the security systems for a short time. He then diverted large sums of money to his dummy accounts. Robert left the bank undetected, leaving only minimal traces behind him. In Brazil, Robert decided to go even further. He chose a target in Rio de Janeiro, where security was high but the stakes were higher. Here he used his social engineering skills to gain the trust of bank employees and gain access to restricted areas. He hacked the security system using complex algorithms that he developed himself. On the night of the robbery, Robert acted with incredible precision. He entered the vault and opened the safes, taking money and jewelry. When he left behind several fake clues pointing to local criminal groups to confuse investigators. His plan worked, and he was able to escape with the loot, leaving law enforcement in confusion. Returning to Argentina, Robert knew that his reputation as a brilliant robber had only strengthened. But he also understood that with each new robbery, attention to him would only grow. He needed to come up with something new and unexpected to stay one step ahead. He began to develop a plan to create a false identity that would allow him to operate even more secretly. Robert used his cyber hacking skills to create fake documents and identities that were so convincing they could fool even the most experienced investigators. Now, with a new identity and an updated arsenal of skills, Robert was ready for the next stage of his career. He knew that new challenges and dangers awaited him ahead, but this only fueled his excitement. Robert Miller's story continued, full of unexpected twists and incredible adventures, making his name a legend in the world of crime. With a new personality and an updated arsenal of skills, Robert decided to leave Latin America and turn his attention to Europe. He understood that European banks had their own characteristics and complexities, but this only fueled his interest. The first banks in his sights were in Germany, France, and Italy. Robert arrived in Berlin under the name Marcus Schmidt, posing as a security expert. He rented an apartment in an upscale area and began researching local banks. His target was a bank known for its history and reliability. Robert knew that in Germany he would have to act especially carefully, given the high level of security and technological innovation. He entered the bank under the guise of a consultant who was supposed to conduct a security audit. Robert used his knowledge and experience to gain the trust of his employees. He managed to install several hidden devices that allowed him to control the bank's security systems. On the night of the robbery, he disabled the systems for a short time, broke in and opened the safes, taking significant amounts of money and jewelry. From Berlin, he headed to Paris. Here he chose a target in the heart of the city, a bank that served wealthy and influential clients. Robert used his social engineering skills to infiltrate the premises by posing as a representative of a large client. He carefully studied the security system and found weaknesses that could be exploited. At night, Robert entered the bank, disabling the alarm system using his devices. He opened safes and took away valuable documents and money, leaving behind a minimum of traces. Going out into the street, he disappeared into the crowd of tourists as if nothing had happened. The success in Paris further strengthened his reputation and self-confidence. The next stop was Italy. In Milan, he chose a bank known for its precious deposits. Robert used a new tactic. He introduced himself as an art historian who is interested in valuable exhibits stored in the bank. This allowed him to gain access to the interior and study the security systems. When night fell, Robert acted with coolness and precision. He disabled the security systems and broke in, opening safes and taking jewelry and money. When he left behind fake evidence pointing to local criminal groups to confuse investigators. After successful operations in Europe, Robert returned to Argentina to consider his next steps. He understood that his crimes had attracted the attention of international law enforcement agencies, and he needed to be even more careful. Robert continued to change his appearance and documents in order to remain elusive. Despite the dangers, he was not going to stop. New challenges and opportunities lay ahead, and Robert was ready for them. He began exploring opportunities for new heists in Asia and the Middle East, developing even more complex and sophisticated plans. The world continued to watch his actions with bated breath, not knowing where and when he would strike next. Robert Miller's story continued, and every new day brought new adventures and challenges. His name became synonymous with genius and audacity in the world of crime, and no one knew what else he was capable of doing. But one thing was clear. Robert had no intention of stopping, and his path was full of surprises and exciting turns. After successful robberies in Europe, Robert decided that it was time to test his strength in an even more difficult arena, Asia. He chose Hong Kong, known for its high financial stakes and complex security system, for his next operation. Hong Kong attracted him not only because of its wealth, but also because of the challenge that this metropolis presented. Arriving in Hong Kong under the name Michael Chen, Robert began by getting a job at one of the local IT companies. This allowed him to study the city's infrastructure and gain access to the necessary contacts. He studied the behavior of guards and security systems and researched local banks and casinos to understand where the best places to strike. His target was one of the largest banks in Hong Kong, known for its wealthy clients and huge deposits. Robert began planning his infiltration using all his skills and experience. He knew that for a successful robbery, he would not only need to disable the security systems, but also bypass the security cameras that were located throughout the building. At night, when the bank was closed, Robert used his devices to hack the security system. He got inside, avoiding cameras and motion sensors. Robert opened several safes, taking away significant amounts of money and valuable documents. When he left behind false evidence that was supposed to point to an international criminal network. Robert planned to carry out his next robbery in Singapore. Here he chose a bank that was known for its strict security and high concentration of jewelry. Robert knew that robbing such a facility would be a real challenge, and this only fueled his interest. He began by infiltrating the bank's security system under the guise of a cybersecurity specialist. Using his skills, Robert installed several hidden programs that allowed him to gain access to the bank's internal systems. On the night of the robbery, he disabled the alarms and cameras, broke in and opened the safes. He took the money and jewelry, leaving behind a minimum of traces. Robert knew that he was now being pursued not only by national but also by international security services. He understood that his next step must be even more carefully planned and careful. New challenges and opportunities lay ahead of him, and he was ready for them. His next step was to rob a bank in Dubai. Dubai was known for its wealthy sheiks and high stakes, and Robert decided that this would be his greatest triumph. He began by studying the bank's security system and developing a penetration plan. He used his contacts to gain access to the necessary resources and devices. At night, Robert entered the bank by disabling the alarm and cameras. He opened several safes, taking away huge sums of money and jewelry. When he left behind false evidence that was intended to confuse investigators. Robert knew that his success in Dubai would attract the attention of the whole world, and that was exactly what he wanted. Returning to Argentina, Robert realized that his life had become even more dangerous. He constantly changed his appearance and documents to avoid capture, but despite all the risks, he continued to enjoy his game, staying one step ahead of his pursuers. Robert Miller's story continued, full of unexpected twists and exciting adventures. His name became synonymous with skill and daring in the world of crime, and no one knew where or when he would strike next. The world watched him with bated breath, not knowing what else he was capable of doing. But one thing was clear. Robert was not going to stop, and his path was full of dangers and incredible opportunities. Robert understood that each of his successes made his goal even more tempting for international security services. Now he could not afford a mistake, and each subsequent operation required even greater precision and care. Despite all the risks, Robert felt that his skills and training made him almost elusive. Returning to Argentina after being robbed in Dubai, Robert began to consider a new goal. This time, his attention was drawn to Switzerland, a country with one of the most complex and advanced banking security systems. Swiss banks were renowned for their confidentiality and reliability, and robbing one of them would be the crowning achievement of his career. Robert decided to focus on one of the largest banks in Geneva. He knew that preparation for this operation would take longer than usual and would require an even more careful approach. He developed a new plan to infiltrate the bank under the guise of a highly qualified cybersecurity specialist. This would give him access to internal systems and allow him to study all aspects of security. Arriving in Geneva under the name Philip Klein, Robert got a job at a bank. Over the course of several months, he gained the trust of his colleagues and management while simultaneously studying the security system and developing a robbery plan. He managed to install several hidden devices that were supposed to help him turn off the alarm and cameras at the right time. The night of the robbery arrived. Robert, having prepared to the smallest detail, entered the bank. His devices worked perfectly, temporarily disabling security systems. He reached the vault where he opened several safes and took away huge sums of money and valuable documents. However, he understood that he could not linger. Every second could cost him his freedom. Robert left the bank unnoticed, leaving a minimum of traces behind him. He knew that his pursuers would now be even more persistent, but he was confident in his ability to remain elusive. Returning to Argentina, he realized that his actions were a real challenge for international security services, and this only fueled his excitement. Robert decided to lay low for a while to calm the situation and develop a new plan. He understood that each next step would require even greater caution and skill. A new goal awaited him: the largest bank in Singapore, known for its impenetrable security system. Preparations for the operation in Singapore took several months. Robert studied every aspect of the bank's security, developing complex hacking algorithms and creating fake documents to get inside. On the night of the robbery, he acted with the precision and composure that became his trademark. The security system was temporarily disabled, and Robert managed to take huge amounts of money and securities. After a successful robbery, Robert knew he had to disappear for a while. He headed to one of the quiet villages in the Swiss Alps, where he planned to spend several months until the situation calmed down. But even here, far from the hustle and bustle, his mind continued to work, developing new plans and strategies. Robert Miller's story continued, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. His name became a symbol of genius and daring in the world of crime, and no one knew where or when he would strike next. Robert had no intention of stopping, and his path was full of unexpected turns and exciting adventures, making his life even more exciting and dangerous. Spending time in solitude in the Swiss Alps, Robert enjoyed the peace and tranquility. This place became for him not only a shelter, but also a platform for new thoughts. He knew that the time had come to move on to even more complex and sophisticated operations. A new plan was ripening in his head, which was supposed to surprise and stun the whole world. Robert decided that London would be the next target. A city with ancient traditions, a complex history, and huge financial flows. He understood that a robbery in London would require him not only to have professional skills, but also to know the local culture and peculiarities. Robert began to study everything that could help him, from the features of the British security system to the habits and rituals of local residents. Arriving in London under the name James Harper, he immediately got down to business. Robert chose as his target one of the oldest banks in the city, which was famous for its inaccessibility. He got a job at a bank under the guise of a security consultant and began methodically studying its system. Robert understood that success depends on the details, so he paid attention to every detail. Months of preparation were not in vain. He learned that the bank uses a complex, multi-layered security system, including not only electronic locks and surveillance cameras, but also security patrols. Robert developed a plan that involved disabling the systems for the few minutes necessary to break into the vault and open the safes. At night, when the bank was empty, Robert took action. He activated devices that temporarily disabled the alarm and cameras. Having entered the building, he opened several safes with the precision of a jeweler, taking not only money, but also securities and jewelry. When he left behind fake evidence pointing to local criminal groups. After a successful heist, Robert knew time was on his side. He left London and headed to Italy, where he planned to spend some time until the situation calmed down. In Italy, he found refuge in a small house on the Amalfi coast, where he could relax and develop new plans. Despite the risk, he couldn't stay away for too long. Robert felt he needed to keep playing to stay on top. He began to develop a new plan, to rob the largest bank in Tokyo. This operation was to be his most daring and difficult yet, but he was ready for the challenge. Robert went to Tokyo under the name Kenji Nakamura. He knew that cybersecurity was high in Japan, so he had to develop his hacking skills to perfection. He spent several months studying the bank and developing complex algorithms to bypass security systems. The day of the robbery arrived. Robert infiltrated the bank using his devices to temporarily disable the security systems. He acted quickly and accurately, opening safes and taking away huge sums of money and securities. When he left behind fake evidence that was meant to confuse investigators. Returning to Italy, Robert realized that his life had become even more dangerous. He understood that each new operation attracted more and more attention to his person, but passion and thirst for new challenges did not allow him to stop. Robert Miller's story continued, and every new day brought new challenges and adventures. His name became synonymous with genius and daring in the world of crime, and no one knew where or when he would strike next. Robert remained elusive, and his path was full of unexpected turns and exciting events. Robert was aware that with each new operation the level of risk increased. His actions became more and more bold, and his pursuers began to narrow their circle. He knew he needed to be even more careful and resourceful to stay one step ahead. After a successful operation in Tokyo, Robert decided to temporarily move to a less visible place. He chose one of the cities of Eastern Europe for this, believing that here he could temporarily hide and consider further steps. This time, he went to Prague under a new name, Thomas Novak. In Prague, he rented a small apartment in the historical center of the city, where he enjoyed the tranquility and studied local features. Robert continued to analyze banks and large financial institutions to select his next target. He realized that conducting operations too often in large cities could attract unnecessary attention, so he looked for more unconventional options. This time his attention was drawn to one of the oldest and most protected treasuries in Eastern Europe, a museum in Prague, where unique jewelry and historical artifacts were kept. Robert knew that this would not be just a robbery, but a real challenge that would require a combination of all his skills. He started by getting a job at a museum under the guise of a restorer. This allowed him to study the interior and security systems. Robert carefully developed a plan, taking into account all possible obstacles and risks. He knew that the museum was protected not only by modern security systems, but also by security patrols. Night fell when the museum was closed to visitors. Robert used his devices to temporarily disable alarms and surveillance cameras. Having entered the building, he headed towards the treasure vault. Opening safes required his utmost concentration and precision, but he completed the task. Robert took unique artifacts and jewelry, trying not to leave traces. While leaving the museum, he heard a noise. One of the guards noticed that something was wrong. Robert acted quickly, using a smoke bomb to create a screen and leaving the building through the emergency exit. Taking advantage of the intricate streets of the historical center, he disappeared from view. Realizing that he now needed to disappear for a while, Robert went to a small town on the outskirts of the Czech Republic. Here, he planned to wait until the noise surrounding the robbery died down. He knew his actions would attract the attention of international security services, but he was confident in his ability to remain elusive. While spending time in hiding, Robert continued to improve his skills and develop new plans. He understood that new challenges and opportunities awaited him. The world watched his actions, not knowing where or when he would strike next. Robert Miller's story continued, and every new day brought new challenges and adventures. His name became a symbol of genius and audacity in the world of crime, and no one knew what else he was capable of doing. But one thing was clear. Robert was not going to stop, and his path was full of unexpected turns and exciting events. Robert decided that he needed to change continents for a while and move to South Africa. He had heard about a large diamond vault in Johannesburg, and the idea of breaking into it and stealing the treasure seemed like an exciting challenge. This vault was known for its complex security system and numerous guards, which made the operation even more attractive. Arriving in Johannesburg under the name Andrew Morgan, Robert began to study the area and look for ways to penetrate. He found a job with a company that provided security systems for large facilities, including a diamond storage facility. This gave him the opportunity to study all the details of security from the inside and develop a plan that would take into account all possible risks. Robert devoted several months of preparation, checking every detail of the plan. He knew that any slight miscalculation could lead to failure. Finally, the day came when he decided to act. On the night of the robbery, Robert used his devices to temporarily disable security systems. He made his way inside the vault, avoiding cameras and guards. Having opened several safes, he took diamonds and valuable documents, trying not to leave traces. However, one of the security guards noticed suspicious activity and raised the alarm. Robert knew he only had a few minutes to leave the building. He quickly headed towards the prepared exit, but met guards on the way. Using his skills and cunning, he was able to bypass them, creating a distraction. Robert got out into the street and mixed with the crowd, leaving the crime scene. Realizing that he was now being pursued not only by local authorities, but also by international security services, Robert decided to lie low in a small village on the coast of Mozambique. He knew that this place would be an ideal hideout while the fuss about the robbery died down. After spending several weeks in peace and quiet, Robert began to develop a new plan. His next target was a bank in Rio de Janeiro, known for its huge gold reserves. Robert understood that robbing this bank would not only be difficult, but also extremely risky. He arrived in Brazil under the name Carlos Mendoza, posing as a businessman interested in investing. Robert began studying the bank and its security system, developing a penetration plan. He knew it would take more time and resources to prepare, but he was prepared for it. On the night of the robbery, Robert acted with the precision and composure that became his trademark. He used his devices to disable security systems and got inside. Having opened several safes, he took gold and securities, leaving behind a minimum of traces. After leaving the bank, Robert understood that his actions would again attract the attention of international security services. He decided to hide for a while in the Amazon, where he could get lost in the wilderness and think about his next steps. Robert Miller's story continued, and every new day brought new challenges and adventures. His name became a symbol of genius and daring in the world of crime, and no one knew where or when he would strike next. Robert remained elusive, and his path was full of unexpected turns and exciting events. Hiding in the depths of the Amazon, Robert found temporary refuge among the local tribes, where his pursuers could not reach him. But even in this remote and wild area, he continued to consider his next steps. Robert understood that every new success made him a target for all international security services, and he needed to develop a plan that would be not only daring, but also unpredictable. He decided to return to his roots and remember the first robbery he committed in a small bank on the outskirts of the city. This experience inspired him to come up with the idea for a new operation, a network of simultaneous robberies of small banks around the world. Robert understood that this would be a real challenge for him and his pursuers because it would be extremely difficult to coordinate such actions. To implement his plan, he developed a complex control and coordination system using the latest technology and cryptography. He created several false identities and infiltrated his people into various banks. These people were supposed to help him commit the robberies at the same time in order to confuse the investigators and complicate their search. The first step was choosing banks. Robert carefully studied each site to ensure their vulnerability and potential profitability. He chose banks in New York, London, Paris, Sydney, and Hong Kong. Each of these cities had its own characteristics and difficulties, but this only fueled his excitement. Robert began coordinating his team's actions using encrypted communication channels. He knew that success depended on the accuracy and synchronicity of all actions. On the night when everything was supposed to happen, he sent out the last instructions and prepared for the operation. At the appointed time, the teams simultaneously entered the banks. Robert personally controlled the action from his hideout, monitoring every move through networks of cameras and security systems. The operation was performed with precision down to the second. All teams managed to disable the alarm, open the safes, and take away the money and securities without leaving any traces. When it was all over, Robert felt relieved and satisfied. He understood that such a daring and large-scale robbery would attract the attention of the whole world and would become his greatest achievement. Now he needed to disappear and hide even deeper to avoid persecution. Robert left the Amazon and headed to Antarctica, where he could temporarily get lost among the research stations and use them as shelter. He knew that this place would be ideal for his purposes, remote and difficult to access. While in Antarctica, Robert continued to develop his skills and develop new plans. He understood that each new step required more and more caution and ingenuity. His story continued, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. Hiding in Antarctica, Robert found temporary peace. His new base at one of the abandoned research stations provided the perfect hideout. Here, among the icy expanses and polar nights, he was able to find inspiration for new, ambitious plans. Robert realized that his reputation and success depended not only on his daring and careful preparation, but also on his ability to stay one step ahead of his pursuers. Inspired by the legends of the great mafiosi and their strategies, he decided to create something more than just a series of robberies. His goal was to build his own network of influence, which would allow him to control key financial flows around the world. To begin with, he chose several promising associates who could become his eyes and ears in different parts of the globe. Robert understood that each of them must be dedicated and have special skills. He began looking for such people through closed networks and cryptographic channels, offering them not only money, but also a share in future success. His first destination is Hong Kong. Here he found a talented hacker named Lee, who could hack any security system. Lee was young, ambitious, and willing to take risks to win big. Robert offered him a deal. Lee would create an invisible network to intercept financial transactions, which would allow Robert to control the flow of money without attracting attention. While Lee was working on the network, Robert went to Dubai. Here he found Saeed, an experienced financier and money launderer. Said agreed to join Robert, seeing this as a chance for unlimited opportunity and wealth. Together, they began to develop a scheme to launder stolen funds through a complex network of shell companies and bank accounts. The next step was Europe. In Paris, Robert met Jacqueline, a former spy with unique intelligence and counterintelligence skills. Jacqueline knew how to get information and remain undetected. She became an indispensable link in Robert's network, helping him predict his opponent's moves and avoid traps. Together with the new team, Robert began to act. Their first joint operation was daring and complex. They decided to intercept a large international transfer that had to go through several banks in different countries. Lee hacked security systems and diverted funds to accounts controlled by Saeed. Jacqueline provided cover and diverted attention from the operation. Operation was successfully completed. The money was transferred without arousing suspicion. Robert realized that his strategy was working. Now he could control financial flows without resorting to direct robberies. This was a new level of play, and he was ready to move on. The next target was New York. Robert knew that the largest and most secure banks were waiting for him here. He began developing a plan to seize control of financial operations in one of the largest banks in Manhattan. With the help of Lee, Saeed, and Jacqueline, he created a complex multi-step scheme that would allow him to infiltrate the system undetected and take control. With a new sense of confidence and a strong network of allies, Robert returned to developing a plan to seize control of the financial operations of one of the largest banks in Manhattan. He knew that this step would be the most difficult of all that he had taken so far. Every aspect of the operation had to be executed flawlessly. Lee, his hacker, began by introducing a complex virus into the banking system. This virus was supposed to allow them to access sensitive information and transactions without arousing suspicion. Lee worked day and night, testing and refining his program to ensure its effectiveness. Said, a financial specialist, developed a scheme to launder funds through several offshore accounts and shell companies. He carefully checked every detail so that not a single trace could lead to them. Said knew that the slightest mistake could ruin the entire operation and was prepared for any development of events. Jacqueline, a former spy, played a key role in intelligence and counterintelligence. She spent several weeks in New York researching the bank and its employees, identifying weaknesses and possible threats. Jacqueline created a detailed plan to bypass the security system so that their actions would go undetected. Finally, everything was ready. Robert and his team decided to act on the night when the bank was conducting a large international transaction. This was meant to create a distraction and create the perfect conditions for their operation. Lee, from his hideout, launched an attack on the bank's system. He used a virus to gain access to servers and redirect funds to accounts controlled by Saeed. At this point, Saeed and Jacqueline were on the ground, monitoring the process and ensuring the safety of the operation. Robert coordinated the actions of the team from his headquarters, closely monitoring every move. For several hours, the operation went according to plan, but suddenly, something went wrong. One of the bank employees noticed unusual activity in the system and raised the alarm. The team acted quickly. Lee managed to complete the translation and remove traces of his presence, but the guards were already on the way. Jacqueline, using her skills, ensured the team's escape by covering their tracks and creating false evidence pointing to another group of hackers. Despite sudden complications, the operation was completed successfully. Robert and his team received a huge amount of money and important information that could be used for further operations. They knew they were taking a risk, but their professionalism and teamwork allowed them to emerge victorious. After the operation, Robert decided to hide for a while and give the team a rest. He understood that now their pursuers would be even more persistent, but he was confident that they would be able to cope with any difficulties. Robert returned to his hideout to formulate new plans and prepare for the next challenges. After a successful operation in New York, Robert and his team decided to lay low for a while. They went to various parts of the world to divert the attention of their pursuers. Robert chose a small villa on the Italian coast, where he could calmly analyze the information obtained during the latest operation. Spending time in peace and quiet, Robert began to think about new goals. He understood that they needed something big to establish their reputation and reach the next level. His attention was drawn to the idea of controlling the world's largest corporations through their financial structures. He understood that this was not just a robbery, but a real financial seizure. Robert began by selecting key corporations whose financial flows he wanted to control. He selected several giants in the technology, pharmaceutical, and energy sectors. He and his team developed a strategy that would allow them to penetrate the systems of these companies and control their financial operations from the inside. Lee, the team's hacker, began developing complex algorithms to hack corporate networks. He used the latest advances in cybersecurity to remain undetected and protect the team from detection. Said, a financier developed schemes to legalize funds received and ensure the security of transactions. Jacqueline, a former spy, was involved in information gathering and reconnaissance. The first target is the largest technology corporation in Silicon Valley. Robert and his team decided to proceed carefully so as not to attract attention. They developed a plan that included gradual infiltration into the company's system through shell companies and false contracts. Lee began the hack by creating fake employee accounts that allowed him to gain access to the corporation's internal network. Said prepared a scheme to transfer money through several offshore accounts to avoid suspicion. Jacqueline provided cover by creating false evidence and distracting security. The operation lasted several weeks. Robert controlled every step, monitoring the team's actions and adjusting the plan as necessary. Gradually, they began to control the financial flows of the corporation, gaining access to millions of dollars. After successfully taking over the first corporation, Robert decided that they were ready for the next step. This time, their target was a pharmaceutical company known for its huge profits and complex security systems. They used the same approach as in the previous operation, but took into account new features and risks. The team acted harmoniously and professionally. Lee hacked the company's system, Said ensured the security of transactions, and Jacqueline controlled the situation on the ground. Robert remained in the background, managing the operation and analyzing the results. Soon they seized control of the financial flows of this corporation. Now they had enough resources and influence to act even bolder. Robert began to plan a new operation, which was to be the culmination of their activities. This time they decided to attack the largest energy corporation in the world. It was a complex and risky operation, but Robert and his team were up to the challenge. They developed a detailed plan, taking into account all possible risks and escape routes. The operation began with a hacking of the corporation's security system. Lee used his skills to infiltrate and create false accounts. Said ensured the security of financial transactions, and Jacqueline supervised intelligence and cover. When the operation was in full swing, unexpected complications arose. The corporation's security system turned out to be more complex than they expected, and security guards began to hunt them. Robert quickly decided to change the plan and use the emergency exit. The team acted quickly and harmoniously. Lee managed to complete the hack and redirect the funds. Said controlled the transactions, and Jacqueline provided cover. They managed to leave the building unnoticed and escape. After the successful operation, Robert and his team realized that they were now targets for all international security services. They needed to lay low and think about their next steps. They decided to temporarily disperse and hide in different parts of the world in order to divert the attention of their pursuers. Robert chose a small village in the Swiss Alps, where he could calmly think over new plans and analyze the results of operations. He knew that new challenges and opportunities lay ahead, and he was ready for them. Hiding in a quiet Swiss village, Robert enjoyed the peace and quiet, which helped him think through new plans. Despite the temporary lull, he knew that the world does not stand still, and his every action causes resonance. His team also scattered to different parts of the planet, waiting for a signal for a new operation. Robert understood that they needed to be even more sophisticated in order to remain undetected. He decided to change tactics and target high-tech companies whose secrets and innovations could bring not only money, but also new opportunities for further action. The first such target was the largest artificial intelligence company in Silicon Valley. Robert developed a plan to infiltrate their research center to gain access to advanced technology and data. Lee, his hacker, started by creating fake accounts and hacking security systems. Said, a financial specialist, developed schemes to legalize the obtained data and then sell it on the black market. Jacqueline, a former spy, traveled to Silicon Valley to gather intelligence and secure the operation. On the night of the operation, Lee hacked the research center's security system, giving Robert and Jacqueline access inside. They entered the center and began copying all important data and research. Robert knew that these technologies could bring in huge amounts of money and provide them with new opportunities for further operations. When they left behind false evidence pointing to another hacking group to confuse investigators. The operation was successful, and the team managed to escape unnoticed. Now they not only had money, but also access to advanced technology that they could use in future operations. Robert's next target was a biotechnology company in Boston. He knew that their research could be very valuable on the black market. Lee began hacking the system to gain access to the company's laboratories and data. Said and Jacqueline coordinated the action, providing security and cover. The operation in Boston was more complicated than they expected. The security system turned out to be more advanced, and Lee had to improvise to bypass it. Eventually, they were able to gain access to laboratories and steal important research. When they again left behind false evidence to confuse investigators. With each successful robbery, Robert and his team became more and more confident in their abilities. They began to develop a plan to seize control of key financial and technological structures in different countries. Robert knew that this required not only precision and skill, but also the ability to predict the actions of his opponents. The next target was an energy company in Texas. Robert and his team developed a plan to infiltrate their control system to gain access to data on resource extraction and distribution. Lee hacked the system, said coordinated financial flows, and Jacqueline ensured the security of the operation. The operation was successful, and the team gained access to important data and resources. Now they not only had money, but also control over key resources, which gave them enormous influence and power. After successful operations, Robert and his team decided to lay low for a while and consider further steps. They understood that their actions had attracted the attention of all international security services, and they needed to be even more careful. Robert returned to his hideout in the Swiss Alps, where he could calmly analyze the results of operations and develop new plans. He knew that new challenges and opportunities lay ahead, and he was ready for them. Robert Miller's story continued, and every new day brought new challenges and adventures. His name became a symbol of genius and daring in the world of crime, and no one knew where or when he would strike next. But one thing was clear: Robert was not going to stop, and his path was full of unexpected turns and exciting events. For many years, Robert Miller remained elusive, his operations becoming increasingly sophisticated and daring. But it was his success that led to him becoming a prime target for all international security services, including the FBI. Robert's every move was carefully analyzed, and investigators worked tirelessly to predict his next move. The FBI created a special task force to capture Robert Miller. This group includes the best specialists in cybersecurity, financial intelligence, and counterintelligence. Their task was not only to catch Robert, but also to destroy his network of influence, which spanned several continents. After several unsuccessful arrest attempts, the FBI decided to change its tactics. They began collecting information on everyone who had ever been in contact with Robert, examining even the most insignificant connections. Eventually, they found his former accomplices who could provide important information. One of the key sources of information was the former hacker of Robert's team, Lee. After one of the unsuccessful operations, Lee felt that his life was in danger and decided to quit the game. He approached the FBI with an offer of cooperation in exchange for protection and leniency. Lee provided the agents with important details about Robert's methods of operation, his hideouts, and his contacts. With the help of information from Lee, the FBI was able to trace Robert's last few transactions and determine his suspected whereabouts. They found out that Robert was hiding in the Swiss Alps, where he had several hiding places. However, this was not enough to catch him. A clear strategy and accurate data were needed. The FBI began to infiltrate its agents into Robert's circle. They used shell companies and false documents to gain his trust. One of the undercover agents was able to establish contact with Saeed, a financial specialist who was still loyal to Robert. Using hidden tracking devices, the agent managed to transmit information to the FBI about Robert's upcoming major operation. The FBI knew this was their only chance to catch Robert. They developed a plan that involved coordinating several international security services. The operation had to take place simultaneously in several countries in order to neutralize Robert's entire network and prevent his escape. The day of the operation arrived. Robert and his team were preparing for a major hack of the financial system in London. They had no idea that they were being followed. At the moment when Lee began hacking the system and Sayed coordinated financial flows, the FBI and British security services began to act. Agents stormed Robert's hideout in the Alps, taking him by surprise. At the same time, Sayed and Jacqueline, who were in London, were arrested. Lee, who cooperated with the FBI, was evacuated from the danger zone and placed under the Witness Protection Program. Robert tried to resist, but his strength was exhausted. He realized that he had fallen into a trap. The FBI has charged him with numerous cybercrimes, financial fraud, and robbery. Robert was extradited to the United States, where he was to stand trial. The trial of Robert Miller became a sensation. His stories of robberies and elaborate schemes were presented in court, attracting national attention. Robert did not deny his actions, but his lawyers tried to reduce his sentence, pointing out his cooperation with certain security services. Ultimately, Robert Miller was sentenced to life in prison without parole. His team also received long prison sentences. But even while behind bars, the name of Robert Miller remained a legend in the world of crime. His stories continued to be told as examples of genius and daring, and the FBI and international security agencies took pride in catching one of the most elusive criminals of our time. Robert Miller's life sentence in a maximum security prison was not the end of his story, but only the beginning of a new chapter. He became a legend among the prisoners, and many tried to befriend him or get advice. Robert, although he was behind bars, did not lose his sharp mind and charisma. The FBI continued its investigation to destroy all remnants of Robert's network. They knew that even from prison he could continue to influence the world of crime. Using his fame, Robert began writing memoirs in which he shared details of his crimes and reflections on life. These recordings attracted the attention of not only prisoners, but also the general public. Publishers and journalists fought for the right to publish his memoirs, seeing in them not only a sensation, but also an opportunity to make money. While in prison, Robert also began working on his legal matters. He studied the intricacies of the law to challenge aspects of his case and punishment. His lawyers appealed, but the chances of success were slim. However, it kept him busy and motivated. The FBI and other security agencies continued to monitor any activity related to Robert. They understood that his influence could extend far beyond the prison walls. Meanwhile, his former associates such as Lee, Saeed, and Jacqueline also tried to adjust to their new lives, each dealing with the consequences of their actions in their own way. Despite his best efforts, Robert was unable to completely rid himself of his heritage. His name continued to be admired and feared, his stories were discussed and studied, and his methods and tactics became the subject of research in the world of forensics and security. Over time, the public began to perceive Robert not only as a criminal, but also as a symbol of the ability to resist the system. His memoirs became bestsellers, and he himself, while in prison, became a figure that evokes complex feelings among people around the world. Robert Miller's story ended not in triumph, but in realization. He spent the rest of his days reflecting on his actions and their consequences. Despite everything, he remained the same person who once began his journey as a simple builder and then became a legend of the underworld. This story is about genius and audacity, about how far a person who decides to challenge the whole world can go, but also that for every action there is a price to pay, and even the most cunning criminals cannot escape justice. Criminal History 5. In a quiet suburb of New Mexico, a boy named Miguel Santos grew up. He was born into a poor family, where every day was a struggle for survival. From childhood, Miguel saw his parents work from morning to night, trying to earn a living. Despite the difficult conditions, the Santos family was friendly, and Miguel always felt their love and support. However, life in this area was not so rosy. Gangs ruled the streets, and Miguel witnessed violence and crime more than once. These events left a deep imprint on his mind, gradually shaping his views on the world. Miguel realized early on that honest work did not bring the wealth and respect he so craved. At school, Miguel did not show much interest in studying, preferring to spend time outside with local children. His sharp mind and natural charisma quickly attracted the attention of older teenagers associated with crime. Miguel began carrying out small assignments for local drug dealers, gradually plunging into the world of illegal activities. His skills and intelligence did not go unnoticed. Miguel quickly moved up the criminal hierarchy, gaining trust and respect. By the age of 18, he already controlled a small area, responsible for the distribution of drugs in his area. Unlike others, he did not seek violence unnecessarily, preferring to solve problems through intelligence and diplomacy. Miguel dreamed of more. He wanted to go beyond his area, create his own empire, and become one of the most powerful people in the criminal world. Inspired by stories of great drug lords, he began to carefully plan his actions, striving to realize his ambitious goals. Over time, his influence grew, and Miguel began to gather loyal people around him, ready to do anything for their leader. He knew that the path to the top would be difficult and dangerous, but he was willing to risk everything to achieve his dream. Thus began the story of one of the most dangerous drug dealers in America, the story of a man who walked towards his goal step by step without looking back. Miguel Santos, now a young man, continued to build his criminal empire. His success did not go unnoticed, and he soon attracted the attention of larger players in the drug market. They saw him as both a threat and a potential ally. Some tried to intimidate him, but Miguel always found a way to get out of difficult situations with minimal losses, thanks to his cunning and determination. Over time, he began to collaborate with large cartels, which allowed him to significantly expand his operations. He established a stable supply of drugs from South America, which allowed him to increase sales and income. Miguel skillfully allocated resources, investing part of the money in infrastructure development and bribing government officials to ensure protection of his activities. One of the key moments in his career was the creation of his own cartel. He attracted the best specialists in various fields to his organization: financiers, lawyers, engineers, and, of course, fighters. Each member of his team was carefully vetted and selected to avoid betrayal and information leaks. Miguel understood that power and influence could only be maintained through fear and respect. He did not tolerate betrayal and cruelly punished those who tried to go against him. However, unlike many other drug lords, he tried to minimize violence, preferring to solve problems peacefully whenever possible. This allowed him to avoid unnecessary attention from law enforcement agencies and competitors. One of the most difficult periods in Miguel's life came when a powerful Mexican drug lord who controlled key drug supply channels stood in his way. The conflict between them lasted several years and was accompanied by numerous skirmishes and bloody showdowns. In the end, thanks to his cunning and strategic thinking, Miguel was able to achieve victory, eliminating his enemy and taking control of his territory. This victory made his name known in criminal circles. Miguel Santos became a symbol of success and power, a man who was able to rise from the very bottom and reach the top. But as his influence grew, so did the dangers. He understood that maintaining his empire would not be easier than building it. New challenges and enemies awaited him ahead, ready to do anything to overthrow him from his pedestal. However, Miguel was ready for these challenges. He continued to strengthen his position, build new connections, and develop his organization. His story was just beginning, and new achievements and victories awaited him. Miguel Santos's influence and wealth continued to grow, and he soon became one of the most powerful drug lords in America. His operation covered not only the entire United States, but also large parts of Latin America. Miguel became a legend in the criminal world, and his name evoked respect and fear. However, success brought with it new threats. Internal conflicts and external attacks became an integral part of his life. Miguel understood that the key to survival was constant development and adaptation. He began actively introducing modern technologies into his organization, hiring the best specialists in cybersecurity and data analytics. This allowed him to stay one step ahead of competitors and law enforcement agencies. One of the most significant steps in his career was the creation of a system of hidden laboratories and transport networks that were virtually invulnerable to law enforcement. He invested huge sums in bribing officials and ensuring the security of his operations. Miguel also developed a network of legal businesses through which he laundered his income and created the illusion of a law-abiding entrepreneur. His next goal was to expand his influence internationally. Miguel began to establish connections with European and Asian drug cartels, which allowed him to expand his supply and increase profits. He also created a network of agents and informants who informed him of the movements of competitors and law enforcement agencies, allowing him to always be one step ahead. However, as his empire grew, so did his ambitions. Miguel decided that controlling drug trafficking alone was not enough. He began investing in politics, funding election campaigns, and promoting his people to key government positions. His influence became so great that he could control decisions at the highest level, allowing him to protect his interests and expand his business without much hindrance. But despite all the success, Miguel did not forget about his safety. He surrounded himself with loyal bodyguards and created a complex security system to protect himself and his family from possible threats. Miguel knew that his enemies were not asleep, and any wrong step could cost him his life. Over time, his name became synonymous with fear and respect. Miguel Santos has become a legend, a man who was able to rise from the very bottom and build one of the most powerful criminal empires in the world. But new challenges and trials awaited him. His enemies were eager to overthrow him, and law enforcement agencies did not give up trying to catch him on the hook. The story of Miguel Santos continued, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. His path was full of dangers and obstacles, but he was ready for anything. Miguel knew that the only way to survive was to always be one step ahead, and he was willing to do anything to hold on to his empire and keep his legend alive. Miguel Santos, having achieved a certain level of stability and influence in his empire, decided to take it to the next level and expand his operations throughout America. He understood that for this, it was necessary to create a reliable and efficient transport network that would allow drugs to be transported quickly and safely to anywhere in the country. To begin with, he began to cooperate with logistics companies controlled by criminal organizations that already had established routes and experience in the illegal transportation of goods. Miguel invested heavily in upgrading their infrastructure and creating a double-entry bookkeeping system that made it possible to hide the true nature of the goods being transported. He also began recruiting top logistics and transportation professionals, offering them huge sums of money for their services. Miguel knew that only professionals could ensure the safety of his cargo and minimize risks. He organized training for his employees, where they were taught how to avoid the attention of law enforcement agencies and pass inspections. An important element of his strategy was the use of the latest technologies. Miguel invested in the development and implementation of real-time cargo tracking systems, which made it possible to monitor each shipment and quickly respond to any unforeseen circumstances. It also began using drones for reconnaissance and route monitoring, allowing it to detect and avoid police ambushes. To improve the safety of his operations, Miguel established a strict control system at all stages of transportation. Each link in the chain was responsible for a certain section of the route and did not know the full picture of the operation, which minimized the risk of information leaks in the event of the arrest of one of the participants. This created an additional layer of protection for the entire network. Miguel also established cooperation with local criminal groups in different states, which helped him distribute drugs locally. In return, he provided them with access to his resources and technology, which greatly strengthened their position and loyalty to him. This allowed him to create a powerful and extensive network covering almost the entire territory of the country. Over time, his operations became so efficient and secretive that law enforcement agencies were not even aware of the scale of his business. Miguel skillfully used his political connections to obtain information about possible raids and investigations, which allowed him to always be one step ahead. His empire flourished, generating huge profits and strengthening his influence. But despite all the successes, Miguel did not forget about caution. He understood that the higher you rise, the more painful it is to fall. He constantly improved his security systems and thoroughly vetted every new employee. There was no room for mistakes or weakness in his world. Miguel Santos became not just a drug lord, but a true master of logistics and strategy, who was able to turn his criminal empire into a powerful and efficient machine. His name inspired fear and respect, and his operations became a benchmark for other criminal organizations. But new challenges and trials awaited him. The enemies did not sleep, and law enforcement agencies continued their attempts to stop him. Miguel knew that maintaining his empire would not be easier than building it, but he was ready for anything. The story of Miguel Santos continued, and each new day brought new opportunities and dangers. Miguel Santos continued to expand his operations, and his network began to cover all major cities in America. In each of these cities, he had his own people who monitored the implementation of his orders and maintained order. Miguel's influence was so great that he began to control not only the drug trade, but also various legal businesses, using them as a cover for his illegal operations. One day, Miguel decided to expand his supplies to Canada, seeing this as a new profitable market. He began looking for connections with local criminal groups and soon found suitable partners. However, this step turned out to be difficult. Canadian police were more vigilant and competitors more aggressive. Miguel understood that to succeed, he needed to act even more carefully and smarter. To do this, he recruited the best security and intelligence specialists to his team, who could proactively identify and neutralize threats. He also began using more complex drug trafficking schemes, including fake documents and multi-layered routes that were nearly impossible to trace. Miguel also paid great attention to reputation. He understood that respect and fear were key factors in his success. He began to actively invest money in charitable projects, building schools and hospitals in poor areas, creating the image of a benefactor. This not only improved his public image, but also ensured the loyalty of the local population, who now saw him as a protector and patron. However, his enemies did not sit idly by. Local competitors in Canada began to unite against Miguel, trying to force him out of the market. They organized attacks on his men, disrupted supplies, and bribed officials to interfere with his operations. But Miguel was ready for these challenges. He strengthened the security of his cargo, introduced new methods of encrypting information, and began to brutally deal with traitors and enemies. Over time, his operations in Canada became as successful as those in America. Miguel created a powerful network that functioned like a well-oiled machine. His influence spread throughout North America, and his name became synonymous with power and success in the criminal world. But despite all the successes, Miguel did not forget about his roots. He often recalled his childhood and the difficulties his family faced. These memories motivated him to keep fighting and never give up. He understood that the world of crime was cruel and merciless, and that the only way to survive was to always be one step ahead. Miguel also began to think about the future of his empire. He understood that he could not run everything himself forever, and that he needed to prepare a successor. He began training his younger brother, who was just as smart and ambitious as himself. Miguel wanted his business to continue after he left and for his legacy to live on. The story of Miguel Santos continued, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. He was ready for any challenge and knew that the future belongs to those who are ready to fight for it. Miguel Santos remained the king of the criminal world, and his path to the top was full of dangers and triumphs. While Miguel Santos continued to build his criminal empire, his younger brother Alejandro began to become increasingly involved in the organization's affairs. Alejandro was smart, ambitious, and loyal to his older brother. Miguel carefully trained him in all the ins and outs of the business, preparing him for the eventual moment when he would hand over the reins to him. However, Miguel's enemies were not asleep. They knew that the younger Santos posed a significant threat to their plans and saw his elimination as an opportunity to weaken Miguel. One of his fiercest competitors, a drug lord named Raul Gutierrez, decided to strike a blow that would destroy Miguel emotionally and strategically. Raul developed an insidious plan. He knew that Alejandro frequented one of the nightclubs in Miami, where he met with key partners and controlled local operations. Raul decided that this was the ideal place for an attack. He carefully prepared his men, equipping them with the latest weapons and tracking technology. One night, while Alejandro was at the club, Raul gave an order. A sudden attack began in the club. Raul's fighters burst into the building, opening fire on everyone inside. Alejandro and his bodyguards found themselves in the middle of a brutal battle. Despite all their skills and training, the bodyguards could not protect him from such an unexpected and powerful attack. Alejandro was fatally wounded during the shootout. He managed to send a short message to Miguel, warning him about the attack, but it was too late. When Miguel arrived, he found his brother lying on the floor of the club, surrounded by the bodies of dead guards and attackers. Alejandro was still alive, but his wounds were too serious. Miguel, holding his brother in his arms, felt rage and bitterness of loss. He promised himself that he would avenge Alejandro's death and began preparing his forces to strike back. His grief and anger only made him more determined and cruel. The enemies were not destined to escape his revenge. With the death of his brother, a new, even more cruel stage in the life of Miguel Santos began. He mobilized all his resources, developing a strategy to destroy everyone involved in this attack. A wave of violence began that swept across the entire criminal world. Miguel became even more merciless, and his enemies began to disappear one by one. Alejandro's death was a tragic page in the history of the Santos Empire, but it also strengthened Miguel, making him even more relentless and determined. Now his mission was not only to expand his influence, but also to avenge his brother and show everyone that no one dares challenge his power. Miguel Santos was determined to find those behind the murder of his brother Alejandro. He understood that this attack was carefully planned and executed by professionals, which meant that the enemy was strong and influential. Once Miguel began his investigation, he focused on several key aspects. The first step was to gather all possible information about the attack. Miguel ordered his best people to interview all the witnesses who were in the club that night. He knew that any, even the most insignificant detail could become the key to the solution. Numerous interrogations were carried out, and it soon became clear that shortly before the attack, several suspicious persons were noticed in the club who clearly did not belong to regular visitors. The next step was to study surveillance video footage. Miguel personally reviewed each entry, hoping to find at least some clue. On one of the recordings, he noticed a man who was acting strangely and was clearly following Alejandro's movements. The man's face was clearly visible on the recording, and Miguel ordered his men to find out his identity. At the same time, Miguel began to investigate who might have a motive for killing his brother. He made a list of all his enemies and competitors who might wish him harm. The name of Raul Gutierrez, one of the most brutal and ambitious drug lords, stood out on this list. Miguel had an old score to settle with Raul, and he suspected that he might take the opportunity to strike a blow against his family. Miguel also decided to use his political connections to gain access to information that might not have been available through conventional methods. He bribed several high-ranking officials and law enforcement officials to provide him with information about the investigation that was underway into the attack. This information confirmed his suspicions. The tracks really led to Raúl Gutiérrez. One of the informants told Miguel that a group of mercenaries who worked for Raúl were behind the attack. These mercenaries were professionals in their field and had more than once performed dirty work for various criminal organizations. Miguel ordered his men to find and hunt down these mercenaries to learn more about Raúl's plans and his next move. Soon they managed to capture one of the mercenaries who participated in the attack on the club. Miguel interrogated him personally, using every possible method to get the information he needed. The mercenary, broken under pressure, admitted that the order to kill Alejandro actually came from Raúl Gutiérrez. He also revealed the location of the base where the rest of the mercenaries were hiding. Miguel was ready to retaliate. He carefully planned the operation to destroy everyone who was involved in his brother's death. He left no detail unattended to ensure the success of his mission. On the appointed day, his men attacked the mercenary base, eliminating everyone who was involved in the attack. But Miguel knew that this was just the beginning. The main target, Raúl Gutiérrez, was still at large. Miguel was determined to see the matter through and destroy his sworn enemy. A bloody war awaited him ahead, but he was ready to do anything to avenge his brother and show everyone that no one dares to challenge the Santos family. Miguel Santos, having dealt with the mercenaries, realized that the main target, Raúl Gutiérrez, was still at large. He knew that this would not be an easy task, since Raúl was a cunning and treacherous enemy. However, Miguel was determined to destroy him in order to avenge his brother and restore justice. Miguel began by carefully examining all of Raúl's possible hiding places. He activated his network of informants, which covered not only the United States, but also many countries in Latin America. Using his connections and resources, he began to collect information about Raúl's movements and plans. One of his informants, who worked for the police, said that Raúl had recently moved to a well-guarded estate on the border with Mexico. Miguel knew that an attack on the estate would be difficult and risky. He began to plan the operation with the utmost care. He gathered the best fighters from his team, equipped with the latest weapons and equipment. Miguel also hired tactical and intelligence professionals to ensure the success of the operation. The operation began early in the morning. Miguel and his team moved towards the estate, using secret routes to avoid detection. As they approached the target, they used drones to conduct reconnaissance and assess the situation. The estate was well protected. High walls, guards, video surveillance systems, and armed patrols. Miguel and his team acted quickly and decisively. Using smoke bombs and grenades, they neutralized the guards at the entrance and entered the estate. Inside, new obstacles awaited them, automatic turrets and hidden traps. However, thanks to excellent preparation and well-coordinated teamwork, they successfully moved forward. Finally, they reached the main building where, according to intelligence information, Raúl was located. There were fierce firefights inside, but Miguel did not stop for a moment. His rage and determination were so strong that he seemed invulnerable. He knew that every step brought him closer to his goal, revenge for the death of his brother. In one of the halls, Miguel finally ran into Raúl. He was surrounded by his best fighters, but even they were not enough to stop Miguel. During a fierce firefight, most of Raúl's guards were killed and Miguel was finally left alone with his enemy. Raúl, realizing that his end was near, tried to negotiate, offering money and power in exchange for his life. But Miguel wasn't going to listen. For him, this was a personal matter, and no amount of wealth could replace the loss of his brother. With a cold gaze and determination, he took the final step, ridding the world of Raúl Gutiérrez forever. Raúl's death was just the beginning. Miguel knew that enemies would try to take his place, and new threats were inevitable. But now, he was stronger and more determined than ever. He avenged his brother and restored justice, but his journey was not yet complete. New challenges awaited him ahead, and he was ready for them. Miguel returned to his team, who greeted him with respect and admiration. They knew that under his leadership they would be able to overcome any difficulties and resist any enemies. The story of Miguel Santos continued, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. He was ready for them, knowing that many more battles and victories awaited him ahead. After eliminating Raúl Gutiérrez, Miguel Santos returned to his business with renewed vigor and determination. He knew that defeating such a powerful enemy strengthened his position in the criminal world, but also brought him even more attention and envy from other criminal leaders. Miguel knew he had to act quickly and smartly to maintain his empire and prevent new threats. Miguel began by strengthening his connections and expanding his influence. He met with key partners and allies to discuss future plans and ensure their loyalty. He also stepped up his money laundering operations through legitimate businesses, creating the illusion of a law-abiding entrepreneur. Miguel invested heavily in the construction of schools, hospitals, and other public institutions, which helped him create a positive image and gain support from the local population. At the same time, Miguel began to modernize his criminal operations. He hired the best cybersecurity and intelligence experts to ensure the protection of his communications and information. Miguel also began to actively use the latest technology to monitor and control his operations, which allowed him to always be one step ahead of law enforcement agencies and competitors. However, Miguel understood that strengthening internal security was only half the battle. He also needed to eliminate external threats. He began to carefully monitor the actions of his competitors, analyzing their weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Miguel developed strategies to neutralize potential enemies, using both brutal measures and diplomatic methods. One day, Miguel became aware of a new threat, a young and ambitious criminal leader named Javier, who sought to take the place of Raúl Gutiérrez and challenge Miguel. Javier was known for his cruelty and recklessness, making him a dangerous opponent. Miguel decided to act proactively and destroy the threat before it became too serious. He began by sending out his best scouts to gather as much information as possible about Javier and his organization. It soon became clear that Javier was planning a major operation to seize the territory controlled by Miguel's men. Miguel decided to launch a preemptive strike. He developed a complex plan involving simultaneous attacks on several of Javier's facilities. Miguel mobilized his forces and prepared a carefully coordinated operation. On the day Javier planned his attack, Miguel's men were already on the ground, ready for action. The attack began from an unexpected direction. Miguel used a diversion, making Javier think that the main attack would be on one of his warehouses. While Javier's forces concentrated on defending this facility, Miguel's main strike force attacked his headquarters. The attack was lightning fast and effective. Javier and his main men were taken by surprise. During the brutal battle, Javier was killed, and his organization was thrown into chaos. Miguel personally led the operation, showing his men that he was willing to take risks and fight alongside them. This further strengthened his authority and respect among his subordinates. After the destruction of Javier and his organization, Miguel once again felt relative peace. He knew that enemies would continue to appear, but now he was ready for any challenge. His empire grew stronger, and his reputation became more formidable. But Miguel also understood that maintaining his empire was an endless struggle. Every day brought new challenges, and he was ready for them. Miguel Santos's story continued, and he was determined to move forward no matter what. New battles, victories, and possibly losses awaited him ahead. but he was ready to accept whatever fate had in store for him. Miguel Santos knew that the enemies of his empire could come not only from the criminal world, but also from the ranks of law enforcement agencies. The FBI had long been interested in his activities and tried to collect evidence to catch him. Despite their best efforts, FBI agents could not find enough evidence to make an arrest. Miguel was careful and knew how to hide his tracks, which made him almost elusive. However, tension grew. The FBI has stepped up its efforts to expose his empire, bringing in top agents and using the latest technology. They infiltrated his people into his organization, tried to hack his communication systems, and monitored his finances. But Miguel, anticipating such attempts, had long ago taken precautions. One of the main measures was the use of encrypted communication channels. Miguel hired the best cybersecurity experts who created for him a unique encryption system that was impossible to crack. He also used multiple layers of security to hide the true details of his operations. All his meetings and negotiations took place in the strictest secrecy, and only the most trusted persons had access to important information. Miguel also implemented a disinformation system. He deliberately created false leads and red herrings to confuse investigators. For example, he organized fictitious transactions and transactions that seemed plausible but had nothing to do with his real actions. This misled the FBI and caused them to waste time and resources on useless investigations. One of Miguel's most successful moves was the use of double agents. He managed to recruit several law enforcement officials who gave him information about the FBI's plans and helped him avoid traps. These agents provided valuable information about the progress of investigations, allowing Miguel to always stay one step ahead. The FBI, despite their best efforts, could not catch Miguel. Every time they thought they were close to a solution, he slipped away, leaving them with nothing. This led to doubts and dissatisfaction within the agency. Some agents began to doubt their methods, while others began to suspect the presence of a mole in their ranks. But despite his success in evading law enforcement, Miguel knew he couldn't relax. He constantly updated his defense methods and adapted to new challenges. He also knew that the FBI would not stop and would continue to try to catch him. One day, Miguel learned that the FBI was preparing a major operation to capture him. The information came from one of his agents at the agency, who said that they were planning a large-scale raid on one of his warehouses. Miguel decided to use this information to his advantage. He set a trap. The warehouse that was to be raided was empty, but carefully prepared. When FBI agents arrived at the scene, they found forged documents and evidence indicating that Miguel was in another location. This allowed Miguel to gain time and escape, and further confuse investigators. As a result, the FBI operation failed, and Miguel remained free again. His reputation as an elusive and cunning leader only strengthened. But he knew that this was only a temporary victory. The enemies will continue to try, and he will have to be ready for new challenges. The story of Miguel Santos continued, and each new day brought new challenges. He was ready to fight and defend his empire to the last. The FBI wasn't about to give up, but Miguel was determined to stay on top and move forward no matter what. Months passed, and despite the FBI's best efforts, Miguel Santos remained elusive. His criminal empire continued to flourish, and he himself became more and more careful and inventive in his methods. However, the tension did not subside. The FBI, frustrated by its failures, decided to resort to new, more radical methods. One day, Miguel received disturbing news. The FBI was planning to infiltrate its agents into his inner circle. This information came from one of his double agents in the agency who reported the impending operation. Miguel realized that the situation was becoming critical and decided to take action to prevent this threat. He began by carefully vetting all of his people, especially those who held key positions in his organization. Miguel hired psychology and lie detection specialists who conducted harsh interrogations and tests. As a result, he identified several people whose loyalty was suspect. These people were immediately eliminated to avoid possible betrayal. But Miguel understood that simply eliminating suspicious people was not enough. He decided to introduce his own network of agents within the FBI to obtain first-hand information. To do this, he turned to his longtime partner in the criminal world, who had connections in government circles. Together, they developed a plan to recruit several FBI employees who agreed to cooperate in exchange for significant amounts of money and protection. These new agents provided Miguel with valuable information about the FBI's plans and activities, allowing him to stay one step ahead. He learned that the agency was planning a major operation to seize its main warehouse in Los Angeles, where huge stocks of drugs were stored. Miguel decided to use this information to his advantage. He ordered his men to organize a fake drug shipment to divert the attention of the FBI. At the same time, he prepared an ambush at a warehouse where an attack was expected. When FBI agents arrived at the scene, they walked into a trap. Miguel personally led the operation, and his men successfully neutralized all the agents without leaving a single witness. This operation was not only another victory for Miguel, but also a signal to action. He decided to go on the offensive and strike back at the FBI. Miguel gathered his best people and began planning a series of attacks on important agency facilities in order to destabilize their work and show that he does not intend to sit idly by. The first attack was on one of the FBI's regional offices. Miguel's men entered the building at night and planted explosive devices. The explosion destroyed much of the evidence and materials collected against his organization. The next target was the agency's database, which contained information about its people and operations. As a result of the cyber attack, all data was destroyed or damaged. These attacks not only weakened the FBI's position, but also forced them to reconsider their methods. The agency found itself in disarray, and many agents began to doubt their abilities. Miguel, taking advantage of this moment, strengthened his empire, establishing new connections and expanding his territory. However, Miguel understood that the war with the FBI was far from over. He knew the agency would continue its efforts to catch him, and he was ready for new challenges. Every day brought new dangers, but Miguel was confident in his strength and determination. He continued to move forward, knowing that his story was not yet completed and new battles and victories awaited him. After a series of successful attacks on the FBI, Miguel Santos strengthened his position and gained an even greater reputation in the criminal world. But he knew that the FBI would not give up trying to catch him, and he decided to continue his precautions and strengthen his defensive strategies. Miguel developed a comprehensive plan that included the use of the latest technology and intelligence methods to always stay one step ahead. Miguel began by creating a special team of analysts who monitored the activities of law enforcement agencies around the clock. They used advanced software to monitor the activity of the FBI and other agencies, analyzing the data in real time. This information allowed Miguel to quickly respond to any threats and adjust his plans. One day, analysts discovered suspicious activity. The FBI began to actively monitor one of his legal companies, which he used for money laundering. Miguel realized that this could be the beginning of a new operation to capture him. He decided to use this opportunity to launch a preemptive strike. Miguel called his closest associates and outlined his plan to them. He was going to create a diversion that would make the FBI believe they were close to capturing him. To do this, he developed a fake plan to transport a large shipment of drugs through this company. Every detail has been carefully thought out to create the illusion of a real operation. As the FBI swung into action, agents watched the company's every move, expecting that evidence of criminal activity would soon surface. Miguel, meanwhile, sent his main forces to another operation, which took place in a completely different place. He knew that the FBI agents would be completely focused on the false information, and this would give him an advantage. On the appointed day, the FBI conducted a major raid on the company's offices, but to their disappointment, found no evidence. Instead, they discovered forged documents and evidence that pointed to their mistake. This was a serious blow to the agency's reputation and caused internal conflicts among its employees. Miguel took advantage of this moment to further strengthen his position. He expanded his network of agents and informants who helped him anticipate the actions of the FBI and other law enforcement agencies. It has also strengthened security measures in its operations, introducing new encryption and data protection methods. Meanwhile, in the shadow of all these events, Miguel began to develop a new plan. He decided to go international and establish connections with the largest cartels in South America and Europe. Miguel understood that this would require using all his resources and connections, but he was ready for this step. Miguel organized a series of meetings with cartel leaders, offering them mutually beneficial cooperation. Its offers were attractive. It offered not only access to its logistics and transportation networks, but also protection from law enforcement. Many cartel leaders agreed to cooperate, and Miguel began to form an international network that provided his organization with new opportunities and resources. However, this step did not go unnoticed. The FBI, despite its failures, continued to monitor Miguel's activities and learned of his international connections. The agency decided that the only way to catch Miguel was to work with international law enforcement agencies. Miguel learned of this plan through his informants and began preparing for possible attacks from various agencies. He strengthened the security of his facilities and conducted additional checks among his people to avoid possible betrayal. Soon, a new phase of the war began. International law enforcement agencies began coordinated operations against Miguel and his allies. But Miguel was ready for this. He used his knowledge and resources to resist these attacks and continue his activities. Each new day brought new challenges, and Miguel knew that many more battles lay ahead of him. But he was ready for them, realizing that his empire depended on his determination and ability to predict the actions of his enemies. The story of Miguel Santos continued, and each new step brought him closer to the top, despite all the obstacles and dangers. Miguel Santos continued to strengthen his empire and expand his international connections, despite growing pressure from law enforcement. His networks in South America and Europe became increasingly extensive and powerful, providing him with a steady flow of resources and income. However, Miguel knew that his success made him a target for everyone, both competitors and law enforcement officers. One of the key aspects of Miguel's strategy was information security. He understood that his transaction data was the most vulnerable link, and therefore created several layers of protection. Everyone who had access to important information underwent strict loyalty checks and used encrypted communication channels. Miguel also implemented a system of false data to mislead possible spies and investigators. However, the FBI did not sit idly by. They began collaborating with law enforcement agencies in other countries to create a united front against Miguel. This coalition included the best analytical minds and resources from different parts of the world, which made their actions even more coordinated and dangerous. Miguel learned about the FBI's new tactics thanks to his informant within the agency. He decided to launch a preemptive strike to disrupt the coordination of his enemies. Miguel organized a series of cyber attacks on law enforcement databases, which led to serious disruptions in their work. These attacks disrupted coalition planning and coordination, giving Miguel time to strengthen his position. At the same time, Miguel began an active disinformation campaign. He created false tracks and evidence pointing to his presence in different parts of the world to confuse investigators. The FBI and their allies spent time and resources verifying these false reports, which allowed Miguel to stay one step ahead. But the most important step in Miguel's strategy was the creation of autonomous cells. He divided his empire into independent groups, each with their own hierarchy and tasks. These cells could operate autonomously, unaware of the actions of other groups, making the organization less vulnerable to attack. The FBI, realizing that their methods were not bringing the desired results, decided to take a desperate step. They began recruiting people from Miguel's circle, offering them protection and money in exchange for information. Several people agreed to cooperate, but Miguel, thanks to his internal control system, quickly identified the traitors. They were eliminated, and the information they might have conveyed was either invalid or misleading. One day, Miguel was informed that the FBI was planning a major operation to seize his main warehouse in Europe. This information was confirmed by several independent sources, and Miguel realized that this was a serious threat. He decided to use this operation to his advantage. Miguel organized a complex multi-step operation to lure the FBI into a trap. He ordered his men to prepare the warehouse for attack by creating the illusion that there was a large shipment of drugs there. On the day of the operation, the FBI and their allies entered the warehouse, but instead of the expected cargo, they encountered an empty building and a prepared ambush. The FBI agents were trapped and surrounded. Miguel personally supervised the operation to ensure its success. His men neutralized the agents and captured important documents and equipment, giving Miguel an even greater advantage in the war against law enforcement. This successful operation not only strengthened Miguel's position, but also dealt a serious blow to the morale of his enemies. He knew the FBI and their allies wouldn't stop, but now they were the clear losers. Miguel continued to strengthen his empire, preparing for new challenges and dangers. The story of Miguel Santos continued, and each new day brought new challenges. He was ready to fight for his empire and defend his interests, despite all obstacles and threats. New battles awaited him ahead, but he was determined and ready for any challenge. Despite successful operations and the consolidation of his empire, Miguel Santos knew that his opponents would not stop. The FBI and their international allies continued to seek ways to infiltrate his organization and destroy it from within. Miguel understood that in order to continue his success, he needed to not only defend himself but also constantly develop. Miguel began to look for new technologies and methods that could strengthen his position. He turned to his contacts in the tech world and hired the best cybersecurity experts to create an impenetrable system for his operations. These specialists developed unique encryption and data protection algorithms that allowed Miguel and his people to communicate and conduct transactions without the risk of detection. At the same time, Miguel began to actively develop his legal businesses in order to create the appearance of a law-abiding entrepreneur. He invested huge amounts of money in the development of infrastructure, construction, and trade. These businesses not only brought significant profits, but also created a powerful cover for his criminal activities. Miguel used legal proceeds to finance his operations, making his empire less vulnerable to financial investigations. However, despite all the precautions, Miguel's enemies did not sleep. He soon learned that the FBI had developed a new plan. They decided to use his legitimate businesses against him. The FBI began actively checking his companies, trying to find evidence that could link them to criminal activity. Miguel realized that he needed to act quickly to prevent the destruction of his legal assets. Miguel gathered his best lawyers and corporate security specialists. They developed a defense strategy that included complex legal measures, as well as manipulation of documents and finances to hide any traces of illegal activity. Miguel also hired a team of top lawyers to defend his interests in court. At the same time, Miguel decided to launch a preemptive strike against the FBI, using his connections in the government and the media. He organized a series of publications that discredited the actions of the agency, accusing it of violating the rights and freedoms of citizens. These publications caused a public outcry and forced the FBI to reduce its activities, fearing scandal and consequences for its reputation. However, Miguel knew that this was a temporary measure. Not only did he need to protect his assets, but he also needed to continue to expand his empire. He began actively looking for new markets and business opportunities outside the United States. Miguel established contacts with large corporations in Asia and Africa, offering them favorable conditions for cooperation. These connections allowed him to expand his network and increase his income, which further strengthened his position. But Miguel did not forget about his roots and the people who were with him from the very beginning. He continued to support his colleagues and strengthen internal discipline in the organization. Miguel organized a series of training programs and training for his people to improve their professional skills and readiness for any challenge. Despite all the difficulties, Miguel Santos continued to move forward. His empire grew and strengthened, despite all the attempts of his enemies to destroy it. He knew that new battles and challenges awaited him ahead, but he was ready for them. Miguel Santos's story continued, and each new day brought new opportunities and challenges that he was ready to take on. However, a new threat suddenly arrived. Someone from his inner circle began to transmit information to the enemies. This came as a shock to Miguel. He knew that betrayal from within could be a fatal blow to his empire. Miguel immediately launched an internal investigation to identify the traitor and eliminate the threat. Each member of his team was carefully checked, and as a result of a complex operation, the traitor was identified. It turned out to be one of his longtime associates who was recruited by the FBI and passed on information about Miguel's plans and actions. The man was immediately eliminated, but Miguel realized that the threat of betrayal would always be present. He strengthened security measures and introduced a new control system that made it possible to quickly identify any attempts at espionage and betrayal. Miguel also held a series of meetings with his men to strengthen their loyalty and show that betrayal would not be forgiven. Now, with even greater determination, Miguel Santos continued his fight for survival and success. He knew that his enemies would not stop, but he was ready for any challenge. His empire was strong, but Miguel knew that in order to stay on top, he needed to always be one step ahead, and he was ready for this. When Miguel Santos decided to expand his drug operations into the European market, he knew it would not be an easy step. Europe was a complex and intense arena, with powerful drug cartels and criminal organizations already operating. However, the profit potential was huge, and Miguel was willing to take the risk. To begin with, he established connections with key players in Europe. Miguel used his contacts in Latin America to reach European intermediaries controlling drug supply routes. He also brought in the best logistics and security experts to establish a reliable and efficient supply chain. In the first months, operations in Europe went well. Drugs were distributed through a network of trusted people and safe routes, and profits grew. However, as supplies increased and his empire expanded, Miguel faced new threats. European drug cartels saw him as a dangerous competitor and began active efforts to eliminate him. One of the most dangerous enemies was the large Italian drug cartel, which controlled a significant part of the European market. They began to attack Miguel's convoys, cause sabotage, and bribe his people. Miguel realized that to maintain his position, he needed to act quickly and decisively. He began by strengthening his connections with local criminal groups in various European countries. Miguel offered them favorable terms of cooperation and protection from their competitors. In exchange, they helped him distribute drugs and provided security for his operations. This strategy allowed him to create a wide network of allies that supported his interests. At the same time, Miguel began active actions against his enemies. He organized a series of attacks on Italian cartel targets using his best forces and the latest technology. His men carried out ambushes, blew up warehouses, and eliminated key figures in the organization. These actions caused serious damage to the cartel and weakened its position. However, Miguel knew that wars are won not only by force, but also by information. He infiltrated his agents into the ranks of his enemies in order to obtain valuable information about their plans and actions. These agents provided him with information that allowed him to predict the moves of his enemies and act proactively. One day, thanks to one of the agents, Miguel learned that the Italian cartel was preparing a major operation to seize his warehouse in Germany. It was an important strategic location through which most of the drug supplies to Central Europe passed. Miguel decided to launch a preemptive strike. He gathered his best fighters and carefully planned the operation. The night before the Italian attack, his men broke into the warehouse and set a trap. When the cartel forces arrived, they were caught in the crossfire and were completely destroyed. This victory not only strengthened Miguel's position, but also showed his enemies that he was ready for any challenge. But Miguel understood that success in Europe depends not only on strength, but also on the ability to negotiate. He began to actively establish contacts with political and business elites of various countries. Miguel used his legitimate businesses as a cover and invested heavily in the economy, which allowed him to create a powerful network of influential allies. These connections provided him with high-level protection and support, making his operation less vulnerable to law enforcement. However, the enemies did not give up. The Italian cartel, united with other European groups, began coordinated attacks on Miguel's facilities and people. He understood that the war was far from over and that he would face new threats and challenges. Miguel continued to strengthen his empire by training his people and introducing new technologies for defense and monitoring. He knew that in order to stay on top, he needed to always be one step ahead of his enemies. The story of Miguel Santos in Europe was just beginning, and new battles, victories, and possibly losses awaited him. But he was ready for any challenge to protect his empire and continue his path to the top of the criminal world. Expanding Miguel Santos's business into Europe was just the beginning of his ambitious plan. He understood that for further success he needed to use all his resources and connections. Miguel began to actively study new technologies that could give him an advantage in the fight against enemies and law enforcement agencies. One day he learned about the existence of a unique software developed by a group of talented hackers. This software would allow Miguel to access any data and systems, including law enforcement and competitor databases. Miguel realized that this could become his secret weapon. Miguel decided to find these hackers and offer them cooperation. He sent his men to search for them, and they soon discovered that the group was operating from an underground laboratory in Berlin. Miguel personally went there to meet the leader of the group, a young genius named Leo. Leo, although wary at first, soon realized that Miguel's proposal could open up new horizons for him. They agreed to cooperate. The hackers would provide Miguel with access to their technology and help hack systems, and Miguel, in turn, would provide their protection and financing. With the help of new technology, Miguel was able to significantly improve his security and control over his operations. He began to gain access to information about the plans of his enemies and the actions of law enforcement agencies in real time. This allowed him to avoid many attacks and raids, and to launch preemptive strikes against his opponents. At the same time, Miguel began actively using drones to monitor and protect his facilities. Drones equipped with cameras and sensors patrolled its territories and monitored for suspicious activity. This technology has significantly increased the level of security and made attacks on its facilities almost impossible. But Miguel did not stop there. He decided to introduce artificial intelligence into his operations. With the help of hackers, he developed a system that analyzed huge amounts of data and predicted possible threats. This system allowed him to make decisions faster and more accurately, which further strengthened his position. Meanwhile, the FBI and their European allies continued to look for ways to catch Miguel. They were confused, seeing how their efforts were in vain. Every time they thought they were close to catching him, Miguel would sneak away, leaving them with nothing. Doubts and dissatisfaction began to grow within the agency, and management decided it was time to take drastic measures. The FBI decided to conduct a major international operation to capture Miguel. They developed a complex plan that included coordinated attacks on his facilities in several countries simultaneously. This operation was meant to take him by surprise and destroy his empire once and for all. But Miguel, thanks to his new technologies, learned about the FBI's plans long before their implementation. He decided to use this information to deal a crushing blow to his enemies. Miguel developed a plan that would allow him to not only evade capture, but also cause serious damage to law enforcement. On the day of the operation, Miguel activated his defense systems. Drones and cameras monitored every move, and hackers hacked into the FBI's communication systems to gain real-time information. When the agents began their attacks, they encountered unexpected resistance and traps that Miguel had prepared in advance. Miguel personally led the operation, observing the enemy's actions and giving orders to his men. He knew that this could be his last chance to win, and he was ready to go to the end. His fighters, trained and equipped with the best technology, gave a tough rebuff to the agents, and it soon became clear that the FBI operation was failing. When the attack was repulsed, Miguel decided to strike the final blow. He ordered his hackers to break into FBI databases and destroy all data related to his case. This dealt a major blow to the agency, depriving them of all evidence and information about its operations. The victory over the FBI was another milestone for Miguel in his career. His reputation as an invulnerable leader strengthened, and his enemies began to fear him even more. He continued to develop his technology and strengthen his empire, knowing that new challenges lay ahead. But Miguel did not forget to be careful. He understood that success could make him a target for even more dangerous enemies. Therefore, he continued to improve his methods and defense systems to stay one step ahead. The story of Miguel Santos continued, and each new day brought new opportunities and threats. He was ready for any challenge, knowing that his success depended on his determination, intelligence, and willingness to change. New battles and victories awaited him ahead, and he was ready for them. Miguel Santos continued to develop his empire, using the latest technology and strengthening his connections around the world. After successfully fending off an FBI attack, he realized that his next steps would have to be even more careful and strategic. His new enemies could turn out to be more cunning and insidious than the previous ones. One of the main tasks for Miguel was to strengthen his network of agents and informants. He began to actively work on creating a global system for collecting and analyzing information. Its hackers developed new methods of obtaining data, breaking into the systems and databases of various organizations in order to always be aware of the actions of their enemies. One day, while analyzing the data received, Miguel learned about a new threat. A mysterious consortium has emerged in Europe, consisting of several powerful criminal organizations that have joined forces to fight Miguel. These groups saw him as a serious threat and decided to work together to overthrow him and seize his territory and resources. Miguel realized that confrontation with such a powerful association required non-standard solutions. He decided to take advantage of his connections in the world of high technology and turned to Leo, the leader of the hacker group, with a request to develop a plan to destroy the consortium from the inside. Leo proposed creating virtual reality, VR, to train fighters and develop tactical plans, as well as using artificial intelligence to analyze data and predict enemy actions. Miguel approved this plan, and soon active work began on its implementation. Virtual reality allowed its fighters to train in conditions as close as possible to real combat operations. They studied enemy weaknesses, developed strategies, and conducted simulations of operations, which greatly increased their combat readiness. The artificial intelligence developed by Leo analyzed huge amounts of data and predicted the actions of the consortium with high accuracy. This system allowed Miguel to always be one step ahead of his enemies and take proactive measures. Thanks to these technologies, he learned that the consortium was planning a major operation to seize one of its main targets, a drug laboratory in Spain. Miguel decided to strike first. He gathered his best fighters and carefully planned the operation. Virtual reality and artificial intelligence helped him develop the perfect attack plan to take his enemies by surprise. His men infiltrated the consortium's headquarters, eliminating security and seizing key documents and data. These documents contained information about the consortium's plans and actions, allowing Miguel to launch a series of preemptive strikes against their facilities and people. He ordered his fighters to attack key enemy bases, destroying their infrastructure and neutralizing key leaders. This operation was a devastating blow to the consortium, which had not expected such a powerful and coordinated attack. After a series of successful operations, Miguel continued to develop his technology and strengthen his empire. He understood that his success depended on constant development and readiness for any challenges. Miguel began to actively invest in research and development to always be at the forefront of technological progress. One day, Miguel learned about the existence of a secret government program to develop quantum computers, which could become a real revolution in the field of cybersecurity and data processing. He decided that he needed to gain access to this technology to strengthen his empire and protect it from future threats. Miguel sent his best hackers on a mission to hack government servers and obtain information about the program. After several weeks of difficult work, they managed to gain access to secret data and find out the location of the laboratory where the development was carried out. Miguel realized that this was his chance for a new level of security and control. He organized a complex operation to seize the laboratory. His people entered the facility, neutralized the security, and seized all the equipment and data on quantum computers. These technologies allowed Miguel to create an impenetrable defense and monitoring system, which made his empire even more invulnerable. However, Miguel knew that his success would always attract new enemies and challenges. He continued to develop his technology and strengthen his network, preparing for any challenge. The story of Miguel Santos continued, and each new day brought new opportunities and threats that he was ready to deal with. His empire grew and strengthened, and he himself became more and more powerful and invulnerable, ready for new battles and victories. As his empire expanded and his influence grew, Miguel Santos became the target of many enemies. Attempts to assassinate his life became more frequent, and every day brought new threats. His enemies, realizing that conventional methods were not working, began to use increasingly sophisticated and dangerous methods to eliminate him. Miguel knew that in order to survive, he needed to improve his personal security. He began by hiring a team of elite bodyguards, consisting of former special forces and intelligence agents. These people were trained not only to protect, but also to anticipate possible threats. They created a multi-layered security system, including 24-hour surveillance, verification of all incoming and outgoing contacts, and regular changes of location. However, despite all the precautions, one day an incident occurred that forced Miguel to reconsider his methods. During a business meeting, an explosion occurred in one of his offices in London. Thanks to the professionalism of his team, Miguel survived, but several of his men were wounded. This assassination attempt showed that the enemies were becoming more desperate and resourceful. Miguel decided to strengthen his security by introducing new technologies and methods. He approached Leo and his team of hackers with a request to create an early warning system that could predict possible threats based on data analysis. The AI-powered system collected information from a variety of sources: social media, surveillance cameras, phone calls, and email, and analyzed it to identify potential threats. Soon after the introduction of the new system, a warning was received about an impending assassination attempt. Artificial intelligence detected suspicious activity in the vicinity of one of Miguel's facilities in Paris. Data analysis revealed that a group of mercenaries were planning an attack on his office. Miguel immediately ordered the building to be evacuated and set up an ambush for the attackers. Thanks to timely warning and a well-planned operation, the mercenaries were captured before they could cause harm. These events confirmed the effectiveness of the new system and convinced Miguel of the need to continue to develop security technologies. But the assassination attempts did not stop. Miguel's enemies used every possible means, from snipers and explosives to poisons and cyber attacks. Each attempt became more and more sophisticated, and Miguel knew that his enemies would not stop until they achieved their goal. He decided that to protect himself, he needed to become not only invulnerable, but also unpredictable. Miguel began to change his habits and travel routes. He used doubles and false leads to confuse his enemies. His security team developed sophisticated evacuation and defense plans for every possible attack scenario. Miguel also installed special shelters in different cities where he could hide if necessary. One of the most serious attempts was an attack on his yacht in the Mediterranean Sea. The enemies planted explosives on the ship's hull, hoping to destroy Miguel and his people. However, thanks to the early warning system and the professionalism of the security team, the explosives were detected and neutralized in time. Miguel realized that his enemies were ready to do anything to get him out of the way. In response to these threats, Miguel decided to go on the offensive. He began to take active action against his enemies, using all available information and resources. His agents infiltrated enemy ranks, collected intelligence, and eliminated key figures in the organizations behind the assassination attempts. Miguel also began using disinformation to confuse his enemies and cause them to waste resources on false targets. The situation reached its peak when Miguel became aware of a planned attack on his headquarters in Barcelona. The enemies planned to use an entire army of mercenaries and the latest technology to infiltrate the building and kill Miguel. He decided to turn this threat into an opportunity. Miguel personally led the preparations for the defense. His people installed hidden cameras, motion sensors, and tracking systems throughout the building and its surroundings. They prepared traps and fortifications to make any attack extremely dangerous for their enemies. The night before the planned attack, Miguel ordered his men to take position and be ready for battle. When the mercenaries launched their attack, they encountered fierce resistance. Miguel's men were trained and equipped with the best equipment. Security systems allowed them to quickly detect and neutralize enemies. During a fierce battle, all the mercenaries were destroyed or captured. This victory not only protected the headquarters, but also demonstrated to his enemies that Miguel was not so easily vulnerable. Victory in Barcelona cemented Miguel's reputation as an invincible leader. His enemies began to realize that any assassination attempts only made him stronger. Miguel continued to develop his technology and defense methods, knowing that new threats awaited him. He was ready for any challenge and determined to defend his empire. The story of Miguel Santos continued, and each new day brought new challenges. But he knew that with the help of his people, technology, and the ability to predict the actions of his enemies, he could overcome any difficulties and continue his path to the top of the criminal world. Despite all his efforts to strengthen security and introduce the latest technology, Miguel Santos could not foresee that his enemies would find a way to infiltrate his inner circle. They developed a cunning plan that involved one of the most dangerous and skilled killers in the world, a man named Victor. Victor was known for his ability to infiltrate the most protected locations without being noticed and eliminate his targets with precision and composure. His reputation was impeccable, and he never left a trace. Miguel's enemies realized that only Victor could complete this difficult task. The first step in their plan was to find the weak link in Miguel's circle. They learned that one of his bodyguards, Ramon, was heavily in debt and was looking for a way to make a quick buck. Miguel's enemies contacted Ramon and offered him a huge sum of money for his help in organizing the murder. Ramon, realizing that this was the only way to save himself from creditors, agreed. Ramon introduced Victor into Miguel's inner circle under the guise of a new security specialist. Victor passed all the checks thanks to false documents and a fake history. He quickly gained the trust of Miguel and his men by demonstrating great professionalism and dedication. Miguel, unaware of the plot, began to rely on Victor, entrusting him with important tasks and allowing him to participate in key operations. Victor carefully studied Miguel's habits and daily routine, preparing for the perfect moment to strike. One evening, Miguel decided to hold a dinner at his country house near Barcelona, inviting only his most trusted people. Victor realized that this was an ideal opportunity. He developed a plan that involved using poison to eliminate Miguel quickly and quietly. Victor replaced the bottle of wine intended for Miguel with a poisoned one. The poison was colorless and tasteless, and its effect began a few hours after consumption, which allowed the killer to avoid suspicion and leave the crime scene. During dinner, Miguel drank a glass of poisoned wine, suspecting nothing. Victor remained unperturbed, continuing to behave as usual. When dinner came to an end, he said goodbye to Miguel and the rest of the guests and left, leaving behind a semblance of normalcy. A few hours after dinner, when everyone had already left, Miguel began to feel unwell. His guards and assistants, unaware of the reason, called doctors, but it was already too late. The poison began to act, paralyzing Miguel's body. Despite all the efforts of the doctors, his life was fading. Miguel died that same night, leaving his empire leaderless. His death came as a shock to everyone who knew him and caused chaos in his organization. Miguel's enemies have finally achieved their goal by eliminating the most powerful criminal leader. Victor, having completed his task, disappeared as completely as he had appeared. Ramon, having received his money, also disappeared, realizing that his betrayal would never be forgiven. The death of Miguel Santos was a turning point in the history of the criminal world. His empire without a leader began to disintegrate, and his enemies began to divide his territories and resources. But Miguel's legacy, his methods and strategies lived on, inspiring others to create their own empires and fight for power. The story of Miguel Santos ended tragically, but his name remains forever in the memory of those who knew him and opposed him. His death was a reminder that even the most powerful and protected leaders can be vulnerable to cunning and betrayal. After the death of Miguel Santos, his empire was on the verge of collapse. In the absence of the leader, many of his allies began to retreat, and his enemies, seeing an opportunity, began to actively seize his territories. The organization, which had once been powerful and cohesive, was now coming apart at the seams. However, amidst the chaos and uncertainty, there was one man who was ready to take on the challenge and try to save the empire. It was Leo, a talented hacker and close associate of Miguel, who had been working in the shadows for many years, providing security and data analysis. Leo understood that if anyone could keep the empire from complete destruction, it was he, with his knowledge and ability to use technology. Leo began by calling together Miguel's remaining loyal men and offering them a plan to stabilize the situation. He knew that restoring control required not only forceful intervention, but also information superiority. Leo used his team of hackers to hack into enemy systems and obtain critical information that would allow him to predict their actions. At the same time, he began to restore key contacts and connections that were lost after Miguel's death. Leo held a series of negotiations with the Allies, convincing them of the need to unite for the common good. He offered mutually beneficial terms of cooperation and a guarantee of protection, which made it possible to regain the trust and support of many influential figures. Leo also understood that the problem of betrayal and instability within the organization needed to be addressed. He began by thoroughly vetting all key figures, eliminating those whose loyalty was in doubt. This allowed him to strengthen internal discipline and create an atmosphere of trust and cohesion among the remaining team members. But the most important thing Leo did was the introduction of new technologies and management methods. He used artificial intelligence and data analytics systems to optimize all processes within the organization. This allowed not only to increase efficiency, but also to reduce risks associated with the human factor. Over time, Leo's efforts began to bear fruit. The organization stabilized, and his enemies, realizing that they had underestimated him, began to retreat. Leo proved that even after the death of such a powerful leader as Miguel Santos, his empire could continue to exist and develop. Leo, having become the new leader, did not seek to follow Miguel's path. He understood that for long-term success, it was necessary to change and adapt to new conditions. His approach was more technological and pragmatic, which allowed him not only to maintain the empire but also to take it to a new level. Over the years, the empire founded by Miguel Santos regained its strength and influence. Leo, using his knowledge and abilities, was able to turn a threat into an opportunity and prove that even in the most difficult times a path to success can be found. His leadership marked a new stage in the history of the organization, which was now ready for any challenges and trials. Miguel Santos's story ended tragically, but his legacy lived on thanks to the people who believed in his cause and were willing to fight for it to the end. There is no room for weakness in the world of crime, and those who are able to adapt and change will always have a chance to survive and succeed. Criminal History 6. On the outskirts of a small provincial town, where life moved slowly and predictably, a boy named Charles grew up. In his childhood, he did not stand out from the crowd of other children. Perhaps he was a little more secretive and observant. He was only 7 years old when he first encountered the cruelty of the world. My father, a war veteran, was rarely at home, and when he returned, he brought with him the smell of alcohol and aggression. Charles's mother worked 2 jobs to make ends meet. Their house stood on the edge of the forest, where little Charles spent a lot of time alone. He learned to observe animals, to notice the slightest changes in their behavior. This skill, which developed from an innocent childhood hobby, in the future became one of his main trump cards. One day, while returning from school, Charles witnessed a scene that changed him forever. A group of local teenagers, several years older than him, brutally beat a homeless man. Instead of running away or calling for help, Charles stood and watched carefully. Neither the screams nor the blood scared him. He felt something new and strange, a mixture of adrenaline and cold curiosity. This incident was the beginning of a path that turned a quiet boy into one of the most dangerous criminals in America. He realized that force and cruelty could be tools to achieve goals, and began to look for ways to use them in his life. School became an arena of experimentation for him. Charles often got into fights, not because of provocations, but to test his strength and understand how to manage the fear of others. His first serious job was robbing a local store, which he committed at the age of 12. Everything was planned down to the smallest detail. He knew when the owner was leaving, how to get inside, and where to find the money. This success boosted his confidence and launched his criminal career. Over the years, his methods became more and more sophisticated. Charles learned to forge documents, pick locks, and bypass alarms. His name became known in criminal circles, but the police could not trace him for a long time. Charles always acted calmly and prudently, leaving no traces behind him. Thus began the story of Charles, a man who learned the main lesson from childhood. The world is ruled by those who are not afraid to take everything into their own hands, regardless of the means. Teenage years were spent in constant tension and the struggle for survival. He quickly realized that weakness was a luxury he could not afford. His criminal talents developed, and he soon began to attract the attention of local gangs. One of these gangs was led by a certain Victor, an experienced and ruthless criminal who saw potential in Charles. Victor took Charles under his wing, teaching him the ins and outs of the criminal world. Together, they committed robberies, blackmailed small entrepreneurs, and took part in street fights. Victor taught Charles that the main thing in their business is the ability to predict the enemy's actions and be one step ahead. Charles quickly gained experience, and by his 18th birthday, he was already a respected member of the gang. His name evoked fear among the local population and respect among criminals. He was known for his coolness and ability to get out of the most difficult situations. One day, Victor assigned Charles an important task: to eliminate a rival gang leader. This was the first contract killing of his career, and Charles knew that this assignment would test his strength. At night, under cover of darkness, he sneaked into the victim's house. Every step he took was calibrated. Every movement was carefully thought out. Charles acted quickly and silently, like a shadow. The murder went flawlessly, and Victor was impressed. From that moment on, Charles became his right hand. But the young criminal had his own ambitions. He didn't want to spend his whole life just executing other people's orders. The idea of creating his own gang was already ripening in his head. Victor, feeling threatened by his protégé, attempted to eliminate Charles. But he was one step ahead. Using his intelligence and cunning, Charles set a trap for Victor. In a brutal shootout, Victor was killed and Charles took his place. Now he was a leader, and his influence extended far beyond the borders of his hometown. He expanded his operations, formed alliances with other criminal groups, and became increasingly powerful. But with each new success, his caution also grew. Charles knew that in this world the only person he could trust was himself. His reputation grew, and soon people started talking about him not only in criminal circles, but also in law enforcement agencies. The police began a hunt for Charles, trying to gather evidence of his crimes. But he was elusive. In every operation, every robbery, every murder, he acted with cold prudence, leaving no traces. Charles became a legend, and his name struck terror into all who heard of his deeds. But he always remembered his childhood, the first steps on the path to the criminal peak. And every time, looking in the mirror, he saw not just a dangerous criminal, but a boy who once realized that the world is ruled by those who are not afraid to take everything into their own hands. As his influence and power grew, Charles began to introduce new business methods. He realized that the old methods of criminal activity were outdated and began to use modern technology and communications to achieve his goals. Charles created illegal trading networks, organized cyber attacks on banks and companies, providing himself with unprecedented income. One of the first steps in this direction was the creation of a cover in the form of a legal business. Charles opened several companies that at first glance seemed law-abiding. He hired the best lawyers and accountants to cover up his crimes. These companies served him to launder money and create a network of informants working in different areas of society. Charles skillfully used his men to gather information about his competitors and potential threats. He bribed police officers and officials to turn a blind eye to his activities. Thanks to this, he was always aware of the plans of law enforcement agencies and could quickly respond to any danger. One of Charles's most successful operations was the robbery of a large bank in the city center. He planned it for months, carefully planning every step. On the day of the robbery, His men entered the bank through underground communications, neutralized the guards, and took out all the cash and securities. This robbery became a real sensation, and the police again found themselves powerless in the face of Charles's genius. However, as the scale of his operations increased, so did the attention to his person. The FBI began an investigation aimed at capturing Charles. The best specialists were attracted to the agency, and the hunt began for one of the most dangerous criminals in American history. Charles realized that his position was becoming increasingly vulnerable. He strengthened his security measures, surrounding himself with trusted people. Its headquarters was equipped with the latest security and monitoring systems. Everyone who came into his circle was thoroughly checked. One day, having received information about an upcoming FBI operation, Charles decided to launch a preemptive strike. He orchestrated a leak of information that led the agents into a trap. Several FBI employees died, and this only strengthened his reputation as an elusive and merciless criminal. Despite all attempts by law enforcement, Charles remained at large. He continued to expand his empire, expanding into new areas and improving his methods. He managed to establish connections with international criminal groups, which opened up new opportunities for him. But in the world of crime, there is no room for weakness and mistakes. Charles knew that his every action had to be flawless, and he continued to play this dangerous game where the stakes were high and the price of a mistake was death. His story became more and more complicated, but he always remained one step ahead of his enemies, maintaining the image of a legendary criminal whose name evoked fear and respect. Every year, Charles became more experienced and sophisticated in his actions. His influence spread not only throughout the country, but also beyond its borders. He skillfully used international connections, creating a global network of criminal activities. Charles organized illegal supplies of weapons, drugs, and rare artifacts, which brought him huge profits. One day, during one of his meetings with foreign partners, Charles met Helena, a mysterious woman who was known in criminal circles as the Queen of Shadows. Helena was the head of a powerful criminal organization in Eastern Europe. There was immediate chemistry between them, and they began working together. Their collaboration became fruitful and dangerous for anyone who tried to get in their way. Charles and Helena planned a series of daring operations that led to the seizure of new territories and the elimination of competitors. Together, they developed a strategy to introduce their people into key points of government and business. These actions allowed them to control important financial flows and gain access to information that was inaccessible to ordinary criminal groups. But the success of Charles and Helena did not go unnoticed. The FBI and Interpol joined forces to catch them. A large-scale operation began, the goal of which was to destroy their entire network. The agents managed to strike several key targets, forcing Charles and Helena to go underground. During this difficult period, Charles showed all his cunning and ingenuity. He skillfully used false leads and red herrings to confuse his pursuers. His people carried out disinformation operations, framing other criminal groups and redirecting the attention of law enforcement agencies. However, the pressure continued to mount. Charles's enemies began to unite, seeing him as a common threat. Traitors have emerged within his own organization seeking to take his place. Charles realized that the time had come for drastic changes. He decided to reorganize his empire. Charles created several independent divisions, each of which was responsible for a specific type of activity. This made it possible to reduce risks and complicate the work of law enforcement agencies. He also strengthened security measures by introducing a multi-level protection system. During this period, Charles began to think about his legacy. He understood that sooner or later his path could end, and he wanted to leave behind something more than just fear and destruction. He began investing money in legal businesses and charitable projects to create the appearance of a law-abiding citizen. But his criminal activities continued to be his main passion. He couldn't stop because he knew that only by continuing to play this dangerous game did he feel alive. Charles continued to develop new plans and strategies, always staying one step ahead of his enemies. His name still struck terror in the hearts of those who knew of his deeds. He became a legend, whose story was passed down from mouth to mouth, frightening and delighting at the same time. Charles knew that every day could be his last, but this only spurred him on to move on, stopping at nothing. Over the years, Charles became increasingly elusive. He was several steps ahead of the police, skillfully manipulating information and using his extensive connections. His actions became more and more daring and sophisticated, and soon his name appeared on the lists of the most wanted criminals in the world. Law enforcement agencies in Eastern European countries began to take especially active actions against Charles. The local police, having information about his connections with Elena, Queen of Shadows, focused their efforts on his capture. During one of the operations, they received information about his location. This was supposed to be the culmination of a years-long investigation. Charles learned of the impending raid through his network of informants. He did not hide, but decided to use this moment to demonstrate his strength and influence. Instead of fleeing, he organized a large-scale diversionary operation in which dozens of his men participated. On the night of the raid, several robberies, arson, and other crimes occurred in the city, forcing the police to split their forces. When the police raided Charles' supposed hideout, they found only an empty building with signs left on the walls. "You'll never catch me." This operation became a real disgrace for the police and only strengthened Charles's reputation as an elusive genius of the criminal world. The police continued the hunt, but every time they thought they were getting closer to their target, Charles skillfully slipped away, leaving behind only false trails. He used doubles, fake documents, and traveled across several countries, always staying one step ahead of his pursuers. His ability to evade arrest has become the stuff of legend. Helena, seeing how Charles dealt with unprecedented pressure, admired his genius and determination. Their alliance grew stronger, and together they planned new operations that became increasingly large-scale and dangerous. One of these operations was aimed at capturing a large transport hub through which the main flows of illegal goods passed. This would allow Charles and Helena to control an important strategic site and increase their influence in the region. The operation was carefully planned and carried out with the precision of a military operation. The day the police tried to raid Charles again, they encountered a carefully prepared trap. Charles and his men were awaiting their arrival, and as soon as the police arrived at the site, there was an explosion that destroyed the building. None of the militiamen were hurt, but it was a clear signal. Charles would not give up without a fight. After this incident, the police considered him almost elusive. Despite their best efforts, they could not catch Charles. His name became a symbol of cunning and elusiveness, and even the most experienced operatives began to doubt the possibility of his capture. Charles continued his activities, knowing that every day he was free was a small victory over the system. His life remained a constant game of survival, and he enjoyed every moment of it, knowing that his legend would live on even after he was no longer alive. Charles knew that any mistake could cost him his freedom, so he continued to improve his methods. He trained his people, making them real professionals who could perform the most difficult and dangerous tasks. His organization began to resemble a well-oiled mechanism where everyone knew their place and tasks. Charles and Elena decided to expand their activities to a new level. They began to penetrate legal businesses to strengthen their positions and increase profits. They bought shares of large companies, created shell companies, and influenced the market. This allowed them to control not only criminal, but also economic processes. One day, Charles learned about an upcoming international conference, which was to be attended by high-ranking officials and businessmen from different countries. He saw this event as an opportunity for another daring move. Charles and Helena developed a plan whereby they could infiltrate their people into the conference and gain access to important information and make new connections. Preparations for the operation took several months. Forged documents were produced, luxurious suits were rented, and training was conducted on how to behave at such events. On the day of the conference, Charles personally led the operation. His men, pretending to be high-ranking guests, entered the building and began to carry out their tasks. Charles was at a nearby hotel at the time, monitoring the operation using video surveillance and communications. He saw how his people skillfully maneuvered among the guests, making the necessary contacts and collecting important information. The operation went according to plan, but at one point everything went wrong. One of the conference participants, a former intelligence officer, accidentally noticed the forged documents of one of Charles's people. Panic set in and security quickly cordoned off the building. Charles realized that he needed to act quickly. He gave the command to his people to evacuate immediately. Thanks to pre-prepared routes and backup plans, they were able to quickly leave the building and escape. But the incident did not end there. Upon learning of the failure, international intelligence agencies began a new hunt for Charles and his organization. They gathered their best forces to catch the elusive criminal. A real game of cat and mouse began, in which lives and freedom were at stake. Charles realized that his position had become even more dangerous. He strengthened security measures by moving to a new, even more secure shelter. He continued to control his operations, but now every step required even more caution and attention. At the same time, Charles and Helena began to develop new plans to expand their activities. They understood that they had to be one step ahead of their enemies, and to do this, they needed to use all available resources and knowledge. Their union became even stronger, and together they prepared for new challenges, knowing that only strength and determination would allow them to survive in this dangerous world. Charles continued his game, risking everything he had every day. He knew that one day his path might end, but as long as he was free, he had no intention of stopping. His story continued to be written with blood and cunning, and the legend of the elusive criminal grew and multiplied, causing fear and respect. Charles and Helena's new plans included increasing their influence in key areas: politics, international trade, and high technology. They began to actively infiltrate political circles, using corruption and blackmail to obtain the decisions they needed. Influencing politics gave them access to important resources and allowed them to better defend themselves against intelligence agencies. Charles and Helena also decided to invest in startups and innovative companies to gain access to cutting-edge technologies. This gave them the opportunity not only to make money, but also to use these technologies for their own purposes, hacking security systems, controlling information, and creating new ways for money laundering. One of their largest operations involved a cyber attack on a large international bank. Using advanced technology and skills, they were able to penetrate banking systems and transfer significant amounts into their accounts. This robbery attracted the attention of the world's intelligence agencies and became a real challenge for everyone who tried to catch Charles. Meanwhile, international intelligence agencies did not give up trying to catch him. They created a special group of the best specialists whose goal was only one thing: to neutralize Charles and his organization. Large-scale operations began to collect information, infiltrate agents, and conduct raids. Charles, feeling the pressure mounting, decided to tighten his precautions. He changed several shelters, reduced the number of trusted people, and introduced new security rules. Despite all the efforts of the intelligence services, Charles continued to elude, leaving behind only traces that did not lead to his capture. Helena at this time was engaged in strengthening international relations. She organized a meeting with the leaders of the largest criminal groups to form new alliances and agree on mutual assistance. These connections allowed them to create a global network that operated smoothly and efficiently, leaving no chance for their enemies. One of the most risky operations was an attempt to seize control of an international drug trafficking network. Charles and Helena understood that this would not only bring them huge profits, but also make them even more influential in the criminal world. The operation was carefully planned and carried out with the highest degree of secrecy. Charles personally directed the operation using his skills and experience. They infiltrated their people into key locations, intercepted supply chains, and neutralized competitors. This success made them one of the most influential figures in international drug trafficking. But despite all the successes, Charles understood that each new operation increases the risk. He couldn't make the slightest mistake. The enemies became more and more cunning and sophisticated, and the struggle for survival became more and more fierce. His life continued to be a constant game on the edge, where every minute could be the last. Charles knew that his legend would live on even after his death, but he was determined to continue fighting as long as he had the strength and opportunity. Charles's story, as before, was full of danger, intrigue, and a constant struggle for power and survival. Charles and Helena became increasingly inventive in their methods. They understood that in order to continue their successful activities, they needed to not only be able to defend themselves, but also to constantly attack. Their next target was the high technology and artificial intelligence industry. They have invested heavily in a startup that develops artificial intelligence systems for analyzing big data and predicting behavior. Using these technologies, they were able to predict the actions of their enemies and find weaknesses in the security systems of large corporations and government agencies. One of their most ambitious operations was to penetrate the national security system of one of the world's leading powers. This gave them access to confidential information, which they used to blackmail and manipulate politicians and high-ranking officials. With their help, Charles and Helena achieved decisions that were beneficial to themselves and strengthened their influence in the international arena. Meanwhile, intelligence agencies continued to hunt for Charles. They had the best analysts and operatives at their disposal, but every time it seemed that they were getting closer to their goal, Charles managed to slip away. He used false trails, fake identities, and complex movement patterns to stay out of reach. One day, the intelligence services decided to take extreme measures. They inserted their agent into one of Charles's closest groups. The agent's name was Mark, and he was an experienced operative capable of infiltrating the most secretive organizations. Mark managed to earn trust and gradually climb the career ladder in Charles's criminal empire. Mark carefully collected information, passing it on to his superiors. However, Charles was not so simple. He suspected that there might be a traitor in his circle and began his own investigation. Using his skills and technology, he closely monitored all of his people, analyzing their behavior and actions. Charles's suspicions were confirmed when he discovered hidden data transmissions coming from Mark. He decided to use this situation to his advantage. Instead of eliminating the agent, Charles began to provide him with false information, directing the intelligence services in the wrong direction. This game of double agent continued for several months. Charles used it to carry out several important operations that diverted the attention of the intelligence services and allowed him to strengthen his position. But he understood that this was a temporary measure, and sooner or later the intelligence services would discover the deception. Deciding to launch a preemptive strike, Charles and Helena planned a large-scale operation to undermine confidence in the intelligence services. They launched a series of attacks on key targets that appeared to be the work of rival criminal gangs. These attacks caused chaos and mistrust within the intelligence services themselves, which began to accuse each other of information leaks and betrayal. This chaos gave Charles the time he needed to prepare his next move. He decided to go into the shadows and temporarily stop his active work in order to give the intelligence services a false sense of victory. But in fact, He was only preparing for a new, even more ambitious plan, which was supposed to change the balance of power in the world of crime. Charles and Helena knew their story was far from over. They continued to stay one step ahead of their enemies, planning new operations and increasing their influence. Their legend continued to live on, and each new day was another challenge that they accepted with composure and determination. Charles and Helena were immersed in preparing their next big plan, which would take their organization to the next level. They decided to focus on developing and implementing biometric technologies for access control and identification, which would allow them to make their operations even more secure and harder to track. They created a shell company specializing in innovative security technologies. This company quickly gained recognition in the market, attracting the attention of large corporations and government agencies. Using fake identities and carefully planned deals, Charles and Helena implanted their biometric systems in key facilities around the world. These systems were designed to have hidden back doors through which Charles and Helena could gain access to protected objects and information. This gave them the opportunity to control financial flows, movements, and important data, while remaining in the shadows and without arousing suspicion. Meanwhile, the intelligence services continued to intensively search for traces of Charles. They joined forces with international partners, creating interagency teams and conducting joint operations. But every time they thought they were close to their goal, Charles managed to disappear, leaving behind only scraps of false information. Helena, using her connections in Eastern Europe, was able to establish contact with a group of scientists working on new technologies in the field of quantum computing. These technologies could significantly enhance their hacking and information security capabilities. They decided to invest in this project, which allowed them to gain access to advanced developments and use them for their own purposes. One of the most ambitious operations of Charles and Helena was associated with a major international summit at which issues of global security and economics were to be discussed. They decided to use this summit to conduct a large-scale operation to hack security systems and collect confidential information. Preparations for this operation lasted several months. Complex schemes for infiltration and diversionary maneuvers were developed. Charles and Helena personally coordinated all stages to ensure maximum efficiency and minimal risks. On the day of the summit, their people, disguised as maintenance personnel and technical specialists, entered the building and began carrying out their tasks. Using biometric systems and quantum computers, they were able to access secure databases, collecting information about the plans and strategies of the world's leading powers. This information gave them not only an economic and political advantage, but also the ability to blackmail and manipulate key figures. However, the special services were not asleep either. Thanks to an infiltrated agent, they received information about the impending operation and decided to use this as an opportunity to capture Charles. In the midst of the summit, a large-scale operation began to capture his people. But Charles, having foreseen such an outcome, prepared a retreat plan in advance. At the moment when the Secret Services burst into the building, Charles activated the disinformation system, which allowed his people to escape and destroy all traces of their presence. The intelligence operation ended in failure, and they again found themselves powerless in the face of Charles's genius. This success only strengthened the reputation of Charles and Helena. Their names became legends in the criminal world, and their influence continued to grow. They understood that every new operation was a challenge and a risk, but it was these challenges that made their life so exciting and full of adrenaline. Charles continued his game, constantly on the edge and ready for new challenges. His story was far from over, and he knew that many more dangerous and exciting adventures awaited him. Charles and Helena plunged deeper and deeper into their ambitious plans. They understood that technology and information are the key to power and continued to develop their projects in this area. One of these projects was related to the development of a network of satellites that would allow them to control communications and monitor any objects in real time. To implement this idea, they teamed up with several scientists and engineers who had experience in the space industry. Several covert companies were created that began developing and launching satellites. This project required significant investment and careful preparation, but Charles and Helena were ready for it. Within a few years, their satellites began to enter orbit, creating a global surveillance and communications network. This gave them the ability to control the movement of people and goods, intercept secret messages, and gain access to important information. This system became the basis of their new strategy, allowing them to stay one step ahead of their enemies. Meanwhile, intelligence agencies continued their attempts to catch Charles. They intensified surveillance of his possible allies and partners, trying to find even the slightest trace that could lead to his capture. But Charles, knowing about these actions, constantly changed his methods and schemes without giving them a chance. One day, Charles and Helena received information about a major intelligence operation directed against one of their key bases. They decided to use this situation to their advantage. Instead of simply hiding, they devised a plan to create misinformation and diversion. When the security forces attacked, their men were ready and launched a counterattack using pre-prepared traps and false leads. This operation not only avoided capture, but also dealt a serious blow to the intelligence services. The morale of their employees was undermined, and the internal atmosphere of mistrust and suspicion increased. Charles and Helena continued to gain time, strengthening their positions and developing new projects. During this period, they decided to expand their influence in the field of medicine. Charles and Helena invested in developments in genetic engineering and biotechnology. They saw this not only as a commercial benefit, but also as an opportunity to gain control over people's health and lives. Their laboratories worked to create new drugs, as well as technologies that could be used to their advantage. One of these technologies was the development of nanorobots capable of performing medical procedures inside the human body. These developments could be used both to treat diseases and for more secretive and dangerous purposes. Charles and Helena understood that control of such technology would give them a huge advantage. However, their activities did not go unnoticed. A new leader has emerged in the ranks of the intelligence services, a determined and intelligent agent named Alexei. He was ready to go to any lengths to catch Charles. Alexei began his hunt, studying every detail and analyzing every action of Charles and Helena. He was persistent and purposeful, and his methods became increasingly sophisticated. Alexei acted methodically and flawlessly. He knew that capturing Charles would require patience and cunning. His people penetrated deeper into the networks of companies associated with Charles's activities and gradually collected more and more incriminating information. Alexei understood that for a successful operation he needed accurate data and carefully planned actions. Meanwhile, Charles and Helena continued to expand their capabilities. Their satellite network, designed for control and surveillance, has borne fruit. They could track the movements of key figures in the government and intelligence agencies, which gave them an advantage in any situation. This information allowed them to plan their actions with incredible precision. However, Alexei was also not a failure. He managed to infiltrate one of Charles's most secure networks, gaining access to their satellite data. This allowed him not only to monitor Charles's actions, but also to organize his own operation to neutralize his network. Alexei understood that he couldn't take Charles with a direct attack. He needed to use his own methods, be one step ahead, and play a subtle game. In one of the laboratories of Charles and Helena, where nanorobots were being developed, Alexei introduced his agent. This agent managed to replace part of the development so that nanorobots could not only treat, but also destroy certain targets. Alexei hoped to use this technology against Charles, but did it so that no one would suspect his interference. Charles, always on guard, began to suspect that there was a traitor in his organizations. He strengthened internal security, conducting thorough checks and eliminating any suspicion. However, Alexei was more cunning. He left false traces, diverting suspicions. One day, having received information about an impending intelligence operation, Charles decided to launch a preemptive strike. He organized a series of attacks on objects related to Alexei's activities. These attacks were carefully planned and executed with surgical precision. But Alexei was ready for this too. He used this moment to infiltrate even more of his agents into Charles's ranks. Helena, observing the development of events, suggested that Charles temporarily go into the shadows and reconsider his strategies. They decided to focus on strengthening their position and developing new technologies that could give them even more control. At this time, Alexei continued his operations, preparing the decisive blow. Charles and Helena knew that their enemy was dangerous, but they were not going to give up. They began developing a new plan that would take them to the next level. Their idea was to create an autonomous control system capable of functioning without human intervention. This system could monitor all their operations and ensure maximum security. Alexei, feeling that the moment of truth was approaching, decided to speed up his actions. He assembled a team of the best specialists to deal a decisive blow to Charles's network. During one of the operations, he managed to capture important documents that could lead to the exposure of all the plans of Charles and Helena. However, Charles, always anticipating the moves of his enemies, was ready for this. He organized a diversionary operation that misled the intelligence services and allowed him to escape. This game continued, and each time Charles remained one step ahead. Their story continued, full of intrigue, danger, and constant struggle for survival. Charles and Helena knew that their journey was not over yet, and they were ready for new challenges, confident in their ability to overcome any obstacles. The world they lived in required constant movement forward, and they accepted this challenge with determination and composure. Alexei managed to introduce his people into one of the companies associated with Charles's projects. He began to collect information that could lead to a clue to their plans. Charles, sensing a threat, increased security measures and began counterintelligence activities. A new phase of the struggle began, where each side tried to outwit the other. Charles and Helena understood that their opponent was dangerous, but they were not going to give up. Their story continued to evolve, full of danger and intrigue. They were ready for new challenges and confident that their intelligence and determination would help them survive in this cruel world where every day was a struggle for power and survival. Every day the pressure on Charles and Helena increased. Alexei continued his operations, hoping that luck would eventually turn his way. He assembled a team of the best analysts and hackers to uncover all the secret passages and secluded places where Charles and his organization were hiding. Charles, realizing the seriousness of the situation, decided to take drastic measures. He gathered all his closest associates and proposed to them a plan that could radically change the course of their struggle. This plan consisted of creating a new control center located in a highly secret location inaccessible to intelligence agencies. This center would be the brains of their operation, controlled by the artificial intelligence they had been developing over the past few years. This center was built in an abandoned underground base left over from the Cold War. Charles and Helena personally supervised all stages of construction, ensuring maximum secrecy and protection. The latest technology was installed inside the base, allowing it to manage operations around the world without being noticed. Meanwhile, Alexei managed to obtain information that Charles and Helena were preparing something big. He intensified his efforts to find their new hideout. With the help of his agents, he began to look for any traces that could lead to this center. Charles and Helena, anticipating this move, decided to carry out a diversionary operation. They launched a series of hoax operations around the world to confuse intelligence agencies and give them false targets. At this time, their center was completely ready for work. The artificial intelligence they called Nexus was launched and began its work of coordinating all the activities of their organization. Nexus has proven to be incredibly effective. He analyzed huge amounts of data, predicted the actions of enemies, and developed strategies that were inaccessible even to Charles himself. This gave them a huge advantage, and their operations became even more successful and discreet. But Alexei did not give up. He felt that he was on the verge of solving a mystery. During one of the operations, he managed to capture one of Charles's people, who knew about the existence of the Nexus. Under pressure, the agent revealed the location of the underground base. Alexei immediately organized a large-scale operation to capture the base. At this time, Charles and Helena, having learned about the impending threat, decided to use their last trump card. They prepared the base to self-destruct in order to prevent the enemy from capturing the Nexus and all their developments. When the intelligence services burst into the base, Charles and Helena were already ready. At the last moment, they activated the self-destruct system and managed to escape through a secret tunnel. The base exploded, destroying all traces of their activities and leaving Alexei with nothing. But this was not the end. Charles and Helena understood that the struggle continued. They decided to start over from scratch, but now with even greater caution and secrecy. Their story is not over, and they are ready for new challenges, knowing that every day they are free is a small victory in this endless game. Alexei, realizing that they had slipped away again, did not give up. He knew that this battle was far from over and continued his hunt, hoping that one day luck would smile on him. The game continued, and the stakes became higher, but both Charles and Alexei were ready for this dangerous and exciting battle. Charles and Helena, realizing that their previous methods had become too risky, decided to make a move that could radically change their situation. They decided to focus on creating a network of influence that permeated all spheres of society, from politics to finance and media. They knew that their strength now lay not only in stealth, but also in control of key resources and people. To do this, they began work with recruiting new talent and creating a training system. They attracted young and promising specialists from various fields, providing them with unique opportunities for development. These people became their agents of influence, working in key positions in government, corporations, and the media. Thus, Charles and Helena created an invisible empire, where each figure was connected to them by invisible threads. Helena continued to develop her international connections, entering into new alliances and agreements with criminal groups and political leaders. She created a support network that allowed them to operate on a global level without attracting too much attention to themselves. One of Charles's main goals was to create a fund that would invest in promising startups and innovative projects. This fund, officially registered and legally operating, became a cover for their operations. With its help, they could not only earn money but also introduce their technologies and developments into various companies, gaining access to important information and resources. Meanwhile, Alexei, without giving up his attempts to catch Charles, began to study his new steps. He realized that Charles had changed tactics and was now acting more sophisticated. Alexei decided to use his experience and knowledge to penetrate this new network of influence. He began by creating a team of analysts who could identify patterns and connections between various figures and events. Gradually, they began to unravel how Charles and Helena were building their empire. Alexei decided to use this information to hit the most vulnerable parts of their network. Charles, having foreseen such a move, strengthened security measures and began to act even more secretly. He constantly changed his routes, used dummies, and created false leads, but Alexei was inexorable. He placed his agents in several key companies associated with Charles's foundation and began collecting data. Soon, Alexei realized that he had a real opportunity to strike. He organized a series of raids and arrests aimed at undermining Charles's network of influence. These actions created temporary chaos, but Charles and Helena, thanks to their preparedness and foresight, quickly adapted to the new situation. Charles decided to strike back. He organized a large-scale operation aimed at disinformation and undermining the reputation of Alexei and his team. With the help of his agents of influence, he spread false information that discredited the actions of the intelligence services and sowed distrust among their leadership. This move allowed Charles and Helena to regain their positions and strengthen their network of influence. They continued their game, stopping at nothing. Each new challenge made them stronger and smarter, helping them stay one step ahead of their enemies. Alexei, despite temporary setbacks, did not lose his determination. He understood that his opponents were incredibly smart and inventive, but this only spurred him on to new actions. He continued his hunt, knowing that the fight for justice and order required constant readiness and determination. The story of Charles and Helena continued, full of dangers, intrigues, and unexpected twists. They knew that their journey was not yet complete, and they were ready for new challenges, confident in their ability to overcome any obstacles. The world they lived in required constant movement forward, and they accepted this challenge with determination and composure. Charles and Helena understood that every mistake they made could be fatal. They have strengthened their security measures by implementing the latest developments in cyber defense and physical security. They created backup databases and duplication systems to protect their information from possible attacks. Alexei, despite temporary setbacks, continued his hunt. He developed a new plan that would undermine Charles's credibility within his own organization. Alexei began to spread rumors and fake evidence hinting at betrayal on the part of Charles's closest associates. This tactic sowed distrust and suspicion among his men. At this time, Charles and Helena decided to use one of their old tactics, disinformation. They began to spread false information about their plans and actions in order to confuse the intelligence agencies. This operation was carefully thought out and planned so that the enemies could not distinguish truth from lies. One day, Charles received information about an upcoming intelligence operation aimed at capturing him. Alexei, using information received from Victor, planned a large-scale attack on one of Charles's key hideouts. This operation was to be decisive, but Charles was ready for it. He developed a plan to intercept the attack and use it to his advantage. Charles decided to set up a trap that would allow him to neutralize most of the enemy forces and inflict serious damage on them. On the day of the operation, his men were ready. When security forces stormed the building, they faced a brutal counterattack. Charles used his communications and surveillance network to coordinate the actions of his men. Thanks to this, he managed not only to repel the attack, but also to capture several intelligence agents. These agents became a valuable source of information that Charles used to further his actions. Helena, observing the success of the operation, proposed a retaliatory strike. They decided to carry out a series of attacks on targets associated with the intelligence services in order to divert attention from their main goals and create chaos in the ranks of their enemies. These attacks were carried out with precision and composure, allowing them to achieve significant successes. Alexei, realizing that his plan had failed, decided to change tactics. He began working with international partners to organize a larger operation against Charles. Joint groups were created, including the best cybersecurity specialists and analysts from different countries. Charles, anticipating this move, strengthened his international connections and strengthened alliances with other criminal groups. He knew that only well-coordinated actions could help them survive in this cruel game. He also began working on new projects that could give them even more advantages. One such initiative was the development of an artificial intelligence system capable of analyzing and predicting the actions of enemies. This project was carried out in strict secrecy, and its success would be an important step in the fight for survival. Nexus continued to evolve, becoming an increasingly powerful and effective tool. Meanwhile, Alexei prepared a new plan, which was supposed to be a decisive blow. He launched a cyber attack on Charles's key servers, hoping to gain access to their network and paralyze their activities. However, Charles was ready for this. Its security systems, built on the basis of artificial intelligence, repelled the attack and neutralized the threat. Charles and Helena continued to develop their empire, strengthening it and introducing new technologies. They knew that only innovation and constant movement forward would help them survive and maintain their influence. At the same time, they understood that their enemies were also not standing still and were developing new methods of struggle. One day, Charles and Elena received information about a major international conference on cybersecurity, which was supposed to bring together leading experts from different countries. They decided to use this conference for their own purposes, not only to gain access to new developments and technologies, but also to introduce their agents into the circles of high-ranking participants. Preparations for the operation began several months before the conference. Forged documents were produced, and a cover was created for their agents, who were supposed to work under the guise of representatives of legitimate companies. Charles and Helena personally coordinated all stages of preparation to ensure maximum safety and efficiency of the operation. On the day of the conference, their agents, carefully prepared and trained, began to carry out their tasks. They made acquaintances, collected information, and introduced special devices to intercept data. This operation was planned with the precision of a military mission, and Charles was confident of its success. However, Alexei, having learned about Charles's plans, decided to strike. He also infiltrated the conference, hoping to identify and capture Charles's men. Alexei understood that this was his chance to catch Charles and his people in the act. In the midst of the conference, a fierce battle broke out between Alexei's agents and Charles's men. It was a battle of technology and intelligence, where every step was thought out and verified. Charles, watching from his hideout, used the Nexus to coordinate efforts and ensure the safety of his men. Elena, being on the spot, personally led the operation, ensuring prompt decision-making and real-time adjustments to the plan. Their agents, using advanced technology and the ability to disguise themselves, managed to bypass most of the traps and deftly avoided capture. Alexei, seeing that his plan was not working, decided to use extreme measures. He activated a cyber attack on the conference's security systems, hoping to create chaos and use it to his advantage. But Nexus, anticipating this move, repelled the attack and seized control of the systems. As a result, instead of catching Charles's people, the intelligence services found themselves trapped. Their networks were hacked, and information about their plans and operations fell into the hands of Charles. This was a huge success for him and his team, and they used the findings to further strengthen their position. Charles and Helena decided not to stop there. They understood that every success made them more vulnerable to new attacks. They began to develop new strategies and plans that were supposed to make them even more elusive and dangerous. They began to create a network of secret shelters and bases located in different countries. These bases were equipped with the latest technology and protected from all known threats. Charles and Helena personally inspected each base, ensuring it was prepared for any eventuality. Meanwhile, Alexei, realizing that his plan had failed, did not give up. He began to develop new tactics, which were to become even more cunning and insidious. He brought in the best experts in psychology and behavioral analysis to better understand Charles's actions and motives. Charles and Helena, feeling the growing pressure, did not relax. They continued to work on their projects, developing new technologies and strengthening ties with their allies. Their story continued, full of intrigue, danger, and unexpected turns. They knew that new challenges lay ahead and they were ready to face them with determination and composure. Helena has always been Charles's faithful and reliable partner. Her ability to plan and coordinate actions made her indispensable in their dangerous game. However, despite all the precautions, the enemies were still able to find a way to strike. One day, Charles and Helena received information about a meeting with an important ally in one of the European capitals. This meeting was supposed to strengthen their position and open up new opportunities for expanding their empire. Preparations for the meeting were thorough and all safety measures were taken. Meanwhile, Alexei and his team, having received information about the plans of Charles and Helena, developed a complex plan to capture them. Alexei decided to take advantage of the moment when Elena would be most vulnerable, during her trip to the meeting. Elena, confident in her safety, went to the meeting with a small escort. She used fake documents and a carefully planned route to avoid the attention of her enemies. But Alexei was ready for this. His agents infiltrated the city's security system and gained access to surveillance cameras, allowing them to track Elena's movements. When Elena arrived at the meeting place, everything seemed calm. But suddenly, as she was getting out of the car, a group of mercenaries attacked her. It was a lightning-fast operation, planned with maximum precision. Elena was left no chance of salvation. She was killed on the spot. Charles, upon learning of the tragedy, was shocked. The loss of Elena was a huge blow for him. She was not only his partner but also a close friend. Charles felt like his world had collapsed, but he knew he couldn't afford to show weakness. His grief quickly turned to determination. He vowed to find and punish those behind the attack, using everything, his resources and connections. Charles began a large-scale investigation to identify those responsible. He acted coldly and ruthlessly, eliminating everyone who was involved in Elena's death. Alexei, realizing that Charles would not stop, strengthened security measures. But Charles, driven by anger and a desire for revenge, was ready to do anything to achieve his goal. He began to attack intelligence facilities, carrying out sabotage and attacks that created chaos and destruction. Meanwhile, Charles continued to develop his projects, realizing that only a powerful and well-organized structure could ensure his victory. He attracted new people who were willing to work for him, despite the danger. His empire continued to grow, and every day brought new opportunities and threats. The memory of Helen always remained with Charles. Her death became an incentive for him to continue the fight and strengthen his empire. He knew that every day was a new battle, and he was ready to take on the challenge with determination and composure. Their story continued, and Charles was determined to complete what he started, despite all the obstacles and dangers. Charles, shocked by Helen's death, decided to personally find out who was behind her murder. His grief turned to cold determination, and he mobilized all his resources to launch a large-scale investigation. Every agent, every connection, and every available resource was focused on finding answers. The first task was to gather information about the mercenaries who attacked Helena. Charles knew that such operations required significant resources and a carefully thought-out plan, so he focused on finding leads in criminal circles and among famous mercenaries. Charles used his surveillance and communications network to track the mercenaries' movements on the day of the assassination. His team carefully checked all the surveillance cameras in the area of the attack, trying to find footage that could shed light on the identities of the attackers. After several days of analyzing the video footage, they discovered key clues. The recordings showed that the mercenaries used professional camouflage techniques, but one of them made the mistake of removing his mask for a few seconds. This moment was enough to identify one of the attackers. Charles ordered his men to track this mercenary, which led them to one of the European criminal groups known for their contract killings. The leader of this group turned out to be Karl Vitali, a ruthless criminal specializing in contract killings. Charles decided to set a trap for Vitali by organizing a false deal. During this operation, Charles's men captured Vitali and took him to one of the secret hideouts. In a dark room, lit only by one lamp, Vitali sat tied up on a chair. Charles, watching him, knew that he could not afford to be soft. Charles began the interrogation, using all his experience and skill. Under pressure, Vitali admitted that the order to kill Elena came from Alexei. Alexei knew about the planned meeting with his ally and used this opportunity to strike. Alexei's name did not come as a surprise to Charles. He understood that Alexei would stop at nothing to catch him. Now that he knew the truth, Charles could devise a plan for revenge. He continued the interrogation to find out all the details of the operation, including the organization of the attack, the resources involved, and the individuals involved. Every detail was important to Charles so that he could prepare his counterattack. After the interrogation was completed, Charles released Vitali, warning him of the consequences of betrayal. Now, with the full picture, Charles began to develop a plan for revenge. He decided to strike at Alexei himself, depriving him of support and destroying his operations. Charles knew that this fight would be difficult and dangerous, but he was willing to risk everything to avenge Helena. He began to coordinate his forces, preparing for the decisive battle. Every new information and every new ally brought him closer to his goal. Charles couldn't afford to lose. His story continued, and he was determined to complete what he started, despite all the obstacles and dangers. Charles, completely focused on his mission, began to build a complex network of operations aimed at undermining Alexei's position. He carefully analyzed every detail, planning his moves with the precision of a chess grandmaster. His men operated throughout the world, infiltrating key locations to gather information and prepare the way for the main attack. Charles's first targets were Alexei's closest allies. Charles decided to use blackmail and bribery methods to weaken their loyalty and create internal discord. He began with small but significant operations, which gradually eroded Alexei's support and created distrust within his organization. Charles also intensified his cyber attacks on the communications and security systems of the intelligence agencies where Alexei worked. Using his Nexus artificial intelligence, he infiltrated secure networks, collecting valuable data and destroying critical enemy assets. These attacks created chaos and disorganization, giving Charles additional time to prepare for the decisive blow. At the same time, Charles continued to develop his international connections. He made several key agreements with criminal groups and politicians, securing himself support and resources for the upcoming battle. His new allies provided him with information about the movements of Alexei and his team, which allowed Charles to act even more accurately. Meanwhile, Alexei, realizing that Charles was beginning to press him from different sides, began to strengthen security measures. He created several new teams specializing in counterintelligence and hunting down Charles's agents. However, Charles's actions were so sophisticated and unexpected that Alexei barely had time to react to new threats. Charles understood that for final victory, he needed not only to weaken Alexei, but also to deliver a decisive blow. He decided to organize a large-scale operation that was supposed to take Alexei out of the game. To do this, he developed a complex plan including several red herrings and false leads. Charles began by organizing a series of false operations that diverted the attention of Alexei and his team. While they were busy trying to expose these operations, Charles prepared the main attack. He chose the moment when Alexei was most vulnerable, during one of his secret meetings with informants. Charles used all his resources and capabilities to prepare this operation. His men infiltrated the secure area where the meeting was to take place and installed hidden cameras and microphones. When Alexei and his men arrived, Charles was ready. In the midst of the meeting, the attack began. Charles's men acted with lightning speed and ruthlessness. Within a few minutes, most of Alexei's guards were neutralized. Alexei, realizing that he had fallen into a trap, tried to hide, but Charles's people were everywhere. Charles, watching the operation through cameras, followed every move. Ultimately, Alexei was captured and taken to one of Charles's secret hideouts. This was the moment Charles had been waiting for since the day Helena died. Now that his main enemy was in his hands, Charles knew that his journey was not yet completed. He was ready to use all the information he received to finally destroy Alexei's organization and ensure the safety of his empire. With the death of Alexei, Charles felt relief, but knew that the victory was not yet final. Despite significant losses, Alexei's organization could try to take revenge or reform under a new leader. Charles decided to continue his campaign to destroy the remnants of Alexei's network. Charles focused his efforts on strengthening his position and preventing possible threats. He continued to use the Nexus to analyze data and predict enemy actions. With his help, Charles was able to identify and eliminate several hidden cells associated with Alexei's organization. One of the main tasks was to expose traitors and spies who might remain in his own ranks. Charles carried out a massive purge, testing the loyalty of every agent. Thanks to this, he managed to avoid several sabotage attempts and ensure the safety of his empire. Meanwhile, Charles continued to develop his projects. It has invested heavily in developing new technologies and expanding its international connections. His influence grew, and he became one of the most powerful and elusive criminal leaders in the world. However, despite the successes, Charles understood that he could not relax. He always remained on guard and prepared for possible attacks. His men continued to work around the clock to ensure security and control of key facilities. Several months passed, and Charles was finally able to return to his long-term plans. He began developing new projects in the field of biotechnology and artificial intelligence, seeking to use these advances to strengthen his empire. His goal was not only to maintain his influence, but also to create a basis for long-term control and protection. Charles also began working actively to improve his relations with governments and international organizations. He used his resources and influence to secure lucrative deals and secure high-level support. This allowed him to further strengthen his position and reduce the threat from law enforcement agencies. Despite his apparent calm, Charles was always ready for new challenges. He knew that in this world one could not be completely sure of one's safety, and he continued to develop his projects and strengthen his empire. His story continued, full of intrigue, danger, and unexpected twists. Years passed, and Charles's name became a legend in the criminal world. His achievements and ability to evade justice were feared and respected. He became a symbol of strength and cunning, and many tried to imitate him, but none could match his genius. After destroying Alexei's organization and strengthening his position, Charles decided to carry out another daring operation to show that he was still in the game and was not going to stop. This time, his target was a bank in Texas, one of the largest and most secure in the region. Charles knew that the success of this operation would not only bring him significant profits, but also strengthen his reputation as the elusive mastermind of the criminal world. Charles began by choosing a target. He conducted a thorough analysis of several banks in Texas, assessing their security systems, location, and profit potential. Ultimately, his choice fell on the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas. This bank kept huge reserves of cash and securities, and its security systems were considered one of the most reliable in the country. Planning for the operation began with a detailed study of all aspects of the bank's security. Charles used his extensive connections to gain access to information about CCTV systems, security protocols, and patrol routes. He also hired a team of hacking and security experts to help him develop an infiltration plan. The first step was to introduce our people into the bank. Charles set up shell companies that contracted to provide services to the bank, from maintenance to security. These front workers began gathering information from the inside, analyzing weaknesses and developing infiltration strategies. At the same time, Charles developed diversionary maneuvers to divert the attention of the police and intelligence agencies. He planned a series of petty robberies and sabotages throughout the city to create chaos and disorganization. These actions were intended to provide additional time and reduce the risk of detection of the underlying operation. Charles also created several false leads that were supposed to lead the investigation astray. He framed several criminal gangs to appear as prime suspects in a series of robberies. This allowed him to maintain his anonymity and reduce the risk of exposure. When all preparations were completed, Charles assembled his team and gave detailed instructions. Each participant in the operation knew his role and tasks. They trained in a specially prepared area that simulated the inside of a bank to be prepared for any situation. The day of the robbery was carefully chosen. It was a Friday evening when there were minimal employees at the bank, and the police's attention was scattered due to previous sabotage. Charles and his team arrived at the site disguised as maintenance workers, using fake documents and passes. Having got inside, they quickly neutralized the security and turned off the video surveillance systems. Then, using their skills and equipment, they broke into the safes and began removing money and securities. The operation was carried out with maximum speed and precision to minimize time spent at the crime scene. When the operation was completed, Charles and his team left the bank as quietly as they had arrived. They used several pre-prepared retreat routes to avoid pursuit. All traces were carefully disguised, and false traces led the police astray. The robbery of the Federal Reserve Bank in Dallas was one of Charles's most daring and successful operations. He not only made huge profits, but also strengthened his reputation as an elusive and brilliant criminal. However, Charles knew that every success made him a target for new enemies, and he continued to remain on guard, preparing for new challenges and trials. Despite the careful planning and successful completion of the robbery, Charles made one serious mistake that could cost him his freedom and his life. After his team left the bank, he decided to take with him not only money and securities, but also several electronic devices that could contain important information. This decision turned out to be fatal. These devices, including laptops and external hard drives, contain not only data about the bank, but also information about its own transactions and relationships. In a hurry and under time pressure, Charles did not have time to thoroughly check and remove all incriminating materials. This became the very trail that could lead the intelligence services to his empire. After the robbery, when Charles was analyzing the loot, he realized his mistake. One of the laptops turned out to be protected with complex passwords and encryption systems, which raised suspicions. Charles tried to open it to find out what data was stored on it, but instead activated the built-in security systems, which began automatically transmitting signals to the bank's security servers. Charles immediately tried to isolate the device and prevent information leakage, but it was too late. Signals have already begun to arrive on the servers, and the bank, and then the intelligence services, received a warning about the hack. They began analyzing the data and soon discovered incriminating information. Intelligence agencies quickly responded by launching an investigation. They noticed strange movements of funds and anomalous network activity that pointed to a connection between the robbery and Charles's organization. Analysts began collecting all available data, trying to find even the slightest trace that could lead them to the criminal. Meanwhile, Charles realized that he had made a serious mistake and began to prepare for a counterattack. He knew that the intelligence services could get on his trail at any moment and began to develop a plan to destroy all possible evidence. He ordered his men to destroy all documents and data that could compromise him and his organization. However, the trail had already been left, and the intelligence services began to approach. Charles decided to use one of his old tactics: disinformation. He began to spread false leads that led the investigation away from his real operations. At the same time, he organized several diversionary maneuvers to slow down their progress. But the security services were persistent. They increased the pressure and began hunting Charles's men. Several of his closest associates were detained and, under threat of prison terms, began to testify. Charles knew that the circle was closing and he needed to act quickly. At this critical moment, Charles decided to risk everything to save his empire. He organized a daring operation to destroy the servers on which information about his actions was stored. This operation was extremely dangerous and required maximum precision and coordination. Charles and his team entered the data center where the servers were located and planted explosive devices. The operation was successful and all data was destroyed. This gave Charles time to regroup and tighten security measures. However, the security services did not give up. They continued the hunt, realizing that it was a matter of time to catch Charles. Charles knew that his life and his empire were hanging by a thread, but he was not going to give up. He continued to develop new strategies and plans, preparing for new challenges and dangers. Charles's story continued, full of intrigue, danger, and unexpected twists. He was ready for any battle, knowing that every new day is a new challenge that he must accept with determination and composure. Charles remained elusive for a long time, but his last mistake was the stone that launched the avalanche. After destroying the servers and temporarily eluding intelligence agencies, Charles decided that he needed to quiet down and reconsider his actions. However, despite all his precautions, he was unable to completely erase the traces left by his operations. The intelligence services, having lost part of the data due to the explosion, did not give up. They began methodically collecting information about those who might be associated with Charles. One of these people turned out to be an old acquaintance of Charles named Victor, who once worked for him, but then went into the shadows. The intelligence services found Victor and, after much interrogation and persuasion, obtained key information from him. Victor knew enough about Charles's methods and connections to help the intelligence services create an accurate profile of his activities. He pointed out several key points where Charles could hide and conduct his operations. In exchange for protection and a reduced prison sentence, Victor agreed to work with the authorities. The intelligence services used the information received to organize a large-scale operation to capture Charles. They started by tracking his financial flows and contacts, hoping to find a weak link. Gradually, the circle narrowed and agents were able to identify several places that Charles could use as hideouts. One of these points turned out to be a country house, which Charles used for meetings and planning operations. This place was located in a remote area, and access to it was strictly limited. The intelligence services decided to use the element of surprise and carefully planned the operation. On the night of the siege, a group of special forces surrounded the house. They acted silently so as not to give away their presence ahead of time. When everything was ready, the team rushed inside. Charles and his men were taken by surprise. Charles tried to escape through a secret exit, but the special forces already knew about his existence and blocked it. Charles, realizing that he had fallen into a trap, made a last attempt at resistance, but the forces were unequal. He was captured and taken under heavy security to the headquarters of the special services. A long interrogation and trial awaited him there. Intelligence agencies carefully documented all the evidence collected against Charles. He was charged with multiple counts, including robbery, murder, and organizing a criminal group. The trial was long and complex, But Charles was ultimately found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. The operation was a huge success for the intelligence services, and Charles's name became a symbol that even the most elusive criminals would eventually be caught. Despite all his skills and cunning, Charles made one mistake that became his downfall. His story, full of intrigue, danger, and unexpected turns, has come to an end, leaving behind a trail of destruction and betrayal. After Charles's capture and conviction, the criminal world breathed a sigh of relief, but also remained wary. His name became a legend, and many imitators tried to take his place. However, no one could match Charles's genius and audacity. Charles was placed in one of the most secure prisons in the country. Behind him were years filled with intrigue, danger, and incredible operations. He knew he would have a lot of time to think in prison. Despite his imprisonment, Charles did not lose spirit. He began writing memoirs describing his adventures and strategies. His records have become a valuable source for criminologists and intelligence agencies trying to understand and predict the actions of criminals like him. Meanwhile, the intelligence services continued to liquidate the remnants of his empire. A series of operations were carried out to detain the remaining members of his organization. Many of them tried to escape, but most were caught thanks to information received from Charles and his closest associates. Charles's life in prison was harsh. He was always under surveillance and his every move was controlled. But he remained calm and confident, knowing that he had done everything possible to build his empire and protect it. Even behind bars, his mind continued to work, and he did not give up trying to develop new plans. Gradually, his name began to fade from the news, and new criminals took his place in crime chronicles. However, the legend of Charles lived on in the memories of those who knew him and encountered him. His ability to evade justice, audacity, and cunning became an example for many who aspired to power and wealth. In the end, Charles accepted that his era was over. He left behind a legacy that will live long after he is gone. His story became a lesson for those who tried to follow in his footsteps, a reminder that everyone, even the most cunning criminal, will sooner or later meet his end. Thus ended the story of Charles, a legendary criminal genius whose name and deeds will be remembered for a long time. His journey was full of ups and downs, victories and defeats, but he left an indelible mark on the world of crime. The world continued to turn and new legends replaced old ones, but Charles's story will live on as a reminder of the power of the mind and the inexorability of fate. Criminal History 7. In a quiet suburb of Seattle, in a small house on the outskirts, lived a boy named Marcus Blake. From early childhood, Marcus was distinguished by his extraordinary intelligence and curiosity. He was only 5 years old when he first encountered a computer. His father, a software engineer, often brought home old computers to take apart and study with his son. Marcus quickly mastered the basics of working with technology, and soon his interest grew into a real passion. By the age of 8, Marcus was fluent in writing simple programs, had hacked into the school server to gain access to course materials, and exhibited abilities that far exceeded his peers. His parents were proud of his success, but they had no idea how deeply he was immersed in the world of cyberspace. After spending a lot of time reading books and articles about hacking, Marcus began exploring the dark corners of the internet. He met various hacker groups and quickly became part of their community. His skills grew, and by the age of 12 he could already hack complex security systems without being noticed. School became boring and unremarkable for Marcus. He could not find a common language with his peers, and he was often teased for his passion for computers. But Marcus didn't pay attention to it. His main goal was to prove to himself and the whole world that he was capable of more. At the age of 15, Marcus committed his first serious hack. He broke into the local bank system and managed to transfer a large amount of money into an account that he had prepared in advance. This success gave him confidence in his abilities and showed him that he could use his skills not only for fun, but also to achieve specific goals. By the age of 16, Marcus was already known in hacker circles under the pseudonym Nemesis. His actions became more daring and ambitious. He hacked the systems of large corporations, government agencies, and even international organizations. Marcus always remained one step ahead of his pursuers, playing a dangerous game with them, where his freedom and life were at stake. But despite all the success and recognition in the hacker community, Marcus remained lonely. He lived in constant fear of being exposed, and this made him even more careful. He carefully hid his identity, and none of his online acquaintances knew who he really was. Thus began the story of Marcus Blake, the most dangerous hacker in the world, whose actions changed the course of history and threatened the security of entire states. His journey was just beginning, and new challenges and dangers awaited him ahead, which he did not even suspect yet. Every year, Marcus Blake's skills became more and more sophisticated. His hacks became more and more daring, and his goals became more and more ambitious. He didn't just invade systems, he left behind traces that could lead to catastrophic consequences. His name began to appear in intelligence reports, but Marcus was always one step ahead. One day, during one of his hacks, Marcus discovered classified information that could compromise national security. These were plans for a large-scale operation against a terrorist organization. He realized that this information was of great value and decided to use it for his own purposes. By selling it to interested parties, he received not only a large sum of money, but also access to new resources and opportunities. Marcus began to create his network of hackers, selecting the most talented and ambitious. He shared his knowledge with them and helped develop their skills. His team became one of the most dangerous in the world, capable of hacking any system and infiltrating the most secure databases. One day, while Marcus was working on another hack, he discovered that he was being watched. Someone managed to break into his system and leave a message warning him that he was under close surveillance. Marcus realized that he was being hunted, and this made him even more careful. He changed his location and strengthened the protection of his systems, but the feeling of danger did not leave him. Despite all the precautions, one night the security services broke into his house. Marcus barely managed to escape, leaving behind hacked computers and destroyed data. He realized that he was now on the run, and his every move would be tracked. But that didn't stop him. On the contrary, it gave him even more determination. Marcus went underground but continued his activities. He became even more secretive and dangerous. His attacks became more destructive, and he began to act against those who hunted him. He hacked into intelligence systems, disrupted their plans, and revealed classified information, jeopardizing their operations. Marcus Blake has become a legend in the hacker community. His name evoked fear and respect. But he knew that his journey was just beginning. A long and dangerous path lay ahead of him, where every mistake could cost him his life. But Marcus was ready to take on this challenge. He was ready to go to the end to prove that he is the most dangerous hacker in the world. Moving to New York was a strategic move for Marcus Blake. He understood that in a huge metropolis with its millions of inhabitants and endless possibilities, it is easier to get lost and continue his activities. New York provided ideal conditions for anonymity and new attacks. Marcus rented a small apartment in Brooklyn, equipped it with the most modern technology, and turned it into a real command center. He continued to run his hacker network, now from the heart of one of the most dynamic cities in the world. Every day, his operations became more and more sophisticated. One day, while sitting in front of his monitors, Marcus received a message from an unknown sender. It contained information about a large financial corporation that was engaged in dishonest fraud and money laundering. Marcus decided that this could be his next big hack. He began to study the corporation and soon discovered that influential people associated with the government were behind its activities. Marcus began to carefully plan his attack. He knew that he would have to confront not only powerful defense systems, but also highly trained cybersecurity specialists. Using all his skills and resources, he developed a plan that would be one of the most daring and large-scale hacks of his career. Finally, the day came when Marcus decided to take action. He connected to the corporation's system, hacking one security link after another. His fingers flashed across the keys with incredible speed, his eyes intensely watching the many screens. The system turned out to be more complex than he expected, but this only fueled his excitement. After several hours of hard work, Marcus finally got to the data he needed. He copied all the information about the corporation's illegal operations and prepared it for distribution. The hack was successful, but Marcus knew this was just the beginning. Now it was necessary to ensure that this information reached the right people and caused maximum resonance. Marcus sent the data to various news outlets and influential bloggers, leaving behind trails that led to corrupt officials and businessmen. Soon, information about the corporation's machinations appeared on the front pages of all news publications. The scandal erupted instantly, and an investigation began, which led to the arrests and resignations of high-ranking officials. Marcus knew that his actions drew even more attention to his person, but he also understood that only such bold steps could change the system and show that even the most powerful people are not immune from retribution. Now Marcus has become not just the most dangerous hacker in the world, but also a symbol of the fight against corruption and injustice. His name was spoken with respect and fear, and his actions aroused admiration and hatred. But for Marcus, this was just another victory on his long and dangerous path. New challenges awaited him ahead, and he was ready to accept them with an open heart and cold calculation. After successfully hacking and exposing a financial corporation, Marcus Blake realized that his influence and capabilities had grown significantly. However, with this came new dangers. He had to be even more careful and resourceful to stay one step ahead of his enemies. Soon, Marcus received another message, this time from a mysterious hacker group known as the Shadow. This group offered him cooperation as part of a large-scale operation against an international corporation involved in the illegal sale of weapons. Marcus knew that such alliances could be dangerous, but the offer was too tempting to refuse. He contacted the group's leader, known under the pseudonym Phantom. The Phantom told Marcus about the corporation's plans and how they could stop its activities. It was a difficult and risky undertaking, but Marcus saw this as an opportunity to once again prove his strength and skills. They began to work together, coordinating their actions and exchanging information. Marcus hacked the corporation's security systems, gaining access to their internal servers. There he discovered evidence of illegal activities and plans for future transactions. Using this information, he and Shadow developed a plan of attack. On the day of the operation, Marcus and his new team began their attack on several fronts. They hacked communication systems, paralyzed financial transactions, and released incriminating documents. The corporation found itself in chaos, and its leaders panicked and tried to hide traces of their crimes. However, the operation was not without complications. The corporation quickly realized that it was the victim of a hacker attack and tried to hire cybersecurity specialists to neutralize the threat. Marcus and his team found themselves in the middle of a cyber war, where every mistake could lead to failure. With tension growing by the minute, Marcus used all his resources and skills to maintain control of the situation. He managed to bypass all counterattacks and complete the operation. When the dust settled, it turned out that the corporation had suffered a crushing defeat and its leaders were arrested. Marcus once again found himself at the pinnacle of glory, but he understood that he was now a target for even more powerful enemies. He continued to act cautiously, changing his methods and strengthening his defenses. Despite all this, he felt that he was constantly being watched. One night, while watching the news, Marcus saw a report about mysterious murders related to hacking activities. He realized that his enemies would not limit themselves to cyber attacks. They are ready to do anything to stop him. Marcus increased his security measures but knew that every next step could be decisive. He continued his fight without giving up and stopping at nothing. A long and dangerous game lay ahead of him, where the stakes were higher than ever. But Marcus was ready to go to the end to preserve his freedom and continue his mission. Several months have passed since Marcus and his team dealt a crushing blow to an international corporation. However, the peace was imaginary, and he knew that the enemies were not going to give up. He strengthened his defenses, changed all passwords and codes, and moved to another apartment, equipped with an underground bunker with multi-layer protection. One evening, while browsing the internet, Marcus came across a strange message addressed to him. It was an invitation to a private forum of world-class hackers that was legendary. They said that this forum was inaccessible to the majority and served as a platform for exchanging the most secret information and planning large-scale operations. Marcus accepted the invitation and plunged into discussions on the forum. He found a lot of useful information but also realized that he was not alone in his desire to change the world. Soon one of the forum moderators approached him with a proposal. It was a man under the pseudonym Chimera who proposed a joint attack on the world's largest network of information providers, known for its total surveillance and data manipulation. Marcus realized that this would be his largest and most dangerous project. He agreed, and they began to carefully prepare. Chimera and his team provided detailed plans and access to secret channels. Marcus used his knowledge and resources to infiltrate the systems of this network and prepare everything necessary for the attack. The day of the operation arrived. Marcus and his team began hacking from several locations around the world. It was a carefully coordinated attack that included shutting down key servers, destroying backups, and releasing compromising information into the public domain. During the attack, Marcus felt something went wrong. The systems began to resist with incredible force, and at one moment he realized that they had fallen into a trap. The entire operation was under the supervision of the special services, who were waiting for the moment to capture. Marcus quickly gave the command to retreat, but it was too late. Agents in black masks suddenly burst into his apartment. He managed to destroy key data and activate the system's self-destruct protocols, but he was caught and immobilized. Waking up in a dark cell, Marcus realized that he was in the hands of enemies. Stern faces surrounded him, and he realized that this was the end of his freedom. He was brought in for questioning, where a high-ranking agent began talking to him. "Did you think you could avoid retribution?" asked the agent with an icy grin. "We've been keeping an eye on you for a long time, Marcus Blake, and now that you're in our hands, your game is over." But Marcus was not going to give up. His mind was still working at full capacity, and he knew that even from this situation, he could find a way out. He began to develop an escape plan, using everything he knew about security systems and human psychology. His only hope was to use his skills and contacts on the outside to organize a rescue mission. He transmitted an encrypted message to his allies through code signs, which he managed to leave unnoticed in the cell. Meanwhile, free, his team began to act. They found his location and developed a rescue plan. Everything was ready, and on the appointed day they broke into the building where Marcus was being held, using all their skills and resources. Having hacked the security systems and overcome all obstacles, they managed to free Marcus. He finally tasted freedom but knew his fight was not over. Now he has become even more careful and secretive. He had to hide and continue his activities from the shadows, remaining the most dangerous hacker in the world. Marcus Blake was free again, ready for new challenges and dangers. His journey continued, and ahead of him lay a long and difficult struggle for truth and justice in a world where cyber warfare had become a new reality. Marcus Blake continued to live in constant shadow. After his escape, he realized that his enemies had become even more dangerous and would not stop until they caught him again. He moved to a new location, carefully hiding his location and avoiding any digital traces. Marcus soon discovered that his past enemies had united to form a global coalition against cybercrime. It was a group consisting of the best security specialists, government agents, and private investigators. They began systematically hunting down hackers, and Marcus was their main target. He decided to launch a preemptive strike. After analyzing their methods and weaknesses, Marcus developed a plan that could destroy this coalition from the inside. He began by infiltrating their systems, collecting information on each member. He then compromised key servers, spoofing data and creating false trails. His attack was lightning fast and accurate. Important files were destroyed or modified, and communications were disrupted. This caused panic and discord in the coalition. They began to suspect each other of betrayal, which only worsened their situation. Marcus took advantage of this moment and began to disable their operations one by one. He published exposés showing that many of the coalition members were themselves involved in illegal activities. Public opinion quickly turned against them, and the coalition collapsed under the onslaught of criticism and internal divisions. With this victory, Marcus realized he needed to keep moving forward. He began collaborating with other hackers who shared his ideals. Together, they created new, more secure systems to protect personal information and combat mass surveillance. Marcus also began training young talents, passing on his knowledge and experience to them. He wanted to create a new generation of hackers who would use their skills for good, not evil. His school of hackers became famous in narrow circles, and many young people sought to get under his wing. Over time, Marcus became a legend, the subject of rumors and stories. His name inspired fear and respect, and his actions continued to change the world. But despite all the successes, he remained in the shadows, always ready for new challenges and dangers. Each new day brought him new tasks and goals. He continued to fight for freedom and justice in a world where technology could become both a tool of oppression and a weapon of liberation. Marcus Blake was ready for any challenge, and his story continued, full of tension and intrigue that made his life both dangerous and exciting. One day, Marcus received an encrypted message from one of his old contacts. It contained information about a large multinational corporation that was engaged in illegal activities, hiding its tracks through a network of subsidiaries and offshore accounts. This corporation was known for its strong security system, and hacking its networks was considered almost impossible. Marcus accepted the challenge. He began with a detailed study of the corporation's network structure. Using his contacts and resources, he gathered information about its security protocols, employees, and internal processes. It took several weeks, but Marcus was patient and methodical in his actions. The first step was to break the outer security layer. Marcus exploited vulnerabilities in the access control system to infiltrate the network. He created fake accounts and used them to bypass primary security mechanisms. He then introduced malware that collected data about the internal network and transmitted it to Marcus. Having gained access to the internal network, Marcus began targeted attacks on key servers. He used social engineering techniques to gain access to highly privileged employee accounts. Pretending to be technical support, he obtained important information about passwords and access keys. With this information, Marcus was able to gain access to the corporation's financial data. He discovered a complex network of offshore accounts and shell companies through which illegal transactions were conducted. Marcus copied all the data and prepared it for public release. But his plan was even more ambitious. Marcus decided to deal an irreparable blow to the corporation. He developed a special virus that was supposed to destroy all backup copies of data and paralyze the operation of key systems. The virus was programmed to activate at certain times when the largest number of employees would be offline, which would minimize their chances of a quick recovery. When Day X arrived, Marcus activated the virus. Within a few minutes, the corporation's main servers were disabled, security systems were helpless against the attack, and all data was destroyed. At the same time, Marcus made public the collected evidence of the corporation's illegal activities, which caused a huge scandal in the media. The corporation suffered huge losses, and its leaders were under investigation. Marcus once again proved that there is no system he cannot hack. His actions attracted the attention of not only law enforcement agencies, but also the entire world. After this operation, Marcus again went into the shadows, continuing his fight for truth and justice. His name became synonymous with cyber warfare and elusiveness, and no one knew what his next move would be. New challenges lay ahead, and Marcus was more ready for them than ever before. Several months after successfully hacking a multinational corporation, the name Marcus Blake resurfaced in the news. His actions attracted the attention of the FBI, and a special task force was created to capture him. This group was led by Agent Jonathan Reeves, known for his determination and impeccable reputation. FBI agents began to carefully study Marcus's every move. They collected all possible data about his past hacks, trying to understand his methods and motives. But despite their best efforts, every time they seemed to get closer to him, Marcus slipped away, leaving behind only hints of his presence. Marcus, aware of his pursuers, continued his activities, but now he acted even more carefully. He changed his location, used false documents, and limited his digital footprint as much as possible. Each of his moves was thought out to the smallest detail to avoid mistakes. One day, the FBI managed to get a tip on one of Marcus's hideouts. They were preparing a major operation to detain him. Agent Reeves personally led this operation, hoping to finally catch the most dangerous hacker in the world. But Marcus was ready. He set up a surveillance system in advance and learned about the FBI's plans. When agents burst into the supposed hideout, they found only an empty room and a message flashing on the screen of one of the abandoned computers. "You are late." Marcus slipped away again, leaving them confused and angry. Reeves was not going to give up. He strengthened the team, attracted the best analysts and cybersecurity specialists. They created a detailed profile of Marcus in an attempt to predict his next move. But each time, Marcus was one step ahead, anticipating their actions and avoiding traps. One day, while studying data, Reeves came across a strange anomaly in one of the systems. This was a clue that Marcus left on purpose. It led to a large corporation developing software for government agencies. Reeves realized it could be a trap, but decided to take the risk. They began to monitor the corporation, hoping to catch Marcus in the act. But instead, they discovered that it was an elaborate piece of disinformation. Marcus used their attention on this corporation to distract from his real goals. At this time, he hacked one of the largest financial organizations, paralyzing its work and transferring large sums to the accounts of charitable foundations. The FBI was once again made a fool, and Marcus continued his activities. His reputation grew and his actions became more and more daring. He began using his skills to expose corrupt officials and large corporations, earning himself a reputation as a cyber Robin Hood. Reeves realized that they were dealing not just with a hacker, but with a genius who uses his abilities to achieve justice. He began to respect Marcus despite his mission to capture him. But this did not weaken his resolve. He knew that sooner or later they would come face to face. Marcus continued to play this dangerous game, realizing that every next step could be his last. But he wasn't going to stop. His mission came before personal safety. He believed he was fighting for a better future and was willing to risk everything for that goal. Marcus continued his operations, tirelessly fighting against corruption and injustice. He felt that his actions were making a real difference, and this gave him strength. However, he knew that the FBI would not leave him alone. One day, Marcus received information about a major international conference on cybersecurity, where the best specialists from around the world, including representatives of the FBI, were supposed to gather. He saw this as an opportunity not only to learn more about the methods of his enemies, but also to strike a new blow to the system. Marcus prepared carefully. He developed a complex plan to infiltrate the conference and install his devices, which would allow him to gain access to the closed networks of the participants. On the day of the conference, he used false documents and entered the building under the guise of a technical specialist. While the participants discussed the latest advances in cybersecurity, Marcus installed his devices at key points in the building. He connected to internal networks and began collecting data. His goal was clear: to gain access to the closed databases of the FBI and other intelligence agencies. However, during his infiltration, Marcus noticed that he was being followed. It was a group of undercover agents who seemed to recognize him. He realized that the situation was becoming dangerous, and he needed to act quickly. Marcus activated his devices and began an emergency transmission of data to his remote servers. FBI agents began to approach, and Marcus had to improvise. He used his social engineering skills to confuse them and buy them time. He then headed towards the exit, hoping to escape unnoticed. But the agents had already surrounded the building and escape seemed impossible. At the most critical moment, Marcus activated Plan B, prepared in advance. He hacked the building's security system and caused a false alarm, which led to the evacuation of all participants. In the chaos, he managed to blend into the crowd and leave the building. Returning to his hideout, Marcus began to analyze the data received. He learned a lot about the FBI's methods and plans, which allowed him to be one step ahead. But he also realized that his enemies were becoming more resourceful and determined. Despite all the difficulties, Marcus did not give up. He continued his mission to expose corruption and defend internet freedom. His every action attracted more and more attention and support from ordinary people who saw him as a hero. The FBI, realizing that it was becoming increasingly difficult to catch Marcus, began to change their tactics. They began recruiting other hackers and cybersecurity experts, hoping that the collective wisdom could defeat one genius. But Marcus knew his strength lay in his independence and flexibility, and he continued to use his skills and intelligence to stay ahead of the curve. His story continued, full of dangers and unexpected turns. Each new day brought new challenges, but Marcus was ready for them. He believed in his cause and knew that the fight for justice and freedom was his path, and he would not turn away from it, no matter what. Marcus decided that his next operation would be against one of the most powerful banks in the world, known for its opaque dealings and connections to corrupt government officials. This bank has been involved in money laundering and financing illegal transactions around the world. Marcus understood that a blow to such a giant would not only cause serious damage to his enemies, but would also cause a huge resonance in society. Marcus's first step was to collect all available information about the bank and its security system. He started by analyzing public data and then moved on to more covert methods, hacking small companies associated with a bank to gain access to inside information. With each new step, his plan became more detailed and precise. One day, Marcus discovered that the bank was planning to hold a large international meeting with the participation of its main partners. This was the perfect time to attack. He developed a plan that involved hacking the building's security system, infiltrating the bank's network, and gaining access to the most sensitive data. The day of the operation arrived. Marcus, using false documents and a false identity, entered the building under the guise of an IT consultant hired to conduct security checks before an important meeting. He installed his devices at key points in the building, giving himself access to the bank's internal network. He then connected to the bank's system and began hacking. Marcus knew that the bank's security system was one of the most complex in the world, but he was ready for the challenge. Using his skills and special tools, he overcame one protective wall after another. His fingers moved quickly across the keyboard, his eyes intently scanning the many screens. After several hours of hard work, Marcus reached the main server containing all the bank's secret data. He began copying information while simultaneously paralyzing security systems to cover his tracks. Important files on illegal transactions, customer lists, and transactions were in his possession. But Marcus knew he couldn't stop there. He prepared a special virus that was supposed to destroy all backup copies of data and paralyze the bank's work for several days. The virus was programmed to activate within a few hours of being installed, giving Marcus time to escape safely. Having completed the operation, Marcus left the building, mingling with the crowd. He returned to his shelter and began to analyze the data received. This was an incredible amount of information that could be used to expose many crimes. The virus activated exactly on schedule. All bank systems were disabled and data was destroyed. A scandal erupted in the media and investigations began. The bank's managers found themselves under close scrutiny from law enforcement agencies and the public. Their connections to corrupt officials were exposed, prompting mass resignations and arrests. Marcus has once again proven that his strength lies not only in his skills, but also in his ability to use them for good. His actions attracted even more supporters, and his name became a symbol of the fight against corruption and injustice. But he knew that his enemies would not leave it just like that. His pursuit continued, and each new day brought new challenges. Marcus was ready for them, knowing that his mission was not yet completed. His story continued, and new operations awaited him, each of which was a step towards his ultimate goal, a world without corruption and injustice. Marcus Blake continued his struggle, and each of his successful operations only fueled interest in his activities on the part of the special services pursuing him. After the bank was hacked and its illegal operations were exposed, it became the #1 target of all cybercrime agencies. But Marcus was ready for any challenge. One of these tests was a message he received from an unknown source. It contained information about an upcoming major government project related to the development of a global tracking system. This project, called the Eye of Horus, would allow authorities to monitor anyone in real time, posing a serious threat to the privacy and freedom of citizens around the world. Marcus realized that he had to stop this project. He began by studying details gathered from various sources, and soon realized that the Eye of Horus's main control and development center was located in one of the government's most heavily guarded facilities. It was a real challenge, but Marcus knew he had to take action. The first step was preparation. Marcus created several fake identities and began collecting information about the center's employees. Using his social engineering skills, he managed to gain access to some internal systems through naive employees who had no idea that they were working for the world's most dangerous hacker. Next, he developed a plan to penetrate the facility. He knew it would be nearly impossible to bypass physical security, so he decided to operate remotely. Using vulnerabilities in the systems, he hacked the building's security network and gained access to CCTV cameras. Now he could see all the movements inside the object. Marcus began preparing an attack on the main control server of the Eye of Horus. He knew that time would be a critical factor and any mistake could lead to failure. The night before the project launched, he activated his devices connected to internal networks. A tense game began with the freedom and privacy of millions of people at stake. The center's security systems began to signal suspicious activity, but Marcus was prepared. He used his knowledge and experience to bypass all defense mechanisms. His fingers ran quickly over the keys, his eyes intensely watching the many screens. Every second counted. Suddenly, he encountered an unexpected obstacle. The center's security systems began to reboot and block his access. This was direct evidence that his hack had been discovered. But Marcus didn't give up. He used backup channels and detours to continue the attack. At some point, he felt that he was surrounded. The virtual network was filled with traps and false data, trying to confuse him and delay him. But Marcus was ready for this. He activated a pre-prepared virus that destroyed all system backups and paralyzed the main server. He then began an emergency transmission of data to his remote servers. This included evidence of illegal government activities, plans to implement a surveillance system, and other incriminating documents. The moment the virus completed its work, Marcus switched off and destroyed all traces of his presence. The launch of the Eye of Horus project was disrupted. Soon, leaks began to appear in the media exposing the government's plans for mass surveillance. The public was furious, and there were mass protests and demands for an investigation. The project was frozen, and many of its initiators were under investigation. Marcus was victorious again, but knew that every step he took made his enemies even more persistent. He continued to hide, remaining in the shadows and preparing for new challenges. His mission was far from over, and even more dangerous and complex operations lay ahead. But he was ready for them, knowing that his struggle for freedom and justice was a long and dangerous path that he was ready to go to the end. Realizing that he needed allies to successfully carry out new operations, Marcus decided to recruit a team of 2 strong hackers. He began his search using his extensive connections in the hacker community. He managed to find 2 talented specialists, each of whom had unique skills and experience. The first was Alexei, known in hacker circles under the pseudonym Storm. Alexei was a master of social engineering and hacking complex security systems. His ability to find vulnerabilities in the most secure systems made him an indispensable member of the team. The second was Leah, working under the pseudonym Blizzard. She was an expert in cryptography and programming. Leah could develop complex algorithms and secure communication channels, which allowed Marcus and his team to work as secretly and efficiently as possible. Marcus contacted them and invited them to join his mission. After much discussion and exchange of encrypted messages, Alexei and Leah agreed. They understood that this would be a dangerous undertaking, but the opportunity to change the world for the better was more important to them. The new team's first task was an operation against a large pharmaceutical company accused of illegal testing and falsifying data on the safety of its drugs. Marcus, Alexei, and Leah began preparations, analyzing the company's security system and developing a plan of attack. Alexei began collecting information about the company's employees, finding weak links and potential entry points. Leah was developing encryption and covert communication channels that would allow them to remain undetected. Marcus coordinated their actions and provided protection against possible counterattacks. The day of the operation arrived. Alexei used his social engineering skills to infiltrate the company building under the guise of a technical specialist. He installed remote access devices that allowed Marcus and Leah to connect to the company's internal systems. Marcus and Leah began hacking, bypassing security mechanisms and gaining access to sensitive data. Alexei monitored the situation from the inside, ready to intervene if necessary. The operation went smoothly until the alarm system went off. The company launched emergency data protection measures, but Marcus and Leah were prepared. They activated a virus that paralyzed security systems and disabled data backups. At this time, Alexei provided physical protection for their actions, delaying employees and diverting attention. Having received the necessary data, the team began emergency transmission of information to remote servers. This was evidence of illegal tests, fake reports, and incriminating materials that they planned to make public. The virus completed its work and the team left the building, leaving chaos in their wake. Marcus, Alexei, and Leah returned to their shelter and began to analyze the data received. Soon, information about the illegal activities of the pharmaceutical company appeared in the media, causing widespread public outcry and investigations. This operation became the first successful project of the new team. Marcus realized that with such allies they could achieve even greater success. Many difficult tasks lay ahead of them, but together they were ready to take on any challenge. The team continued to work, developing their skills and preparing for new operations. Their mission continued, and each new day brought new opportunities to fight for justice and freedom. After a successful operation against a pharmaceutical company, Marcus Blake's team became even more united and confident in their abilities. They understood that even more difficult and dangerous tasks awaited them, but each of them was ready for it. The next target was a major telecommunications company accused of illegally spying on its users and sharing data with government agencies. This company was known for its powerful security systems and the use of the most advanced technologies to ensure security. Marcus, Alexei, and Leah began preparing for the operation. Alexei began studying the company's internal processes and collecting information about employees in order to find weak links in the system. Leah has developed special programs to bypass multi-layered defense mechanisms. Marcus coordinated their actions and developed a general plan of attack. In the evening, when most of the company's employees had already left the offices, the team began their operation. Alexei entered the building under the guise of a technical specialist, using fake documents and social engineering skills. He installed remote access devices that allowed Marcus and Leah to connect to the company's internal systems. Leah began hacking the system, bypassing multi-layered security mechanisms and encryption. Marcus watched the process, ready to intervene in case of unforeseen circumstances. Alexei continued to monitor the situation from the inside, ready to distract employees if something went wrong. The team soon encountered an unexpected obstacle. The company was using advanced artificial intelligence techniques to detect suspicious activity on the network. Marcus and Leah were ready for this. They activated a specially designed virus that began to disorient the AI system, creating false trails and diverting attention from their real actions. The tension grew with every minute. Alexei reported on the movements of security officers who began to patrol the building in search of intruders. Leah continued hacking, bypassing more and more layers of protection. Marcus coordinated their actions, maintaining communication and guiding the team. Finally, Leah succeeded. She gained access to the company's main servers and began copying data. These were incriminating materials confirming illegal surveillance and data transfer. During this time, Alexei distracted the guards by creating false alarms and moving around the building to confuse them. Marcus oversaw the data copying process and ensured the team's safety. When all the necessary files were copied, Leah activated a virus that destroyed all backup data and paralyzed the company's security system. The team successfully left the building, mingling with the crowd on the city streets. Returning to their shelter, they began to analyze the data received and prepare for their publication. Soon, information about the illegal activities of the telecommunications company appeared in the media, causing public outcry and large-scale investigations. This operation became another successful project of Marcus's team. They have proven that they can cope with the most difficult tasks and overcome any obstacles. New challenges and dangers awaited them ahead, but each of them was ready to continue the fight for justice and freedom. Marcus, Alexei, and Leah continued to work together, developing their skills and preparing for new operations. Their mission continued, and each new day brought new opportunities to fight against injustice and protect the rights of people. After successful operations against pharmaceutical and telecommunications companies, Marcus Blake's team decided to carry out a more daring and large-scale operation. Their targets were high-ranking officials who were involved in corruption schemes and illegal financial transactions. Marcus planned to steal more than $5 million from them and use the money for charity and support for those in need. Preparations for this operation began with a thorough examination of the targets. Alexei collected information about the accounts of officials, their habits and methods of protecting finances. Leah began developing complex programs to bypass banking systems and create untraceable transfers. Marcus coordinated their actions and developed a general plan of attack. The first step was to gain access to officials' personal devices and networks. Alexei used his social engineering skills to hack into their personal computers and mobile devices. He installed malware that allowed the team to monitor their activities and collect the necessary information. The next step was to prepare for hacking banking systems. Leah created complex algorithms to bypass security systems and monitor financial transactions. It also developed programs to create fake accounts and hidden money transfer channels. The day of the operation arrived. Marcus, Alexei, and Leah launched a synchronized attack on the bank accounts of officials. Alexei activated malware on their devices, which allowed him to gain access to their personal data and passwords. Leah began hacking banking systems using the data obtained in her programs. Marcus coordinated the team's actions, monitoring the process and providing protection against possible counterattacks. The hack was complex and required maximum concentration. The bank's security systems were multi-layered and equipped with advanced security techniques, but the team was ready for this challenge. Leah successfully infiltrated banking systems and began transferring money from officials' accounts to fake accounts created specifically for this operation. Marcus and Alexei ensured that the transfers were carried out unnoticed, using fake IDs and hidden communication channels. The tension grew with every minute. Banking systems began to notice suspicious activity and security teams began to take action. But Marcus and his team were ready. They used pre-prepared viruses that distracted attention and created false trails. When all the necessary transfers were completed, Leah activated a program that destroyed all traces of their presence in the banking systems. The team quickly left their workplaces and disappeared, avoiding possible prosecution. Returning to their hideout, Marcus, Alexei, and Leah began redistributing the stolen funds. They donated money to charities, medical research, and helping those in need. Their actions caused a huge outcry in society, and many saw them as heroes fighting against corruption and injustice. This operation became one of the most daring and successful in the history of the team. They have proven that they can not only expose crimes, but also directly fight corrupt structures. New challenges awaited them, but each of them was ready to continue the fight for justice and freedom. Marcus, Alexei, and Leah continued to work together, developing their skills and preparing for new operations. Their mission continued, and each new day brought new opportunities to fight against injustice and protect the rights of people. Despite their noble intentions, the actions of Marcus's team did not go unnoticed. With each new success, they attracted more and more attention not only from the media and the public, but also from law enforcement agencies. In the eyes of the law, they were criminals hacking into the accounts of the rich and powerful. The FBI and other international organizations began an intensive investigation, trying to find traces and leads that could lead to the capture of Marcus and his team. Agent Jonathan Reeves, who had previously pursued Marcus, once again led the effort to capture him. He was determined to put an end to their activities. Marcus, realizing that their situation was becoming increasingly dangerous, decided to increase precautions. They changed their hideout and updated all security systems to minimize the risk of being discovered. However, tension within the team began to rise. Alexei and Leah understood that their actions, despite good intentions, still made them targets for the law. In one of his operations, Marcus received a message from an anonymous source, warning him that the FBI was finding more leads and could soon discover their location. This message made him think about the team's future actions and strategy. Meanwhile, Agent Reeves and his team began collecting data on Marcus's latest operations. They analyzed every step, every transaction, trying to find the weak link. During the investigation, they discovered traces that led them to one of Marcus's old hideouts. This was an important step forward, and Reeves knew they were close to their goal. Marcus decided that the time had come for the most daring operation that could divert the attention of the FBI and give them more time. He invited the team to hack a large international bank known for its involvement in money laundering and financing of criminal organizations. This operation was supposed to not only strike a blow at criminal structures, but also cause such a resonance that the FBI would be forced to switch its attention. The team began preparing for the operation. Alexei collected information about the bank, its security systems, and key employees. Leah has developed new programs to bypass security and create hidden money transfer channels. Marcus coordinated their actions, developing a detailed plan of attack. The day of the operation arrived. Alexei entered the bank building under the guise of an IT consultant, using his social engineering skills. Leah and Marcus connected to internal networks, bypassing security mechanisms and gaining access to key servers. The break-in was complex and stressful. The bank had advanced security systems installed, and every mistake could cost them their freedom. But the team worked harmoniously, overcoming one obstacle after another. When they reached the main server, Leah began copying the data, while Marcus monitored the process and provided protection. However, at some point the bank's security system detected suspicious activity. An alarm began and security officers began searching for the source of the break-in. Alexei, while inside the building, used his skills to distract them and create false leads. Meanwhile, Marcus and Leah completed copying the data and began transferring money to the fake accounts. At the last moment, they activated a virus that destroyed all traces of their presence and paralyzed the bank's security system. The team successfully left the building and returned to their shelter. They knew the FBI would be looking for them with renewed vigor, but they also knew that their actions had drawn attention to the bank's criminal activities and prompted a massive investigation. Marcus, Alexei, and Leah continued their struggle, realizing that their mission was becoming increasingly dangerous. They were ready for new challenges, knowing that their actions, despite the risks, helped fight injustice and protect people's rights. The operation against an international bank was one of the most daring ventures of Marcus Blake's team. In the weeks following the attack, the FBI hunted them relentlessly. Agent Jonathan Reeves continued to methodically collect evidence that could help catch Marcus and his team. Marcus knew their actions were teetering on the edge. On the one hand, they fought against corruption and injustice, but on the other, their methods put them outside the law. However, they had no intention of stopping. The next target of Marcus and his team was a network of offshore banks owned by high-ranking officials who used these accounts for tax evasion and money laundering. This time the plan was even more complex and required maximum coordination and precision. Alexei began studying the structure of offshore banks. He used his social engineering skills to infiltrate their internal systems and gain access to key accounts. Leah developed new programs to break the complex encryption algorithms used by banks. Marcus knew that this operation had to be performed perfectly. They couldn't afford mistakes. On the day of the attack, Alexei, disguised as a corporate client, visited one of the bank's branches to install remote access devices. Leah and Marcus were in the hideout, ready to start breaking in. Offshore bank security systems were some of the most complex in the world, but Leah was up to the challenge. She began to bypass defense mechanisms using her programs and algorithms. Marcus coordinated their actions, ensuring smooth team communication. When Leah gained access to the main servers, they began copying data and transferring money from officials' accounts to prepared fake accounts. Alexei monitored the situation from the inside, ready to intervene if necessary. But this time, things didn't go according to plan. Suddenly, the bank's security systems activated an emergency security protocol and their access was blocked. Leah tried to regain control, but time passed and the alarm had already been raised. Alexei, being inside the building, noticed the increased attention of the guards and realized that they needed to leave. Marcus quickly made a decision. He ordered the evacuation and activated the data self-destruct program to destroy all traces of their presence. Alexei left the building using previously prepared escape routes. Leah completed the data transfer and disconnected from the system, at the last moment activating a virus that paralyzed the work of the bank servers. The team returned to their hideout knowing that this time they were on the verge of failure. They gained access to a significant part of the funds, but did not manage to copy all the data. However, the operation was successful enough to strike a blow against corrupt officials. The FBI and international agencies have intensified their search. Agent Reeves was close to finding them, and the team knew that their further actions must be even more careful and thoughtful. Marcus, Alexei, and Leah continued their mission, knowing that the fight against injustice was becoming more and more dangerous. They were ready for any challenge, understanding that their actions were not just hacking and attacks, but also a fight for a better future for everyone. After a successful but tense operation against offshore banks, Marcus Blake's team knew their position was becoming increasingly vulnerable. They knew that the FBI and other agencies were intensifying their search, and any wrong move could lead to their capture. Marcus decided that they needed to lay low for a while to think about their next steps. However, Agent Jonathan Reeves was not going to give them time to breathe. He used all available resources and connections to narrow down his search. Thanks to the painstaking work of analysts and operatives, he was able to discover a chain of digital traces leading to one of the team's old hideouts. Marcus, Alexei, and Leah had no idea that their old hideout could still be used to track them. They changed locations and updated their security systems, but Reeves was already one step ahead. He devised a plan to catch them by surprise. One evening, as the team was about to hold a regular meeting, they received a message from an anonymous source warning them of a possible ambush. Marcus was wary but decided to check the information. Alexei and Leah, unaware of the real danger, decided to stay in the shelter and continue working. At this time, FBI agents following Reeves's plan surrounded the building. They used advanced surveillance and interception technology to ensure that Marcus was indeed inside. When it became clear that Alexei and Leah were left alone, Reeves gave the command for the assault. Agents stormed the building using special devices to jam signals and block all exits. Alexei and Leah tried to resist, but they were taken by surprise. The shelter's security system was disabled, and they were unable to activate the data self-destruct protocols. Alexei tried to create a false trail to distract the agents, but Reeves was ready for this. Leah tried to block access to the main servers, but her efforts were in vain. FBI agents quickly neutralized them and seized all devices containing important data. Marcus, being at a safe distance, watched what was happening through surveillance cameras. He realized that he would not be able to save his comrades and decided that the best thing he could do was to hide and continue the fight. With a heavy heart, he left the area, knowing that Alexei and Leah were now in the hands of the FBI. Alexei and Leah were taken to FBI headquarters for questioning. Agent Reeves personally took up the case, deciding that they would help him find Marcus. However, Alexei and Leah were ready for such a situation. They refused to cooperate and delayed the interrogations in every possible way, giving Marcus time to develop a new plan. Marcus Blake understood that it was too dangerous to remain in the United States. After the capture of Alexei and Leah, the FBI intensified their search, and the chances of his capture increased significantly. He made the difficult decision to leave the country and head to Mexico, where he hoped to hide and formulate a plan to save his friends. When crossing the border, Marcus used fake documents and carefully planned routes to avoid attracting attention. Mexico provided many opportunities for hiding due to its vast and varied regions. He chose a small town on the coast where he rented a modest house and set up a new refuge. The first thing Marcus did was establish connections with the local hacker community. He knew that without allies and resources, his chances of success would be minimal. He soon met several talented hackers who were willing to help him in exchange for knowledge and experience. One of them was Emilio, a skilled hacker who specialized in hacking government systems and creating fake documents. Emilio had an extensive network of contacts that could help Marcus obtain the resources and information he needed. The second was Carla, a master of cryptography and programming. Her skills in developing security algorithms and covert communication channels were indispensable for planning further operations. Marcus shared with them his story and goal: to save Alexei and Leah from the hands of the FBI. Emilio and Carla agreed to help, realizing that their actions could change the course of events not only for them, but for many other people. The first step was to gather information about where Alexei and Leah were being held, and what the security measures were around them. Emilio used his contacts in the hacker community and among corrupt officials to gain access to closed FBI databases. Carla began developing programs to bypass security systems and gain access to surveillance cameras and internal communications. After several weeks of hard work, they received the necessary data. Alexei and Leah were in a secret prison, surrounded by many layers of protection. The rescue plan was complex and required careful coordination. Marcus, Emilio, and Carla developed a strategy that included several stages. The first stage is to divert the attention of the FBI with the help of false information about a supposedly major hacker attack on government systems. This should have caused panic and a redistribution of resources. The second stage is to penetrate the prison security system and temporarily disable the main defense mechanisms. Carla created a complex virus that was supposed to paralyze surveillance cameras and block alarm signals. Emilio, using his connections, provided the team with fake passes and access to office premises. The day of the operation arrived. Marcus and his new team, having carefully prepared, began to act. Emilio activated a hoax attack, creating chaos in the FBI's systems. During this time, Carla introduced a virus into the prison system, temporarily disabling its protection. Marcus, taking advantage of the moment, entered the prison along with Emilio and Carla. They quickly found Alexei and Leah, who were ready to escape. Together, they headed to the pre-prepared exit, avoiding encounters with security and the use of fake documents. When security began to be restored, the team was already on their way to the border, moving through hidden routes. The pursuit began immediately, but Marcus and his team were ready for it. They used their skills to confuse their pursuers and escape into the mountains of Mexico. Operation was successfully completed. Alexei and Leah were rescued and the team was reunited again. Now they were in Mexico, where they began to build a new shelter and develop plans for the future. Marcus understood that the struggle was just beginning, and new challenges and dangers awaited them. But together they were stronger and ready to continue their mission, defending freedom and justice. After successfully escaping Mexico, Marcus, Alexei, Leah, Emilio, and Carla realized they needed to find a new hideout where they could continue their mission and stay out of the FBI's reach. England seemed like the right place. The developed infrastructure, numerous technology companies, and the opportunity to get lost in the cosmopolitan metropolis of London provided an ideal environment for their activities. Crossing the ocean, the team took advantage of Emilio's complex network of forged documents and contacts to avoid detection. They reached England, settling in a suburb of London, where they began to build a new shelter. Marcus, knowing that every move could be tracked, strengthened security measures and constantly updated protection systems. The team's first task in England was to reconnect with their old hacker community and make new contacts. Emilio and Carla began studying local networks and security systems to be prepared for new operations. Alexei and Leah focused on analyzing information and developing strategies for further struggle. Soon they received an offer from a local group of activists who fought against corruption and illegal activities of local authorities. This group, calling itself Shadows of London, was looking for allies to expose a massive corruption scandal involving the highest echelons of government and large corporations. Marcus and his team decided to join Shadows of London, seeing this as an opportunity to continue their mission. They began working together, exchanging information and coordinating their actions. The first goal is to expose a web of corruption between government officials and a major construction company that misappropriated government contracts and laundered money through offshore accounts. The team began preparations. Alexei and Leah collected data on the company's activities and its connections with government officials. Emilio and Carla were involved in hacking security systems and creating programs to bypass security mechanisms. Marcus coordinated all actions, developing a detailed plan of attack. The operation began with infiltration into the offices of a construction company under the guise of technical specialists. Alexei and Leah, using their social engineering skills, installed devices for remote access to server rooms. Emilio and Carla, while in a hideout, began hacking the company's security systems, gaining access to internal data and accounting reports. Once Marcus and his team had the data they needed, they began copying and analyzing. They discovered a wealth of evidence of corruption and illegal activity that could be used for public exposure. But suddenly, the company's security system was activated, and they were discovered. An urgent evacuation began. Marcus gave the command to turn off the devices and quickly transfer data to secure servers. Alexei and Leah managed to leave the building, avoiding meeting with security. Emilio and Carla have completed copying the data and have destroyed all traces of their presence. Returning to their hideout, the team began preparing to release the information. They contacted local journalists and activists to share the data they had collected. Soon, revealing materials appeared in the media, causing widespread public outcry and launching a large-scale investigation. A corruption scandal has rocked London. The authorities were forced to respond to public pressure. Arrests and resignations of high-ranking officials began. Marcus and his team have once again proven that their actions can change the world for the better, but they knew that the fight was not over. New challenges and dangers awaited them ahead. In England, they found new allies and opportunities to continue their mission. Marcus, Alexei, Leah, Emilio, and Carla continued to work together, preparing for new operations and defending justice and freedom. After the revelation of a corruption scandal in London, Marcus Blake's team became even more cautious. They understood that their actions attracted the attention not only of the authorities, but also of influential people whom they exposed. Marcus increased security measures but knew the danger remained high. For several months, the team lived in relative peace, continuing their operations in cooperation with the Shadows. London. However, one day, Alexei and Leah received alarming signals. Unknown people began to monitor their movements and activity on the internet. They immediately informed Marcus about this, and the team began to develop an evacuation plan in case of need. Meanwhile, Agent Jonathan Reeves, who continued the hunt for Marcus and his team, received information about their location. He decided to take advantage of this opportunity and organized an operation to capture them. But Reeves wasn't the only one who wanted to put an end to the hackers. Influential figures whose crimes were exposed also hired professional hitmen to get rid of Marcus's team. In the evening, when Alexei and Leah were returning to their hideout after a meeting with local activists, they were ambushed. On a deserted street, they noticed several suspicious cars. Leah felt threatened and tried to warn Alexei, but it was too late. Unknown armed people got out of their cars and opened fire. Alexei tried to protect Leah, covering her with his body, but the bullets overtook them both. Leah, injured, managed to to pull out her phone and send Marcus a message with coordinates and a request for help before losing consciousness. Alexei, realizing that their time was running out, tried to use his last strength to protect Leah, but his strength was fading. Marcus, Emilio, and Carla received the message and immediately went to the site. But when they arrived, it was already too late. Alexei and Leah were lying on the ground, surrounded by blood. Marcus, overcome with rage and grief, tried to help his friends, but their lives could not be returned. This tragedy was a heavy blow for the entire team. They lost not only their comrades but also their friends. Marcus, Emilio, and Carla knew that their mission was now personal. They decided that they must avenge the death of Alexei and Leah and continue the fight against injustice with even greater determination. They tightened security and began preparing for a new series of operations aimed at those who were behind the murder of their friends. Marcus understood that their enemies would not stop until they destroyed the entire team, but he was ready to go to the end. New challenges and dangers awaited them ahead. Marcus, Emilio, and Carla vowed that they would not back down until they got justice. Their struggle continued, and the memory of Alexei and Leah became a source of strength and determination for them. After the tragic deaths of Alexei and Leah, Marcus Blake and the remaining team, Emilio and Carla, increased their precautions. They became even more secretive, carefully planning each operation and avoiding unnecessary attention. However, Agent Jonathan Reeves, tirelessly pursuing them, did not give up. He continued to collect information and analyze the team's every move. Reeves knew that after killing Alexei and Leah, the team would become even more cautious, so he decided to use a different tactic. Instead of attacking directly, he decided to track them down through the digital trails they might have left behind. He knew he would need the best cybersecurity experts to do this. With the help of a team of digital footprint experts, Reeves began to carefully analyze all the possible internet access points that Marcus and his team could use. They found faint traces of activity leading to a small town on the outskirts of London. Marcus, Emilio, and Carla continued their work, unaware that they had been tracked. One night, as they prepared for another operation, Reeves and his team sprang into action. They received confirmation of the team's location through intercepted signals and decided to strike. The operation began suddenly. FBI SWAT surrounded the building where Marcus, Emilio, and Carla were located. They used advanced technology to jam the signals and block all outputs. Marcus realized that they were trapped and immediately tried to find a way out of the situation. Emilio and Carla, realizing that they had been discovered, began an emergency evacuation of the data and the destruction of all traces of their presence. But time was against them. FBI SWAT teams stormed the building, using tear gas and stun grenades to disorient the team. In the chaos, Marcus tried to save his friends, but there were too many of them. Emilio, realizing that the chances of salvation were minimal, directed all his energy to protect Marcus and Carla. He engaged the agents in an attempt to buy time, but was quickly neutralized. Carla, being in another part of the building, tried to complete the transfer of data to remote servers. She knew this data could be key to continuing their mission, but the FBI agents were already close. At the last moment, she managed to complete the transfer and destroy the equipment before she too was captured. Marcus, watching what was happening, realized that he was left alone. He managed to escape through a secret exit that they had prepared in advance in case of an emergency. Once free, he felt a deep pain of loss. His friends, his allies had been captured, and now he had to continue the fight alone. Hiding from his pursuers, Marcus found a new refuge and began to plan his further actions. He knew the FBI wouldn't stop until they caught him, but he also knew that he couldn't leave his friends in trouble. His mission became even more personal and important. Marcus vowed to free Emilio and Carla and continue the fight against injustice. He knew that new trials and dangers awaited him, but he was ready for them. Left alone, he continued his mission, hoping that the memory of his friends would give him the strength and determination to achieve his goals. After the capture of Emilio and Carla, Marcus Blake found himself in a difficult situation. Left alone, he understood that his every move would be tracked, and the likelihood of capture increased every day. However, Marcus was not going to give up. He devised a plan to free his friends and continue the fight. Marcus moved into a new shelter, carefully designed and equipped with the most modern security features. He changed his working methods, minimizing contact with the outside world and relying only on trusted communication channels. But even the best precautions could not guarantee complete safety. Agent Jonathan Reeves, not satisfied with the capture of Emilio and Carla, continued to hunt for Marcus. He knew that capturing Marcus would be a key moment in his career and the final victory against the hackers who had eluded justice for so long. Reeves intensified his surveillance of all possible contacts and sources of information that could lead him to Marcus. At this time, Marcus developed a plan to hack the security system of one of the largest banking structures, which was involved in illegal transactions and money laundering. He hoped that this operation would allow him not only to deal a serious blow to the criminal network, but also to divert the attention of the FBI, giving him time to free his friends. The operation started successfully. Marcus infiltrated the bank's systems using his unique skills and software developed by Carla and Emilio. He began copying data and preparing compromising materials for publication. However, the bank's security system turned out to be more complex than he expected. Suddenly, the hidden defenses were activated, and Marcus realized that he had been discovered. Reeves, having received a notification about suspicious activity in the bank's system, immediately guessed that it was Marcus's work. He immediately organized a capture operation, sending a team of agents to the site. Marcus, realizing that he had fallen into a trap, tried to urgently complete the operation and destroy all traces of his presence. But FBI agents were already on their way. Marcus disconnected from the system and tried to escape, but Reeves and his team surrounded the building, blocking all possible exits. Marcus knew he didn't have much time. He activated the data self-destruct protocols and tried to use the secret exit, but the agents were already there waiting for him. In the ensuing firefight, Marcus was wounded, but continued to resist, trying to gain time. FBI agents quickly neutralized him and took him to headquarters for questioning. Despite his situation, Marcus remained calm. He knew that even in captivity he could continue the fight using his knowledge and skills. His arrest was a big blow, but he did not give up. The determination to continue the fight for justice, despite all the difficulties, burned inside him. Now in custody, Marcus was considering his next steps. He understood that his friends might also be subjected to harsh interrogations, but he hoped that their spirits would remain strong. His story is not over yet, and new trials and battles await him. After the arrest of Marcus Blake, he was placed in strict isolation, hoping that in this way they could break his spirit and obtain information about his accomplices and plans. Marcus, while in solitary confinement, did not stop thinking about escaping and saving his friends. He knew he had to stay strong and look for any opportunity to free himself. For weeks, Marcus carefully planned his escape. He analyzed the prison's routine, studied the behavior of the guards, and tried to find weaknesses in the security system. He created schemes and plans, using all his hacking skills to break into control systems and prepare everything he needed to escape. However, his health began to deteriorate. Initially, Marcus ignored the symptoms, chalking them up to stress and fatigue. But soon the cough became constant, and weakness and night sweats made his condition unbearable. Doctors who examined him diagnosed him with tuberculosis. The disease progressed rapidly, weakening his body. Marcus, despite his condition, did not stop fighting. He continued to plan his escape, hoping that he would be able to regain his strength and carry out his plans. However, His condition continued to deteriorate. The treatment provided in prison was insufficient and Marcus knew his time was running out. A few months later, Marcus, weakened by illness, realized that escape was becoming impossible. His strength was leaving, and he understood that he would no longer be able to save his friends and continue the fight. He spent his last days reflecting on his life, his actions, and his ideals. Marcus Blake died in his cell from tuberculosis, leaving behind a legacy of fighting for justice and freedom. His death was a blow to all who knew of his affairs and supported his ideals. The FBI, hoping to get information from him, was left with nothing. The story of Marcus Blake has become legendary in the hacker community. His name has become a symbol of the fight against corruption and injustice. His friends who remained free continued his work, inspired by his courage and determination. Marcus died, but his spirit lived on in the hearts of those who believed in his mission. His actions showed that even one person can change the world if he has determination and faith in justice. The death of Marcus Blake became a powerful catalyst for his remaining comrades and inspired a new generation of hackers and activists around the world. They continued his work, exposing corruption and defending people's rights, using methods that Marcus had perfected throughout his life. Emilio and Carla, despite their captivity, did not give up. Their interrogations were intense, but they remained steadfast, knowing that Marcus's struggle was not in vain. They drew strength from the memory of their friend and from the ideals they stood for together. Meanwhile, thanks to the efforts of activists and hackers, information about government corruption and misconduct continued to leak to the public. The revelations initiated by Marcus received wide resonance. Under pressure from public opinion, many high-ranking officials were forced to resign, and some were even brought to justice. Emilio and Carla, realizing that their spirit was not broken, found ways to transmit information from prison, maintaining contact with the outside world and continuing to coordinate the actions of their allies. Their efforts helped expose further cases of corruption and injustice, proving that Marcus's struggle continued even after his death. Meanwhile, in the hacker community, the name Marcus Blake has become a legend. His methods and ideas spread throughout the world, inspiring others to fight for justice. Young hackers learned from his example as they continued to work to expose corruption and protect people's rights. The memory of Marcus lived on in the hearts of those who believed in his ideals. His story became a symbol of the struggle against a system that tried to suppress truth and justice. Even in death, Marcus Blake remained a living symbol of resistance and hope for a better future. Thus, the story of Marcus Blake ended not with his death, but with the continuation of his work. He showed the world that even one person can change the course of history if he has the courage and determination to fight for the truth. His legacy lived on, and his mission to fight for justice and freedom continued thanks to those who believed in his ideals and carried on his work. Eighth criminal story. In a small town on the outskirts of Detroit, a boy named Eric Sterling grew up. From a very young age, Eric was surrounded by the world of cars. His father worked as a mechanic at a local auto repair shop, and his mother sold parts. Every day, returning from school, Eric spent time in the garage, watching his father fix cars and telling him about every nuance of their work. Eric learned early on to understand the mechanics of cars. At the age of 10, he could already disassemble and reassemble an engine, which surprised everyone who knew him. But his interest in cars was not just a hobby. He saw motorists coming to his father complaining about car thefts, and that sparked an idea in him. Eric wanted to know how those who managed to steal cars quietly and quickly work. One day, when Eric was 12 years old, he met Tony, a local guy known for his dubious deeds. Tony was older and already had some experience in petty theft. Eric was carried away by Tony's stories about fast money and the adrenaline that you get from car thefts. At first it was just talk, but soon Eric decided to try it himself. At the age of 15, Eric stole a car for the first time. It was an old car abandoned in a parking lot that no one would notice. He carefully studied all the locks, wires, and mechanisms, and then, with a dexterity surprising for his age, he opened the lock and started the engine. This was his first experience, and he felt an incredible rush of adrenaline. Thus began his criminal career. Eric became known among local criminals as a talented car thief. He studied every new car model, learned everything about security systems, and found ways to bypass them. He soon became so skilled that he could steal cars in a matter of minutes. Eric didn't stop there. He began collaborating with larger criminal groups, offering his services to steal expensive and rare cars. This brought him not only money, but also influence in the underworld. Eric quickly realized that he could become the richest car thief in America if he acted smartly and carefully. So, from a small garage in Detroit, began the story of America's richest car thief, a man who turned his childhood hobby into a profitable and dangerous business. As a teenager, Eric Sterling became even more withdrawn. He had little interest in what worried his peers. Parties, sports, studying, all this seemed to him a waste of time. All his energy and attention were focused on cars. Eric spent hours in the garage, disassembling and reassembling engines, studying security systems, and trying new ways to pick locks. Lonely hours spent in the garage made him a true expert. He knew every car model, every security vulnerability. His technical skills far exceeded his age, and soon his knowledge began to bring him his first serious money. Eric began fulfilling orders for local criminal gangs, stealing cars to order. One of these cars was a luxury sports car, which was ordered by one of the local bosses. It was the most difficult task Eric had ever faced, but he handled it brilliantly. He prepared thoroughly, studying all possible methods of bypassing the alarm and defense mechanisms. When he finally stole that car, it was a turning point in his career. Eric became famous not only in his area, but also far beyond its borders. His name began to be recognized in criminal circles, and he was offered more serious and highly paid orders. He realized that his passion for cars could lead him to wealth and power. However, his isolation did not disappear. He preferred to work alone, avoiding unnecessary contacts and connections. He had no friends except his mechanical friends, machines. Eric found his solace in solitude, surrounded by the noise of engines and the smell of oil. He continued to improve, studying new technologies and methods of protection in order to always be one step ahead of his competitors. But even in his closed world, those who would like to use his talents for their own purposes began to appear. Eric realized that the world he had entered was not only lucrative, but also dangerous. He had to be not only smart and technically savvy, but also careful to avoid the pitfalls and betrayals that inevitably accompanied his path to the top. Eric continued to delve into the world of automotive technology, while simultaneously avoiding unnecessary attention. His skill in thefts became legendary, and soon not only local gangs but also large crime syndicates from other cities began to turn to him. They offered Eric huge sums of money to steal the most protected and expensive cars. One day, Eric received an order to steal a limousine that belonged to a famous politician. It was not just a car, but a whole fortress on wheels, stuffed with the latest security systems. Eric realized that this work would be incredibly difficult, but the rewards for it were enormous. He agreed, realizing that this assignment would test his abilities and perhaps the most dangerous undertaking of his career. Eric prepared thoroughly. He studied all available data about the limousine, found weaknesses in the security system, and developed a plan to steal it. That night, when everything was ready, he got down to business. The limousine was parked in a secure parking lot surrounded by cameras and armed guards. Eric acted quickly and accurately. He managed to disable the alarm and get into the car unnoticed. However, when he was already on his way to a safe place, he was noticed. The chase began. Eric was in his element. His adrenaline was pumping. He demonstrated incredible driving skills while escaping pursuit. But the police and security guards did not lag behind. He had to use all his knowledge and skills to escape. This chase became a turning point in his life. Eric realized that his skills were attracting too much attention. He needed to change his approach in order to continue his activities and not get caught. He decided to act even more carefully, avoiding risky operations and cooperation with untrusted people. Eric began working on creating a network of reliable contacts and connections. He found several talented mechanics and hackers who could help him in his business. They became his team, although he was still in charge and made all the important decisions. His new strategy began to bear fruit. He continued to steal the most expensive cars, but now he did it with even greater care and thoroughness. Rumors of his incredible exploits continued to spread, and Eric Sterling became a legend in the criminal world. But he always remembered that a mistake could cost him everything. Therefore, he continued to improve, learn new things, and stay one step ahead of his enemies and competitors. Over the years, Eric Sterling continued to increase his wealth and influence. His skills became more and more refined, and his team of dedicated professionals became more and more united. Together they carried out theft after theft, avoiding the attention of the police and competitors. However, Eric knew that in his business he could not stop there. Automotive technology was evolving, safety systems were becoming more complex, and he had to keep up with the times. He began investing significant sums in the latest hacking equipment and software, as well as in training his people. One of the most valuable acquisitions was a hacker named Liam. Liam was a young but incredibly talented cybersecurity specialist who could hack any system. His skills allowed Eric to gain access to machines that previously seemed impenetrable. Liam soon became Eric's right-hand man, and their work together began to produce incredible results. One day, Eric received an offer that was difficult to refuse. A prominent businessman, known for his dubious dealings, offered Eric to steal a unique collector's car, which was in a private museum protected by the best security systems. The reward for successfully completing the task was astronomical, but the risk was no less high. Eric knew that such a task would require careful preparation. He and Liam started by researching everything they could about the museum and its security system. They found that the security system included not only modern cameras and sensors, but also guards trained to respond to any threats. On the night of the operation, Eric, Liam, and the rest of the team were ready for action. Liam hacked the security system, disabling the cameras and alarms for several minutes. This time was enough for Eric to get inside the museum and get to the desired car. But the situation became more complicated when one of the security guards noticed the violation. The alarm was raised in the museum, and security guards began combing the area. Eric acted quickly and calmly. He started the car and headed for the exit, but the guards were already on his tail. Liam remained at the computer and guided Eric, hacking traffic cameras and traffic light control systems to help him escape. Eric rushed through the night streets, escaping from pursuit. Thanks to the well-coordinated work of the team and his skill, he managed to escape. The car was delivered to the customer, and Eric received his reward. This operation further cemented his reputation as the most skilled auto thief in America. However, with each successful case, Eric felt increasing tension. He knew that his activities were attracting more and more attention, not only from the police, but also from other criminal elements. He realized that one mistake could cost him everything. So he continued to stay one step ahead, constantly improving his skills and improving his equipment to remain elusive. Eric felt that his activities were becoming increasingly dangerous. Despite his skill and caution, the number of enemies and envious people grew. Police departments in several states began joining forces to catch him, and rival criminal gangs tried to find ways to get him out of the way. One evening, Eric received an alarming text from Liam. The hacker discovered that several groups had teamed up to eliminate him. This news alarmed Eric. He knew that now his life and the lives of his team were in real danger. He decided that action needed to be taken. Eric gathered his team in a secret meeting. He laid out a plan for them. They were to disappear from view for a while, go into the shadows to avoid direct confrontation with enemies and the police. The team agreed, realizing that this was the only way to survive. They moved into an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city and began preparations for the next stage. Eric knew they needed to change strategy. He decided that they should focus on less risky but more profitable businesses, and also invest in legitimate businesses to launder money and provide cover for themselves. During this time, Eric met an entrepreneur named Richard. Richard was the owner of a chain of auto repair shops and had extensive connections in the automotive industry. Eric offered him a partnership. He would provide rare and expensive cars, and Richard would legalize and sell them. It was a good deal for both of them. With Richard's help, Eric began to legalize his business. They opened several new auto repair shops, which quickly became popular due to their high-quality service and unique cars. This gave Eric the opportunity to hide his criminal activities behind the facade of a legitimate business. However, even in a new, safer position, Eric did not forget about his enemies. He began to implement security systems not only in his workshops, but also in his personal life. His house was equipped with the best security systems, and his movements became carefully planned and hidden. Despite all efforts, the enemies did not give up trying to find him. One day, returning home late at night, Eric noticed that he was being followed. He immediately contacted Liam, who helped him escape by hacking the security cameras and turning off the streetlights at the right time. Eric realized that his life would never be calm as long as he continued his activities. New challenges and dangers awaited him ahead, but Eric was ready for them. He knew that the path he had chosen left no room for weakness or mistakes. His skills, experience, and team were his only weapons in this endless confrontation with enemies and the law. Time passed, and Eric Sterling continued to balance on the line between legal business and criminal activity. His workshops flourished, attracting the attention of not only car enthusiasts, but also potential buyers of rare cars. But despite his outward prosperity, Eric knew that his enemies were not giving up trying to catch him. One day, an old acquaintance from his criminal past came to see Eric. It was Vince, a former partner with whom they had once started their journey in car theft. Vince offered Eric a business that could make a lot of money, but was also extremely risky. It was necessary to steal a collection of rare cars from a private museum on the other side of the country. Eric understood that this case could be their last. He knew that if they succeeded, they would earn enough money to leave the criminal world forever. But if they fail, it will be the end. However, the thirst for adrenaline and challenge made him agree. Eric began to prepare for the operation. He and Liam carefully studied the museum's layout, security system, and possible escape routes. They brought in the best people on their team to ensure everything went flawlessly. Eric personally reviewed every step of the plan to ensure everything was in place. The night of the operation was tense. Eric and his team infiltrated the museum using equipment that allowed them to disable the alarms and cameras. Liam, while at the base, controlled all security systems, providing Eric and his people with up-to-date information about the movements of the guards. Everything was going according to plan until one of the guards accidentally noticed them. A firefight broke out and the team was in danger. Eric, despite the chaos, remained calm and led the team to the exit. They managed to capture several of the most valuable cars and, evading security, escaped from the museum. The chase through the night streets was fast and dangerous. Liam, by hacking traffic lights and blocking roads, helped Eric and his team escape pursuit. When they finally reached the previously prepared shelter, the tension subsided. Eric understood that this was the most difficult thing in his life, but they did it. These cars became their ticket to a new life. Eric and his team decided to go into the shadows and focus on legal business. They opened several new workshops in different cities, starting a new, quieter life. But Eric knew that his past would always be a shadow over his head. Despite his success and wealth, Eric did not forget about those who still wanted to catch him. He continued to live by the mantra of always one step ahead by maintaining his skills and security systems at the highest level. His story became a legend in criminal circles, but Eric himself sought to ensure that his name was no longer mentioned in the context of crimes. So continued the life of America's richest car thief, who, despite all the difficulties and dangers, managed not only to survive, but also to build an empire hiding in plain sight. Despite their successful museum heist and move into legitimate business, Eric Sterling remained on guard. His workshops flourished, bringing in a stable income, and it seemed to him that he had finally found a way to live in peace, without fear for his life. But the past did not let him go so easily. One day, while Eric was checking out a new batch of cars, an alarming message arrived from Liam. He discovered that someone was actively interested in their affairs and was trying to penetrate their security systems. Liam was sure that this was not the police, but one of the criminal groups who wanted to eliminate Eric. Eric knew they had to act quickly and decisively. He gathered the team and discussed a plan of action. They decided to temporarily evacuate all valuable assets and prepare a shelter in case of attack. Liam continued to monitor the situation, trying to figure out the source of the threat. A few days later, the threat materialized. A group of armed men burst into one of the workshops, demanding information about Eric's whereabouts. The security, trained for such situations, was able to hold them off until the police arrived. But Eric realized that the game was becoming too dangerous. Eric decided to meet with the leader of the group that was hunting him. He set up a meeting on neutral territory, hoping to find a way to reach an agreement. Julian Black, the leader of a criminal gang known for his cruelty and ruthlessness, came to the meeting. The conversation was tense. Julian wanted to take a share of Eric's business and use his workshops to launder money. Eric realized that it was impossible to refuse, but he also did not want to become a pawn in someone else's game. He offered Julian an alternative, a joint project that would bring profit to both parties but leave Eric independent. Julian agreed, but on the condition that Eric prove his loyalty. He was tasked with stealing another unique car, but this time the task was more difficult. The car had to be stolen from one of the most influential people in the criminal world. Eric knew that refusal would have immediate consequences and decided to accept the challenge. He reassembled his team and began preparations. They developed a plan that involved breaking into a high-tech security system and conducting the operation in the utmost secrecy. On the night of the operation, Eric and his team acted as one unit. Liam hacked into systems again, giving them access and minimizing risks. Eric personally supervised the process, showing incredible composure and skill. They managed to steal a car and escape unnoticed, leaving behind only a minimum of traces. Julian was impressed, and the partnership took place. Eric received a temporary respite, but knew that his life would always be in danger. He began to invest more money in legal projects, hoping to one day completely emerge from the shadows of the criminal world. Several years passed, and Eric, despite all the difficulties, managed to maintain his position. His business flourished and he became a legend, a man who was able to go through all the challenges and emerge victorious. But deep down he knew that the path he chose would always be full of dangers and unexpected turns. Eric Sterling and his team continued their criminal activities, despite all attempts to legalize. Their workshops continued to serve as fronts for money laundering and complex car theft operations. Each operation became more and more daring and risky, but also brought in greater profits. One of the most ambitious operations was the theft of a collection of cars belonging to an international dealer known for his connections with the mafia. Eric knew it wouldn't be easy, but the potential profit was too great to pass up. He began planning the operation, carefully studying every detail. Eric and his team infiltrated the dealer's security to gain access to the floor plans and security system. Liam, their hacker, developed software that could disable the alarms and cameras long enough for them to act. Everything was ready, and the team began the operation. The night chosen for the robbery was calm. Eric and his men entered the dealer's premises using fake passes. They acted quickly and smoothly, turning off the alarm and neutralizing the guards. The car collection was magnificent, rare models worth millions of dollars. But things didn't go according to plan when one of the security guards, who turned out to be a veteran of the Secret Services, discovered the break-in. He raised the alarm and Eric's team was trapped. A shootout began, and Eric realized that they were in danger. However, thanks to quick thinking and determination, they managed to escape from the encirclement, taking several of the most valuable cars. This operation attracted the attention not only of the police, but also of rival groups. Eric realized that they needed to hide for a while and lie low. They moved to another state where they began planning their future actions. The temporary shelter allowed them to rest and consider their next steps. Eric knew that their activities had become too visible. He decided it was time to change tactics. Instead of stealing cars on demand, they began developing complex money laundering schemes through shell companies and real estate investments. This gave them the opportunity to remain in the shadows and still continue to earn huge amounts of money. Meanwhile, their competitors were not asleep. One of the groups, having learned about Eric's whereabouts, tried to eliminate him. But thanks to informants and a sophisticated security system, Eric and his team were able to prevent the assassination attempt and strike back. Eric continued to lead his empire using all his experience and knowledge. He understood that in a world where every day could be your last, the main thing is to stay one step ahead. And although his life was full of dangers, he was not going to retreat. After all, for him and his team, this was the only way to success and survival in the cruel world of crime. Eric Sterling and his team continued to grow their criminal empire, carefully balancing risk and reward. Their reputation grew, and they became known as the most professional and elusive car thieves in America. With each successful undertaking, their influence expanded and their wealth increased. One day, when they were discussing another large order, Eric received information about the possibility of robbing a convoy transporting rare cars for auction. The convoy was heavily guarded, and the robbery required not only skill, but also impeccable coordination. Eric realized that this business could be the most risky in their careers, but also the most profitable. The team began preparations. Liam took it upon himself to hack the convoy's monitoring system in order to control its route and the movements of the guards. Eric, along with several henchmen, developed an attack plan that included diversions and false leads to confuse the police and security. The day of the operation arrived. The convoy moved along the highway surrounded by armed guards. At some point, Liam hacked into the convoy's communication system, sending a false message about an accident ahead. Security slowed down, giving Eric's team the opportunity to act. Eric and his men rushed into the convoy in several fast SUVs, blocking it on both sides. They acted quickly and decisively, neutralizing the guards and seizing vehicles. However, when they were already finishing the operation, additional security forces arrived at them which were not in the original plan. A fierce firefight began. Eric and his team found themselves in a difficult situation. They were surrounded, and the chances of a successful completion of the operation were decreasing with each passing second. But thanks to composure and tactical skill, they managed to escape from the encirclement, leaving some of the cars behind, but preserving the most valuable pieces. This operation brought them not only huge profits, but also attracted even more attention from law enforcement agencies. Eric realized that now they needed to act even more carefully and thoughtfully. They decided to temporarily lay low and use their contacts to legalize part of the profits. Despite all the difficulties, Eric and his team continued to remain at the top of the criminal world. Their name has become synonymous with risk and audacity, but also with skill and professionalism. Eric knew that every new day could bring new challenges, but he was ready for them because there was no other way for him and his team. So continued the life of America's richest and most dangerous car thief, a man who turned crime into an art and managed to survive in a world where every decision could be his last. Despite their success and continuous increase in capital, Eric realized that their actions were attracting more and more attention. He decided it was time to expand his activities and go international. In this regard, he could be helped by an old connection in Europe, a French crime boss named René Duval. Eric contacted René and offered him cooperation. René was interested in the opportunities that such a partnership could provide. Together, they developed a plan to steal a unique collection of cars on display in Monaco. This was one of the most prestigious automotive events in the world, and the success of the operation could bring not only huge amounts of money, but also recognition in the international criminal arena. Eric and his team headed to Monaco, where new challenges awaited them. They reviewed the building layout, security diagrams, and event schedule. Liam hacked the security systems to give them access to the cars without raising an alarm. The day of the operation arrived. Eric and his men entered the exhibition area under the guise of personnel responsible for car maintenance. They acted quickly and smoothly, disarming alarm systems and taking control of cars. But suddenly, their plans were thwarted by the appearance of private security hired by the owner of the collection. Eric realized they needed to act immediately. He gave the command, and they began to evacuate the cars while the guards tried to understand what was happening. A tense chase began through the streets of Monaco. Eric and his team used all their skills to escape their pursuers. They managed to escape, but the cost was high. One of the team members, a young mechanic named Tony, was seriously wounded. Eric decided that after this operation they needed to lay low and lick their wounds. They hid in a small Italian town, where neither the police nor their competitors could find them. Eric knew their lives would never be safe, but for him and his team, it was part of the game. They continued to operate in the shadows, always ready for new challenges. Eric Sterling remained a legend in the criminal world, an elusive and fearless thief whose name evoked fear and respect. His path was full of dangers, but he was not going to stop, because for him, crime had become a way of life. In Mexico, Eric and his team found temporary shelter but were not about to relax. Carlos provided them with a secure base and resources, and Eric began planning his next operation. This time the goal was more ambitious: to steal a shipment of cars destined for the largest drug cartel in Latin America. This operation could bring incredible money, but the risk was maximum. Eric began by carefully studying the routes and security, using his contacts and information from Carlos. Liam began hacking surveillance and communication systems to give the team an advantage. The plan was complex down to the smallest detail, taking into account all possible scenarios. The night of the operation arrived. Eric and his team, disguised as security guards, entered the warehouse where the cars were stored. Their task was not only to steal cars, but also to do it in such a way as not to leave traces indicating their intervention. Everything went according to plan until one of the drug dealers became suspicious and raised the alarm. A fierce firefight began. Eric and his team, despite superior enemy forces, acted calmly and professionally. They managed to remove some of the cars but encountered strong resistance. Liam, while at the base, provided support by hacking into surveillance systems and disabling security protocols. When they finally escaped the warehouse and reached safety, Eric realized that they had attracted the attention of not only the cartel, but also international law enforcement. It was a game of survival, and they had to act quickly and decisively to stay out of their enemy's reach. Carlos, impressed by their courage and skill, offered to help Eric and his team in hiding and planning new operations. They decided to hide for a while and develop new ways to make money so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Meanwhile, in the United States, police and the FBI joined forces to find and apprehend Eric Sterling. Their photographs and names appeared on the most wanted lists. But Eric knew that there was no peace in the world of crime and continued to make plans for the future. One day, Carlos offered Eric a new business that could change their lives. It was necessary to steal a collection of rare and unique cars from a private museum in England. Eric understood that this business could become not only the most profitable, but also the most difficult in their careers. Preparation for the operation took several months. Eric and his team carefully studied the museum, its security system and security. Liam devised a complex hacking plan involving the use of cutting-edge technology and fake documents. On the night of the operation, they infiltrated the museum using their knowledge and skills. Everything was going according to plan, but suddenly, one of the backup security systems went off and the museum was locked down. Eric realized that they were trapped, but he was not going to give up. Through determination and professionalism, they were able to disable the system and complete the operation, taking with them the most valuable vehicles. This operation brought them not only enormous wealth, but also even greater attention from the authorities and competitors. Eric and his team understood that now their lives would be even more stressful and dangerous. But for them, it was a game in which they were used to winning, no matter what. Thus continued the life of the richest and most daring car thief in America, who knew no peace and always moved forward, despite all obstacles and threats. After a successful operation in England, Eric and his team returned to Mexico to assess the situation and develop new plans. Their reputation in the criminal world continued to grow, but the risks also increased. Eric understood that every new step must be carefully thought out and weighed. Carlos, seeing Eric's success, proposed expanding their cooperation. He proposed organizing a network for the theft and sale of cars that would cover several countries. This would allow them to receive a stable income and diversify risks. Eric agreed, and they began working on creating this network. Eric assembled a team of the most reliable and trusted people. They created a database containing information about expensive and rare cars that could be stolen and resold. Liam developed a tracking and hacking system that would allow them to act quickly and undetected. One of the first major operations within the new network was planned in Miami. The city was to host an exhibition of expensive cars, which attracted collectors from all over the world. Eric and his team decided to take this opportunity to steal some cars straight from the show. Preparations for the operation were thorough. Liam hacked the fairground security system and gained access to the security schedule. The team developed a plan that included using fake passes and documents. Everything went according to plan, but suddenly, an unforeseen circumstance arose. One of the security officers noticed suspicious behavior and called the police. Eric realized that the situation was becoming critical. He decided to act quickly and decisively. The team began stealing cars while simultaneously diverting the attention of security and police. Panic set in, and exhibition visitors began to run away. In the chaos, Eric and his team managed to steal some of the most valuable cars and escape the scene. This operation was risky, but successful. The cars were taken to a secret base where they were prepared for sale. Eric knew that they had attracted attention, but also made a lot of money. He decided to go into hiding temporarily to avoid persecution and develop new plans. Eric and his team spent several weeks in hiding. analyzing the situation and planning new operations. They understood that each new case must be prepared even more carefully in order to avoid mistakes and minimize risks. One day, Carlos offered Eric a new goal: to steal a collection of rare cars from one of the most influential mafiosi in Italy. This case was not only difficult, but also extremely dangerous. Eric understood that failure could cost them their lives, but success would bring incredible money and influence. Preparations for the operation in Italy took several months. Eric and his team studied all the details: security routes, security systems, possible escape routes. Liam devised a complex hacking plan involving the use of cutting-edge technology and fake documents. On the night of the operation, they entered the territory of the mafia, using their knowledge and skills. Everything went according to plan, but suddenly one of the backup security systems worked and the area was blocked. Eric realized that they were trapped, but he was not going to give up. Through determination and professionalism, they were able to disable the system and complete the operation, taking with them the most valuable vehicles. This operation brought them not only enormous wealth, but also even greater attention from the authorities and competitors. Eric and his team understood that now their lives would be even more stressful and dangerous, but for them it was a game in which they were used to winning, no matter what. Thus continued the life of the richest and most daring car thief in America, who knew no peace and always moved forward despite all obstacles and threats. Eric and his team returned from Italy with a sense of triumph. They successfully completed one of the riskiest operations of their careers, and their reputation in the criminal world reached new heights. But along with this, the threats also grew. Eric knew that now they had to act even more carefully to avoid persecution and elimination. They spent several weeks in hiding, assessing their next steps. Liam continued to monitor their safety, hacking into surveillance and communication systems to avoid detection. Carlos suggested that they temporarily stop large operations and focus on smaller but stable sources of income. However, the calm did not last long. One evening, Liam discovered disturbing activity in their security systems. It turned out that one of the rival groups, having learned about their successes, decided to eliminate Eric and his team in order to take over their business. There was no time to prepare, and Eric realized that he needed to act immediately. They prepared their hideout for defense and contacted Carlos, who sent his men to help. On the night when an attack was imminent, Eric and his team prepared for battle. An enemy group burst into the territory and a fierce firefight began. Eric led the defense with composure and strategic thinking. The battle lasted several hours, but with preparation and determination, Eric's team was able to repel the attack. The enemies suffered heavy losses and retreated, realizing that they were faced with a serious enemy. However, Eric knew that this was just the beginning and that they urgently needed to change their location and begin strengthening their positions. After the attack, Eric and his team decided to leave Mexico and move to a safer place. They chose England, where they hoped to lay low and find new opportunities for their business. In England, they met Eric's old friend Michael, who had extensive connections in the criminal world and offered to help. Michael helped them settle in and organize new operations. Eric decided that they now needed to focus on more sophisticated money laundering schemes and the use of new technologies for theft. They began working on creating fake companies through which they could legalize their income. One of these projects was the opening of a network of auto repair shops specializing in rare and expensive cars. This gave them the opportunity not only to earn money, but also to have access to the latest car models that could be used for theft. Liam continued to develop his cybersecurity skills by securing operations and breaching systems. Soon their business in England began to generate stable income. They were able to strengthen their positions and protect themselves from attacks by competitors. But Eric knew that calm could be deceptive and was always ready for new challenges. Despite all the dangers and threats, Eric continued to move forward, using his skills and experience to achieve success. His team remained loyal and ready for any challenge, knowing that their leader would always find a way out of any situation. This is how the life of the richest and most daring car thief in America continued, who knew no fear and always went towards his goal, despite all the obstacles and threats. Eric Sterling and his team settled in England, strengthening their position and developing new business methods. Their networks of auto repair shops became popular among wealthy clients, and this gave them the opportunity to legalize part of their income. But Eric knew that to maintain their criminal empire, it was necessary to constantly be one step ahead. One day, Eric received an offer that he could not ignore. One of Europe's largest rare car dealers needed the services of Eric's team for a theft operation he called Operation Ghost. The target was a collection of cars belonging to a Saudi prince located in his mansion in Switzerland. It was an extremely difficult and risky undertaking, but the reward was enormous. Eric knew that such an operation would require impeccable planning and precision. He assembled a team and began preparations. Liam began studying the mansion's security system using his hacking skills. The team developed a plan that included infiltrating the mansion, disarming the guards, and hacking the security systems. On the night of the operation, Eric and his men entered the mansion using forged documents and special devices to disable the alarm. Everything was going according to plan until one of the security guards noticed suspicious activity and raised the alarm. Eric understood that now every second counts. An intense firefight began. Eric and his team acted calmly and professionally, neutralizing the guards and continuing to move towards their goal. They were able to steal several of the most valuable cars and escape from the encirclement, despite the active resistance of the guards. When they finally reached a safe location, Eric realized that their actions had attracted the attention of not only the authorities, but also international criminal organizations. They decided to temporarily hide and analyze the situation. Carlos, who continued to support them, offered shelter in one of his safe houses in southern Spain. In Spain, they began to develop new plans and strategies. Eric realized that they needed to become even more sophisticated in their methods to stay out of the reach of their enemies and the police. They began investing in the latest technology and hiring the best cybersecurity and hacking experts. However, the calm did not last long. One of the competitors, having learned about their successful operation, decided to strike first. They staged an assassination attempt on Eric in an attempt to eliminate him and take over his business. But Eric, thanks to his intuition and preparation, was able to avoid the attack and organize a counterattack. As a result of the counterattack, Eric's team was able to not only repel the threat, but also destroy the competitor's base, strengthening its position in Europe. Eric realized that they were now playing on the international stage, and the stakes had become even higher. He began to look for new opportunities to expand his business. They decided to open branches of their auto repair shops in other European countries, using them as a cover for their operations. Liam continued to develop his skills by providing security and hacking into enemy systems. Eric Sterling and his team settled in the south of Spain, strengthening their position and expanding their operations. They opened branches of their auto repair shops throughout Europe, creating a cover network for their criminal activities. Each successful operation strengthened their reputation, but also increased attention from authorities and competitors. One day, Eric received an offer that could significantly change their situation. One of the influential crime bosses in Russia, named Ivan Kowalski, offered cooperation. He needed the services of Eric's team to steal a batch of cars that were seized during criminal showdowns in Moscow. This business was not only risky, but also extremely profitable. Eric understood that such cooperation could open up new horizons for their activities, but also carries enormous risks. He decided to accept the offer and began preparations. Liam began researching the security system, and Eric contacted local contacts to obtain the necessary information. The operation in Moscow was carefully planned. Eric and his team arrived in the city disguised as tourists and began preparations. Liam hacked into the surveillance system to monitor the movements of security and police. The team developed a plan that involved using fake documents and devices to disable the alarms. On the night of the operation, Eric and his men entered the territory where the captured cars were stored. Everything went according to plan, but suddenly, one of the rival criminal leaders appeared and decided to interfere with their business. A fierce firefight began and the situation became critical. Eric and his team showed incredible composure and professionalism. They were able to neutralize the enemy and continue the operation. The carjacking was successful and they managed to flee the scene, leaving chaos and destruction in their wake. The cars were transported across the border and taken to a safe place. This operation brought them not only a lot of money, but also respect from Ivan Kowalski. As a sign of gratitude and recognition, he offered Eric ongoing cooperation and access to his resources. This opened up new opportunities for Eric's team, allowing them to expand their activities and strengthen their position on the international stage. However, as influence grew, so did threats. Eric knew that now, their enemies would be even more persistent and dangerous. He began strengthening his security posture by investing in the latest technology and hiring top talent. Liam continued to develop his skills by providing protection and oversight of all operations. Despite constant threats, Eric and his team continued to move forward. Their criminal empire became more and more powerful, but also more and more vulnerable. Each new day brought new challenges, but they were ready for them. One day, Eric received information that one of his old enemies, whom he once crossed, was preparing a large-scale attack. This was a serious threat, and Eric knew he had to act quickly and decisively. He assembled a team and began developing a plan to prevent the attack and destroy the enemy. The preparation took several weeks. Liam hacked the enemy's surveillance and communication systems to obtain the information he needed. The team developed a detailed plan, including the use of diversionary maneuvers and a surprise attack. On the night of the operation, Eric and his men penetrated enemy territory, acting quickly and decisively. They were able to neutralize the guards and destroy the enemy base, dealing a serious blow to his forces. It was a risky but necessary undertaking that allowed them to maintain their position and secure their empire. Eric Sterling and his team gathered in a luxurious garage filled with expensive cars. The garage was dimly lit, which added mystery and tension to what was happening. On the table in front of them lay drawings and photographs related to their next operation. Eric was focused and calculating. He studied the plans carefully, developing a strategy. Liam, their tech genius, sat at his laptop, checking security systems and preparing all the necessary hacking tools. Jason, the team's strongman, was preparing equipment that might be needed to physically enter the facility. Maria, a driving expert, checked the condition of the cars and prepared them for use. The team knew that their Russian partners were becoming increasingly impatient. The last operation in Moscow was successful, but this only fueled the interest and demands of their new allies. Eric knew they needed to act quickly and decisively to meet their expectations and maintain their influence. The target of the new operation was a large, rare car dealer located in central London. Eric and his team carefully studied the building's security system, security routes, and possible escape routes. Liam hacked into the surveillance system to monitor the movements of security guards and police. Jason and Maria checked all the details of the plan to be prepared for any eventualities. The night of the operation arrived. Eric and his men entered the territory under the guise of security officers. They acted quickly and smoothly, turning off the alarm and neutralizing the security. But everything went wrong when one of the employees noticed suspicious activity and raised the alarm. A fierce firefight began. Eric and his team showed incredible composure and professionalism. Despite active resistance, they were able to steal several of the most valuable cars and escape from the scene. The cars were transported to a pre-prepared base, where they were prepared for further transportation. This operation brought them not only a lot of money, but also even more attention from competitors and authorities. Eric understood that now they needed to act even more carefully and thoughtfully. They decided to temporarily lay low and use their contacts to legalize part of the profits. Despite all the dangers, Eric and his team continued to move forward. Their criminal empire became more and more powerful, but also more and more vulnerable. Each new day brought new challenges, but they were ready for them. This is how the life of the richest and most daring car thief continued, who knew no fear and always went towards his goal, despite all the obstacles and threats. After a successful operation in London, Eric Sterling and his team have many new enemies. Rival gangs and crime syndicates, jealous of Eric's success, decided to eliminate him and take over his business. This put the team in a very dangerous position. Eric understood that his life and the lives of his team were in danger. He began strengthening his defenses by investing in the latest security systems and hiring additional security personnel. However, the enemies did not sleep. They began to watch Eric's every move, trying to find weak points. One night, while Eric and his team were working in the garage, their property was attacked. Enemies used drones and modern technology to infiltrate and attack the area. A fierce firefight began, but thanks to a well-organized defense system and the professionalism of the team, they managed to repel the attack. Eric realized that they urgently needed to change their location. He decided to move his base to a safer place, away from his enemies. They chose one of Carlos's safe houses in southern Spain, which was well protected and had everything they needed to continue their activities. The move went quickly and without complications. In a new location, Eric began to develop a plan to neutralize his enemies. He understood that he needed to act decisively and quickly to eliminate the threat once and for all. Liam continued to monitor all security systems, preparing for new attacks. Meanwhile, Eric collected information about his enemies. He learned that a large criminal group from Eastern Europe was behind the attack, which wanted to take over his business. Eric decided to launch a preemptive strike to show that he was not going to give up. He developed a complex plan to infiltrate enemy territory and destroy their base. The team began preparations, carefully studying all the details of the operation. On the night the plan was to be carried out, Eric and his men infiltrated enemy territory using their skills and technology. Operation was successfully completed. They were able to destroy the enemy base and deal a serious blow to their forces. This gave Eric and his team a temporary break and the opportunity to focus on their business. Despite the temporary relief, Eric knew the threats were still there. Enemies will continue to try to destroy him, and he needs to always be one step ahead. He continued to strengthen his defenses and develop new plans to preserve his empire and protect his crew. This is how the life of Eric Sterling continued, the richest and most daring car thief who knew no peace and was always ready for new challenges. Each new day brought new dangers, but for him and his team, it was a familiar game in which they were accustomed to winning. Eric Sterling and his team continued to grow their criminal empire, but they knew they needed to take even bolder steps to stay on top. One day, Eric learned about a wealthy businessman named Viktor Lavrov, famous for his collection of rare cars stored in his private residence in Switzerland. This collection could be the most valuable prize of their careers. Eric decided it was time to act. He gathered his team and began to develop a robbery plan. Liam hacked the security system of Lavrov's residence to gain access to the building's plans and security routes. Jason and Maria carefully studied all possible entry and exit routes to be prepared for any eventuality. This operation required the utmost care and careful preparation. Eric's team spent several weeks preparing for this case. They studied security schedules, used drones to monitor the area, and prepared fake documents to gain access inside. The night of the operation arrived. Eric and his team entered the residence using their skills and knowledge. Liam hacked into the surveillance system to disable the cameras and alarms for the required amount of time. Jason and Maria made their way inside, neutralizing the guards and opening access to the garage where the cars were stored. When they got to the garage, the rarest and most expensive cars appeared before them. The team began to act quickly and smoothly, loading the vehicles onto specially prepared trucks. However, things did not go according to plan when one of the guards, despite all precautions, noticed them and raised the alarm. A fierce firefight began. Eric and his team found themselves in a difficult situation, but thanks to their preparation and composure, they were able to repel the attack and continue the operation. They managed to load several of the most valuable vehicles and flee the scene before reinforcements arrived. This operation brought them not only enormous wealth, but also new attention from authorities and competitors. Eric understood that they needed to act even more carefully and thoughtfully in order to avoid persecution and preserve their empire. After the robbery, they returned to their base in Spain, where they began preparations to legalize and sell the cars. Liam developed a complex money laundering scheme through shell companies and real estate investments to cover his tracks and protect himself. Despite the temporary relief, Eric knew that their enemies would not stop. He continued to strengthen his defenses and develop new plans to stay one step ahead. Each new day brought new challenges, but for Eric and his team it was a familiar game in which they were accustomed to winning. This is how the life of Eric Sterling continued, the richest and most daring car thief who knew no peace and was always ready for new challenges. His criminal empire grew, but so did the threats that required maximum concentration and determination. Eric Sterling and his team successfully completed the operation to steal Viktor Lavrov's cars. Now in possession of valuable cars, they had to focus on legalizing their loot and evading law enforcement. A few days later, they moved to a new secure base in Spain. Liam began the process of money laundering using complex financial schemes and shell companies. The cars were carefully dismantled and moved to various parts of Europe to confuse any attempts to trace them. However, despite all the precautions, Eric knew that their actions would not go unnoticed. The enemies were not asleep, and competing factions were preparing new attacks. Eric decided to strengthen his position and develop a plan to neutralize the main threats. One day, while exploring new opportunities for his team, Eric received information about a large shipment of exclusive cars that was scheduled to arrive at the port of Genoa, Italy. These cars belonged to a famous businessman and could fetch incredible amounts of money if they could be stolen and sold on the black market. Eric and his team began carefully planning the operation. Liam hacked the port's security systems to gain access to security schedules and routes. Jason and Maria checked all the details of the plan to be prepared for any eventualities. Eric, as always, thought through every step carefully. The night of the operation arrived. Eric and his team entered the port using fake passes and special devices to disable the alarms. They acted quickly and decisively, loading cars onto trucks. But things didn't go according to plan when one of the guards accidentally noticed their actions and raised the alarm. An intense firefight began. Eric and his team, despite superior enemy forces, acted calmly and professionally. They managed to steal several of the most valuable cars and fled the scene, leaving chaos and destruction in their wake. The cars were transported to a pre-prepared base, where they were prepared for further transportation. This operation brought them not only a lot of money, but also even more attention from the authorities and competitors. Eric understood that now they needed to act even more carefully and thoughtfully in order to avoid persecution and preserve their empire. After the robbery, they returned to their base in Spain, where they began preparations to legalize and sell the cars. Liam developed a complex money laundering scheme through shell companies and real estate investments to cover his tracks and protect himself. Despite the temporary relief, Eric knew that their enemies would not stop. He continued to strengthen his defenses and develop new plans to stay one step ahead. Each new day brought new challenges, but for Eric and his team, it was a familiar game in which they were accustomed to winning. One day, Eric received a message that one of the largest criminal groups in Europe was planning to take over their business. This was a serious threat, and Eric knew he had to act quickly and decisively. He assembled a team and began developing a plan to prevent the attack and destroy the enemy. The preparation took several weeks. Liam hacked the enemy's surveillance and communication systems to obtain the information he needed. The team developed a detailed plan, including the use of diversionary maneuvers and a surprise attack. On the night of the operation, Eric and his men penetrated enemy territory, acting quickly and decisively. They were able to neutralize the guards and destroy the enemy base, dealing a serious blow to his forces. It was a risky but necessary undertaking that allowed them to maintain their position and secure their empire. Eric Sterling, the leader of an elusive gang of car thieves, knew that after the latest operation in Italy, their criminal empire had reached its peak. Together with Liam, Jason, and Maria, he developed new plans aimed at strengthening their position and protecting them from competitors. A few weeks after a successful theft in the port of Genoa, Eric received information that a certain businessman, Antonio Ricci, had a collection of exclusive cars stored in his private residence on the shores of Lake Como. It was an ideal target for the next operation. Eric and his team began preparations. Liam began hacking the mansion's security system. Jason and Maria checked all possible entry and exit routes, and Eric thought through strategy and coordination of actions. They knew that this time they had to act extremely carefully because the enemies were not asleep. On the night of the operation, the team entered the mansion using fake documents and technical devices to disable the alarm. They moved quietly and quickly, avoiding cameras and security patrols. Everything went according to plan until one of the guards accidentally noticed Jason and raised the alarm. The situation became tense. Eric, without losing his cool, quickly got his bearings and gave the team instructions. They continued the operation despite the alarm being raised. Liam, using his skills, temporarily disabled the surveillance system, giving them precious time to complete the hijacking. The shootout in the mansion's garage was short but fierce. Eric's team, with their training and skill, was able to neutralize the guards and load several of the most valuable vehicles onto trucks. They fled the scene, leaving chaos and destruction in their wake. After the successful hijacking, they headed to their hideout in Spain. Liam began the process of money laundering using complex financial schemes and shell companies. The cars were dismantled and transported to different parts of Europe for subsequent sale. Eric realized that each operation was attracting more and more attention and decided to temporarily reduce activity in order to focus on strengthening his base and protecting himself from competitors. Despite all the precautions, the tension did not subside. Competitors and enemies were looking for ways to eliminate Eric and take over his business. He knew that he had to always be one step ahead. Together with the team, they developed new strategies and strengthened security systems in preparation for possible attacks. Eric began actively working to expand his legal business. They opened new auto repair shops and invested money in real estate to legalize part of their income and create a cover for their operations. This allowed them not only to maintain, but also to increase their influence in the criminal world. Meanwhile, Eric received information that one of the largest criminal groups in Europe was planning an attack on their base. He realized that he needed to act quickly and decisively. The team developed a plan to prevent the attack and destroy the enemy. On the night of the operation, they entered enemy territory using their skills and technical devices. The operation was successful. They were able to neutralize the guards and destroy the enemy base, dealing a serious blow to their forces. This allowed them to temporarily secure their empire and focus on new plans. After a successful operation in Paris, Eric Sterling and his team decided to temporarily lay low. They moved to a safe house in southern Spain, strengthened their base, and began to develop new plans. Eric understood that their latest operation had attracted the attention of not only competitors, but also international law enforcement agencies. He knew that to preserve his empire he had to act carefully and strategically. A few weeks later, Eric learned about a major automobile exhibition in Paris, where several unique cars were to be presented. It was the perfect target for their next operation. Eric began preparations by tasking Liam with hacking into the exhibition center's security system to gain access to the security plans. On the night of the exhibition, using fake documents and equipment, the team entered the exhibition center. They acted quietly and smoothly, bypassing surveillance cameras and turning off alarms. But things didn't go according to plan when one of the visitors accidentally noticed their actions and raised the alarm. The situation has become dramatically more complicated. Eric instructed the team to continue the operation despite the alarm being raised. They began stealing cars using a temporarily disabled surveillance system, which gave them time to complete the theft. The firefight was short but fierce. Eric's team was able to neutralize the guards and load several of the most valuable vehicles onto trucks. They fled the scene before reinforcements arrived. After the operation, they returned to their base in Spain, where they began preparations for the legalization and sale of cars. But the attention from the authorities and competitors did not subside. Eric knew they needed to be even more careful to avoid persecution and preserve their empire. Eric decided to expand his activities by opening new branches of auto repair shops in other European countries. This allowed them not only to legalize part of their income, but also to create additional points for conducting operations. They have invested heavily in the latest technology and equipment to stay one step ahead of their enemies. Meanwhile, Eric learned of a new threat. One of the largest criminal groups in Eastern Europe began to take an active interest in their activities and planned to take over their business. Eric decided to launch a preemptive strike. He assembled a team and developed a plan to neutralize the new threat. On the night of the operation, using their skills and technical devices, the team penetrated enemy territory. The operation was successful. They were able to neutralize the guards and destroy the enemy base, dealing a serious blow to their forces. This allowed them to temporarily secure their empire and focus on new plans. Eric knew that the world of crime is always full of dangers, but he was ready for any challenge. His team remained loyal and ready for any challenge, knowing that their leader would always find a way out of any situation. This is how the life of the richest and most daring car thief continued, who knew no fear and always went towards his goal, despite all the obstacles and threats. The FBI was getting closer to exposing Eric Sterling's criminal empire. Agent Jennifer Miller, leading the investigation, scrupulously collected evidence and coordinated the actions of her team. Her goal was clear: to stop Eric and his team, despite their ability to evade justice. Eric knew the pressure was building. He felt that the FBI was on his trail and understood that now every action must be as careful and thoughtful as possible. He increased security measures, and used new technologies to remain undetected. One evening, Liam received an alarming message. The system had detected suspicious activity on their networks. After quickly analyzing the data, Liam realized that the FBI was able to hack some of their communications. Eric gathered a team, and they decided to temporarily move to another base in order to confuse the investigation. Meanwhile, Agent Miller and her team continued their investigation. They established surveillance of Eric's known contacts, monitored financial flows, and wiretapped telephone conversations. Each new piece of evidence brought them closer to their main goal, the arrest of Eric Sterling. Eric understood that he urgently needed to divert attention from his activities. He decided to carry out an operation to steal expensive cars from one of the largest businessmen in London, but this time everything had to go perfectly. Liam hacked the facility's security systems. Jason and Maria prepared all the necessary equipment, and Eric developed a plan down to the smallest detail. The operation went quickly and without complications. The team was able to steal several expensive cars and escape before the police arrived. This gave them the time they needed to move and cover their tracks. The FBI was confused, but Agent Miller knew Eric wouldn't stop. Eric and his team returned to their base in Spain, where they began preparations for the next step. They knew they had to stay one step ahead of the FBI. Eric began studying the agents' actions to predict their next move. Liam continued to work on improving the security system, introducing new methods of encryption and data protection. Meanwhile, Agent Miller has developed a plan to capture Eric. She knew that for a successful arrest, she had to catch him red-handed. The FBI team prepared an operation to establish surveillance of one of Eric's bases. They installed hidden cameras and listening devices, hoping to gather enough evidence to make an arrest. Eric, sensing the impending danger, decided to take countermeasures. He sent his men to check the area and discovered surveillance devices. This gave him time to prepare for the next step. Eric knew that to successfully evade arrest, he would have to do something drastic. He decided to fake his death to confuse the FBI and his rivals. The team prepared everything necessary for the operation, including fake documents and certificates. On the night of the staging, Eric and his team staged a fake accident, which was supposed to convince everyone of his death. Liam made sure that all traces led to fake data. Jason and Maria provided a safe haven for the entire team. After the reenactment, the FBI and Agent Miller were confused. They began an investigation, but could not find evidence that Eric had survived. This gave the team time to take a break and the opportunity to develop new strategies. Eric understood that they had gained time, but his enemies and the FBI would be looking for him again. He continued to develop new plans to stay one step ahead. His team remained loyal and ready for any challenge, knowing that their leader would always find a way out of any situation. After faking his death, Eric Sterling and his team took temporary refuge in a remote part of South America. This was the perfect place to lay low and rework your strategies. They knew that the FBI, confused, would temporarily lag behind them, but sooner or later would begin a new investigation. Eric decided that they needed to start legalizing part of their income and creating new channels for money laundering. They opened a network of auto repair shops and car dealerships in different countries of South America. This gave them not only a stable income but also a cover for their main operations. Despite his apparent death, Eric continued to monitor the actions of his enemies and law enforcement agencies. He knew Agent Miller couldn't be stopped that easily. She was smart and persistent, and sooner or later she would be on his trail again. One day, while Eric was exploring new potential targets, he received disturbing news. One of his trusted men in Europe had been caught and was now willing to testify against Eric and his team in exchange for leniency. Eric understood that if this man spoke, their entire empire could collapse. Eric decided he needed to act immediately. He sent Liam, Jason, and Maria to Europe with the task of neutralizing the threat. Liam developed a plan that involved hacking security systems and creating distractions. Jason and Maria had to neutralize the traitor and take him to neutral territory. The operation in Europe was complex and dangerous. Liam was able to access the surveillance systems and disable them for the required time. Jason and Maria entered the prison where their former colleague was being held. They acted quickly and decisively, managing to get him out before he could testify. Meanwhile, Agent Miller did not give up. She felt that the faking of Eric's death was too perfect and continued to look for clues. Her persistence led her to discover traces of Eric's team's activity in South America. Miller organized a business trip to personally lead the operation to capture them. Eric, having learned of Miller's approach, decided that they needed to hide again. He arranged for the entire team and business to move to a safer location in Southeast Asia, where they had strong connections and the ability to continue their operations. In a new place, Eric began to develop a new plan. He understood that they needed to be even more secretive and careful. Liam introduced new encryption and data protection methods, and Jason and Maria continued to work to strengthen the security of their bases. Eric also decided it was time to strike Agent Miller. He developed a disinformation plan that would confuse her and divert attention from their activities. They created false trails leading to false targets to confuse the investigation. Meanwhile, Miller, unaware of the trap, followed the false tracks. This gave Eric and his team time to recover and strengthen their position. They continued to develop their legal business and simultaneously planned new operations. Agent Jennifer Miller couldn't let go of Eric Sterling's case. The faking of his death seemed too perfect, and she was sure that he was still alive. Without any direct evidence, she continued to dig, hoping to find at least some thread leading to Eric. The FBI stepped up its efforts by creating a special task force to investigate Eric's team. They began to monitor all possible financial flows, suspicious transactions, and movements in the automobile industry. Miller knew that to catch Eric, she had to follow the money. One day, while analyzing financial statements, they noticed strange movements of capital through shell companies in South America and Southeast Asia. This was consistent with known money laundering techniques used by Eric and his team. Miller decided it was time to act. The FBI began cooperating with international law enforcement agencies. They conducted a series of raids on suspicious companies and discovered many documents pointing to Eric's activities. Although there was no direct evidence, the tracks led to his empire. Miller personally flew to Southeast Asia to coordinate with local authorities. They began following Eric's known contacts, hoping to get on his trail. The agents managed to establish surveillance of one of his trusted men, who often visited a hidden base in the jungle. Eric and his team had no idea they were being watched. They continued to plan new operations and grow the business. But Liam, noticing strange activity on their networks, became suspicious. He tightened security measures, but it was too late. The FBI was one step ahead. Miller organized an operation to capture the base. A special forces team surrounded the area and prepared for the assault. Eric, sensing the approaching danger, decided to act immediately. He ordered the team to leave the base and move to previously prepared shelters. Chaos began. Eric's team managed to leave just minutes before the assault. The FBI took over the base, but Eric and his men disappeared. Miller was disappointed, but found a lot of documents and equipment that could help further the investigation. Eric and his team, hiding in a new shelter, realized that they needed to radically change their approach. They began using more sophisticated encryption and disinformation methods to confuse the investigation. Liam developed a system that allowed them to operate even more secretly. Miller, studying the captured materials, realized that Eric was still at large and continuing his activities. She strengthened the team and began to analyze every step, every financial transaction to find new traces. Agents soon discovered a new trail leading to a major rare car deal in Europe. Miller realized this was her chance to catch Eric. The FBI launched an operation to intercept the deal, hoping that Eric would be personally present at it. Eric's team, unaware of the ambush, began a car sales operation. But when they arrived at the meeting place, they were surrounded by FBI and local police agents. A fierce firefight began. Eric and his team, showing incredible composure and professionalism, were able to escape from the encirclement and escape. Miller was furious. But she didn't give up. She knew that now Eric would act even more carefully, but she believed that their efforts would lead to success. The FBI continued its investigation without leaving a single lead. Eric and his team knew that time was running out. They began developing a new plan that would allow them to escape forever and start a new life. But Miller was too close, and the game became more and more dangerous. The FBI moved inexorably towards its goal, increasing its efforts and expanding its network of informants. Agent Jennifer Miller and her team continued to search for leads that could lead them to Eric Sterling and his gang. After numerous failures and missed opportunities, they finally found what they were looking for. By analyzing captured documents and data, the FBI discovered connections between Eric's various operations and his base around the world. They identified several key gang members who were linked to recent crimes in Europe and South America. This data became the basis for the development of a large-scale operation to capture them. Miller decided to strike in several directions at the same time. The FBI team, working with international law enforcement agencies, began coordinating a series of raids that would take place simultaneously in several countries. This was supposed to deprive the gang of the opportunity to quickly regroup and escape. At dawn, the operation began. In several cities in Europe and South America, FBI agents and local special forces simultaneously raided the gang's predetermined hideouts. Miller's team acted quickly and decisively, giving the gang members no time to resist. Liam and Maria were in one of these hideouts in Barcelona. Liam, noticing suspicious activity online, tried to warn Eric, but it was too late. FBI agents broke down the door and forced their way inside. Liam attempted to destroy the evidence, but Miller personally led the operation and managed to capture him before he could do so. Maria, despite her experience, was captured after a short shootout. Meanwhile, in Rio de Janeiro, Jason was in one of their warehouses. He was preparing for another operation when SWAT agents suddenly surrounded the building. A fierce firefight began, but numerical superiority and the surprise of the attack played a role. Jason was wounded and captured alive. In total, the FBI managed to capture 70% of the gang members, including key players such as Liam, Maria, and Jason. This victory was a huge achievement for the agency and personally for Miller, who tirelessly followed Eric all these years. Eric, while in his new hideout in Southeast Asia, learned of his team's capture. He realized that the situation was becoming critical. Despite the loss of key people, he was not going to give up. Eric began to develop a plan to save his people and continue his activities. Meanwhile, Miller and her team began interrogating the captured gang members, hoping to gain information about Eric's whereabouts. Liam, Maria, and Jason were tough nuts to crack, but Miller believed she could squeeze the information she needed out of them. Eric decided to act quickly and decisively. He used his remaining contacts and resources to organize a daring plan to free his people. Time was short and the stakes had never been higher. Eric knew that the next operation would be the most difficult of his life, but he was willing to risk everything for the sake of his team and the continuation of their business. Thus continued the game of cat and mouse between Eric Sterling and the FBI. Miller was confident that she would soon catch the main criminal, but Eric was still at large, ready for new challenges and ready to continue the fight. After capturing 70% of the gang members, the FBI increased pressure on those remaining at large. The remaining members of the gang, including Eric Sterling himself, realized that their time was running out. They knew that with each new operation the FBI was getting closer, and that their enemies would not stop until they destroyed the entire organization. Eric gathered the remaining gang members to their new hideout in Southeast Asia. He understood that drastic measures had to be taken to preserve his lives and freedom. The remaining members of the gang, exhausted by constant flight and fighting, began to lose faith in success. Fear and uncertainty took over them. One night, as they discussed their future plans, Eric realized that many of his people no longer wanted to continue the fight. Some of them began to openly talk about wanting to leave the gang and disappear. Eric knew that trying to keep them by force would only lead to splits and betrayals. Eric decided to give his people a choice. He gathered everyone and announced that everyone was free to do as they pleased. He provided them with false documents, money, and plans to escape across borders. It was a risky decision, but Eric knew that this was the only way they could maintain at least some safety. The remaining gang members began to leave the hideout one by one. Some went to Europe, some to South America, some to Australia. Eric knew this was the end of their once powerful organization. He was left practically alone, with only a few faithful people who did not leave him. Meanwhile, Agent Miller did not give up. The FBI continued to track all possible escape routes for gang members. Border guards and intelligence agencies in various countries were alerted, and the hunt for the fugitives began. Some of them were caught at the borders, others in safe houses and shelters. Eric, left with a few faithful people, decided to hide in one of the most remote corners of the world, on a small island in the Pacific Ocean. He knew that this was only a temporary measure and that he would have to come up with a new plan to continue to survive. On an island far from civilization, Eric began to develop new strategies. He understood that the world of crime had now changed forever for him. Without his team and resources, he had to start from scratch. He decided to use his skills and knowledge to build a new life, far from persecution and danger. Agent Miller, having learned about the breakup of the gang, felt the bitterness of victory. She knew that Eric was still at large and that he would not go down without a fight. She continued to follow every possible lead, hoping that one day she would be able to catch him and put an end to this long hunt. Thus ended the era of Eric Sterling as the most daring and richest car thief. Now he was forced to hide, start a new life, and look for ways to survive in a new, changed world. But even on a remote island far from civilization, he did not lose hope and readiness to fight. His story didn't end, it just started a new chapter. Agent Jennifer Miller tirelessly continued her investigation, realizing that success was close. After capturing 70% of the gang members, the FBI increased its pressure, launching a large-scale operation to capture the remaining criminals. Miller used all available resources, including international law enforcement agencies, to monitor the movements of the fugitives. Border security forces, intelligence agencies, and special forces were deployed to track every move of the remaining gang members. The FBI developed a sophisticated surveillance and data collection system to predict their next move. Eric Sterling and his remaining comrades were hiding on a small island in the Pacific Ocean. They hoped that remoteness and isolation would help them avoid persecution. But Agent Miller, analyzing the captured data and testimony, managed to find out their location. She realized that the key to capturing the entire gang was to capture Eric. Miller organized an international operation in which the intelligence services of several countries participated. They began to gradually surround the island, establishing surveillance and preparing for the decisive blow. The operation had to be done quickly and silently to avoid bloodshed and give Eric and his men the least chance of escape. At dawn, the operation began. Special forces landed on the island and began to move towards the gang's hideout. Eric and his companions were taken by surprise. Explosive devices and smoke grenades helped disorient the gang. The special forces acted quickly and professionally, capturing one after another. Eric, realizing that there was no way to escape, decided to give up. He knew that continuing to fight would only lead to the death of his people. When the special forces burst into their hideout, Eric raised his hands without resistance and ordered his men to cease fire. All gang members were captured and taken to an international detention center. Agent Miller personally led the operation to transport criminals to the United States, where they awaited trial. For her, this was the culmination of many years of work and a real victory. Soon after the arrest, trials began. The testimony of Liam, Maria, Jason, and other gang members helped to restore the full picture of their criminal activities. Eric Sterling, knowing that his life as a free man was over, decided to cooperate with the authorities, hoping for a reduced sentence. Agent Miller received awards and recognition for successfully completing this complex and dangerous operation. She knew the world was a safer place because of her efforts and the efforts of the entire FBI team. Eric Sterling and his associates were sentenced to long prison terms. Their criminal empire collapsed, and the world of crime lost one of its most daring and talented criminals. Now behind bars, Eric realized that his time had passed, and that his every move was carefully monitored and studied. Thus ended the story of the Eric Sterling Gang, the most dangerous and elusive group of car thieves. The FBI was able to prove that even the most skilled criminals cannot escape justice if professionals like Agent Jennifer Miller are on their trail. Eric Sterling sat in his prison cell, contemplating the events of recent years. He understood that his life had changed dramatically and that he would never return to his old way of life. His team disintegrated, and most of the key members of the gang were behind bars. The remnants of their once mighty empire were destroyed. Agent Jennifer Miller, thanks to her tenacity and professionalism, was able not only to stop one of the most dangerous criminals, but also to undermine an entire criminal network. Her work has been recognized at the highest level, and she has received well-deserved awards for her contributions to community safety. But for her, it was not just a job. It was a personal matter, and she was proud that she was able to see it through to the end. The trials of gang members were long and thorough. Each of them received a well-deserved punishment. Liam, Maria, Jason, and others realized that their life in crime had led them to an inevitable end. Many of them, including Eric, began to cooperate with the authorities, hoping for a reduced sentence. Eric, sitting in his cell, reflected on his past. He recalled how he began his activities, how he built an empire step by step. I remembered my faithful comrades and those moments when they were at the pinnacle of success. But he also understood that every step they took was not only risky, but also illegal. One day, Jennifer Miller came to see Eric in prison. She wanted to see the man she had been pursuing for so long. Their meeting was short, but significant. Eric looked at her and said, "You did what you had to do. We all knew that sooner or later this would happen. I don't hold a grudge. Now I have time to think about many things." Jennifer replied, "I was just doing my job. But you know you had a choice, and you chose this path. I hope you find answers to your questions." After this visit, Eric began to spend more time thinking. He wrote memoirs in which he shared his experiences and warned others against choosing the criminal path. His books became popular in the prison library and even beyond, serving as a reminder that crime does not go unpunished. The story of Eric Sterling and his gang may have ended, but the lessons it taught remain. The world of crime has lost one of its most talented and dangerous players, but society has gained a lesson that justice will always prevail, even if the path to it is long and difficult. For Jennifer Miller, this wasn't just another case. It was confirmation that her work mattered and that every step she took in the fight against crime was beneficial. She continued her career by solving new cases and helping society become safer. Thus ended the story of a legendary gang of car thieves and their elusive leader. This was a story about how perseverance, professionalism, and faith in justice can lead to victory over even the most insidious and skilled criminals. Ninth crime story: the childhood of a gang leader. In the heart of Chicago's poor neighborhood, a boy named Daryl James grew up. Life in these places was far from safe. Crime, drugs, and violence surrounded him from a very early age. Daryl's father was in prison, and his mother worked several jobs, trying to provide her children with at least the minimum conditions for survival. Daryl learned early on that in order to survive and protect his family, he would have to become strong and fearless. Already at the age of 8, he began to get into fights, defending himself and his younger sister from street hooligans. His natural strength and indomitable spirit quickly distinguished him among his peers. At school, Daryl was known for his intelligence and leadership skills. Teachers saw potential in him, but the streets of Chicago dictated their own rules. By the age of 12, he was already involved with a local street gang, running small errands and learning the ins and outs of street life. It was then that he met his future colleagues, Michael, Jason, Tarek, Kevin, and Jerome. Formation of a gang. Over time, Daryl and his friends became known in the area for their daring and cruel methods. They were not afraid of anyone or anything, acting with cold prudence and incredible cruelty. They were united by a common goal: to become the most powerful and dangerous criminals in the city. Daryl, with his natural intelligence and strategic thinking, quickly realized that there is strength in unity. He brought his team together by teaching them to act as one. Together, they began with petty crimes, but soon their appetites and ambitions grew. They took on increasingly dangerous and large-scale operations, leaving no witnesses and avoiding the police. Thus began the story of the most brutal and dangerous gang in America, led by the indomitable Daryl James. Their path was strewn with blood and fear, and no one could predict what heights they would rise to or what horrors they would leave behind. Daryl and his team understood that to achieve their ambitious goals, they needed not only cruelty and force, but also influential patrons. Their crimes attracted the attention of very rich and powerful people who needed executors for the most dirty deeds. These people offered big money to eliminate competitors, traitors, and those who stood in their way. Working for these powerful people, Daryl's gang began to receive assignments to eliminate key figures in various fields, from drug dealers to corrupt politicians. Each murder was carefully planned, and Daryl personally supervised every step of the operation, ensuring that there were no witnesses or leads that could lead to them. The money they earned allowed the gang to live a luxurious lifestyle that they had previously only dreamed of. Expensive cars, luxurious houses, and the best weapons and equipment became part of their daily lives. But with wealth and power comes a constant threat: rival gangs and enemies seeking revenge. One day, they were hired by one of the most influential businessmen in America to eliminate a competitor who was interfering with his plans to expand his business. This was one of the most difficult tasks, which required not only strength, but also intellectual abilities. The gang developed a plan for several weeks, calculating every step and possible risks. During the operation, they encountered serious resistance. The security of their target was prepared and armed to the teeth. A brutal firefight ensued, in which Daryl and his team showed all their skills and composure. Despite all the odds, they completed the task and returned with a huge amount of money, further strengthening their reputation as the most dangerous mercenaries in the criminal world. With each new task, their reputation grew, and with it, the number of enemies. Daryl understood that there was no place for weakness in this world and that every mistake could be his last. But while he was at the head of his gang, no one could stop them on the path to even greater power and wealth. And Mikey Johnson was Daryl's right-hand man and his closest friend since childhood. Michael was distinguished by incredible physical strength and resilience. He was the one who always protected his friends and brought fear to their enemies. His hallmark was his absolute devotion to Daryl and his willingness to take any risks for the success of their affairs. Mikey was also an excellent marksman and skilled with weapons, which made him indispensable in any firefight. Jason J. Williams, known for his cunning and resourcefulness, was the brains of the gang. He developed complex plans and strategies to ensure the success of their operations. Jason could hack any security system and enter any building without leaving a trace. His skills in electronics and computers allowed the gang to complete the most difficult tasks that others seemed impossible. Tarek Tebow Brown was a close combat and explosives expert. His physical fitness and martial arts knowledge made him a formidable force in any fight. Tarek was also responsible for the preparation and use of explosive devices, which allowed the gang to carry out sabotage and eliminate targets with maximum efficiency. Kevin K.D. Douglas was the driver and escape artist. His driving skills were legendary. He could steer a car out of the most dangerous situations, leaving the police far behind. Kevin was also an excellent mechanic, always keeping their vehicles in top condition and ready for any eventuality. Jerome J. Rock Robinson was the youngest and most aggressive member of the gang. He grew up in the most difficult conditions and showed violent tendencies from a young age. Jerome was ruthless and knew no fear, which made him an ideal performer in the most dangerous and risky tasks. His ferocity and determination inspired fear not only among his enemies, but also among his fellow gang members. Each of these people had their own unique skills and traits that made Daryl James's gang the most dangerous and effective in the criminal world. Together, they were an invincible force, willing to do anything to achieve their goals and protect each other. Daryl and his team became increasingly famous and dangerous. With each new assignment, their reputation grew, attracting the attention of both potential clients and enemies. One day, they received an offer they couldn't refuse. They were hired by one of the most powerful and influential people in the country. This man, known as Mr. White, was a shady businessman who ran many illegal operations and had connections at the very top of government. The task was extremely difficult. They had to eliminate the head of a rival cartel that was threatening Mr. White's business. The target was guarded in his mansion, equipped with the latest security systems and guards ready for any attack. Daryl knew that the success of this mission could provide them with incredible wealth and protection from Mr. White, but could also spell disaster if it failed. They began to prepare, carefully studying the security route, the layout of the building, and all possible routes of approach and escape. Jason hacked the mansion's security system, gaining access to cameras and security circuits. Mikey and Tarek practiced their moves down to the last detail so they could be prepared for any scenario. Kevin prepared the vehicles and planned escape routes, and Jerome was prepared for the most brutal actions if things did not go as planned. Finally, the day of the operation arrived. On a dark night, under the cover of rain, they entered the mansion. Jason disabled the cameras and security systems, allowing them to enter. Mikey and Tarek quickly and silently eliminated the first guards, clearing the way for Daryl and Jerome. Daryl led his team with confidence and composure, not making a single mistake. They entered the main hall of the mansion where they met fierce resistance. A firefight ensued, in which their skills and teamwork proved decisive. Jerome fought with such fury that no one could stop him, and Tarek cleverly used his explosives, destroying barriers and creating chaos among the guards. When they got to the head of the cartel, he already understood that his time had come. Daryl completed the task without hesitation, leaving behind only corpses and destruction. They quickly left the crime scene following Kevin's plan and disappeared into the night without leaving a single trace. The return to Mr. White went smoothly. He was impressed by their professionalism and brutality, rewarding them handsomely for the task they completed. But along with the money came a new understanding. They became part of an even more dangerous game, where lives and destinies are at stake. Daryl's gang continued to grow in power and influence, becoming an integral part of the shadow world of crime. Their path was full of blood and fear, but they knew that stopping would mean death. New challenges and dangers awaited them ahead, but Daryl and his team were ready for anything that could stand in their way. The return to Chicago was triumphant. Mr. White not only paid generously, but also provided the gang with new resources, weapons, technology, and connections. Daryl understood that they were now not just performers, but also important players in the world of crime. Several months after successfully completing an assignment for Mr. White, Darrell received a new offer, this time from a powerful politician whose career was in jeopardy due to incriminating information. The politician offered a huge sum for the destruction of all evidence and the elimination of the person who possessed this information. Darrell's team got to work again. Jason opened all the databases and found out where the documents were stored. Mikey and Tarek prepared the infiltration plan, while Kevin provided transportation and escape routes. Jerome was prepared for any eventuality, ready to use his strength and aggression. The operation began in an abandoned building where a man with incriminating evidence was hiding. There were many traps and guards around, but Darrell's team, acting coordinatedly and accurately, overcame all obstacles. Jason found and destroyed all the documents, and Mikey and Tarek ensured the team's safety by neutralizing the guards. Darrell personally eliminated the target, leaving behind another bloody mark. The success of this operation further strengthened their position. The politician was pleased, and rumors of the power of Darrell's gang spread throughout the criminal world. Soon they were approached by other influential individuals who wanted to solve their problems with the help of the most brutal and effective performers. One day, they received an offer that changed everything. One of Mexico's largest drug cartels offered them a deal to eliminate competitors and protect drug supplies to the United States. It was an incredibly risky and difficult task, but the reward was enormous. Darrell knew that this move could take them to the next level or destroy everything they had built. He gathered the team to discuss. Mikey, Jason, Tarek, Kevin, and Jerome were willing to take risks for the opportunity to expand their influence and make a huge fortune. The decision was taken. They began to plan and prepare for the operation, studying all the details and possibilities. This new challenge could be the most dangerous of their careers, but Darrell and his team were determined to succeed, no matter the cost. The trip to Mexico began with careful preparation. Jason hacked into Mexican police databases and collected all the information on rival cartels, their leaders, and supply routes. Mikey and Tarek trained in shooting and hand-to-hand combat, honing their skills to perfection. Kevin studied the roads and planned escape routes, while Jerome prepared for the violent confrontations that were sure to lie ahead. When everything was ready, they went to Mexico. The path was full of dangers. Enemies could be waiting for them at every step, and the police were always on the alert. However, Darrell and his team were ready for anything. Their first assignment in Mexico was to eliminate one of the leaders of a rival cartel who controlled an important drug supply route. The operation began with reconnaissance. Jason began tracking the target, studying his habits and routes. Mikey and Tarek spent several nights watching the guards and identifying weaknesses in the defense. Finally, Day X arrived. Under cover of darkness, they entered enemy territory. Jason hacked the security systems and disabled the cameras, opening the way for the team. Mikey and Tarek quickly and silently eliminated the guards on the way to the main goal. Darrell and Jerome, armed to the teeth, entered the mansion and found their target. The firefight was short, but brutal. Before the cartel leader even knew what was happening, Darrell's bullet pierced his heart. The operation went flawlessly, and they quickly left the crime scene, following the route Kevin had planned. This successful operation brought them not only a lot of money, but also recognition from the Mexican drug cartel. They became known as elusive assassins, capable of carrying out any mission. However, with success came new dangers. Competitors began to hunt them down, realizing that their influence was growing too quickly. The next task was the destruction of a large drug laboratory belonging to another cartel. It was a heavily guarded area surrounded by jungle and minefields. Darrell knew that this would be their most difficult task yet, but he also knew that success would open up new opportunities for them. They began preparations, developing an operation plan. Jason studied the minefield patterns and found safe entry routes. Mikey and Tarek conducted reconnaissance, figuring out the location of the guards and security systems. Kevin planned his escape route, and Jerome prepared for the fiercest fight of his life. When everything was ready, they went into the jungle. Making their way through minefields and avoiding traps, they reached the laboratory. Acting coordinatedly and quickly, they neutralized the guards and destroyed the laboratory. The explosion was heard several kilometers away, and they managed to leave the area before reinforcements arrived. The success of this operation further strengthened their reputation. Now they were at the top of the criminal world, but they knew that staying there would be even more difficult. New challenges and dangers awaited them ahead, but Daryl and his team were ready to take on any challenge to continue their path to the top. The return to Chicago after successful operations in Mexico was triumphant. They strengthened their positions not only in America, but also beyond its borders. Money flowed like a river, and their influence grew every day. However, with this came new problems and challenges. One day, Daryl was approached by an even more influential client known as Mr. Gray. He proposed a task that was both very profitable and extremely dangerous. They needed to eliminate the head of a powerful financial corporation that was involved in money laundering and financing criminal gangs around the world. This task took a whole new level of difficulty, requiring careful planning and execution. The team began preparations. Jason hacked the corporation's security systems, collecting all the information about its head and his travel routes. Mikey and Tariq studied the security measures and made a plan of attack. Kevin worked out several escape routes, and Jerome prepared for possible violent confrontations. The task was complicated by the fact that the head of the corporation, Mr. Lawrence, was constantly guarded by elite bodyguards and traveled in armored vehicles. They decided to act cunningly, to set up an accident on one of the routes in order to lure Mr. Lawrence out of the car. The day of the operation has arrived. They caused an accident that involved Mr. Lawrence's car. When the guards were distracted by a security check, Daryl and Jerome sprang into action, neutralizing the bodyguards and capturing their target. Everything was planned to the smallest detail, and they quickly left the scene, leaving only chaos and destruction in their wake. Mr. Lawrence was taken to a pre-arranged location where Daryl personally had a talk with him. The information they gained was invaluable and allowed them to take down several major criminal schemes while eliminating a powerful enemy. Mr. Gray was impressed by their professionalism and rewarded them generously. But with new success came new enemies. The police and FBI began to hunt them in earnest, and rival gangs prepared for war. Daryl realized that they were now targets not only for law enforcement, but also for anyone who wanted to take their place. They increased their security measures, moved to new bases, and began to cooperate with other criminal groups to strengthen their position. Mikey and Tarek developed complex defense plans. Jason improved surveillance and encryption systems, and Kevin prepared several emergency escape routes. Jerome was prepared for any eventuality, armed to the teeth and ready to defend his friends. The gang continued its activities, becoming more sophisticated and cautious. They knew that now their every action was under close scrutiny, and any mistake could be fatal. But Daryl and his team were ready for anything. They believed that their strength and unity would help them overcome any obstacles and maintain their influence in the criminal world. New missions, new enemies, and new challenges awaited them ahead. They knew that their path would be full of dangers, but they were ready for it, because for them, there was no other choice. Daryl and his team continued to move forward without looking back, knowing that each next step could be their last. Time passed, and Daryl's gang continued to expand its influence. Their reputation was so formidable that many criminal organizations chose to form alliances with them rather than become their enemies. However, success always comes with new challenges, and they were soon faced with a threat that could change everything. One day, Daryl received information that a major FBI operation was being prepared against them. Agents were able to gather evidence against the gang and were planning a massive raid to put an end to their activities once and for all. This was a serious threat that could not be ignored. Daryl brought the team together to discuss. Jason proposed a plan to identify the agents and undermine their operation from the inside. Mikey and Tarek began preparing their defenses, studying possible infiltration routes and weak points in the security system. Kevin prepared several alternate routes for a quick escape, and Jerome provided supplies of weapons and ammunition. Their plan was simple: intercept the information, prepare for an attack, and set up an ambush. Jason, using his skills, penetrated the FBI systems and learned all the details of the upcoming operation. They knew when and where the attack would strike, and they prepared for it. The day of the raid arrived. FBI agents, thinking they had caught the gang by surprise, began storming the building where Daryl and his team were supposedly located. But instead, an unpleasant surprise awaited them. The building was mined, and the real base of the gang was located in another place. As soon as the agents entered, a powerful explosion occurred, destroying all evidence and significantly weakening the FBI forces. Taking advantage of the chaos, Daryl and his team struck the agents remaining outside the building. The firefight was short but fierce. The FBI suffered a major defeat, and many agents were killed or injured. Daryl's gang once again showed their elusiveness and cruelty. However, Daryl understood that the victory was temporary. They knew that the FBI would not stop and would continue the hunt. Therefore, it was decided to temporarily leave Chicago and move to another city in order to confuse his pursuers and lie low. They chose Los Angeles, a city of opportunity and hidden threats. Here they could start over, use their connections and resources to create a new base and continue their activities. Jason hacked local databases, providing them with new documents and legends. Mikey and Tarek explored the new city, finding safe places and possible hiding places. Kevin prepared cars and routes for quick travel, and Jerome was prepared for any eventuality. Moving to Los Angeles opened up new horizons for them. They began working with local criminal groups, forming new alliances and strengthening their influence. But they knew that the FBI was still on their trail, and they could not relax. Daryl and his team continued to act carefully and calculatedly, always one step ahead of their enemies. Their path was full of dangers, but they were ready for anything. Every day brought new challenges and trials, but they knew that only together they could overcome all obstacles. Daryl and his gang continued their rise to the top of the criminal world, knowing that even greater challenges and incredible opportunities awaited them. Living in Los Angeles brought new challenges and opportunities. In this city, where criminal networks were as vast as the Hollywood studios, Daryl and his team quickly found their niche. They began working with local cartels, offering their services to eliminate competitors and protect cargo. Their professionalism and brutality made them sought after by crime bosses. One of these tasks was the elimination of a famous drug lord who began to expand his territories too actively. The order was very risky, since the target was surrounded by strong security and had many influential allies. But Daryl understood that success in this matter would strengthen their position in Los Angeles and bring in a lot of money. Jason began his preparations by hacking security systems and collecting all the information about the drug lord and his habits. Mikey and Tarek spent several nights observing the facility and identifying weaknesses in its security. Kevin prepared cars and escape routes, and Jerome was equipped to the teeth, ready for any eventuality. The operation began at night when the target returned to his luxurious mansion after a party. Jason disabled the security systems, allowing the team to enter the compound. Mikey and Tarek quickly and silently eliminated the outer guards, clearing the way for Daryl and Jerome. They entered the house and began methodically clearing it, moving towards their goal. The firefight inside the house was short but intense. Daryl and Jerome acted as a unit, eliminating their enemies with cold calculation. The drug lord tried to escape, but Daryl caught up with him in the last room. One accurate shot and the task was completed. They quickly left the crime scene, following the route Kevin had planned. The entire operation took less than half an hour, but its consequences were enormous. The Los Angeles criminal underworld respected and feared Daryl and his team even more. The customer was pleased and generously rewarded them, and their reputation as the most dangerous and effective mercenaries only strengthened. However, with each new success, the risks also grew. The police and FBI intensified their efforts to catch them, and competitors began to unite to eliminate the new threat. Daryl understood that this could not continue for long, and they must be prepared for any surprises. One day, having received information about a major FBI operation aimed at capturing them, Daryl decided to be proactive. Jason figured out where and when the operation would take place, and they devised a plan to intercept the agents and destroy all evidence. On the appointed day, they ambushed the warehouse where the agents were to meet. The firefight was brutal, but Daryl's team once again proved its invincibility. They destroyed all agents and all evidence, once again leaving without a trace. These events made Daryl think about the future. He understood that every day it was becoming more and more difficult to stay afloat, and sooner or later they would have to make a choice: continue to the top or look for new ways to survive. But for now, Daryl and his team continued to move forward, confident in their abilities and ready for any challenge. Each new day brought new challenges, but they knew that only together they could overcome all obstacles and maintain their place at the top of the criminal world. Several months have passed since Daryl's team disrupted a major FBI operation. They continued to act cautiously, constantly changing their bases and avoiding unnecessary attention. However, living in the shadows began to take its toll on their nerves. The constant anticipation of threat and the need to be one step ahead of enemies required incredible endurance and discipline. One day, they received an offer from a mysterious man known under the pseudonym Mr. Black. He was a powerful crime lord whose power extended far beyond Los Angeles. Mr. Black invited them to participate in a complex operation to rob the largest bank in San Francisco. The reward promised to be fabulous, but the risks were also colossal. Daryl pondered for a long time whether to take on this matter. But the understanding that the success of this operation could give them the opportunity to retire and start a new life outweighed them. The team began preparations. Jason hacked into banking systems and studied all possible security schemes. He also gained access to the building's layout and collection routes. Mikey and Tarek analyzed all possible entry and exit points, developing a plan that would allow them to enter the bank undetected. Kevin prepared vehicles and routes for a quick escape, and Jerome studied the location of the guards and security cameras. The operation was scheduled for the night when the bank was supposed to be almost empty. They arrived in San Francisco early, setting up a temporary base and beginning surveillance of the facility. Jason hacked the security system, disabling the cameras and alarms, allowing Mikey and Tarek to get inside unhindered. They moved quickly and precisely, eliminating the guards and advancing towards the main vault. Jason ran the operation remotely, tracking their movements through the bank's internal systems. When they reached the vault, Tariq used his bombing skills to break into the safe. However, everything did not go as smoothly as planned. One of the security guards managed to sound an alarm, and police patrols began to arrive at the scene. Daryl realized they were running out of time and ordered them to speed up. They quickly loaded the money into their bags and began to leave. Kevin was waiting for them at the back entrance with the transport ready. They managed to leave the bank shortly before the police arrived, but the chase began immediately. Kevin showed his skill by steering the car away from his pursuers through the narrow streets and expressways of San Francisco. Their path was full of dangers, but thanks to a clear plan and coordination of actions, they were able to escape from the city and hide in a safe place. The success of this operation was triumphant, and the reward exceeded all expectations. The return to Los Angeles went smoothly. With a huge amount of money and a new status in the criminal world, they decided it was time to take a break and lay low. They distributed the money and went their separate ways temporarily to avoid unnecessary attention and give the police time to cool down. However, each of them knew that this was only a temporary calm before the next storm. The world of crime never leaves its players alone. Daryl and his team were prepared for new challenges and dangers that could come their way. They knew that their future was uncertain, but they were sure of one thing. Together, they could overcome any challenge. A few months later, the team began to come together, again feeling the desire to act and the ambition that had haunted them. The money they earned in San Francisco provided them with a luxurious life, but each of them knew that the adrenaline and excitement of operations was what made them truly alive. Daryl, analyzing the situation, realized that their next goal should be something even more ambitious and profitable. They decided to go international and take on the work that would make them legends. Information about a large shipment of diamonds that was to be transported from London to Dubai interested them. This was an opportunity that could not be missed. Jason got to work, starting to gather information about the route, security, and possible weaknesses in the supply chain. Mikey and Tarek began planning the details of the operation, taking into account all possible risks and escape routes. Kevin researched routes and vehicles to ensure a quick and safe escape. Jerome, as always, prepared for any eventuality by studying weapons and security measures. They arrived in London disguised as tourists, exploring the area and setting up a temporary base. Jason hacked the security systems of a company responsible for transporting diamonds, gaining access to time and route information. They learned that the jewelry would be transported in an armored convoy with heavy security. The day of the operation arrived. Daryl and his team set up an ambush along the convoy's route. Using diversions and false signals, they were able to force the convoy to change route and head into a trap. Mikey and Tarek, acting quickly and decisively, neutralized the guards, and Jerome provided cover. When they reached the armored vehicle containing the diamonds, Tarek used his explosive skills to open it. Inside, they found an incredible amount of jewelry, which they quickly packed and loaded into prepared vehicles. Kevin, who was waiting nearby, began a quick and risky escape from the city, maneuvering through the streets and avoiding police patrols. However, this time, everything was not so simple. British police and intelligence agencies were alerted to the possible theft, and a large-scale manhunt began for the team. The chase through the streets of London was intense and dangerous, but thanks to Kevin's skill, they managed to escape from the encirclement and escape to safety. They knew it was dangerous to stay in London, so they decided to split up and go to different countries. Daryl went to Dubai, Mikey and Tarek to Southeast Asia, Jason to Europe, and Jerome and Kevin to South America. This temporary separation was supposed to confuse the pursuers and give them the opportunity to lie low safely. Each of them understood that their paths would cross again. They continued to keep in touch and share news, planning for the future. Life on the edge, full of dangers and risks, has become the norm for them. They knew that each new day could bring both success and failure, but they were ready for any challenge. Their story continued, and new adventures and challenges awaited them. Several months had passed since their last operation in London. Daryl and his team, separated and hiding in different parts of the world, continued to communicate and exchange information. Despite the temporary lull, their professional skills and reputation as hired killers remained in demand. One day, Daryl received a message from Jason, who was in Europe. Jason learned of a large criminal network associated with the international arms and drug trade. The head of this network, known as Victor Crone, became the target of several powerful people who were willing to pay huge sums of money to eliminate him. This was not just a murder, but a complex operation that required not only the elimination of the target, but also the destruction of its infrastructure. Darrell brought the team together to discuss. They decided to act quickly and decisively. Each of them took on the preparation of his part of the operation. Jason continued to gather information about Victor Crone and his operations. Mikey and Tarek were developing an infiltration and assassination plan. Kevin studied possible escape routes, and Jerome prepared for the most brutal fights. The operation began with the infiltration of Victor Crone's mansion, located on the outskirts of Vienna. Jason hacked the security systems, allowing the team to enter unhindered. Mikey and Tarek quickly and silently neutralized the guards, paving the way for Darrell and Jerome. They moved smoothly and methodically, eliminating all obstacles in their path. When they reached Victor's office, he realized that his days were numbered. Darrell and Jerome burst inside, leaving him no chance of escape. Victor tried to fight back, but was quickly and calmly eliminated. However, their mission did not end there. Darrell knew that for the operation to be completely successful, they needed to destroy Crone's infrastructure and eliminate his closest associates. They split up to strike multiple targets at once. Jason coordinated the team's actions, directing them to weapons depots and drug laboratories. Mikey and Tarek took over the weapons warehouse. Using explosives, Tarek placed charges around the entire perimeter, preparing it for destruction. Mikey, covering him, monitored security and ensured the safety of the operation. When everything was ready, they retreated to a safe distance and blew up the warehouse, destroying a huge amount of weapons and ammunition. Meanwhile, Jerome and Kevin headed towards the drug laboratory. They got inside and quickly neutralized the guards. Jerome set up the explosives while Kevin kept an eye out for possible reinforcements. When everything was ready, they also left the site and blew up the laboratory, dealing a serious blow to Crone's drug business. The return to safety went smoothly. The team reconvened, discussing the success of the operation and next steps. They knew that the destruction of Victor Crone and his empire would attract even more attention to them, but they were ready for it. Their reputation as the most brutal and effective assassins only strengthened, and they knew that new assignments and challenges awaited them. Darrell and his team continued to operate, always one step ahead of their enemies. Their story continued, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. They knew that their path was full of dangers, but they were ready for any challenges, knowing that together they could overcome any obstacles. Michael's team celebrated their next victory in a secluded place, far from the eyes of prying eyes. Their reputation continued to grow, and new orders came with enviable regularity. However, they understood that sooner or later someone would want to get even with them for destroying the empire of Victor Crone. Soon, a new goal appeared on the horizon. The gang received an order from a powerful businessman who was threatened by competitors. The target was a Mexican drug lord known for his brutality and influence. His elimination promised not only a substantial reward, but also a significant strengthening of the gang's reputation. Michael and his team began carefully planning the operation. They knew that confronting the Mexican drug lord would not be easy. He was surrounded by loyal and well-armed people, and his mansion was a real fortress. Michael decided that it would be best to use surprise tactics and a carefully thought-out plan. Darrell and Jerome took on the role of scouts. They entered Mexico disguised as tourists and began collecting information about the drug lord's movements and habits. Meanwhile, Mikey and Tarek developed a plan of attack, and Jason coordinated the team's actions and ensured the supply of all the necessary equipment. After several weeks of preparation, the team was ready to carry out the mission. They chose night for their attack, knowing that the guards would be less vigilant. Using their connections, they were able to enter the mansion and quietly approach the building. Jerome and Kevin neutralized the guards on the outer perimeter, while Darrell and Tarek made their way inside. Mikey provided cover, making sure no one raised the alarm. They moved quickly and silently, like shadows, leaving behind only corpses. When they reached the drug lord's bedroom, he was already waiting for them, surrounded by his bodyguards. A fierce firefight ensued. Bullets whistled as they rushed past and blood flowed like a river. Michael's team acted harmoniously as a single organism. One by one, the bodyguards fell, until finally it was the turn of the drug lord himself. Michael personally put an end to his life by shooting him in the head. After making sure that the mission was completed, the team quickly left the crime scene. They understood that time was working against them, and every minute in enemy territory could be their last. But despite all the risks, they returned to their shelter safe and sound. This operation was one of the most difficult and risky of their careers, but it also brought them great satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment. They knew that new challenges awaited them, but they were ready for them because their story was just beginning. After successfully eliminating the Mexican drug lord, Michael's team returned to the United States. Their reputation grew to unprecedented heights, and now they could choose the most complex and highest-paying orders. However, as fame grew, so did the risks. Competitors and enemies were not asleep, and their every move was under fire. One night, Michael received a message from an unknown source. It was a call from a wealthy businessman who needed their services to eliminate a dangerous politician. Known for his tough stance against corruption and crime, the politician became a target for many who wanted to keep their shady dealings in the shadows. The businessman offered a huge sum to eliminate this man, and Michael could not refuse such a challenge. The team gathered for the next meeting. Michael explained that their target was a politician who was under constant guard and lived in the heart of the city. This will be one of the most difficult tasks they have ever faced. They began to carefully plan the operation, breaking down every detail into many stages. The first step was to study the target's moving habits and routes. Daryl and Jerome took over reconnaissance again. They followed the politician, studying his daily routine and travel routes. It turned out that every morning he goes for a run in the park, where security, although tighter, was still less attentive. Michael decided to use this moment to attack. They chose a quiet alley in the park, where the guards momentarily lost visual contact with the politician. On the appointed morning, the team was ready. Daryl and Tarek took up positions at opposite ends of the alley, preparing to attack. Mikey and Kevin kept watch over security, ready to act if necessary. When the politician entered the alley, the team began to act. Michael and Jerome attacked with lightning speed, eliminating the closest bodyguards. The politician did not have time to understand what was happening when Michael approached him and fired a fatal shot. Everything happened in a matter of seconds, and the team quickly fled the crime scene. The return to the shelter went without problems. After making sure they weren't being followed, they discussed the success of the operation. This was one of the most daring murders, and they knew that the consequences would not be long in coming. However, their reputation was once again confirmed, and they were ready for new challenges. Michael knew that they would now be targeted by many enemies, but he had faith in his team. Together they could overcome any obstacles. Their story continued, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. Several weeks had passed since the assassination of the politician, and Michael's team tried to remain invisible, knowing that they might be hunted. However, the life of hired killers did not leave them time to rest. The new order came from a mysterious client who offered an incredible amount for the liquidation of a large businessman known for his illegal schemes and connections with the criminal world. The businessman lived in a luxurious mansion, surrounded by a high fence and a security system. Michael knew that this time they would need more complex and cunning tactics. He decided to use his connections to get inside the mansion under the guise of service personnel. The first step was to prepare fake documents and forms for the team. Mikey, with his hacking skills, created perfect fakes that allowed them to work in the mansion as cleaners and gardeners. This gave them the opportunity to study the building's internal structure and security system. A few days later, the team was ready to complete the task. On the day of the attack, they began their shift, moving according to a predetermined plan. Michael and Tarek entered the main part of the mansion where the businessman's office was located. Daryl and Jerome took up positions in case emergency cover was needed, and Mikey monitored the security system to turn off the cameras at the right moment. When everything was ready, Michael gave the signal. They burst into the office of a businessman who, realizing what was happening, tried to call security. But it was already too late. Tarek neutralized the guards, and Michael calmly dealt with the target. Everything happened so quickly that no one had time to understand what was happening. The team quickly left the mansion, returning to their normal roles as maintenance staff. They left unnoticed, leaving behind only a slight trace of chaos. After making sure that no one was following them, they returned to their hideout, discussing the success of the operation and their next steps. However, the next day there were news reports about the mysterious murder of a famous businessman. Enemies began to look for those who might be involved in this case, and Michael's team found themselves at gunpoint. They understood that, in their world, every successful operation brings closer the moment when someone will try to get even with them. Despite all the dangers, Michael knew that his team was ready for anything. They were the best at what they did and could overcome any obstacle. Their story continued, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. A week had passed since the last operation, and Michael's team tried to remain in the shadows, observing the news and rumors that were spreading in criminal circles. They understood that sooner or later someone would try to get on their trail, and prepared for any development of events. However, despite all the precautions, they had to face a new threat. One night, while they were discussing another order, their hideout was attacked. Unknown armed people broke through the perimeter and began to storm the building. Michael's team was prepared for such a development of events and immediately entered the battle. Daryl and Jerome took up defensive positions at the entrance, repelling the onslaught of attackers. Tariq, possessing excellent sniper skills, took a position at the window on the second floor, neutralizing the enemies one by one. Mikey tried to hack into their communications to figure out who was behind the attack and was able to temporarily disable their communications. Michael and Jason coordinated the team's actions, moving around the building and eliminating opponents. They acted harmoniously as a single unit, which allowed them to maintain their positions. It soon became clear that the attackers were professionals, but they did not expect to meet such fierce resistance. In the midst of the battle, Mikey managed to hack the enemy's communication system and found out that one of Michael's old enemies was behind the attack, a once influential crime boss who wanted revenge for the loss of his people and business. This was a man that Michael had encountered in the past and who was now determined to end him once and for all. The situation became increasingly tense, but the team continued to hold the line. Tarek, seeing that the enemy's forces were beginning to deplete, suggested that Michael counterattack. They decided to use smoke bombs to disorient the enemy, and taking advantage of the opportunity, went on the offensive. Under the cover of smoke, Daryl and Jerome broke through to the center of the enemy group, beginning close combat. Michael and Tarek supported them with fire, destroying the remnants of the enemy forces. Soon the attackers realized that they were losing and began to retreat. Michael's team pursued them, leaving no chance of salvation. When the last of the attackers was neutralized, Michael and his team gathered in the shelter, discussing what had happened. They understood that this was only the first wave and that their old enemy would not stop there. They had to find him and eliminate the threat once and for all. Michael decided to be proactive. They began to gather information on the enemy's location in preparation for the final confrontation. New trials and dangers awaited them ahead, but they were ready for anything because their story continued. Each new victory made them stronger, and they knew that together they could overcome any obstacles. Gathering in the shelter, Michael's team began planning their next operation. They knew that their old enemy would not stop, and the only way to ensure their safety was to destroy him before he struck again. Mikey, using his hacking skills, infiltrated the enemy's network and began collecting information about his location and plans. A few days later, they managed to find out that their enemy was hiding in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city, where he was gathering forces for a new attack. It was a heavily guarded base with numerous traps and security systems. Michael knew that this time they would face serious resistance. The team carefully prepared for the operation. They studied the factory layout, developed several entry routes, and assigned roles. On the day of the attack, they split into two groups. Daryl and Tarek were to enter through the ventilation shafts, and Michael, Jerome, and Mikey were to attack from the main entrance. At night, they began their raid. Michael and Jerome, using hacked access codes, opened the main gate and entered the factory. They moved carefully, neutralizing guards and avoiding traps. At this time, Daryl and Tarek moved through the ventilation shafts, preparing to attack from the rear. When both groups reached the central hall of the factory, they were ready for the final showdown. The enemy was waiting for them, surrounded by his best people. A fierce firefight ensued. Bullets whistled as they bounced off the metal walls, and the echo of gunfire echoed throughout the building. Michael and his team acted in a coordinated and decisive manner. Daryl and Tarek suddenly attacked from the rear, creating panic among the enemies. Mikey used his hacking skills to disable the factory's security system, giving his opponents no advantage. In the midst of the battle, Michael noticed his old enemy hiding behind the boxes. He realized that this moment was decisive. Michael, overcoming resistance, broke through to him. Their eyes met, and the enemy realized that his end was near. Michael, not giving a chance for salvation, fired an accurate shot, putting an end to their long-standing conflict. When the last enemy fell, the team gathered in the central hall. They surveyed the aftermath of the battle, feeling relieved and satisfied with the mission accomplished. Michael knew it was one of the most difficult operations, but they did it. Now that their old enemy was destroyed, the team could relax for a while. They returned to their hideout to discuss next steps and share plans for the future. They understood that there would always be new challenges and enemies in their world, but together they could overcome any difficulties. The story of Michael and his team continued. Each new day brought new challenges and opportunities, and they were ready for them, knowing that together they could overcome any obstacles. After successfully eliminating their old enemy, Michael's team returned to their hideout, hoping for some respite. However, the world of mercenaries does not know peace, and soon a new task awaited them. This time the client was a powerful tycoon who needed to eliminate a competitor who was threatening his business. The task seemed simple: infiltrate a private party organized by a competitor and eliminate him. The team carefully planned the operation, studying all possible approaches and escape routes. They decided to go undercover, mingling with the guests. Daryl and Tariq, as the most experienced fighters, took on the main roles in the operation. Michael, Jerome, and Mikey were to provide cover and monitor the situation. Everything went according to plan until they approached their goal. There was heavy security at the party, and the situation was more tense than they expected. At the moment when Daryl approached the target to deliver the fatal blow, the guards unexpectedly reacted and raised the alarm. A firefight ensued, and the team found themselves in the middle of chaos. Daryl, covering the retreat of his comrades, fought with numerous guards. At that moment, Jerome noticed that one of the guards was aiming at Daryl from around the corner. Without hesitation, Jerome rushed to help, covering his friend with his body. The bullet intended for Daryl hit Jerome. He fell to the floor, seriously wounded, but managed to shoot his attacker, ending the threat. Michael, seeing what happened, reacted instantly. He and Tarek picked up Jerome and, using covering fire, began to retreat. Mikey provided cover by hacking into security systems to open exits. They barely made it to the exit, carrying their seriously wounded friend. When they returned to the shelter, it became clear that Jerome's wound was too serious. Despite all his efforts, he died in the arms of his comrades. It was a difficult loss for the team. Jerome was not just a comrade, he was a friend, a brother in arms. Michael and the rest of the gang gathered to pay their respects to their fallen comrade. They knew that his sacrifice had saved them all, and they vowed to avenge his death. They continued their activities, becoming even more cautious and decisive. Jerome's death left a deep mark on the team. Michael understood that now they must be even more vigilant, because the world in which they live does not forgive mistakes. Each new day brought new challenges, and they were ready for them, knowing that the memory of Jerome would always be with them, giving them the strength to overcome any obstacles. After Jerome's death, Michael's team became even more united and cautious. The memory of their fallen friend gave them strength and determination to continue the fight. They knew that every new day brings new dangers, but they were ready for anything. Soon a new order arrived which promised a lot of money but was incredibly dangerous. This time their target was an influential politician with ties to the underworld and using his power to advance the interests of criminal groups. The customer, an anonymous benefactor, provided all the necessary data and promised a generous reward for eliminating the target. Michael understood that this order could change the balance of power in their world, and accepted it without hesitation. The team began preparing for the operation. They studied the politician's schedule, his routes and places of stay. Mikey, using his hacking skills, broke into security systems and gained access to surveillance cameras and security protocols. Daryl and Tarek, as always, took the lead roles preparing for the immediate attack. The operation began at night when the politician was returning home after a meeting. His residence was surrounded by a high wall and many guards. Michael and his team moved carefully, avoiding cameras and patrols. They knew that the slightest mistake could cost them their lives. Daryl and Tarek used the shadows to make their way to the rear entrance of the residence. Mikey disabled the alarm system and the team got inside. There was another group of guards waiting for them inside the building, but they were ready. Quick and accurate actions made it possible to neutralize opponents without noise. When they reached the politician's office, he already realized that his days were numbered. Michael and Daryl burst inside, leaving him no chance of escape. The politician tried to fight back, but was quickly and calmly eliminated. However, their mission did not end there. Michael knew that for the operation to be completely successful, he had to destroy evidence of their presence and ensure a safe exit. Tariq began destroying documents and electronic media, while Daryl and Mikey prepared escape routes. They planted several explosive devices to create chaos and cover their tracks. When everything was ready, the team quickly left the building. Explosions occurred a few minutes after they left, destroying all evidence and giving them time to retreat. They returned to their shelter, tired, but satisfied with the successful completion of the task. After the successful completion of the last operation, Michael's team remained vigilant, aware that their activities were attracting more and more attention. They knew that danger could be lurking around every corner, and they could not afford to relax. Soon they received a new order which promised to be no less complex and dangerous. This time they had to eliminate a major international arms dealer who was supplying weapons to various terrorist groups around the world. This man was extremely careful and was always under close guard. The order came from an anonymous client who provided detailed information about the target's movements and habits. The team began preparations, gathering information and developing a plan. Mikey took it upon himself to hack into the security system of an arms dealer in order to gain access to his private data and travel routes. Daryl and Tarek prepared for immediate confrontation, studying the building's layout and possible entry routes. Michael and the rest of the team coordinated everything to ensure the operation went smoothly. A few days later, they were ready to complete the task. The arms dealer was in his residence on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by a high wall and numerous guards. Michael's team decided to operate at night to take advantage of the element of surprise. They made their way to the residence under cover of darkness, avoiding cameras and patrols. Mikey hacked the security system, disabling the alarm and surveillance cameras. Daryl and Tarek led the way, as always, neutralizing the guards and clearing the way for the others. When they reached the building, the team split up. Michael and Daryl headed to the arms dealer's office, where they believed he was located. Tarek and Mikey remained outside, providing cover and keeping an eye out for possible reinforcements. Michael and Daryl burst into the office, taking the merchant by surprise. He tried to reach for the weapon, but Daryl was faster and neutralized it. Michael approached the merchant to make sure he was no longer a threat. Meanwhile, Tarek noticed suspicious movement on the periphery of the security camera and realized that they had fallen into a trap. An armed detachment began to gather not far from the residence, ready to attack. Tarek and Mikey quickly reported this to Michael. The team realized that they had little time to retreat. Michael and Daryl quickly left the building to join the others. They knew they had to act quickly and decisively. Using pre-prepared retreat routes, the team made their way through the forest, hiding from their pursuers. Tariq and Daryl walked ahead, covering the rear. At that moment, a shot rang out and Tariq fell to the ground. Michael and the others immediately took up defensive positions, preparing for battle. Finding themselves under fire, the team fought with despair, realizing that their lives depended on every shot. Mikey, using his skills, found a path through the forest that could lead them to safety. Michael and Daryl, despite their wounds and fatigue, covered the retreat, providing cover for their comrades. When they finally reached safety, Tariq was seriously wounded but alive. Michael and the others gave him first aid and quickly transported him to a previously prepared shelter. There, they could take a breath and discuss what had happened. Jerome's death and Tarek's injuries reminded the team of how dangerous their world was. However, they knew they couldn't stop. Their story continued, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. Michael and his team were ready for any challenge, knowing that together they could overcome any obstacle. Time passed and Michael's team continued its activities, despite all the dangers and losses. After Tarek was wounded, they became even more careful and carefully planned each operation. Soon a new order arrived, which this time concerned a large drug cartel that was terrorizing an entire region. Michael's team received information that the head of the cartel would be attending a secret meeting with other criminal leaders. This was an excellent opportunity to strike at the entire drug trafficking network. The order came from an international agency fighting drug trafficking, which promised a significant reward for the success of the operation. Michael and his team began preparations. Mikey hacked the cartel's security systems to gain access to routes and meeting plans. Daryl and Tarek prepared for combat by studying the floor plan of the building where the meeting was to take place. Michael coordinated all team members to ensure the operation went smoothly. The night before, the operation was tense. They knew that one of the most difficult tasks awaited them, and they were prepared for any surprises. When the time came, the team moved to the meeting point, an old abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. Mikey turned off the security cameras and alarms, allowing the team to silently enter the area. They moved through the warehouse, avoiding patrols and traps. When they reached the main hall where the meeting was taking place, it became clear that the situation was more complicated than they had expected. There was more security there than expected. Michael decided to split the team. Tarek and Daryl took over the main security forces, and Michael and Mikey were supposed to eliminate the head of the cartel and his closest associates. They acted quickly and decisively as always. A fierce firefight ensued, and the building was filled with the roar of gunfire. Tarek, despite his injury, fought with despair and courage. He understood that the lives of his comrades and the success of the entire operation were at stake. Daryl covered him, destroying the enemies one by one. Michael and Mikey made their way to the location where the head of the cartel was located and eliminated him, depriving the organization of its leader. However, in the midst of the battle, Mikey was seriously injured. Michael, seeing that his friend was in danger, rushed towards him, covering his retreat. They knew they had to leave the building as quickly as possible before cartel reinforcements arrived. Michael and Daryl helped Mikey escape the building, leaving the shattered remains of the drug cartel in their wake. The team returned to their shelter, seriously wounded, but alive. Mikey needed urgent medical attention, and Michael did everything possible to save his friend. They realized that this time they were on the edge, but they managed to survive and complete the task. Michael's team was healing their wounds and digesting recent events. Their life continued to balance on a knife's edge, and they knew that the long-awaited peace would not shine for them. However, new orders were not long in coming. This time they had to confront a powerful criminal organization involved in human trafficking. The target was an important figure who ran this disgusting business from the shadows. The order came from a human rights organization determined to take desperate measures to end the suffering of innocent people. Michael and his team are at it again. Mikey, with his incredible hacking skills, soon discovered that their target was in a heavily guarded complex on the outskirts of the city. This place was known for its powerful defense systems and well-trained guards. The team understood that they were facing one of the most difficult operations. After several days of preparation and studying all possible scenarios, they were ready. At night, they entered the complex, moving silently and smoothly. Daryl and Tariq, as always, walked ahead, neutralizing the guards. Michael and Mikey followed them, preparing to engage their main target. Having reached the building where their enemy was hiding, the team split up. Daryl and Tarek began eliminating the remaining guards while Michael and Mikey got inside. They managed to get to the defendant's office without unnecessary noise. Inside, they found him talking to someone via video conference. Michael quickly assessed the situation and realized that this was their chance. He burst into the room, aiming his weapon at his target. The man tried to resist, but was instantly neutralized. Michael knew that this man was responsible for many human tragedies, and without hesitation, he carried out the sentence. However, their mission is not over yet. Suddenly, sirens filled the complex and the team realized they had been discovered. Michael and Mikey hurried out, joining Daryl and Tarek, who were already fighting with the guards. The situation was heating up, and they had to act decisively. Tariq suggested using explosives to create a distraction and open an escape route. Michael approved the plan, and soon a series of explosions destroyed part of the building, plunging everything into chaos. The team took advantage of the moment and began to retreat. They moved quickly, dodging bullets and overcoming obstacles. Michael covered the retreat of his comrades until he was sure that everything was safe. When they finally reached the shelter, the team was exhausted but pleased with the successful completion of the mission. They knew that their actions saved many lives and put an end to a cruel business. Over the next days, Michael and his team discussed what had happened, realizing that every time they risked their lives for the sake of justice. They knew that their path would not be easy, but they were ready to continue the fight. New challenges awaited them, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. Michael and his team were prepared for any challenge, knowing that together they could overcome any obstacle. After a recent operation, Michael's team found a secluded place to recuperate. They chose an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city, turning it into a temporary shelter. Here, among the dusty boxes and rusty metal structures, they could finally catch their breath and discuss their next steps. Silence reigned in the abandoned warehouse, broken only by muffled conversations and the sounds of wounds being bandaged. Tariq, seriously wounded, tried to cope with the pain. The team knew that their next move had to be thoughtful and precise. Soon Mikey, deep in work on his laptop, announced a new order. This was a large order from a high-ranking official who wanted to get rid of a corrupt colleague. The target was the Director of National Intelligence, known for his ties to crime syndicates. The elimination of this figure could deal a serious blow to the criminal network. The team began preparations. They carefully studied the layout of the building where the target was located and developed an infiltration strategy. The night of the operation was moonless, and they moved in complete darkness. Mikey, as always, hacked the security system, opening access to the building. Daryl and Tarek silently neutralized the guards, clearing the way for the others. Having penetrated the building, the team carefully moved along the corridors, avoiding cameras and patrols. When they reached the principal's office, Michael and Daryl burst in, taking him by surprise. The man tried to resist, but was quickly subdued. Wasting no time, the team began to inspect the office, destroying all evidence of their presence. Mikey used his skills to hack into the director's computer to gather incriminating information. Meanwhile, Daryl and Tarek held the line, preparing for possible reinforcements. When all the data was collected, the team began to retreat. They moved quickly and smoothly, leaving the building before the security could react. The explosions they set up earlier created a distraction, allowing them to escape into the darkness. Returning to their shelter, the team took a breath, realizing that the operation was successful. The destruction of the Director of National Intelligence and the collection of incriminating data dealt a powerful blow to the criminal network. Their actions caused chaos and destabilized many criminal groups. Time passed, and Michael's team continued their dangerous work without slowing down. The last few operations went flawlessly, but tension within the team was growing. Each knew that the next mission could be their last, and that the world in which they existed was full of unpredictable threats. One day, when the team was resting in their temporary shelter, Mikey, who was monitoring the network, came across important information. A new enemy appeared on the horizon, a large criminal syndicate that was planning a large-scale operation to smuggle weapons across the border. This syndicate posed a serious threat not only to Michael's team, but to the entire country. Michael gathered everyone for a discussion. They decided that it was necessary to intervene and stop this operation, despite all the risks. The team began preparations, developing a plan of action. They understood that this would be one of the most difficult and dangerous tasks, but it was not in their rules to retreat. Gathering information took several days. Mikey hacked into the syndicate's secure servers and learned that a meeting of the leaders and key participants in the operation was to take place in an abandoned factory in the border area. The place was heavily guarded and difficult to reach, but the team had a plan. The day of the operation arrived. They moved quickly and decisively, moving through the forest that surrounded the factory. Michael, as always, walked ahead, coordinating the actions of his comrades. Daryl and Tarek advanced from the flanks, ready to fight. Mikey remained in the rear, monitoring the situation and providing communications. When they reached the factory, it became clear that the enemy was waiting for them. Security guards and surveillance systems were placed throughout the perimeter. Michael and his team knew that time was on their side. They had to act quickly and quietly. They split into two groups to create the effect of surprise. The first group, consisting of Michael and Daryl, entered through the ventilation shafts. The second group, Tariq and Mikey, took up positions on the roof from where they could monitor the situation and cover their comrades. Everything went according to plan until one of the guards accidentally stumbled upon Tarek. A shootout ensued. Michael, hearing the shots, realized that there was no more time for covert penetration. He and Daryl rushed to the meeting place of the syndicate leaders, leaving chaos and the corpses of the guards in their wake. During this time, Mikey used his skills to hack the factory's surveillance system to disorient the enemy. Upon reaching the central hall, Michael and Daryl encountered the leader of the syndicate. The battle was fierce and merciless. Bullets whistled, bouncing off the metal walls, and every step could be the last. Michael, risking his life, approached the leader and, after a short but fierce fight, managed to eliminate him. Meanwhile, Tarek and Mikey continued to fend off the guards' attacks, creating cover for their comrades. When the last bullet was fired and the enemy retreated, the team gathered in the central hall. They understood that they had won, but the price was high. Returning to the shelter, they realized that their actions had prevented a major tragedy. The elimination of the crime syndicate and the disruption of their operation was a significant blow to the underworld. Despite their fatigue and injuries, the team knew that this was their victory. With each new task, they became stronger and more experienced, realizing that their path was full of dangers. But they were ready for new challenges, knowing that together they could overcome any obstacles. The story of Michael and his team continued, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. Michael's team, despite the victories, became increasingly aware of the severity of their losses. Recent operations had heightened their sense of danger, and everyone knew that the price of their successes was inevitably high. They decided to take on a new order, the elimination of another dangerous crime boss, whose actions threatened peace in the region. This authority ran a smuggling network spanning several countries and was known for his brutality. The operation promised to be extremely dangerous, but the team accepted the challenge, realizing that it was their duty. Their target was hidden in a heavily guarded estate on the outskirts of the city. Mikey, as always, took it upon himself to hack the security systems to gain access to the building's internal structure. Daryl and Tarek prepared for battle, studying every corner of the building's layout. The operation began at night. The team entered the estate, moving silently and smoothly. Michael, Daryl, and Tarek entered through the main entrance, while Mikey and another team member, Alex, provided cover and prepared an escape route. When they reached the central hall where their target was located, a fierce firefight began. The enemy was expecting them and was ready for battle. The bullets whistled, and the team acted harmoniously, but an unexpected event disrupted their plan. One of the guards, hiding behind a column, threw a grenade right into the center of the hall. Daryl, noticing the grenade, rushed at it, trying to save his comrades. The explosion tore his body apart, and the noise of the explosion deafened everyone around him. Michael, seeing the death of his friend, flew into a rage and began to shoot back with a vengeance. But this was not the end of their problems. Just when they thought the situation was under control, another guard, hidden in the darkness, fired from cover, hitting Tariq. The bullet pierced the bulletproof vest, and Tariq, clutching his wound, fell to his knees. Michael, realizing that he was losing another friend, rushed to him, covering him from enemy fire. They knew they had to leave immediately. Mikey, having received a signal about the problem, began to create a diversion by hacking the security system and setting off an explosion in another part of the estate. This gave Michael and the others the opportunity to carry the wounded Tariq out and leave the building. When they returned to their hideout, the loss was painful. Daryl died sacrificing himself for the sake of the team, and Tarek, despite all his efforts, did not survive his wounds. Their death left a deep mark in the hearts of their comrades. Michael and the remaining team members gathered to pay their respects to their fallen friends. They understood that their mission was ongoing and that they needed to be even stronger and more careful. The memory of Daryl and Tarek will always be with them, giving them strength in the fight for justice. The story of Michael's team continued despite losses and difficulties. Each new day brought new challenges, and they were ready for them. Determination and desire burned in their hearts to continue the fight, knowing that together they could overcome any obstacles. Michael's team, despite the victories, became increasingly aware of the severity of their losses. Recent operations had heightened their sense of danger, and everyone knew that the price of their successes was inevitably high. They decided to take on a new order, the elimination of another dangerous crime boss, whose actions threatened peace in the region. This authority ran a smuggling network spanning several countries and was known for his brutality. The operation promised to be extremely dangerous, but the team accepted the challenge, realizing that it was their duty. Their target was hidden in a heavily guarded estate on the outskirts of the city. Mikey, as always, took it upon himself to hack the security systems to gain access to the building's internal structure. Daryl and Tarek prepared for battle, studying every corner of the building's layout. The operation began at night. The team entered the estate, moving silently and smoothly. Michael, Daryl, and Tarek entered through the main entrance, while Mikey and another team member, Alex, provided cover and prepared an escape route. When they reached the central hall where their target was located, a fierce firefight began. The enemy was expecting them and was ready for battle. The bullets whistled, and the team acted harmoniously, but an unexpected event disrupted their plan. One of the guards, hiding behind a column, threw a grenade right into the center of the hall. Daryl, noticing the grenade, rushed at it, trying to save his comrades. The explosion tore his body apart, and the noise of the explosion deafened everyone around him. Michael, seeing the death of his friend, flew into a rage and began to shoot back with a vengeance. But this was not the end of their problems. Just when they thought the situation was under control, another guard, hidden in the darkness, fired from cover, hitting Tariq. The bullet pierced the bulletproof vest, and Tariq, clutching his wound, fell to his knees. Michael, realizing that he was losing another friend, rushed to him, covering him from enemy fire. They knew they had to leave immediately. Mikey, having received a signal about the problem, began to create a diversion by hacking the security system and setting off an explosion in another part of the estate. This gave Michael and the others the opportunity to carry the wounded Tariq out and leave the building. When they returned to their hideout, the loss was painful. Daryl died sacrificing himself for the sake of the team, and Tariq, despite all his efforts, did not survive his wounds. Their death left a deep mark in the hearts of their comrades. Michael and the remaining team members gathered to pay their respects to their fallen friends. They understood that their mission was ongoing and that they needed to be even stronger and more careful. The memory of Daryl and Tarek will always be with them, giving them strength in the fight for justice. After the tragic loss of Daryl and Tarek, the remaining members of Michael's team, Michael, Mikey, and Alex, were determined to avenge their friends. The pain of loss strengthened their spirit, and they were ready to do everything possible to destroy those who were behind the death of their comrades. They collected all possible information about the person responsible for the attack on their hideout. This was a high-ranking crime boss named Carlos Mendoza, known for his ruthlessness and extensive connections in the underworld. He was hiding in a fortified mansion in the mountains, surrounded by loyal guards. Michael knew that attacking Mendoza in his lair would be suicide, but there was no other choice. They developed a plan that included infiltrating the mansion under the guise of technical workers. Mikey used his hacking skills to create fake documents and passes. On the day of the operation, they arrived at the mansion, pretending to be a team of technicians who were supposed to conduct a security check. The guards let them through without suspecting a trick. Having penetrated inside, the team began to move towards Mendoza's office. When they reached the office, Michael and Alex burst in, taking Mendoza and his guards by surprise. A fierce firefight began. Mikey, who remained in the corridor, hacked into the surveillance system to disorient the guards and turn off the cameras. Michael and Alex methodically eliminated the guards as they advanced towards Mendoza. Suddenly, one of the guards, hiding behind a massive bookcase, shot at Michael. The bullet pierced his bulletproof vest, and Michael, clutching his wound, fell to the floor. Alex, seeing this, rushed at the enemies with redoubled fury, but the situation became critical. Michael, struggling to get up, realized that he had little time left. He knew he had to finish what he started. Gathering his last strength, he pointed the weapon at Mendoza and fired, hitting him in the head. Mendoza fell, dead, but Michael knew this was not the end. The guards continued to advance. Alex tried to fight back, but there were too many of them. Mikey, hearing the shooting, rushed to help, but it was too late. Michael, with the last of his strength, covered his friends until he fell, bleeding. Alex and Mikey, realizing that they had lost their leader, barely made it out of the mansion, leaving destruction and death in their wake. They returned to their shelter, devastated and broken. Michael's death was a huge loss, but they knew his sacrifice was not in vain. Mendoza was dead and his empire began to crumble. The team has lost its leader, but the memory of Michael, Daryl, and Tarek will always be with them, inspiring them to continue to fight. After Michael's death, the team was devastated. Mikey and Alex, the survivors, tried to carry on, but without their leader, they felt lost. The loss of Michael, Daryl, and Tarek was too much to bear, and it began to affect their work. Mikey, who had always been the brains of the team, now felt a burden of responsibility that he was not prepared to bear alone. Alex, whose skill in battle knew no equal, was paralyzed with grief and rage. They tried to continue their activities, but without Michael, they could not find a common goal and direction. It soon became clear that their paths had diverged. Mikey, feeling tired from the endless struggle, decided to leave the criminal world. He found himself a job related to information security, hoping to use his skills for good. His time in the gang left a deep mark, but he wanted to return to a normal life and leave his bloody past behind. Alex, on the contrary, could not come to terms with the loss. He continued his fight alone, taking revenge on those he considered responsible for the deaths of his friends. His path became even more dangerous and unpredictable. Without the support of his team, he was forced to rely only on himself, and this made him even more bitter and ruthless. One day, when Alex encountered another criminal group, he realized that fighting alone made no sense. He was exhausted, and his soul was filled only with hatred and pain. At that moment, he realized that continuing on this path would only lead to his own death. Alex decided to leave, leaving his past behind. He left the city, hoping to start a new life away from the memories that haunted him. After moving to a small town, he found a non-violent job and tried to restore his soul. Michael's team fell apart, but their memory lived on in the hearts of those who knew them. Their sacrifices were not in vain. The destruction of Carlos Mendoza and his criminal network was a significant blow to the criminal world. However, the cost was too high, and their story remains a tragic reminder that life on the edge can destroy even the strongest. Mikey and Alex, each in their own way, found a way to move on. Time did not heal all the wounds, but they learned to live with the pain and continued on their way, leaving behind them the shadow of their dead friends. Their story is over, but the lessons they learned from their past will always be with them.